The genius teenager Zheng Yu, with an intelligence talent score of 4.7, faced a pivotal moment in his career choice. He was recommended a profession that many would scoff at: a summoner. This absurd suggestion seemed like a cruel joke played by fate. In this otherworldly realm where strength reigns supreme, the homeroom teacher's words in classroom 1C hit the students like a series of heavy blows. Remember, you only get to choose your profession once. It not only determines your future, but also dictates your quality of life. Scanning the room, the homeroom teacher continued, "The warrior profession is your best choice. It doesn't require expensive equipment or exceptional talent, yet it can showcase powerful combat abilities early on. As long as you reach level 10, you can easily find employment." He paused, his tone becoming more severe. "If you meet the requirements to be a warrior, choose it without hesitation. If your family is wealthy and can afford to spend 30 million on equipment, spells, and hiring mercenaries, then pursue a pay-to-win path. If neither of these options works for you, then choose a support profession." His words were like a cold bucket of water, dousing the dreams of many students. Although his words were harsh, the homeroom teacher understood the harsh realities faced by students in this ordinary high school. The most talented students had already been recruited by prestigious schools, leaving behind those with average abilities. He was merely trying to pave a relatively stable path for them. As the teacher left the room, the classroom erupted into a buzz of conversation. Some students were excited about the upcoming awakening, while others were anxious about their future. "Finally, the awakening is here. I've been waiting for this day for so long," one student exclaimed excitedly. "What's there to be happy about? We're all going to be warriors anyway," another student retorted, pouring cold water on the excitement. "What's wrong with being a warrior? At least you can make money," a student boasted. "My dad has already arranged everything. As soon as I reach level 10, I can join the biggest pharmaceutical company in the province with a starting salary of 8,000. "You're really lucky," a classmate said enviously. "Lucky? Just being able to awaken is lucky," another student reminded. "Don't forget, only half of our class will pass the test." Amidst the chatter, Zheng Yu sat quietly in the corner, listening to the discussions around him. As the class monitor, his talent ratings were among the best in the grade, except for agility, which was slightly lacking. However, in the broader context of Jiangshui City, his performance was only considered average. At that moment, his desk mate, Tao Qian, turned to him and asked curiously, "You go. What profession are you planning to choose?" Zheng Yu shrugged and replied calmly, "Of course, a warrior." "Why?" Tao Qian asked, puzzled. "You have a 4.7 intelligence potential. Choosing a warrior seems like a waste." "What's the waste?" Zheng Yu countered. "Getting a job is the most important thing. Even if I choose a mage, without money for equipment and spells, I'd be better off being a warrior." Zheng Yu's response was grounded in realism. As someone who had crossed over from a previous life as a corporate worker, he understood the importance of employment. It's like choosing between a vocational school and a regular third-year university. Being a warrior is a practical skill, simple, easy to learn, and offers plenty of job opportunities. The military only recruits level 10 warriors, not level 10 rangers. Big companies only hire low-level warriors, not low-level monks. Because in this world, leveling up is incredibly difficult, Zheng Yu explained earnestly. Tao Qian, however, was not convinced. "I'm planning to choose monk. Are you betting on your talent?" Zheng Yu asked. "Yeah," Tao Qian said hopefully. "What if I awaken with an grade talent? I'd be set for life." A nearby student couldn't help but laugh. "Betting on an grade talent? You'd be better off betting on a hidden profession. Last year, there was only one grade talent in the entire Jiangshui city. Even in the whole Jiangnan province, there was only one grade and 30 grades. There were more than 30 hidden professions, though," Tao Qian retorted defiantly. "Who's to say I can't be one of those 30? Seeing that Tao Qian was determined, the student said no more. Instead, Tao Qian began to persuade Zheng Yu. "You go, don't listen to the homeroom teacher. That kind of life is too dull. You have to take a gamble. What if you hit the jackpot?" Zheng Yu didn't reply, but instead took out his potential test results from the other day and handed them to Tao Qian. "See for yourself." Tao Qian examined the test results closely. Strength potential 3.7, intelligence potential 4.7, constitution potential 4.0, spirit potential 3.8, agility potential 1.9. "This looks pretty good," Tao Qian said in surprise. "Anything above 3 is considered excellent. Your results completely outshine mine." Zheng Yu pointed to the bottom of the evaluation form. "Look here." Following Zheng Yu's finger, Tao Qian read, "According to the temple's assessment, the most suitable profession for you is summoner." "Summoner?" Tao Qian exclaimed. "How is that possible? Your potential ratings may not match the top geniuses, but they're definitely not bad. How could they recommend you to be a summoner?" Zheng Yu smiled wryly. "Maybe the temple makes mistakes too. After all, no one has figured out where the temple came from in decades. Anyway, I won't believe this recommendation. Even if summoner is the best fit for me, I absolutely won't choose it." Summoner is a classic bottom-tier profession, Zheng Yu said firmly. Each year, very few people choose to be summoners, and those who do are usually desperate. Warriors are always strong, monks and druids dominate the mid-game, assassins and shadow walkers shine in the late game, and mages are practically gods in the endgame. Even shield warriors, paladins, and priests, though not strong, have clear support roles and never struggle to find a team. But summoners? They're a mishmash. Weak in the early game, weak in the mid-game, and still weak in the late game. They cost more than mages and can't even beat paladins in a fight. Their only viable strategy, swarm tactics, is outclassed by necromancers. You spend the most money to train the least useful profession. No one wants you in a team, and you can't solo effectively. Summoners are the profession abandoned by all. Only someone with a screw loose would choose to be a summoner, Zheng Yu said decisively. Tao Qian agreed. Exactly. Only a fool would choose to be a summoner. Just as Tao Qian finished speaking, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in Zheng Yu's mind, detected deep prejudice and misunderstanding towards the summoner profession. Activating God tier, summoner talent ahead of schedule hextech enhancement rune talent. The voice continued to explain, hextech talent. Every 5 levels, 2 hextech enhancement runes are randomly chosen. The effects of these runes apply to summon creatures only. This talent is exclusive to the summoner profession. If the host does not choose the summoner profession, the system will self-destruct in anger. Please choose carefully and take it seriously. Zheng Yu, good news. The system has arrived. Bad news. I seem to have just insulted the system. And possibly myself. Only someone with a screw loose would choose a summoner. Zheng Yu couldn't help but chuckle bitterly as he recalled his earlier words. Fate's irony had left him in a difficult position. The system's description was clear in his mind. If he didn't choose the summoner class, not only would he miss out on a god-tier talent, but he might also face the system's self-destruct sequence. He never imagined that the long-awaited transcend system would be so closely tied to the summoner class. Are systems these days all this temperamental? Zheng Yu shook his head in exasperation, threatening the host with self-destruction. But soon, his thoughts were captivated by the enticing promise of a god-tier talent. In this world, talent levels range from highest to lowest, SSS, SS, S, B, C, all the way down to F. Currently, there was only one person in the world with an SS tier talent in Muyun, the war god of Jiuzhou, who dominated all major rankings. Zheng Yu quickly weighed the pros and cons. If the system promises me a god tier talent, then the choice of class doesn't matter, even if it's the universally despised summoner. After all, it's a god tier talent. His thoughts continued to race, recalling the system's mention of Hex Deck. Isn't that the enhancement mechanism from the game Teamfight Tactics? Every 5 levels, you can choose 2 Hextech augments to strengthen your summoned units. Considering the highest level in reality is Nan Muyun's level 71, this meant at least 30 opportunities for Hextech selections. 30 full enhancements, that's like having 30 talents. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. No wonder this talent can only be used by a summoner. Even if a single Hextech talent isn't as strong as SS Steer, combined, they would definitely reach God tier levels. With anticipation for the afternoon's job change, Zheng Yu followed the school bus to the temple branch in Jiangshui City. As the class monitor, he adeptly led his classmates through registration, received their numbers, and then waited at Station 4. During the hour-long wait, Zheng Yu observed his classmates, feeling the tension in the air. Finally, the announcement came. Jiangshui High School, Class 3, Senior Year, number 01876. Zhang Ao, please proceed to Station 4 for your job change ceremony. Zhang Ao stood up, his face full of anxiety. Despite his test results indicating he was suited for the warrior class, there were still instances of job change failures. The staff's voice echoed again, reminding everyone of the possible discomforts during the job change process. Please stand in the center of the job change platform. You may experience nausea, dizziness, vomiting, or even fainting. Do not worry. These are normal symptoms during the process. Just endure for 5 seconds. In the job conversion hall, Zhang Ao stood at the center of the platform, looking slightly bewildered. Suddenly, a brilliant beam of light from the cathedral's ceiling enveloped him. The staff member explained matter-of-factly, according to the feedback from the sacred light, you meet the criteria for the warrior job. The primary suitable job is monk, and the secondary is warrior. You can choose either to proceed with the conversion. A joyful smile instantly spread across Zhang Ao's face. Without hesitation, he said, warrior. He chose the most secure path. Job conversion successful. Congratulations, you are now a warrior. The staff member congratulated him in a formulaic manner and continued. You can now go to the 2nd floor to find the Warrior Guild office and join a guild. They will guide you on how to level up and inform you about the rules for professionals. Zhang Ao thanked the staff enthusiastically, feeling delighted inside. Becoming a warrior meant a stable job and a promising future. Next, Zhengyu from Class 3, Grade 12, Jiangshui Number 1 High School, Number 01877. Please come to Platform 4 for your conversion ceremony. The staff member's voice rang out again. Under the watchful eyes of his classmates and homeroom teacher, Zhengyu walked towards the conversion platform. Curiosity filled the gazes of those around him as they speculated about what choice Zhengyu would make. For Zhengyu, becoming a mage seemed like the best option. But considering his family's financial situation, this costly profession was not affordable for everyone. Choosing to be a warrior might waste his intelligence talent. Each of the other suitable professions had its pros and cons, and ultimately, it was up to Zhengyu to decide. The staff member briefly stated, "You know the process, right? I'll skip the detailed explanation to save time." Zhengyu nodded to indicate his understanding. In the next moment, a beam of light shone down on him, and a warm sensation enveloped his entire body. The staff member's voice followed. "According to the feedback from the sacred light, the most suitable job for you is summoner. No second recommended job." The staff member was momentarily taken aback by the result. He could see Zheng Ye's test data, which indicated that Zheng Yu could qualify for other professions except for assassin and ranger, which required an agility above 3.5. However, the sacred light only recommended summoner, a rare profession. Based on the data, you could also convert to mage, warrior, priest, or paladin, the staff member added. "I choose summoner," Zheng Yu said firmly. The staff member thought he had misheard and confirmed again. "If you don't choose summoner, you should be able to see other job options when you close your eyes. Select the one you want." "Wait, what did you say you choose?" "Summoner," Zheng Yu repeated. The staff member uncharacteristically tried to dissuade him. "You should reconsider." As a conversion staff member, he knew how rare summoners were, even rarer than Scrade talents. There hadn't been a single summoner this year. But Zheng Yu smiled and explained, "Since the sacred light recommended summoner to me and didn't suggest any other jobs, it means I am very suitable for it." "The sacred light isn't always right," the staff member muttered under his breath. "But I choose to trust it," Zheng Yu said without hesitation and selected summoner on the job conversion interface that appeared before him. In reality, Zheng Yu didn't truly believe in the sacred light. Before this, he even thought that choosing the summoner profession was foolish. However, the system had given him too much. A divine grade talent. Only a fool would refuse. "You have successfully converted to the summoner profession, activating the divine grade talent hextech augmentation runes. Drawing hextech augmentation runes. Congratulations! You have drawn the first rune prismatic rune demon contract. Congratulations! You have drawn the second rune silver rune steward's heart. Demon contract." Zheng Yu's face lit up with joy, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was the strongest hextech rune in the early stages, bar none. He never imagined that his first talent would be a prismatic level rune. Hextech enhancement runes are divided into 3 levels: silver, gold, and prismatic. Zheng Yu had just changed his profession and obtained 2 enhancement runes. One was the silver level steward's heart, and the other was the prismatic level demon contract. He eagerly checked the detailed information of the demon contract. It consumes a portion of maximum health in exchange for talent points, which can only be used to enhance the abilities of summoned creatures. Once consumed, the maximum health is permanently reduced and cannot be restored. Zheng Yu took a sharp breath. As expected of a prismatic level rune, and the infamous demon contract at that. This was a high-risk, high-reward enhancement effect that was both dangerous and alluring. Summoners were often considered a weak profession because their summoned creatures were not strong enough, their talents generally low, and they required a significant investment of resources to develop. However, with the demon contract, Zheng Yu could ensure that each of his summoned beasts reached their full potential. The system-modified demon contract could prove useful even in the later stages. As his level increased, so would his maximum health. As long as there was health to consume, Zheng Ye's summoned creatures could continue to improve. Just as Zheng Yu was lost in his thoughts about the future, a sigh interrupted him. He turned to see a staff member and his homeroom teacher. The staff member looked puzzled, while the teacher seemed disappointed. Shaking her head, the homeroom teacher said, "I've encountered many students with exceptional talents, some even better than you. But in the end, they all chose other professions out of arrogance and failed to progress as professionals. I thought you would be different, but you turned out to be even more extreme than I imagined." She looked Zheng Yu straight in the eyes, her tone filled with concern. "Do you really understand the consequences of choosing to be a summoner?" The teacher's disappointment was palpable. In her view, even if Zheng Yu chose to be a mage or a shadow assassin, it would be far better than becoming a summoner. Summoners didn't even have their own guilds or state subsidies. "That's not even the worst part," she continued, her voice tinged with anxiety. "How do you plan to level up? With a level 1 goblin summon? Even entering a level 1 abyss dungeon, even in a team, would be life-threatening. I feel like all my efforts to advise you have been in vain." The homeroom teacher's agitation stemmed from her genuine belief in Zheng Yu's potential. Talent potential indicated future growth speed, and Zheng Ye's potential was undoubtedly top tier. Zheng Yu understood his teacher's expectations and her current worries and confusion. He flashed a confident smile and said, "Everyone says summoners are weak. But what if I have level talent? Would a summoner still be weak?" With that, Zheng Yu displayed his attribute sheet. In the talent attribute column, there was level talent named Demon Contract S. Level. The staff member's voice rose sharply, clearly shocked by the unexpected revelation. The homeroom teacher was also stunned, taking a moment to regain her composure. It really is level. But what kind of talent is this demon contract? I've never seen it before. Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "The specifics of the talent are something I can't disclose, but this level talent is real, isn't it?" The staff member excitedly nodded in confirmation. Of course it's real. How could something in the attribute sheet be fake? Zheng Yu then asked, "So, can I receive the corresponding welfare resources?" Absolutely, the staff member said, brimming with excitement. So far this year, no one else has had level talent. You're the only one. With confirmation in hand, Zheng Yu turned to his teacher, speaking sincerely. Initially, I wanted to follow your advice, but I had a gut feeling that not choosing to be a summoner would be a mistake. After all, the feedback from the sanctuary indicated that I was only suited to be a summoner, so I decided to take a gamble. It seems I made the right choice. I'd rather be a summoner with level talent than a warrior with an ordinary talent. Hearing Zheng Yu's explanation, the homeroom teacher's expression softened. She knew that for professionals, sometimes intuition was more important than experience. The class advisor felt uneasy about Zheng Yu's choice to become a summoner. But Zheng Yu nonchalantly said, "It's fine. The provincial benefits for level talents only depend on the talent level. No one said level summoners can enjoy them. As long as you have money and resources, it's all good." The class advisor nodded in agreement, thinking he made a valid point. The classmates had mixed reactions to Zheng Yu's decision to become a summoner. Some initially thought he was out of his mind, but when they learned he had awakened level talent, everyone was shocked, as if they had just experienced an emotional roller coaster. Despite Zheng Yu's generally good rapport and many friends in the class, it inevitably sparked some jealousy. Level talent. What a beast, someone muttered under their breath. Too bad he's a summoner. What are you regretting now? Another classmate retorted. When the class president switched to a warrior, you said it was a waste. Now he's got level talent, and you still think it's a waste. Why don't you regret something about yourself? Someone tried to explain. If Zheng Yu were level mage or warrior, at least we could brag that a top-ranked player was our high school classmate. But a summoner? I can't imagine a summoner making it to the top rankings, even with level talent. I think a level warrior is better than level summoner, another voice chimed in. Tao Qian couldn't take it anymore and interrupted. Are you guys underestimating level talents? Up to now, no one with level talent has ever performed poorly. Then Zheng Yu will be the first underperforming level professional. Someone mocked. Even if I had level talent, I wouldn't choose to be a summoner. Do you really think a talent can save a profession? I'll see how high he can level up as a summoner. Putting level talent on a summoner is a total waste. Another person agreed. It would be better off with me. Tao Qian rolled his eyes and stopped arguing. He thought to himself, keep being bitter, see how far that gets you. Being level talent yourself. What right do you have to mock Zheng Yu's level talent? Just then, Tao Qian noticed that the students who had been bad-mouthing Zheng Yu were getting up and walking in a certain direction. It turned out Zheng Yu had finished the registration process and was now surrounded by enthusiastic classmates. Those who had said the harshest things were now all smiles, approaching him. Class president, with our relationship, you've got to look out for me in the future. Level talent. Don't forget about us when you make it big. Tonight, it's my treat. One student said warmly. Let's celebrate Yu's awakening of level talent. Everyone come to my dad's restaurant. I'll get him to open the best vintage mythology. Watching this scene, Tao Qian felt a surge of emotion. How quickly their attitudes changed. Just moments ago, they were talking trash behind his back, and now they were sucking up to him. In front of him, they acted like best friends, but behind his back, they were filled with envy. Moments ago, they said being a summoner was worse than being a dog, and now they were shamelessly asking for his protection. At that moment, Tao Qian suddenly understood what it meant to grow up. This was the way of the adult world. No matter how much you might resent someone inside, you can't show it on the outside. After all, even though Zheng Yu is a summoner, his level talent is undeniable. No one can guarantee he won't grow into a powerful professional in the future. By then, it would be too late to try to get close to him. Tao Qian ultimately transitioned into a martial monk, fortunately acquiring a level talent. Although it wasn't the top tier level, he seemed quite content. Once Tao Qian completed his transition, Zheng Yu didn't linger in the sanctuary and set off for home. As a summoner, Zheng Yu was well aware of the rarity of his profession. Among the tens of millions of job changers in the entire Juzhou, the number of summoners was less than 100, and most of them hadn't pursued the professional path. Without a guild, there were no mentors to guide him. Everything needed to be figured out on his own. Zheng Yu only waited for Tao Qian to complete his transition because he knew who his true brother was. Upon returning home, Zheng Yu skillfully navigated around the piles of scattered trash and entered his room. This was a relief house assigned by the state to impoverished households, and the only place he could call home. Ever since he crossed over to this world, Zheng Yu discovered that his parents were nowhere to be found, leaving only his grandfather to raise him. 2 years ago, his grandfather passed away due to illness, and this relief house became Zheng Yu's solitary abode. Despite the small size of the room, Zheng Yu maintained good hygiene habits, keeping it tidy and cozy. Though he didn't spend much time with his grandfather in this world, he made sure to bury him respectfully, giving closure to this body. His solitary life afterward was not much different from his previous life, and Zheng Yu didn't feel much discomfort. After a simple dinner, Zheng Yu focused on the important matters. He pulled up his attribute panel and carefully examined his stats. Name, Zheng Yu. Title, none. Profession, summoner. Level, 100 experience points needed for next level. Health, 1,100. Mana, 110. Strength, 11. Intelligence, 13. Agility, 11. Remaining free attribute points, 5. Skills, contract formation, summon beast berserk. Summon beast space. No contracted summon beast current contract capacity. 1. Talents, demon contract, steward's heart. Equipment, none. The panel displayed not the hex deck enhancement runes, but the newly drawn prismatic level demon contract and silver level steward's heart. This level talent seen by the staff and class advisor was the display of the demon contract. However, Zheng Yu had a vague feeling that the abilities of the demon contract might not be limited to just its level talent. This talent could consume maximum health to exchange for the talent of a summoned beast, but the prerequisite was to first have a summoned beast. Looking at the empty summoned beast space, Zheng Yu turned around and rummaged through his room, eventually finding a book titled A Beginner's Guide to Playing as a Summoner among a pile of dusty books. This book had clearly been forgotten for a long time, with not a single page turned. Zheng Yu had never considered becoming a summoner before, so he had no interest in the book. Now, he knew nothing about how to contract a summoned beast or how to develop, truly starting from scratch. With a self-deprecating smile, Zheng Yu opened the first page of the textbook, only to be met with a discouraging statement. Please give up on the summoner profession. If you truly have no choice but to become a summoner, then prepare yourself for factory work. Because this book won't be of much help. Zheng Yu was stunned, thinking, is this really a textbook? How can it be so blunt? With doubts in mind, he continued to flip through the book, finishing the over 100-page textbook in less than 10 minutes. The reason was simple. The content was incredibly sparse. Apart from the first few pages introducing how to contract a summoned beast, the rest were mostly pictures and information about summoned beasts, accompanied by some meaningless comments, barely filling the book. At the end of the textbook, Zheng Yu saw the author's vision for the summoner profession. Summoners and their summoned beasts are not merely in a skill-user relationship, but a partnership that grows together. Summoned beasts, like creatures sealed by skills, assist in battles through contracts and grow alongside the summoner. The attack power and skill damage of summoned beasts are closely related to the summoner, meaning the summoner's talent directly influences the potential of the summoned beasts. Conversely, if a summoner possesses extremely high talent, it is possible to cultivate summoned beasts to a level that can rival other professions. Of course, it's just my own fantasy. Zheng Yu looked at the summoner's career guide in his hand and couldn't help but shake his head and smile wryly. The author's words, Zhang Anquan, still echoed in his ears. To all summoners and young people about to become summoners, let go of this fantasy. If you have such talent, why not choose other careers that grow faster? Aren't warriors and mages more appealing? Give up early, get treated early, get a job early, make money early, and avoid 40 years of detours. The fact that this book could be chosen as a textbook shows how unpopular summoners are. But thinking about it, there's really nothing much to teach about being a summoner. Unlike warriors, who need to decide whether to follow the path of vitality or berserking, whether to balance offense and defense, or focus solely on damage output. Each path requires careful selection of skills, allocation of skill points, attribute points, equipment, and even which abyssal area to farm. One wrong choice can lead to a detour. This is why textbooks and professional courses exist. Zheng Yu sighed, opened his computer, and navigated to the temple website built by the Division of Justice. He went straight to the store section and began searching for summoned beast skill books. Despite the scarcity of summoner players, there were quite a few summoned beast skill books for sale online. Most sellers had the mindset of it's useless to keep them, listing them on the site doesn't cost a fee, maybe some fool will buy them. After some filtering, Zheng Yu finally found a skill book for a level 0 summoned beast summon goblin. It was a one-time use item. After learning it, the skill book would disappear, and the summoner would get a trainable goblin. The price was only 500 yuan, astonishingly cheap. To put it in perspective, even a potion that adds 200 health points costs 1,000 yuan a bottle. This is probably the only advantage of being a summoner. Zheng Yu laughed self-deprecatingly. Cheap prices. Because no one buys them. They are cheap. He saw that a tradable skill for warriors, a level 0 learning skill like Furious Slash, cost 12,000 yuan. A summoner skill book wasn't even a fraction of that. Since there was only this one level 0 skill book for summoned beasts in the store, it saved him the trouble of choosing. A goblin is better than nothing. Now let's see if the demon contract is any good. Zheng Yu decisively placed the order, and the skill book was directly transferred to his personal inventory through the temple's holy light. Zheng Yu quickly set up the contract format Iona basic skill for summoners. He used the skill book, and a green-skinned goblin appeared in the center of the formation. Unlike other professions, a summoner skill book summons a real creature, not just a skill. Contract. As Zheng Yu's voice fell, the contract formation lit up with a dazzling light. The goblin's initially confused eyes gradually became clear, and it looked at Zheng Yu with a friendly expression. A system prompt immediately sounded. Congratulations. You have successfully signed a contract with Summoned Beast, Goblin. The goblin will be summoned as a skill, and will level up as you do. The summoned beast can wear equipment, and if it dies, the equipment may drop. The summoned beast will not truly die. It will wait for resurrection in the summoner's space. After the contract was successful, a status panel for the goblin appeared in front of Zheng Yu. Summoned Beast, Goblin. Level. 1 levels up with the summoner. Health, 400. Attack. 32.5 13 Summoner's Intelligence, 2.5 Coefficient. Talent. 0 tier, 1 talent point to next upgrade. Skill I. Jumping Smash LV.1. Leaps high and quickly performs a hammer strike, dealing 162.55 32.5 goblins attack damage with a 15 chance to stun the target. Skill 2. Rock Throw LV.1. Accurately throws a rock, dealing 134 32.5 goblins attack damage. Summoned Beast Equipment. None. Looking at these stats, Zheng Yu was speechless. No wonder summoners find it hard to level up. With a goblin of this strength, no one will want to team up with him. Its 400 health points were already much lower than other professions, and although its attack and skill damage were related to his intelligence, the coefficients were too low. A single skill could only deal a bit over 100 damage, not even enough to take down a small monster. What worried Zheng Yu the most was that summoners themselves had almost no combat power and relied entirely on their summoned beasts. And this goblin wasn't exactly inspiring confidence. Let's hope the demon contract is more promising. Zheng Yu pinned his last hope on the demon contract. He opened the demon contract talent and saw the prompt. Sacrifice 10 points of maximum health for 1 talent point. After a moment of thought, Zheng Yu decided to try sacrificing 600 points of his maximum health, gaining 60 talent points. He didn't sacrifice everything. After all, summoned beasts could be resurrected, but if he died, it was game over. Keeping some health would at least ensure some margin for error. Zheng Yu noticed a sign next to the Goblin's talent section. Holding his breath, he clicked on it. Ding! Goblin 0 tier talent evolves to Goblin Warrior 1 tier. The system prompt sounded, and Zheng Yu's heartbeat quickened. The goblin within the contract formation suddenly began to expand, its body growing rapidly. The once short stature shot up to about 1.7 meters, but due to its hunched spine, it still appeared much shorter than Zheng Yu. However, the goblin's muscle definition became strikingly pronounced, and its overall aura significantly enhanced. The coarse cloth it wore vanished, replaced by a set of reflective armor. As the goblin transformed, the data panel updated. Summon creature, Goblin Warrior. Level. 1 increases with summoner's level. Health. 800. Attack power. 39. Summoner's intelligence. 3 coefficient. Skill 3. Warrior Smash LV1. Summon creature equipment. None. Zheng Yu nodded in satisfaction, carefully examining the refreshed data. The comprehensive stat boost and the addition of warrior-type skills pleased him greatly. The health increased to 800, and the hammer and smash skills could now deal over 200 damage each. Although it wasn't enough to solo the abyss, the improvement achieved with just 1 talent point was quite remarkable. Zheng Yu still had 59 talent points and 500 health points available. He decided to continue upgrading. Without hesitation, he clicked the talent plus sign 10 times in a row, and the system responded immediately. Ding! Goblin Warrior Tier 1 Talent Evolution, Elite Goblin Warrior Tier 2. Health, 800 1500. Attack Power, 3952. Summoner's Intelligence, 4 Coefficient. Although he was still 50 talent points short of the next evolution, Zheng Yu was quite pleased with this upgrade. The Elite Goblin Warrior's health now exceeded his own, and the attack coefficient had reached 4. However, this was still not enough. Zheng Yu knew that soloing a dungeon at level 1 was nearly impossible. Except for a few rare hidden classes, other classes had to team up to take on such challenges. In level 1 dungeons, bosses had health in the tens of thousands, making them difficult to kill quickly. Only teamwork could defeat them, which was the main reason for the difficulty of leveling up. The high difficulty of Abyss dungeons made team requirements extremely stringent. In such a scenario, summoners often struggled to find team opportunities. For Zheng Yu, soloing became the only option. With 49 talent points left, just 1 point short of Tier 3, Zheng Yu decided to sacrifice 10 health points to reach 50 talent points. His health dropped to 490 points, but he didn't mind the loss. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu invested all 50 talent points into the goblin. Ding! Elite Goblin Warrior Tier 2 Talent Evolution Goblin Wolf Rider Tier 3. A deep growl emanated from the contract formation. A massive wolf appeared out of thin air, and the elite Goblin Warrior sat firmly on its back, its overall aura surging once again. Health, 1503,000. Attack power, 5265. Summoner's Intelligence, 5 coefficient. With 3000 health and a 5.0 attack coefficient, Zheng Yu was quite satisfied with the results. Although it wasn't enough to kill a boss, it was more than sufficient to handle level 1 dungeon mobs. He believed that as his level increased, the stats would become even more impressive. What excited Zheng Yu the most was that the Goblin Wolf Rider had gained a new skill. Skill 4. Wolf Rider Charge LV1. Effect. The Goblin Wolf Rider charges at the target, delivering a powerful strike that deals 1640-65 Goblin attack power, 25 coefficient damage. 1600 points of damage. In the beginner's area, this was an astonishing number. And this was without any equipment on either Zheng Yu or the Goblin. Zheng Yu began browsing the shop for equipment. It was well known that mages were an expensive class, and summoners even more so. They required the same costly gear but struggled to match mages in damage output. The entire temple store didn't even have a dedicated section for summoner equipment, so Zheng Yu had to search in the mage equipment section. Eventually, he settled on a beginner's staff priced at 6,000 yuan. Equipment name: Beginner's Staff. Equipment level 1. Equipment attributes: Intelligence 10, Strength 2, Mana 50. Equipment source: Level 1 Abyss. Equipment durability: 50-50. Although Zheng Yu felt that spending 6,000 yuan on a beginner's staff that only added 8 intelligence points and had minimal other effects was not worth it, he had no other choice. Unlike in actual games, newly transferred professionals didn't receive any starter packs. This was reality. Everything had to be bought. Standing in front of the gear shop, Zheng Yu felt a sense of relief. Although he had to pay out of pocket, he considered himself lucky compared to the pioneers. He recalled what he learned in history class. The first wave of human adventurers were true trailblazers. They ventured into the abyss with nothing but their bare hands, and the death toll was staggering. Each expedition was a bloody massacre. Things are different now. Zheng Yu casually browsed abyss strategies online, selecting gear suitable for his level. All of this was made possible by the sacrifices of those who came before him. He couldn't help but think of Nan Muyun, the top-ranked player, who was currently exploring the unknown territory of a level 70 dungeon. No human had ever ventured into such a high-level abyss before, and every step Nan Muyun took could be fatal. Driven by curiosity, Zheng Yu searched for summoner equipment. To his delight, he found some for sale. He carefully examined the item details. Summoner gear, Sharp Claw, equipment level 1. Attributes: HP 300, attack 5. Price: 500 yuan. Simple attributes, affordable price. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu made the purchase. He equipped himself with a novice staff and handed the Sharp Claw to his loyal Goblin Wolf Rider. Instantly, his overall combat power saw a noticeable boost. But Zheng Yu knew this was not his limit. He took out his final trump card from his backpack, a silver-grade hex deck enhancement rune known as the Butler's Heart. This rune could add a virtual butler to his team and grant a butler emblem. To his amazement, he discovered that this modified emblem could increase the bond strength of his summoned creatures. He began to imagine, if he could assemble a high bond team, the power of his summons would significantly increase. He even considered luck-based bonds like Fortune and Pirate, wondering if he should try his luck. With anticipation, Zheng Yu activated the Butler's Heart and took out a shimmering Butler emblem. The system immediately displayed the bond information. Butler Bond 2468. Summoned butlers will be promoted to Butler VIPs, evolving into more powerful forms. Current bond activated at 2. Select one summoned creature to evolve into a VIP butler. All butlers gain 20 HP and 20 attack. VIP butler will receive special skill enhancements. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. VIP butler? Special skill enhancements? These new concepts instantly piqued his interest. He was familiar with regular VIPs and the idea of butlers, but a VIP butler goblin? This novel combination filled him with curiosity and excitement. He began to ponder what surprises this mysterious VIP butler goblin might bring. Your goblin wolf rider has been equipped with the steward emblem, activating the two-steward bond. A system notification sounded. You can choose to evolve the goblin wolf rider to VIP steward. Do you wish to proceed with the evolution? Yes, Zheng Yu answered without hesitation, thinking to himself, why would I refuse? That's impossible. Ding! A brilliant light enveloped the goblin wolf rider. Zheng Yu watched intently as the elite goblin warrior mounted on the wolf underwent a remarkable transformation. The goblin now looked like an upper-class noble, though with a certain incongruity. It remained ugly, but its fur was meticulously groomed. Its green face and fangs persisted, yet its eyes exuded a gentlemanly demeanor. Even the giant wolf beneath it had transformed, its fur flowing like that of a well-groomed show dog. Zheng Yu couldn't bear to look directly at this peculiar combination for long, but his attention was soon drawn to the evolved stats. Summon Beast VIP, Steward Goblin Wolf Rider. Level 1 increases with the summoner's level. Health 3,900 3,000 base health, 600 Steward Bond Boost, 300 Sharp Fang Attribute. Attack Power 1202 Summoner's Intelligence, 5.0 Multiplier, 5 Sharp Fang Attribute, 23.0.2 Steward Bond Attribute. Talent Grade 3, 100 points needed for next upgrade. Skill I, Leap Hammer Strike LV.1. Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV.1. Skill 3, Warrior Smash LV.1. Skill 4, Enhanced Wolf Rider Charge LV.1. Summon Beast Equipment, Sharp Fangs. Now that's a summoned beast. Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim. With 3,900 health, it surpassed even the tankiest paladins, and the VIP Steward Enhanced skills were terrifying. Enhanced Wolf Rider Charge could deal 3,000 damage to 3 targets, far exceeding Zheng Yu's pre-sacrifice health of 1,100. Zheng Yu noticed that the previous stone-throwing skill had evolved into Archery Mastery, more befitting an elite warrior. Despite his own maximum health dropping to 490 and being permanently unchangeable, the trade-off for such a powerful summoned beast was well worth it in his eyes. It's time to take a trip to the abyss, Zheng Yu thought to himself. In the southern district of Jianshui City, the once bustling streets were now heavily guarded by the military, transformed into a leveling ground for novice professionals, the Cold Street Abyss. Even in the dead of night, the area was brightly lit and teeming with people. Cold Street Abyss is a level 1 abyss, suitable for professionals below level 10. Those over level 10 who enter without authorization will face the wrath of the Abyss Manager. Screen. Although no one knows who operates the Abyss, these low-level professionals don't care as long as they can level up. For them, conspiracies, grand schemes, and wars with other races are distant concerns. Anyone below level 50 isn't even qualified to be involved in such matters. They had only one goal to level up. The Abyss Hall in Cold Street was buzzing with activity. The air was filled with shouts of team forming, requests for help, and offers of power leveling. The hall's screen continuously scrolled with team advertisements, each costing $100 to display, but that didn't dampen the players' enthusiasm. Zheng Yu looked around and noticed that almost every team was seeking warriors. Some teams didn't even want supports, tanks, or mages, just 5 warriors, creating a scene that looked like a warrior convention. Zheng Yu, a familiar voice called out. He turned to see Tao Qian waving at him from the crowd. Beside Tao Qian stood a dozen classmates, all familiar faces. What took you so long? We've been here forever, Tao Qian said, a hint of complaint in his voice. They had rushed straight to the Abyss Hall from the sanctuary, wasting no time. Have you cleared it? Zheng Yu asked. Tao Qian rolled his eyes. Cleared? No way. No one's forming teams. Zheng Yu frowned. You've been here for hours, and no one's forming teams? Guo Feng and Xu Xiaozhan managed to join teams, Tao Qian explained. They're both warriors with level talents, so they were in high demand. Xu Xiaozhan even bought a 100,000 yuan warrior starter set, and got picked up immediately. Tao Qian went on to describe the warrior starter set, which included 7 items. A beginner sword, shield, armor, shoulder pads, pants, boots, and gloves. These items were usually cheap, but due to the high demand for warriors, their prices had skyrocketed. Why don't you guys try forming a team and going in? Zheng Yu asked, thinking it was a waste of time just waiting around. Tao Qian looked helpless. We're too scared. Didn't you see earlier? A team of complete newbies went in and came out as a pile of minced meat. It was terrifying, although there were guides for the Abyss. Guides were one thing, reality was another. They still needed an experienced player to lead them. I saw a group of level 1 warriors looking for teammates on the big screen just now, Zheng Yu said. Yeah, they're just brave or reckless. If you're not afraid of dying, you can play that way, Tao Qian shook his head. I'm looking to change jobs for a better life, not to die in the Abyss. I'll wait a bit longer. I can't believe that as a level talent monk I can't find a team. Zheng Yu hesitated for a moment. How about I lead you. Tao Qian grinned. That's what I was waiting for. With your level talent, we won't have any trouble finding teammates. Actually, Tao Qian could find a team on his own. Monks were more useful than mages and rangers in the early stages. And with his level talent, he didn't even need to spend money to join a team. He was just waiting for Zheng Yu. With Zheng Yu, their teammates would undoubtedly be strong, making a clear run a certainty. Tao Qian immediately said, let's post a notice and find 2 strong teammates for a quick run. But Zheng Yu interrupted him. I want to compete for the leaderboard. Tao Qian was taken aback, then looked seriously at Zheng Yu. Although he had always supported Zheng Yu, this was no trivial matter. Are you confident? Zheng Yu responded directly. Absolutely. All right then. Tao Qian gritted his teeth and decided to trust Zheng Yu. Competing for the leaderboard meant aiming for the level ranking. Every year on the day of new job changes, the sanctuary opened a leaderboard for new players, tracking their level progress for a month. After a month, the leaderboard would close, and the sanctuary would distribute rewards, with additional rewards at the city and provincial levels. Zheng Yu needed money, and he had already shown his level talent, so he needed to be as high profile as possible to attract more attention. The goal was simple: to earn more money. Zheng Yu had done his homework, understanding the competition methods, timing, and dungeon rewards in advance. To gain more experience quickly, up to 5 players could enter the abyss. The more players, the stronger the monsters, and the more experience gained. Solo runs weren't actually solo. They involved taking 4 low-level teammates who did nothing but cheer. The leader would kill the abyss monsters, and the teammates would just shout encouragement. The leader would get the majority of the experience. The teammates wouldn't even take away experience, but would increase the abyss's difficulty, giving Zheng Yu more experience. This maximized experience gains. Of course, this required sufficient strength. Tao Qian chose to trust Zheng Yu. As soon as Zheng Yu made his decision, Tao Qian shouted to the surrounding crowd, level talent player competing for the leaderboard, looking for 3 support players. First-year students preferred. Hurry up! The WeChat group of Jiangshui City was buzzing with excitement over a new message. Zheng Yu from First High School and Strength Summoner was forming a team to climb the leaderboard. Someone's going for the leaderboard? Who is it? I heard it's in Strength Talent. That's impressive. Does Jiangshui City really have a Strength Professional? The news spread like wildfire, but it was quickly followed by a wave of skepticism. A summoner? In this day and age, someone actually chose to be a summoner. What's the point of him going for the leaderboard? I thought it was a top player, but turns out he's just a poser. Tao Qian, overhearing the chatter, couldn't help but interject. Come on. Even if he's a summoner, he's still in Strength Talent. Why are you all only focusing on the summoner part? He continued, let me put it this way. If Zheng Yu is forming a team, I'd join in a heartbeat. Even as a summoner, and Strength Talent means he's definitely strong. However, a classmate interrupted, but he's aiming for the leaderboard. Do you even know what that means? It means carrying 4 weaklings, hogging the experience, and soloing a level 1 abyss. If he were a warrior, I'd be all in. But he's a summoner, so I don't think he has what it takes, another classmate added. To be blunt, he doesn't have the strength to climb the leaderboard, and might even get himself and the 4 weaklings killed because of his arrogance. Tao Qian fell silent for a moment before nodding. You have a point. Damn, I thought I could catch a break. Despite the buzz around the message, no one was willing to join Zheng Yu's team. Everyone was watching from the sidelines, and most were skeptical of his abilities. Seeing this, Tao Qian grew frustrated. Damn, these blind fools. He turned to his classmates, only to find them quietly stepping back. This sight only made Tao Qian angrier. Gritting his teeth, he said, forget it. I won't rely on these cowards. I'll send a broadcast message to see if there are any brave souls out there. Zheng Yu stood by, silently observing. He understood their concerns. After all, following him into the abyss without seeing his strength first did require some courage. Tao Qian quickly sent out a broadcast message. Strength Talent Professional aiming for the leaderboard, looking for 3 weaklings. First high school professionals preferred. Act fast. The message immediately drew a flood of private messages, inquiring about the situation and the price. But when they learned that the team leader, Zheng Yu, was a summoner, most went silent. At that moment, an assassin named Kuing privately messaged Zheng Yu. Kuing assassin, are you really in Strength Talents? Zheng Yu summoner, yes. Kuing assassin, can you lower the price? I'm really broke. How about 5,000? Zheng Yu turned to Tao Qian. What's the market price for carrying someone through a level 1 abyss? 15,000, Tao Qian replied. Even though they're weaklings, the experience they gain isn't trivial, so the price stays the same. Zheng Yu nodded and messaged Kuing. All right, apply to join. Kuing quickly joined the team and asked if she could bring a friend along. Zheng Yu agreed. On the side, Ku Ying's friend Wen Renqing Yu was a bit worried. Xiaoying, are you really going to join this team? Isn't it too risky? A lot of people don't dare to join. Ku Ying didn't say anything. She just opened her mobile banking app and showed her pitiful balance. This is all I have left. Unless you have a better idea, they had been trying to form a team for a day, but no one was willing to team up with assassins unless they paid. Moreover, they were both assassins. Kuing reassured her, trust my judgment. I don't think anything will go wrong. Think about it. This Jingyu guy is in strength talent. Geniuses are the least likely to take risks. Only desperate ordinary people would take reckless chances. The higher the talent, the more they value their lives. Besides, where else can you find such a cheap team? One Ren Qingyu, though somewhat convinced by Kui Ying's reasoning, couldn't help but say, let's hope so. I really hope this isn't our last abyss. Kui Ying's smile carried a hint of carefreeness, starkly contrasting Wen Ren Qingyu's pessimism. There's always a risk, she said, her eyes gleaming with wisdom. Teaming up might be even more dangerous. You can't be sure if your teammates are reliable unless it's a well-coordinated team that's been working together for a long time. She continued her analysis. Bringing in newcomers also has its pitfalls. What if they make mistakes? At least Zheng Yu has level talent, which might make him more dependable than others. Kuing elaborated on why it's difficult for professionals to level up. The key issue with the Abyss dungeons is that you can't exit quickly. If you encounter danger, you must disengage from combat to leave. You either have to disappear from the monster's sight or kill the monsters in front of you, both of which are extremely challenging. Her tone grew serious. A single mistake, and you'll be entangled by the Abyss monsters, unable to escape, leading to death. She mentioned some safety measures. Of course, resurrection items and teleportation tools can help, but they are exorbitantly priced. Newbies can't afford them, and even advanced professionals might struggle to pay for them. She concluded, so there are only three types of new professionals who can level up quickly. Those who are reckless, those who are exceptionally strong, and those who are wealthy. Kuing glanced in Zheng Yu's direction. Others, like Zheng Yu, who feared dying in the abyss, must find a good team. But good teams don't want them, so they awkwardly wait for an opportunity. Today, they're probably trying their luck. In a few days, they might pay someone to help. After all, 15,000 may be a lot, but most families can scrape it together if they try hard enough. After Kuing and Wen Renqingyu entered, Tao Qian called over a friend. He was a tall and muscular young man, looking significantly older than Tao Qian and Zheng Yu. Tao Qian introduced him to Zheng Yu. This is my coach, Wu Zong. He's 3 years older than me and also graduated from our school. Like me, he's a monk, but due to financial difficulties, he's still at level 1. Then he introduced Zheng Yu to Wu Zong. This is our team leader with level talent. Zheng Yu nodded in acknowledgement. Wu Zong's eyes showed a hint of hesitation, especially when he saw the team composition. A summoner, 2 monks, and 2 assassins, all at level 1. Such a lineup made him uneasy. If they had a warrior or a healer, it would be much better. But returning to the professional path had always been Wu Zong's dream. He just needed a chance. He gritted his teeth and decided to take the gamble. Even if Zheng Yu had issues, he was confident he could use his years of training to disengage from combat and exit the abyss. The most crucial factor was the low cost, only 5,000. For Wu Zong, whose monthly salary was just over 3,000, this was a rare opportunity. If it were the original price of 15,000 per attempt, he would have to save for half a year. Pursuing a professional path would incur even greater costs later. And since he wasn't in a money-making warrior profession, he had to be frugal with the money he'd saved over the past 3 years. Thus, a peculiar team was formed, and level talent summoner as the leader, Tao Qian, who trusted Jing Yu, and 3 financially strapped individuals willing to risk it all. I'm going in, Jing Yu said over the team voice chat. The other team members responded. Tao Qian, Monk LV1, let's go. Kuing, Assassin LV1, good luck. Wenren Qingyu, Assassin LV1, ready. Wu Zong, Monk LV1, I'm ready, let's enter. Following the panel's instructions, Zheng Yu selected the cold street abyss. 5 beams of light descended, and Zheng Yu, Tao Qian, Kuing, Wenren Qingyu, and Wu Zong disappeared instantly. As soon as Zheng Yu vanished, his classmates started buzzing with conversation. Zheng Yu really found 4 nobodies. Is he seriously aiming for the leaderboard? I thought he was joking. Let's wait and see. Will Zheng Yu come out lying down, or will he surprise us all? We'll have to wait until tomorrow. The fastest time for the Cold Street Dungeon is 4 hours and 41 minutes. Since Zheng Yu is a summoner, it might take longer. I'm guessing 8 hours. Getting through would already be impressive. I bet they won't make it. That'll be interesting. The first level talent dying in a level 1 Abyss dungeon. Now that's news. Can't you wish better for him? Zheng Yu is the only level talent in Jiangshui City. It's a kind of honor. It's not my honor. Why should I care? If I had level talent, I'd do better than him. Exactly a summoner? How far can he go? They wouldn't dare say these things in front of Zheng Yu, but in his absence, they freely vented their jealousy. While this group was speaking without restraint, Zheng Yu and his team had already entered the cold street abyss. A gust of cold wind swept through, bringing with it a bone-chilling cold. "It's freezing," Tao Qian shouted, fumbling to pull a coat from his inventory and wrap it around himself. Beside him, Zheng Yu was already prepared, swiftly donning a military coat, gloves, and a thick hat, bundling up tightly. Zheng Yu scanned the surroundings, his gaze landing on the two female assassins in their group. Ku Ying was petite and youthful-looking. If it weren't for the age restrictions on job changes, he might have mistaken her for a minor. Wenren Qingyu, on the other hand, had the lively aura of a high school graduate, brimming with youthful energy. The presence of these two different types of beauties undoubtedly added a touch of brightness to the oppressive abyss dungeon. Turning to Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wenren Qingyu, Zheng Yu asked, "You know the rules, right?" Wu Zong nodded silently. Ku Ying, more talkative, responded immediately, "Yes, we just watch. You handle the monsters and clear the dungeon. We won't pick up items, wander around, interfere, or steal kills." Wenren Qingyu, her eyes sparkling with curiosity, couldn't help but ask, "We know the rules, but I'm really curious. How is a summoner like you going to solo an abyss dungeon?" A confident smile appeared on Zheng Yu's face. "How else? With summoned beasts, of course." As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a summoning circle appeared in the air. Howl! A deafening wolf's howl emanated from the circle. As the light of the summoning circle faded, a massive wolf materialized before them. Even more astonishing, an elite goblin warrior sat steadily atop the giant wolf. The goblin warrior's demeanor left everyone wide-eyed. It bowed respectfully to Zheng Yu, its movements as refined and precise as a gentleman's. Then, it politely nodded towards Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu, as if partaking in a formal social event. Tao Qian exclaimed, "Wow, this goblin has more class than I do." Wu Zong bluntly replied, "No need to wonder. It does have more class, like a noble gentleman." Ku Ying curiously examined the unusual duo, her astonishment evident. However, her gaze seemed a bit too direct, causing the giant wolf to glare at her in displeasure. The goblin immediately patted the wolf's head, seemingly calming it, as if to say, "Don't be rude to the lady." The surreal scene left everyone in disbelief. Even more shocking was the powerful aura the goblin and wolf exuded, making it clear they were not to be trifled with. Woe 3900 HP, 120 attack power. Tao Qian finally noticed the goblin's stats and gasped. While 3900 HP was impressive, it was within the realm of possibility. After all, tank classes like paladins had over 3000 HP at level 1. What truly shocked him was the 120 attack power. Glancing at his own meager 13 strength, Tao Qian calculated that even his strongest slash would only deal around 200 damage. Yet, this goblin's basic attack power alone was 120. "Brother you weren't exaggerating after all," Tao Qian genuinely marveled. Just the goblin wolf rider stats alone convinced him that their dungeon run was likely secure. Zheng Yu looked puzzled. "You thought I was exaggerating, yet you still followed me in?" Tao Qian chuckled. "I might think my buddy is exaggerating, but that doesn't mean I don't trust him." At that moment, the sound of ice cracking echoed from the surrounding cold street. Crack, crack, crack. From both sides of the street, frozen corpses slowly stood up, advancing towards the group. Abyss monster data instantly appeared before them. Frozen corpse. Level, LV1. HP, 500. Attack, 20. Skill I bite. Skill 2, slow aura. As the frozen corpses emerged, the temperature plummeted further. Tao Qian, Ku Ying, and the others instinctively moved behind Zheng Yu, both to avoid stealing experience and for their own safety. Though each frozen corpse had only 500 HP and 20 attack power, their numbers were not to be underestimated. In mere seconds, nearly 7 or 8 frozen corpses had appeared along the street. The four held their breath, eyes fixed on the imminent battle. The elite goblin warrior drew a longbow from its back, sitting motionless atop the giant wolf. Calmly, it pulled back the bowstring, aimed at the nearest frozen corpse, and released. Whoosh! The arrow flew through the air, hitting its target with pinpoint accuracy. Crack! The arrow pierced the frozen corpse with a crisp, shattering sound. The corpse collapsed, its head exploding. A damage number floated up from the corpse's head. Killed frozen corpse LV1, gained 7 experience points. Whoa! Even the usually silent Wu Zong couldn't help but exclaim at the sight of the damage number. It's really too high. The arrow shot by the goblin warrior seemed ordinary to Ku Ying and Wenren Qingyu, but it was actually a masterpiece of the archery mastery skill. The arrow pierced through the air and exploded into a bloom of blood on the frost corpse, dealing nearly 700 points of damage. The frost corpse fell to the ground, its life extinguished like a candle in the wind. This astonishing scene made Ku Ying and Wenren Qingyu exchange a glance, their eyes filled with surprise and joy. They had placed their bets correctly. This summoner was indeed a powerhouse. With this kind of speed in taking down frost corpses, breaking the record seemed inevitable. They recalled watching other players' challenge videos. Those players often had to carefully maneuver around the frost corpses. The annoying slow aura of the frost corpses usually made it difficult for the warriors to move. Even with 500 points of health, it wasn't something an average warrior could handle with a single skill combo. Clearing the first wave of 12 frost corpses typically required about half an hour of kiting and fighting. However, the current scene was entirely different. In just a few dozen seconds, the goblin warrior had fired 4 arrows in rapid succession, each one precisely taking down a frost corpse. At this rate, it wouldn't take more than 3 minutes to clear 12 frost corpses. This is unbelievable. Wen Qingyu was amazed, her prejudice against summoners vanishing instantly, replaced by deep confusion. Are summoners really this strong? Why does everyone say they're weak? Nearby, Tao Qian overheard her muttering and smugly interjected, "It's not that summoners are strong. It's that my buddy is strong." Meanwhile, Zhengyu was silently calculating the damage. According to the skill coefficients, an archery mastery shot could theoretically deal 600 points of damage. Considering the frost corpse's armor and level, the actual damage should be reduced. But how did this shot deal over 700 points? Could it be a headshot? Zhengyu speculated. The frost corpses moved slowly, almost like stationary targets, allowing the goblin warrior to easily aim for vital points. A single shot, and it was a bullseye. The battle continued, with system notifications flashing incessantly. Killed Frost Corpse LV1, gained 8 EXP. Killed Frost Corpse LV1, gained 9 EXP. Killed Frost Corpse LV1, gained 8 EXP. Killed Frost Corpse LV1, gained 7 EXP. The Frost Corpses couldn't even get close to the goblin before being shot down by a barrage of arrows. The last arrow hit the final Frost Corpse squarely between the eyes. Killed Frost Corpse LV1, gained 8 EXP. Immediately, an exciting system notification popped up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level LV1, LV2. EXP needed for next level 200. HP 410, 510. Mana 160, 170. Intelligence 23, 26. Strength 13, 14. Leveled up. Zhengyu felt a surge of joy. Leveling up meant an increase in maximum health, and with more experience, he could continue to enhance his summon creature's talents. The area of the cold street abyss was vast and boundless. Zhengyu and his party stood at the entrance, facing the frost-covered street ahead. They knew that to find the boss deep within, they first had to traverse this frozen wasteland. Following the abyss guide, Zhengyu led the team to kill 8 cold corpses before stopping at the first intersection. The guide mentioned that a level 4 cold corpse lurked in a nearby shop, and passing by recklessly could lead to an ambush from both the abyssal monsters ahead and the cold corpse. For the students of Jiangshui City, memorizing the cold street guide was almost a required course. Zhengyu had ingrained this information in his mind, as if he had memorized the difficulty of Shu roads. As they waited, the air grew colder. Suddenly, the ground began to freeze, making a crisp crack-crack sound. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, a massive cold corpse slowly emerged from the shop. The attributes of the abyssal monster cold corpse appeared before everyone. Level LV.4. Health 2000. Attack 80. Skill I. Bite. Skill 2. Slow Aura. Skill 3. Ice Axe Throw. The cold corpse let out a low growl, as if warning the intruders. Immediately, there was a commotion from the surrounding shops, and a dozen more cold corpses emerged from the shadows. Holy crap! That many? Tao Qian exclaimed. Wu Zong also sighed. No wonder so many teams refused to take me along back then. I really wouldn't have been much help. For both Tao Qian and Wu Zong, who was 3 years older, this was their first time setting foot in the abyss in person. Previously, they had only seen it through videos and online images. They had thought those who refused to team up were overly cautious and those who perished in the abyss were clumsy. But now, experiencing it firsthand, they truly understood the terror of the abyss. Tao Qian, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and Wen Qingyu quickly retreated from the battlefield, moving away from the level 4 cold corpse. Still shaken, Tao Qian said, I finally understand why people doubted Zhengyu could rank. With just this level 4 cold corpse, we level 1 rookies stood no chance. Good thing we pulled back quickly. Wu Zong nodded in agreement. If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't have come in knowing you weren't confident either. He then chuckled, but I'm glad I did. Who would have thought a summoner could be this strong? Despite the formidable strength of the level 4 cold corpse, it faced goblin wolf riders that could easily deal over 700 points of damage. The summoned creature barely moved, simply standing still and shooting arrows, yet it had already taken down a large number of cold corpses. So impressive. Even when Ren Qingyu, who had always been skeptical of summoner Zhengyu, couldn't help but praise. Looking at the attributes of the level 4 cold corpse, she asked, I really wonder, can those paid warriors outside actually defeat this cold corpse? Lounging in a chair nearby, Zheng Yu explained, don't underestimate them. Although this cold corpse seems formidable, with 80 attack power, a single skill can only deal 4 to 500 damage. The warriors who charge to guide newbies usually team up in pairs or more, and they have paladins or priests to assist. While they can't one-shot the cold corpse, they can kite it due to its low agility. Despite Zheng Yu's detailed explanation, when Ren Qingyu was only concerned with one thing. Why are you here too? Zheng Yu shrugged. Why can't I be here? When Ren Qingyu replied, you can, but it's strange. It feels like the Goblin Wolf Rider is leading us, not you. Away from the battle zone, they honestly watched. Unexpectedly, the one supposed to lead them was also there, lounging more comfortably than they were. Zheng Yu had somehow procured a reclining chair and was lying on it leisurely. Zheng Yu chuckled. You're right. It is the Goblin Wolf Rider leading you. I'm a summoner, after all. For those who had never encountered a summoner before, the experience of being carried by a summoned beast alongside the team leader was indeed novel. Tao Qian stared curiously at Zheng Yu's lounge chair and asked, where did you get that lounge chair? Zheng Yu casually replied, I brought it from home. There's plenty of space for stuff anyway. Just one. Tao Qian pressed further. Yeah, just one. But I have another one at home. I'll bring it for you next time, Zheng Yu said generously. Tao Qian nodded approvingly. Sure, this chair looks quite comfortable. Zheng Yu continued, it's all right. I'm planning to bring my bean bag chair next time. By the way, do you want some coffee? Tao Qian asked in surprise. You have hot water? I filled a flask beforehand, Zheng Yu explained. They say it's pretty cold in the cold street abyss, so I thought hot water would be necessary. Tao Qian laughed. You sure know how to enjoy life. As Tao Qian and Zheng Yu chatted so leisurely, the other three people had strange expressions on their faces. Such a conversation would be perfectly normal under ordinary circumstances, but in the current setting, it seemed completely out of place. Wu Zong couldn't help but ask, is this really the abyss? It feels like you two are on vacation. Did you even bring tea? Kuing chimed in. Zheng Yu looked up and asked, do you guys want some hot tea? Wu Zong, Kuing, and when Ren Qingyu exchanged glances and eventually nodded. Sure, why not? Thus, an extremely incongruous scene unfolded in the cold street abyss. At the front, Goblin Wolf Riders were shooting and killing cold corpses with precision, the battle raging fiercely. At the back, a group of young people leisurely sipped tea and chatted. This scene was even more unbelievable than the goblin's gentlemanly demeanor. Zheng Yu lounged in his chair, sipping tea, while his experience points skyrocketed. System notifications kept flashing. Killed Cold Corpse LV1, gained 9 XP. Killed Cold Corpse LV1, gained 8 XP. Killed Cold Corpse LV1, gained 9 XP. As the level increased, the goblin's precise archery also significantly improved. It quickly wiped out all the nearby cold corpses. Finally, a level 4 cold corpse couldn't stay still any longer. It hurled a spinning ice axe at the goblin. Whoosh! The ice axe whizzed past but missed the target. The goblin had already put away its bow and leaped, not only dodging the ice axe, but also landing directly in front of the level 4 cold corpse. The hammer in its hand smashed down on the cold corpse's head. Boom! With a loud crash, the leaping hammer strike knocked off more than half of the cold corpse's health. The attack coefficient of this skill was comparable to the archery shot, but since it hit a vital spot, the actual damage was higher than a ranged attack. Struck on the head by this precise blow, the cold corpse was instantly stunned. Already slow, it now couldn't move at all. The goblin warrior seized the opportunity, its right arm muscles bulging, and its hammer ready to strike. Boom! Another loud crash, and the heavy hammer hit the target dead on. This strike split the level 4 cold corpse in two, with the damage even overflowing. The system notification sounded again. Killed Cold Corpse LV4, gained 72 XP. Zheng Yu's experience points surged, and he estimated that another wave of cold corpses would level him up to 3. He thought to himself, leveling up in the early stages is indeed quick. You can usually reach level 4 just by clearing a simple dungeon. And, with his method of tagging along, the leveling speed was astonishing. Tao Qian was so shocked by what he saw that he spilled half his tea. Holy cow! 1,750 damage. Isn't this goblin supposed to be a beginner summon? How is it this OP? Kuing was equally surprised. That could probably one-shot a paladin. No need to guess, Wu Zong analyzed. A level 1 paladin might have up to 3,000 HP, but it would probably be dead before it could even get close, thanks to Yu's goblin's archery. While his companions were shocked, Zheng Yu remained calm. He explained, that's a fully charged heavy strike. It would be a waste of the 15 stun chance if the damage wasn't high. The warrior's heavy strike skill, combined with the leaping hammer's stun effect, perfectly allows for a full charge. A 12x coefficient heavy strike, plus various stat bonuses. Hitting this damage is within my expectations. The Goblin Wolf Rider continued to clear out the remaining cold corpses. 14 level 1 cold corpses contributed a total of 112 XP, and combined with the 72 XP from the level 4 cold corpse, Zheng Yu's experience points were nearing the next level. The only disappointment was that the level 4 cold corpse didn't drop any equipment. Defeated a level 1 frozen corpse, gained 8 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level LV.2, LV.3. Experience needed for next level 349 points. Health 510, 640. Mana 170, 180. Intelligence 26, 31. Strength 14, 15. Zheng Yu stepped into the icy street once more, facing a wave of level 1 frozen corpses. He easily dispatched them, and his level increased. At the same time, the Goblin Wolf Rider also leveled up to level 3, with its health skyrocketing to 4,500 and its attack power boosted to 160 points due to Zheng Yu's increased intelligence. With the precision archery skill in play, the Goblin Wolf Rider's arrows dealt 900 damage each, nearly instantaneously killing any frozen corpse that appeared. Zheng Yu and his team advanced effortlessly, moving at an astonishing pace. Occasionally, they encountered level 3 or level 4 frozen corpses, but such instances were rare. In less than an hour, they had already reached the depths of the icy street, the location where the final boss spawns. If it weren't for the vast map requiring them to traverse it and the frozen corpses' slow movements and respawns, their progress would have been even faster. Along the way, Zheng Yu and his team moved at a steady pace, with the Goblin Wolf Rider leading the charge and taking down frozen corpses with a single arrow. No number of frozen corpses could breach their defenses. After all, the frozen corpses weren't much faster than walking speed. This is the final location. Tao Qian pointed to the park center at the end of the icy street and said to Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu nodded and gave a serious command. Let's move. Yes, sir. Everyone responded in unison. Wu Zong took out a grill from his inventory and set it up skillfully. Tao Qian started the fire and asked, Old Wu, are you sure you know how to barbecue? Don't worry. Before I became a coach, I did barbecue for 3 months, Wu Zong replied confidently. All right then, it's all yours, Tao Qian said, relieved. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqingyu didn't idle either, setting up small tables. Wen Rinqingyu brewed tea, while Ku Ying prepared snacks and set the plates. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, leisurely pulled out a recliner and lay down comfortably. Although the wind on the icy street was cold, the heater beside him provided just the right amount of warmth. As Tao Qian tended to the fire, he said, I've checked this place. No frozen corpses will respawn here. We're absolutely safe. They were on the rooftop of a small villa next to the Central Park. Zheng Yu came well prepared, bringing not only tea, but also instant noodles, a grill, snacks, and even meat skewers. Considering that a Deep Abyss run takes at least 3 hours, and that summoners don't need to fight personally, he decided to indulge in some top-tier enjoyment. He nearly emptied his home refrigerator and even borrowed a barbecue grill and heater from an elderly neighbor. Wen Rinqingyu whispered to Ku Ying while making tea, Is it really okay for us to do this? Ku Ying rolled her eyes. Who are we being unfair to? Do you think it's disrespectful to the frozen corpses or that the barbecue won't taste good? Wen Rinqingyu was silent for a moment before saying, It just feels so unreal. Ku Ying agreed. Unreal is an understatement. I never imagined I'd clear the abyss this way. Wu Zong chimed in. If anyone ever says summoners are weak again, I'll be the first to disagree. Tao Qian joined in. I've told you before, it's not the summoner that's strong, it's Zheng Yu. Wu Zong shook his head. No. What I mean is, even the strongest warrior can't clear the abyss while eating barbecue. Can you imagine a warrior lying down and clearing it? Even the war god, Nan Muyin, would be shocked to see this. Tao Qian nodded. Crude but true. Ku Ying, absolutely. Wen Rinqingyu. Brother Wu, let me take a picture after you're done grilling. I'll post it on social media once we leave the dungeon. Zheng Yu heard their conversation and turned to Wen Rinqingyu. Send me the picture too. I'll post it as well. Sure thing. Hey, look here, boss, Wen Rinqingyu said, snapping a photo of Zheng Yu relaxing in the recliner, sipping hot coffee, looking utterly content. She captioned it, Abyss, coffee, barbecue, frozen corpses, and the great Zheng Yu. Just as Tao Qian was still tending the coals, a commotion arose from below. Crack, crack, crack. The continuous sound of ice forming came from the forest in the park's depths. A layer of reflective ice crystals appeared on the ground. Zheng Yu sipped his steaming coffee, overlooking the park below. As a summoner, his role was simple yet indispensable. He had 2 main tasks, issuing commands and finding cover. The rest could be handled by his summoned beasts. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the tranquility. A massive level 5 frost ghoul burst forth, its 2,500 health points and wide area slowing aura intimidating anyone in its path. However, An elite goblin warrior was already standing guard. The bowstring hummed, and arrows whizzed through the air. The first arrow struck the frost ghoul right between the Isa headshot. Nearly a third of the ghoul's health evaporated in an instant. The second and third arrows followed swiftly. With level 3 archery skills, each shot inflicted over 900 points of damage. In the blink of an eye, the fearsome level 5 Frost Ghoul was downed with just 3 arrows. Frost Ghoul LV5 killed, gained 105 experience points. The system notification chimed. Wu Zong, who was grilling meat nearby, couldn't help but marvel at the sight. As a veteran researcher of the Cold Street Abyss, he knew how troublesome a level 5 Frost Ghoul could be. Yet now, it had been annihilated before it could even take a few steps. The power of strength talent was beyond his wildest expectations. The Frost Ghoul army barely had a chance to emerge before facing devastating destruction. Goblin Wolf Riders rained arrows down in a relentless barrage, taking out each ghoul within 3 seconds of appearance. The battle was a one-sided massacre. With the first wave of monsters cleared, Zheng Yu's level shot up to level 4. The system notification popped up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Level LV3 LV4. Experience required for next level, 600 points. Health, 640 810. Mana, 180 190. Intelligence, 31 37. Strength, 15 16 inch. Zheng Yu felt the significance of his level up. Not only had his health significantly increased, but his skill damage had also surged. The boost in intelligence directly enhanced his base damage and skill coefficients. Now, his precise archery could theoretically deal over 1,000 points of damage, far surpassing his peers. What excited Zheng Yu the most was that as long as he stayed hidden, the abyssal monsters couldn't touch him at all. A bold idea began to form in his mind. Should he go Alan? Previously, Zheng Yu had been hesitant. On one hand, he worried that his low health might lead to an untimely death. On the other hand, upgrading his goblin talent from Tier 3 to Tier 4 required 100 talent points, and his health capacity was still lacking. But now, with his level increased, those concerns seemed manageable. Zheng Yu calculated that one more level up should be enough to handle it. Determined, Zheng Yu decided to go all out. For the upcoming challenge in the difficult Cold Street Abyss, he resolved to give it his all and hold nothing back. Delicious. Tao Qian let out a satisfied sigh, like a gluttonous pig. At the outdoor barbecue area in Abyss Central Park, the aroma of grilled meat filled the air. While savoring the food, Zheng Yu commented, "Tisk, the meat is so-so, and the quality of the wine is just okay, but having a meal like this in the Abyss is even more satisfying than outside." Tao Qian took a sip of white liquor, explaining that he brought it for courage because he was quite fearful of death. The barbecue was Wu Zong's handiwork. Hearing Zheng Yu's critique, both men stayed silent, not daring to argue. Downstairs, a group of well-mannered goblins were managing the scattered frozen corpses around the park. Upstairs, boys and girls chatted and laughed, enjoying their barbecue, making it hard to believe they were in the Abyss. While flipping the skewers, Wu Zong explained, "The second wave is over. In 20 minutes, the third wave of frozen corpses and the boss will come out of the forest. Once we deal with them, we can clear the level." One Yu curiously asked, "So why don't we just go into the forest directly?" "You clearly didn't read the strategy guide," interrupted Kuing, who was devouring her food. "In a simple level Cold Street Abyss, just waiting in Central Park is enough. Going into the forest would be a waste of time." "Exactly," Wu Zong added. "Central Park must have something that attracts the frozen corpses, making them gather here on their own. So waiting here is the fastest way to clear the level." "Got it," when Yu nodded while chewing on a skewer, not seeming too concerned. Tao Qian couldn't help but ask, "You don't read the strategy guides at all and still want to be a professional?" One Yu glanced nonchalantly at Kuing beside her. "With a genius like Kuing around, why should I read the guides? I can't understand them even if I do, and I can't remember them even if I understand. So, I might as well not read them." Her unabashed attitude drew admiration from the group. Zheng Yu interrupted the idle chatter. "Let's speed up. We'll finish the battle in 20 minutes, and then leave." "Got it," everyone responded in unison. If Zheng Yu said 20 minutes, it would be exactly 20 minutes, not a second more. For him, the simple level Cold Street Abyss was trivial. At this point, Wu Zong tentatively asked, "You won't be challenging the simple level again next time, right?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "No, I plan to increase the difficulty. If it weren't for the rule that newcomers must first challenge a simple level, he would have chosen a normal or hard level right away." Wu Zong earnestly asked, "According to market rates, it's 100,000 for a normal dungeon run. I've saved up some money over the years, and I can afford it. Can you take me along next time?" He was eager to latch onto Zheng Yu. While his money could get him into any team, Zheng Yu was someone who could break speedrun records. The temple would reward teams that set new records, which was significant for professionals. If you think the price is too low, I can pay more. I can even take out a loan, Wu Zong added nervously. He knew that once they left the abyss and Zheng Yu's record-breaking performance was known, everyone would scramble to team up with him, including those from wealthy backgrounds. But Zheng Yu just smiled and shook his head, making Wu Zong's heart sink. It seemed you could only get a bargain once. Just as Wu Zong was feeling down, Zheng Yu spoke up, 100,000 isn't enough. How about 300,000? Wu Zong was stunned. Even Tao Qian couldn't help but say, bro, that's a bit too expensive. Kuing, however, explained with a wry smile, actually, it's not that expensive. Given Zheng Yu's speed, he could probably set a record even in a normal level dungeon. Many people would be willing to pay 300,000 for a record. One Ren Xingyu just quietly watched Zheng Yu, as if she had figured something out. With an innocent expression, Zheng Yu said, clearing a nightmare-level dungeon, 300,000 isn't expensive, right? It's indeed not expensive, considering the generous rewards for setting a record in a normal-level dungeon. Wait, what? Wu Zong finally realized. When Zheng Yu mentioned the nightmare-level challenge, Wu Zong's eyes lit up immediately. He eagerly nodded, yes, I'm planning to tackle the nightmare level next. I've heard that no one has cleared the nightmare abyss on Cold Street yet. I want to give it a shot. If I succeed, it won't just be the first clear, but also a historical record. A glint of confidence flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. First clear reward. Nightmare dungeon reward. Historical record reward adding up to 300,000. Do you think that's expensive? Wu Zong shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling slightly with excitement. Not expensive at all. But, are you really going to take me? There was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, it was the nightmare level abyss. Zheng Yu smiled and patted Wu Zong's shoulder. As long as you're not scared, I'll take you. Not scared, Wu Zong immediately declared, afraid of missing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Zheng Yu then turned to Kuing and Wen Ren Xingyu. What about you two? Wen Ren Xingyu answered without hesitation. We're in. Not scared. I'll transfer 600,000 to you right away. She turned to Kuing and whispered, come on, you were willing to take risks before we knew Zheng Yu's capabilities. And now you're hesitating? Kuing hesitated for a moment, but finally voiced her concern. Why are you still willing to take us? Zheng Yu's answer surprised everyone. It's simple. I don't want others to take advantage. His tone carried a hint of coldness. I'm a very petty person. Those who treated me poorly before can forget about associating with me now. The first clear record of the nightmare abyss on Cold Street won't go to them. Looking at the three in front of him, his tone softened. Besides, each of you has your strengths, you follow the rules, and you look decent. Why would I give myself unnecessary trouble? One Ren Xingyu and Ku Ing immediately chimed in. Exactly. Let them regret it. At that moment, a deafening roar echoed from deep within the forest. Everyone turned warily towards the sound. Zheng Yu whispered, the last wave of cold corpses is coming. The abyss monster boss, Frost Corpse, has finally emerged in the abyss of Cold Street. Standing nearly 2.5 meters tall, its massive body is encased in thick ice armor. Accompanying it are 2 level 5 Frost Corpses, 2 level 4 Frost Corpses, and a horde of about 20 level 1 Frost Corpses. The Frost Corpse boss glared at the Goblin Wolf Riders and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, a bone-chilling cold spread through the surroundings, causing the ground, trees, and even the air to freeze. The cold was so intense that it affected Zheng Yu and others watching from upstairs, rendering their heaters useless as the temperature plummeted. This level 7 Frost Corpse boss has an astounding 11,000 HP, 150 attack power, and 4 powerful skills. Level 3 Slow, Aura, Ice Shockwave, Enhanced Ice Armor, and Summon Horde. Such high HP is truly intimidating. Zheng Yu instructed the Goblin Wolf Riders, break the ice armor first, then charge. He was concerned that the Goblin Wolf Riders might waste all their skills on the ice armor. The elite Goblin Warrior took the initiative, aiming its bow. As a versatile summon beast, the Goblin Wolf Rider excels in both melee and ranged combat, boasting high HP and the great mobility of its giant wolf. Despite its unappealing appearance, it benefits from the VIP Steward Bond effect. The arrow hit the Frost Corpse boss's ice armor precisely, leaving only a crack without causing substantial damage. This was within Zheng Yu's expectations, as the strategy guide indicated that the ice armor could block any 3 attacks and refresh every 30 seconds. This protective layer is why many professionals hesitate and why the Abyss dungeon takes so long to clear. Facing a Frost Corpse with over 10,000 HP, novice professionals can only slowly chip away at its health, and the ice armor makes it even more challenging. Typically, a well-configured team without high-level professionals would need 5 hours to kill a single Frost Corpse. Therefore, for pure novices, clearing the easy-level Cold Street dungeon in 8 hours is considered excellent, and soloing it to achieve this time is a testament to one's strength. Most leaderboard records are set by level 10 professionals. The Goblin Warrior fired 2 consecutive arrows, finally breaking through the ice armor. Enraged, the Frost Corpse boss roared, and the surrounding Frost Corpses accelerated, charging at the Goblin Warrior. Facing the swarm of Frost Corpses, the Goblin Warrior remained calm, like a seasoned veteran, shooting steadily and swiftly. Despite its large size, the giant wolf moved nimbly, easily dodging incoming ice axes while keeping the rider stable for precise shots. Zheng Yu and the others watching couldn't help but admire the ease of controlling a summoner. Wu Ge, however, was reminded that he couldn't switch to a summoner class due to his intelligence score being just 0.1 points short. In a flash, the Goblin Wolf Rider leaped into the air, pouncing on a level 4 Frost Corpse. With a loud bang, the Frost Corpse's head shattered, killing it instantly. The Goblin Warrior didn't pause, firing 3 more arrows that directly reduced the Frost Corpse boss's HP by 3,000. Enraged, the Frost Corpse boss roared and unleashed a wave of cold, causing the ground to tremble. This was its ice shockwave skill with a wide range. Although the Goblin Wolf Rider was hit, and the giant wolf's fur was covered in ice, it easily withstood the attack thanks to its high 4,900 HP. A wolf's howl pierced the silence as the Goblin Wolf Rider unleashed its ultimate skill Wolf Rider charge. The frozen corpse had just finished casting a skill and was briefly immobilized. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, the Wolf Rider, enhanced by the VIP Butler Bond, instantly upgraded the charge skill to VIP level. Not only did the damage multiplier skyrocket, but it also allowed the rider to target 3 enemies simultaneously. The Wolf Rider shot forward like an arrow, with spectral wolves appearing on either side. The 3 figures surged ahead, their thunderous gallop echoing loudly. Boom! With a deafening crash, the Goblin Wolf Rider and its spectral wolves collided with the boss Frozen Corpse and 2 level 5 Frozen Corpses. The 2 level 5 Frozen Corpses were instantly shattered, and system notifications popped up. Defeated Frozen Corpse LV5, gained 110 XP. Defeated Frozen Corpse LV5, gained 104 XP. Although the boss Frozen Corpse wasn't instantly killed, it lost half its health from the impact. A staggering damage value of nearly 5,000 points flashed on its body, an impressive feat, even though it didn't surpass the 5,000 mark due to level suppression. The Goblin Wolf Rider gave the boss no time to recover. As soon as the charge ended, it swiftly turned and fired 3 arrows in quick succession, shattering the Frozen Corpse's newly restored ice armor with precision. At the moment the ice armor broke, the Goblin Wolf Rider switched weapons, leapt into the air with a giant hammer, and smashed down on the Frozen Corpse's head. The upgraded level 4 Leap Hammer Strike skill had a stun chance increased to 19, and each attack seemed to have a luck bonus, always triggering the stun effect. Taking advantage of the Frozen Corpse's stunned state, the Wolf Rider gathered its strength, pulling the hammer back as far as possible. Just as the Frozen Corpse began to recover from the stun, a powerful, all-out strike was already roaring towards it. Whoosh! The hammer cut through the air with a sharp whistling sound. Bang! The fully charged warrior's strike landed heavily on the Frozen Corpse's head. Crack! The Frozen Corpse's head shattered like a frozen watermelon. This blow dealt an astonishing 3,000 points of damage, and combined with the previous attacks, totaled exactly 10,000 damage, instantly killing the boss Frozen Corpse. Tao Qian and the others were left speechless by the sight. They were accustomed to the Goblin Wolf Rider's strength, but a single hit dealing 5,000 points of damage was still hard to believe. Such damage was difficult to achieve even for the highest damage hidden class swordsman, let alone a level 4 summoner. Seeing such incredible output, Wu Zong, Ku Ying, and when Rinchen Yu felt a surge of confidence for their upcoming Nightmare Abyss challenge. With such damage and tanking ability, the simple Abyss dungeon seemed like a breeze for Zheng Yu. With a bit of caution and some strategic maneuvering, even the Nightmare Abyss didn't seem so insurmountable. Everyone felt a burst of joy, excited at the prospect of becoming the first team in Jiangshui City to clear the Nightmare Cold Street Abyss. To think they were previously considered an overlooked and unpopular class. System notifications continued to pop up. Defeated boss Frozen Corpse LV7. Gained 521 XP. Congratulations! You have obtained Ice Armor LV1. Congratulations! You have obtained Novice Mage Boots LV1. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level LV for LV5. A series of attribute increases followed. 446 XP needed to level up. Health 810 1010. Mana 19200. Intelligence 3745. Strength 1617. Agility 1213. Remaining free attribute points 15. Skill panel displayed. Contract formation. Summon Beast Berserk. Summon Beast Space. VIP Butler level Goblin Wolf Rider. Currently contractable quantity 2. Talents. Demon Contract, Butler's Heart. Remaining 2 Hextech Rune enhancement draws. Equipment panel? None. You have cleared the easy level of the Cold Street Abyss and earned rewards. Cold Street Treasure Chest Easy. 300 experience points and 5 health potions 200 HP each. You will be teleported out of the abyss in 1 minute, so get ready. As the system notification ended, when Rin Xingyu looked bewildered and said, "We cleared it already?" Her tone was filled with disbelief. Tao Qian boasted arrogantly. "Abyss? That's it? Ah, what a joke." His voice dripped with contempt. Zheng Yu rolled his eyes and said, "As if you were the one who cleared it." Just before exiting the dungeon, Zheng Yu spoke seriously. "Once we're out, I won't disband the team. Ku Ying and Wenren Qingyu, you two need to get the loans sorted out quickly. I'll wait for you, but be fast. I need to rank up, so we can't waste time resting." Ku Ying and Wenren Qingyu responded in unison. "Got it." In the blink of an eye, the 5 were teleported outside the abyss. It was around 1 a.m., and the Cold Street Abyss Hall was still bustling with people. Many adventurers had even set up tents in the hall, determined to stick around and team up with the top players as soon as they emerged. When Zheng Yu and his team appeared, the hall buzzed with chatter. "Another team has cleared it. Wow, I envy them. Clearing it at this hour means they must have gone in right after their first job change. They're definitely among the top tier. Wait, isn't that Zheng Yu? Don't be ridiculous. Zheng Yu went into the abyss 3 hours ago. You shouldn't be out until at least tomorrow morning. No way, are you blind? Look closely. That's our class president from the next class over." Zheng Yu. Amid the heated discussions, an announcement from the sanctuary interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Attention! Congratulations to the Summoner Squad for breaking the historical record for the Cold Street Abyss Easy level. Clear time, 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian Monk, Wu Zong Monk, Kuing Assassin, Wenren Qingyu Assassin. Rewards, 500 experience points, 1 historical record package for Cold Street Abyss Easy level, and the title Record Holder of Cold Street Abyss Easy level version." The announcement plunged the hall into a stunned silence. Everyone stared at Zheng Yu and his team with a mix of shock and disbelief in their eyes. No way, did he really clear it? And break the record? Are you kidding? How could a summoner pull that off? Some began to question the legitimacy, while many others tried to message Zheng Yu privately. They quickly realized that Zheng Yu had disabled private messages, refusing all incoming requests. This move only fueled their curiosity and speculation, and the hall buzzed with a chorus of murmurs. However, this didn't deter their determination to cozy up to him, especially his former classmates. They crowded around, wearing ingratiating smiles. "You, congratulations," one classmate said enthusiastically. Zheng Yu frowned, his tone indifferent. "Congratulate me for what?" "For breaking the solo record," the classmate explained, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Zheng Yu let out a cold laugh. "I broke the record. What does that have to do with you? What gives you the right to congratulate me?" The classmate's smile froze, and he awkwardly offered a bottle of water. "Ah, you, have some water." "Not thirsty," Zheng Yu flatly refused. Another classmate tried to ease the tension. Have you eaten? How about taking a break? I'll treat you to a meal." "Not hungry," Zheng Yu replied just as coldly. Zheng Yu rejected all attempts at sucking up to him. He thought to himself, "You ignored me before, now you can't even reach my level." Zheng Yu wasn't the forgiving type. He was petty and vengeful. Then, a classmate who claimed to be a warrior approached. I've cleared the Cold Street Abyss once. How about we tackle the normal abyss together next time?" Zheng Yu glanced at him dismissively. "Not happening. You're too weak." "But I'm a warrior," the classmate protested. Zheng Yu retorted, "Does being a warrior make you stronger? Are you saying warriors are weak?" The warrior stammered. "I can tank damage for you, help you deal damage. You've only cleared the easy abyss, but the normal abyss is much harder." Zheng Yu bluntly said, "You wouldn't last. I'm a level 4 warrior with Iron Wall skills. You think I can't hold my own?" The warrior argued. Zheng Yu just nodded. "You definitely can't." The warrior, now angry, snapped. "Ha! You're really full of yourself. Do you think clearing the easy abyss makes you strong? Without a warrior to tank for you, you won't get through the normal abyss. You can't rank without teammates. I've never seen a genius who aims for the leaderboard by just clearing the easy abyss." Facing this sarcasm, Zheng Yu calmly looked at him and said, "Do you know the difference between you and Neza?" "What?" The warrior looked puzzled. "Neza has 3 heads and 6 arms." Zheng Yu paused. "You have 1 head and 2 arms." With that, Zheng Yu turned and entered the tent that Tao Qian had just set up, leaving his classmates dumbfounded. Inside the tent, Tao Qian asked, puzzled, "Why is this different from what I imagined?" Zheng Yu questioned back, "What's different?" Tao Qian looked disappointed. "I thought they would regret not teaming up with you and start beating their chests in frustration." Zheng Yu chuckled. "It's too early for that. This is just the easy abyss. Besides, this is normal. When people start to regret, They try to justify themselves, thinking you cleared the easy abyss, but you won't clear the normal abyss. Those who truly regret not joining me will hold it in, feeling the pain, but not showing it. Just watch. Even if we clear the nightmare abyss, there will still be people saying summoners lose their edge in the late game, and my future looks bleak. Having seen enough online trolls, Zhengyu knew how things worked. So, he decided not to team up with anyone other than Tao Qian and their group of four. That's frustrating, Tao Qian said discontentedly. Zhengyu laughed. You're wrong. Their tough talk is just a facade. When they get home at night, they'll lie in bed, unable to sleep, turning on sad music and starting to feel emo. They'll regret, they'll blame themselves, they'll reflect on their actions. This feeling will be magnified infinitely when we clear the nightmare abyss. Zhengyu continued, especially that warrior. He thinks he's somewhat capable and that being my teammate is an honor. But in some time, he'll regret not lowering his stance when talking to me, regret not choosing to team up with me right away. But you won't see him beating his chest in frustration just like you wouldn't if you were him. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. You're right. If I were him, I'd keep up the tough talk too. Zhengyu suddenly changed the topic. Don't let anyone else into the tent. I need to do something. Don't worry, with me here, no one will disturb you, Tao Qian assured. Tao Qian stood outside the tent, blocking anyone who wanted to talk to Zhengyu. Wu Zong went out to borrow some money from friends due to a shortage of funds. Ku Ying and Wen Rinqingyu went to find a nearby loan shark. Inside the tent, Zhengyu was alone. He was about to level up his strength in preparation for the upcoming nightmare Cold Street Abyss. He claimed his reward for breaking the record. Another 500 experience points. His level increased again. Congratulations. Zhengyu has advanced from level 5 to level 6, significantly boosting his stats. His health has increased from 1010 to 1230, mana from 200 to 210, intelligence from 45 to 53, strength from 17 to 18, and agility from 13 to 14. Even more exciting, he has 17 free attribute points left to allocate. Zhengyu carefully considered how to use these valuable attribute points. With the 10-point intelligence boost from his novice staff, his overall intelligence had reached 53. His health had also surpassed the 1,000 mark again. After weighing his options, he decided to invest all 17 free attribute points in a health to prepare for the upcoming adventures. The benefits of leveling up didn't stop there. His summon beast slots increased to 2, meaning he could now summon a second beast. He quickly crafted a bold plan, not only to upgrade his existing goblin to tier 4, but also to elevate the newly summoned beast directly to tier 2. Enhancing the power of his summoned beast was undoubtedly more valuable than a minor intelligence boost, especially when facing the nightmare-level abyssal monsters ahead. Next, Zhengyu opened his rewards. The first was a Cold Street chest easy level, which could contain Cold Street Abyss equipment, potions, materials, or rare ores. The second was an easy-level historical record gift pack, potentially containing high-level equipment level 5 or high-level potions level 5 from the Cold Street Abyss. With anticipation, Zhengyu opened both chests. From the Cold Street chest, he received a novice warrior armor. The historical record gift pack, however, brought a pleasant surprise: a level 5 silver grade ice crystal pendant. Seeing the silver grade equipment, a smile spread across Zhang Yu's face. In the 9 levels of equipment quality: no grade, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, radiant, legendary, divine, silver grade was already a decent haul for a beginner. The ice crystal pendant had impressive attributes: 25 intelligence and 100 mana. More importantly, it had special effects: 10 ice resistance, reducing ice slow effects by 20, and immunity to freezing once per minute. These attributes and effects were perfect for the upcoming Cold Street dungeon. Zhengyu quickly equipped all available gear. The ice armor dropped by the Cold Corpse boss, adding 300 health and an ice armor effect, and a pair of mage boots adding 150 health and 5 agility. The additional 450 health from these items, though not sacrificable, provided crucial support for his next actions. Without hesitation, Zhengyu allocated all 17 free attribute points to health, each point granting 50 health, for a total of 850 additional health. Now his health reached 2080, plus the 450 from equipment, laying a solid foundation for his next move. Then, Zhengyu made a bold decision: to sacrifice 1,000 health for 100 talent points. He invested all these precious talent points into his Goblin Wolf Rider. The Goblin Wolf Rider quickly evolved from Tier 3 to Tier 4, transforming into a formidable Goblin General. Its base health skyrocketed from 4,000 to 800, and its attack coefficient increased from 5.0 to 6.0. Even more exciting, it gained a new skill: General's Command. With the VIP Steward's Blessing, General's Command evolved into the even more powerful VIP Steward-level General's Command. This skill could summon an 18-member Goblin army, including 2 Goblin Wolf Riders, 5 Goblin Archers, 5 Goblin Berserkers, 5 Goblin Shield Bearers, and 1 Goblin Shaman. This army would fight until all members were defeated before it could be summoned again. Seeing this powerful new skill, Zheng Yu couldn't help but gasp in awe. He felt that the health sacrifice was well worth it. Not only had the goblin upgraded from a rider to a general, but its overall strength had also significantly increased, gaining the ability to command an army on the battlefield. This skill's emergence gave Zheng Yu even more confidence in facing the upcoming nightmare-level abyss. Zheng Yu opened his phone and skillfully navigated to the Sacred Temple Mall. His eyes locked onto the Summoner Skill Book, which had been sitting in his shopping cart for a while. Without hesitation, he clicked buy. A confirmation message popped up on the screen. Summon Fire Sprite Skill Book. Usable at level 5, one-time consumable, disappears after learning. Exclusive to Summoner class, grants a trainable level 0 Fire Sprite. Price: 2,000 yuan. Compared to other classes' level 5 skills costing upwards of 5,000 yuan, not to mention the warrior skills that go for tens of thousands, this price was a steal. Inside the spacious tent set up by Tao Qian, Zheng Yu carefully drew the contract formation. With enough space, he took a deep breath and began the summoning ritual. Suddenly, a burst of flame flickered in the center of the tent. With a buzzing sound, a fireball appeared out of thin air. The fireball seemed to sense the cold within Zheng Yu, actively releasing warm energy that gently enveloped him. The warmth was just right, neither scorching nor merely tepid, but enough to drive away the chill. Zheng Yu scrutinized the silent fireball. It was a pure elemental entity, akin to the fire elements controlled by mages, but it possessed self-awareness and life. A system prompt appeared, detailing the fire sprite's attributes. Summon Beast Fire Sprite. Level 6 increases with summoner's level. Health: 1,100. Attack power: 172. Summoner's current intelligence: 2.0. Talent: level 0, 2 points needed for upgrade. Skill I: Flame Aura LV6. Controls temperature within a 10-meter diameter, dealing up to 121 burn damage per second. Fire Sprite's attack power: 0.7. Skill 2: Fireball LV6. Launches a tracking fireball at a target, dealing 551 fire damage. Fire Sprite's attack power: 3.2. Summon Beast Equipment: none. Looking at these stats, Zheng Yu couldn't help but frown. The Fire Sprite's attributes starkly highlighted the summoner's weaknesses. Although the sprite would level up with the summoner, the increase was negligible. He thought of how warriors at the same level could easily handle the simple level Cold Street Abyss, while this level 0 Fire Sprite might not even get through the door. His heart sank. He quickly did the math. A single fireball dealt 551 damage. So how many times would he need to hit a boss with over 10,000 health points? This realization made him glance at his other summoned Beast the Goblin General's attribute panel. Summon Beast VIP Steward Goblin General. Level 6 increases with summoner's level. Health: 8,900. Attack power: 489. Talent: level 4, 500 points needed for upgrade. With a combined attribute of 6.0, Blade Tooth Equipment, and Steward Synergy, the Goblin General's attack power soared to nearly 500. Its skill damage was almost double that of the Fire Sprite. Recalling the warrior's charge attacks that easily exceeded 4,000 damage, Zheng Yu couldn't help but sigh at how outclassed the Fire Sprite was. This comparison made Zheng Yu realize that a summoner's strength was entirely dependent on the talent level of their summoned beasts. Luckily, he still had the trump card of the demon contract to enhance talent levels. Zheng Yu checked his own health. 1080 base health plus 450 from equipment. Since the Fire Sprite was a level 5 summoned beast, its talent points increased more than the goblins. He quickly calculated. 1 talent point required 2 points, 2 talents required 15 points, 3 talents required 85 points, totaling 102 points, or 1,020 health points. With only 60 base health left, Zheng Yu couldn't help but mock himself. I must be the weakest summoner in history. Thankfully, he had the 450 equipment health. Otherwise, he'd be down with one hit. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Yu made up his mind to upgrade the Fire Sprite to level 3. With a series of notifications, the Fire Sprite rapidly evolved. Summon Beast Fire Sprite Level 0 Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Twin Flames Level 1. Summon Beast Twin Flames Level 1 Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Fire Imp Level 2. Summon Beast Fire Imp Level 2 Talent Evolution. Summon Beast Twin Fire Imp Level 3. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, instantly filling the space within the summoning circle with intense heat. If not for the special properties of the array, the tent Zheng Yu rented would have been reduced to ashes. As the summoner, Zheng Yu emerged unscathed, feeling an unexpected sense of familiarity and warmth. Whoosh! The flames danced and finally coalesced into 2 fire spirits huddled together. They floated in the air, about a meter tall, resembling the little fire sprites from the Ice and Fire people, but more adorable and agile, with perfectly proportioned bodies. Compared to goblins, these fire spirits were far more aesthetically pleasing. though they lacked the imposing aura of the VIP steward and the general. Instead, they seemed like the smart, well-behaved children next door, lively, yet sensible. With the appearance of the fire spirits, their attributes underwent significant changes. Summon Beast. Twin Fire Spirits. Level. 6 scales with Summoner's level. Health. 3000. Attack Power. 3757 Summoner's current intelligence 4.8 multiplier. Talent. 3rd tier, 150 points needed for next upgrade. Skill I. Flame Aura LV6. Controls the temperature within a 10-meter diameter, inflicting up to 825 points of burn damage per second to objects. 375 Fire Spirit Attack Power 2.2 multiplier. Skill 2. Fireball LV6. Launches a homing fireball at a locked target, dealing 2,325 fire damage. 375 Fire Spirit Attack Power 6.2 multiplier. Skill 3. Twin Pact Special Skill, No Level. The twin fire spirits coexist and can cast skills simultaneously, with their damage stacking and fire damage doubling. Skill 4. Flame Cage LV6. Sets a flame cage at a predetermined location, automatically triggering when an enemy enters, dealing 2,100 points of fire damage per second within the area. 375 Fire Spirit Attack Power 5.6 multiplier. Summon Beast Equipment. None. Zheng Yu carefully analyzed the two new skills. The Twin Pact meant double casting and double damage, significantly enhancing the fire spirit's power. Although the flame cage's damage seemed modest, its 2,100 points of sustained damage per second meant it could kill a 10,000 HP frost zombie in just 5 seconds. Suddenly, Jingyu realized a crucial point: that 2,100 points of damage didn't yet include the twins' double damage multiplier. This meant the fire spirits could actually take down a 10,000 HP frost zombie in just 3 seconds. Impressive, he couldn't help but exclaim. Even so, the overall strength of the twin fire spirits still fell short of the goblin general, who had ascended to a 4th-tier talent. The latter could eliminate a frost zombie with a single charge, showcasing superior prowess. After enhancing the fire spirits, Zheng Yu turned his attention to the most critical aspect of his upgrade: hextech augmentation runes. Every 5 levels, he received 2 runes, and he eagerly began the draw. Drawing hextech augmentation runes, the system prompt announced. Congratulations! You've drawn the 3rd rune gold rune. Companionship. Congratulations! You've drawn the 4th rune silver rune. Library card. Companionship. Provides a training dummy that absorbs all damage directed at the summoner. If the dummy survives the dungeon, it grants 10 talent points. Library card. Grants a book of emblems, allowing the selection of 1 emblem from 4 random emblems and a piece of equipment from the forger. Zheng Yu pondered. Although he didn't get a prism rune, the training dummy was exactly what he needed. As a summoner with a low health cap, having a decoy could effectively prevent fatal ambushes. More importantly, surviving each dungeon would grant him 10 talent points, effectively giving him an additional 100 HP, which was a godsend for someone lacking talent points. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu opened the book of emblems granted by the library card rune. The system prompted him to choose among the Mage Emblem, Ionia Emblem, Bulwark Emblem, and Steward Emblem. I'll go with the Steward Emblem, Zheng Yu decided. An emblem alone can't activate the bond, Zheng Yu thought to himself, but he wasn't discouraged. He already had 2 Steward emblems, and by giving 1 more to the fire spirit, although it wouldn't activate the 4 Steward effect, it would still allow the fire spirit to share a 20 increase in health and attack power. Steward emblem acquired. Equipment converter acquired. The system notification sounded in Zheng Yu's ear. He quickly checked the description of the equipment converter. It could transform unusable equipment into equipment that could be used. This is great! Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately stored the equipment converter in his inventory space, then equipped the fire spirit with the Steward emblem. Just as everything was ready, Zheng Yu's communicator suddenly vibrated. It was a message from his homeroom teacher. Zheng Yu, was it you who broke the record? Zheng Yu replied briefly, yes. The teacher immediately called, excitement evident in his voice. If you're free tomorrow, could you come to the Jiangshui City Government Building? The mayor wants to meet you. Zheng Yu wasn't surprised. After all, every year, newcomers who broke records would be invited to meet the mayor and receive rewards. He asked calmly, is it for the reward? The reward is one part of it, and also for some publicity, and... The teacher was interrupted by Zheng Yu. I might not have time. You can collect the reward for me, Zheng Yu said firmly. This? The teacher sounded a bit troubled. Zheng Yu continued, just tell the mayor that I'm about to enter the nightmare level dungeon. If he doesn't want this record, then I'll go. On the other end, the teacher stuttered in shock. In nightmare level? Yes, you heard right. Nightmare level, Zheng Yu said calmly. Anyway, don't ask too much. I don't want to answer too many questions. The mayor will understand. With that, he decisively hung up. The teacher scratched his head, confused, and dialed the mayor's number. Meanwhile, at the martial arts gym, Wu Zong found his older brother, the gym owner, Wu Xian. Bro, I need to borrow some money. Wu Zong got straight to the point. How much? Wu Xian asked. 20. 500,000. Wu Zong hesitated before naming a figure that left Wu Xian dumbfounded. How much? Wu Xian almost dropped his teacup. Look, we're brothers and of course, I'd lend you money if you need it. But 500,000? Do you think I'm rich? No way, go cool off somewhere else. Wu Zong calmly took out something and showed it to Wu Xian. A title? Cold Street Abyss Historical Record Holder. Wu Xian's eyes widened as he rushed to the computer and opened the Jiangshui City Sanctuary's official website. A notification popped up. Congratulations to the Summoner team for breaking the historical record for the Cold Street Abyss Easy Level. Completion time: 2 hours, 48 minutes, and 23 seconds. Team Leader: Zhengyu Summoner. Members: Tao Qian Monk, Wu Zong Monk, Kuing Assassin, Wen Renqingyu Assassin. Damn, you did it! Wu Xian jumped up from his chair excitedly. No wonder you didn't show up to work today. You've gone back to being a professional? Wu Xian scrutinized the team configuration and asked, Bro, this team setup is a bit odd. Wu Zong explained, Don't worry about the roles. Zheng Yu hasn't level talent. No wonder, Wu Xian realized. So, you're not planning to give me the money? He plans to take me through the nightmare abyss, Wu Zong said, surprising Wu Xian. Wu Xian's eyes lit up. I need to tell my wife. No one has ever cleared the nightmare abyss before. This could be a family milestone, and we could be at the front row during next year's ancestral worship. Let's go to the bank. For the Southerners who came here to start a business, nothing was more important than bringing honor to their family. At the same time, at the Li Gun Commercial Loan Company, a tattooed bald man was staring at Kuing and Wen Renqingyu. How much do you need? The bald man asked. 2 million, Kuing replied. Any collateral? No. The bald man raised an eyebrow. Why should I lend you anything then? Unless. He pointed at a camera on his desk. How about a couple of photos? Kuing was about to lose her temper when Renqingyu held her back. Wen Renqingyu stared coldly at the bald man. Are you sure you won't lend us the money? Because we can just go to another company. The bald man was taken aback, not expecting such a straightforward response. He had never seen anyone so aggressive about borrowing money. The bald man frowned as he sized up the two pretty girls in front of him. Though wary, he still asked patiently, What do you need the money for? To cross the abyss, Wen Renqingyu replied calmly, looking directly into the bald man's eyes. What level? The bald man raised an eyebrow. Nightmare level. The bald man let out a cold laugh. Are you kidding me? I'm serious, Wen Renqingyu said, her expression unchanged. The bald man squinted, his voice low and threatening. Do you think I'll believe you? Many have come here to scam me, and none of them left in one piece. Don't make me unhappy. Wen Renqingyu shrugged. Then forget it. I thought we could give you some publicity after Zheng Yu helps us clear the abyss. Who? The bald man was taken aback. Zheng Yu. You don't know him? Of course, the bald man knew. As a professional, if he didn't know Zheng Yu, he wouldn't have the confidence to lend high-interest loans to other professionals. The information that popped up a few hours ago was still the hottest topic on the forums. A summoner had achieved an astonishing feat, clearing the abyss in 2 hours and 45 minutes. What did this mean? The previous record was 3 hours and 49 minutes. A summoner, considered the weakest class, not only broke the record, but also did it an hour faster. The bald man's tone softened a bit. Is he planning to challenge the nightmare abyss directly? Yes, he told us himself, Wen Renqingyu nodded. How can I be sure he'll take you in? The bald man asked suspiciously. Without a word, Wen Renqingyu showed the team information. The bald man examined it carefully, calculating in his mind. It had been several hours since Zheng Yu cleared the abyss. If he wanted to form a team, he would have left the group by now. So, are you lending or not? Wen Renqingyu pressed. The bald man no longer hesitated. I'll lend it. Even if Zheng Yu couldn't clear the nightmare level, he was willing to take a chance. He knew that if Zheng Yu could clear the nightmare abyss, all the resources in the province would unconditionally support him. Someone with such unlimited potential was not someone he could afford to offend. 2 million, right? The bald man said seriously. Just to be clear, whether Zheng Yu can clear the nightmare abyss or not, you have to pay back the loan with interest. He didn't know the relationship between these two pretty girls and Zheng Yu. To avoid any chance of them defaulting, he had to make it clear up front. After all, Zheng Yu was Zheng Yu, and their lending company's rules were their rules. Otherwise, his business wouldn't survive. Wen Renqingyu smiled and nodded. No problem. When Kuing and Wen Renqingyu returned after securing the loan, they saw Zheng Yu from a distance, sitting outside a tent, chatting animatedly with a group of people. Kuying's face suddenly changed, and she whispered, This is bad. Wen Renqingyu, puzzled, asked, What's wrong? Kuing pointed to the group and explained, The people talking to Zheng Yu are the team that broke the normal level abyss record yesterday. When Ren Xingyu then remembered that there were indeed two major events yesterday. First, Zheng Yu, a summoner, had led a team to break the easy level Han Street abyss record single-handedly. Second, a team of 4 A-level talent professionals, along with a B-level talent professional, had broken the normal level abyss record. Although Zheng Yu's achievement was more sensational, the breaking of the normal level abyss record was the truly noteworthy event. This year, Jiangshui City has 4 new A-level professionals, the most in nearly a decade, Kuing continued. I bet they're here to recruit Zheng Yu. When Ren Xingyu started to panic. If Zheng Yu joined them, who would help them clear the dungeons? The borrowed money would be wasted, and they'd still have to pay back the interest. Let's go over there, when Ren Xingyu said, pulling Kuing as they quickly approached. As they got closer, they heard an arrogant voice saying, "We didn't think much of you at first, considering you're just a summoner, and we were worried you'd hold us back. But you proved your worth by single-handedly clearing the easy level abyss. Though it's just an easy level, it's still quite impressive." When Ren Xingyu looked towards the voice and saw a handsome young man whose arrogance made him somewhat unlikable. Kuing whispered that this was Li Feng, a warrior from their school with an A-level talent. Li Feng continued. So, after some discussion, we decided to let you join our team to clear the abyss together. The only B-level warrior in the group looked displeased, clearly not in agreement. Zheng Yu, however, looked puzzled. So, who are you guys again? And what do you want from me? Li Feng, oblivious to Zheng Yu's expression, introduced himself. I'm Li Feng, an A-level warrior. We just cleared the normal level abyss and set a new record. Oh, that's not too bad, Zheng Yu said indifferently. Li Feng was taken aback. No, you might have misheard. I said we set the normal level record. And then? Zheng Yu remained expressionless. Aren't you surprised? Zheng Yu laughed. Man, the moment you ask if someone is impressed, it kills the vibe. Who brags and then asks, aren't you impressed? It just doesn't work. Li Feng was at a loss for words. He had never encountered someone who spoke like this. He had intended to show off and recruit a strong teammate. But Zheng Yu's few words had left him speechless. Zheng Yu's refusal left Li Feng feeling humiliated. Another A-ranked talent standing nearby couldn't hold back and criticized. Are you insane? Even though you're in strength talent, don't forget you're just a summoner. We invited you to join our team out of respect, so don't be ungrateful. This person saw through Zheng Yu's intentions more clearly than Li Feng did, and continued. Jiangshui City hasn't had strength talent in years, and you chose to be a summoner, which is a disgrace to our city. We're extending a helping hand, and you're repaying us with ingratitude? Don't think clearing an easy-level cold street abyss makes you special. When strength talents from other cities crush you, it'll be Jiangshui City's reputation on the line. Zheng Yu listened with a helpless expression on his face. He thought to himself, wow, this is some moral high ground they're trying to play. This guy would be a top-tier keyboard warrior on social media. Realizing he had gone too far, Li Feng quickly interrupted his teammate and softened his tone. Let's be honest with you. We're planning to challenge the hard-level cold street abyss next and aim to set a new record. We knew you were in strength talent, but because you're a summoner, we initially didn't plan to include you. Things are different now. You've proven your strength and can definitely team up with us. We're trying to help you, so you won't lag too far behind other strength talents and at least have a hard-level record. Despite Li Feng's attempt to sound friendly, his tone still carried an undeniable hint of discrimination and arrogance. Kuing and Ren Xingyu couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Kuing laughed. This is hilarious. He thinks he's doing Zheng Yu a favor? Who's helping who here? When Ren Xingyu chimed in, the funniest part is he actually believes letting Zheng Yu join their team is a favor to Zheng Yu. I can't stop laughing. The two were laughing so heartily because they knew Zheng Yu would never join Li Feng's team with such an attitude. As long as their strong team stayed together, everything would be just fine. Their laughter caught the attention of Zheng Yu and Li Feng. Li Feng's face darkened, and he coldly asked, is something funny? When Ren Xingyu answered honestly, yes. Li Feng, infuriated by her straightforwardness, snapped, keep laughing then. Let's see how long you can keep it up. When we set a new hard-level record, we'll see if you're still laughing. He clearly recognized Kuing and Ren Xingyu as the assassins in Zheng Yu's team. Zheng Yu remained indifferent to Li Feng's provocation, while Kuing and Ren Xingyu's near-mocking reactions only fueled Li Feng's anger. If it weren't for the military's no-fighting rule in the area, he might have already resorted to violence. A teammate tried to calm him down. Ignore them. Our goal is a higher record, not petty squabbles. Another teammate agreed. Exactly. Competing for the leaderboard with such low standards? Even if Li Feng and Zheng Long have issues with their attitude, if you want to compete, you have to endure it. Before he could finish, Li Feng interrupted and led his teammates away, leaving Zheng Yu and his group behind. Watching them leave, Zheng Yu couldn't help but smile. He understood Li Feng and his team's mindset. A ranked talents, popular professions, having just set a new record, they were on a high. Given the misconception about summoners, it was hard for them to act purely for practical reasons without considering their pride. Young people, after all, are often concerned with their image and showing off. Zheng Yu turned to Kuing and Wenren Qingyu and asked, "Did you get the money?" Kuing nodded and transferred 600,000 credits to Zheng Yu. After confirming receipt, Zheng Yu said, "Got it. Tao Qian and Wu Zong are preparing the ingredients. They should be back soon. If you two need anything specific, get it now, so you don't miss out when we're in the abyss." Despite understanding Zheng Yu's point, Kuing and Wenren Qingyu found his words odd. Were they really heading into an abyss? It felt more like they were going on a picnic. Kuing was the first to adapt to the atmosphere and said, "I want to prepare some desserts." Wenren Qingyu glanced at Kuing and teased, "You're adapting quickly." After some thought, she added, "I'll prepare some fruit then." Kuing rolled her eyes at Wenren Qingyu's response. The news of Zheng Yu rejecting Li Feng's invitation spread quickly and became yet another hot topic on the Jiangshui City Professional Forum. Almost every post on the forum was discussing this only S-class talent. Some were amazed by Zheng Yu's confidence, thinking it was a good move to turn down a team of 4 A-class talents. Others questioned whether he was too arrogant, with some even bluntly calling him a coward and a trash summoner. The discussions on the forum were all over the place. Some analyzed the difficulty of clearing the Cold Street Abyss on easy mode in 2 hours and 45 minutes. Some speculated that Zheng Yu would tackle the regular Abyss solo. Others asserted that he wouldn't be able to make it to the leaderboard. There were even those who had been rejected by Zheng Yu and were venting their frustrations. Amid this online storm, Zheng Yu seemed quite amused. He sat in front of his computer, clicking through the comments about him. As the focal point of the discussion, he found the attention rather interesting. The anonymity of the internet allowed people to express their opinions without fear of losing face. Zheng Yu thought to himself, once he cleared the nightmare-level abyss, the forum would likely have a different tone altogether. Just as Zheng Yu was engrossed in the forum chaos, Tao Qian and Wu Zong returned from shopping, and Kuing along with Wenren Qingyu came back with fruits and snacks. All items were properly stored in their respective inventory slots. "You go. We're all set," Tao Qian said. Zheng Yu nodded and after a moment of thought advised, "If you have the money, it's best to buy a resurrection item, just in case." Tao Qian immediately responded, "A resurrection cross is going for 5 million each on the market. We can't afford that." Wu Zong, however, was full of confidence. "I don't think there's any danger. I believe in you GE's abilities." Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow and looked at Wu Zong. "You're 3 years older than me, and you call me Go." Wu Zong shrugged indifferently. "Hey, age doesn't matter when it comes to skill. The stronger one is the Go." Zheng Yu was at a loss for words and turned to Kuing and Wenren Qingyu. "What about you two?" Wenren Qingyu responded, "We couldn't afford resurrection crosses either, but we bought 5 invisibility items." As she spoke, she sent one to each team member, including Zheng Yu, in the team chat. Invisibility potion. Enter invisible state for 1 minute. Ignore any damage. Can move but cannot attack. Attacking will break invisibility. Zheng Yu read the item description aloud. Tao Qian was surprised. "These go for around 300,000 each on the market, right?" Wenren Qingyu explained, "I know an alchemist who gave them to me for 200,000 each. 200,000 each is still not cheap. You're really giving them to us?" Tao Qian marveled. Wenren Qingyu candidly replied, "Consider it a thank you, and also my way of tying myself to Zheng Yu's success." Her approach was straightforward and unpretentious. It turned out the idea to buy the invisibility potions was Kuying's. Wenren Qingyu believed that if they were going to buy them, they shouldn't just buy for themselves, but for everyone equally. She wanted to solidify her place in this team because it represented her future. Even if Zheng Yu eventually outgrew them and stopped teaming up, Wu Zong and Tao Qian would still be excellent teammates. Starting with the nightmare-level abyss, their future development might not be smooth sailing, but it wouldn't be too bad either. Zheng Yu saw through Wenren Qingyu's intentions, but didn't refuse the invisibility potion. He knew that he couldn't always bring Tao Qian along. He was already level 6, while Tao Qian, who had always been a support, was only level 4. After clearing a nightmare-level abyss, he would level up to 10 and need to move on to a different map, while Tao Qian would have to stay behind. Wenren Qingyu and the others were indeed good teammates. For Tao Qian, who trusted him unconditionally, Zheng Yu hoped he could find his own path as a professional rather than always relying on him. Given his own leveling speed, solo play was the most suitable. No teammate could keep up with his pace. After accepting the invisibility potion, Zheng Yu didn't hesitate to select the nightmare-level difficulty for the Cold Street Abyss on the display interface. The system's warning echoed in Zheng Yu's ears, followed by a countdown. 3, 2, 1. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and chose yes without hesitation. He was fully prepared and had no reason to back down. "Zheng Yu, summoner, no issues." Entering the abyss, Zheng Yu said in a low voice, "Charge! Charge! Charge! Nightmare-level abyss, here I come." Tao Qian, the monk, shouted excitedly. Wu Zong, another monk, rubbed his hands nervously. First time entering the nightmare level abyss. A bit nervous. Go. Zhengyu. You can do it. Kuing the assassin encouraged. One Ren Qingyu, another assassin, nodded silently, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Entering the cold street abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. The system prompt sounded. At that moment, all the professionals in the Cold Street Abyss Hall received a notification. Notice! Summoner's team entering Cold Street Abyss, nightmare level. The brief notification was like a bomb, instantly igniting discussions throughout the hall. Isn't that Zhengyu's team? Who else could it be, if not Zhengyu? Yeah, it's him. Crazy? Nightmare level? That's a death wish. Impressive. Regardless of Zhengyu being a summoner, the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss is commendable. Insane. Just cleared the easy level, and now jumping to nightmare level? That's a huge leap. Seems the form analysis was right. Zheng Yu's overconfident, thinking he can tackle the nightmare level abyss after clearing the easy level. This isn't just overconfidence, it's madness. What if, just what if, Zheng Yu actually clears the nightmare level? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If Zheng Yu clears the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss as a summoner, I'll eat dirt standing on my head. I'll eat a 5-speed fan. Who's still eating traditional fans? Try some seafood from Sakura Nation. Huh, not a chance. Meanwhile, Li Feng's team, preparing to enter the hard level abyss, also received the notification. Everyone was stunned, exchanging complex glances. No way. We can't enter the nightmare level abyss. The branked warrior broke the silence first. Zheng Long frowned. Zheng Yu is too ruthless, going directly for the nightmare level. If we go for the hard level, won't we fall behind? That's not ruthless. It's suicidal. No, to be precise, it's a death sentence, the branked warrior said excitedly. I'm not going into the nightmare level abyss. Whoever wants to go can go. I'm just a branked warrior. I quit. Li Feng, seeing the division in his team, quickly tried to calm things down. Don't act recklessly. Zheng Yu is Zheng Yu. Whether he lives or dies has nothing to do with us. There's no need to risk our lives just to prove a point. Zheng Yu was clearly provoked by us and is now going into the nightmare level abyss to die. As long as we steadily clear the hard level abyss, we'll already be ahead of 90 of our ranked professionals. Li Feng appeared calm on the surface, but inside he was filled with fear. He wasn't even confident about clearing the hard level abyss, let alone the nightmare level. He had invited Zheng Yu to join his team earlier, just to increase their chances of success. The nightmare level isn't meant for us, not even for strength professionals, Li Feng continued. It's meant for those real geniuses, the S-rank professionals who have been scouted by the Central District. In short, Zheng Yu is going to die, and we shouldn't follow. He won't clear the nightmare level abyss anyway. Li Feng thought. If Zheng Yu were an S-rank talent, he might have been a bit concerned. But Zheng Yu was not only a summoner, but also taking 4 novices with him. He wasn't worried at all. A bone-chilling cold swept over them as Tao Qian and the others stepped into the nightmare-level cold street abyss, shivering instantly. The temperature here was far lower than in the simple level, and every breath felt like it was tearing their lungs apart. Only Zheng Yu, thanks to his pact with a fire spirit, seemed unbothered. Recalling the information she had read, Kuing explained. It said that the nightmare level is a simulation of the abyss's actual conditions, unlike the simplified and weakened versions in the simple or difficult levels that we and Li Feng's team had previously encountered. Tao Qian wrapped his heavy coat tighter around himself and mused. So, it's not that the nightmare level abyss is more difficult. It's just that it hasn't been weakened. That seems to be the case. Kuing nodded in agreement. At this point, Zheng Yu spoke up. I've uploaded 2 documents to the chat group. The first is basic information about the nightmare level abyss, and the second is a guide someone made for the difficult level Cold Street Abyss. It might not be entirely applicable, but having some knowledge is better than none. In fact, Zheng Yu had done his homework well before entering the abyss. As the top student in school, he had a thorough understanding of both the Cold Street Abyss and the nightmare level difficulty. While the others were busy looking through the documents, Zheng Yu continued to explain. We receive a hint before entering the abyss that the nightmare level would perfectly replicate the abyss's true appearance and entire history. The abyss is like a preserved segment of time and history, and professionals can relive that period continuously. The nightmare level has a 1-to-1 restoration ratio, so its difficulty and storyline differ significantly from other levels. As he summoned the Goblin General, Zheng Yu shared more information he had gathered from forums. In the simple level, you just need to reach Central Park and defeat a level 7 boss, the Cold Corpse, to clear it. For the normal level, you have to enter the forest, find a spring that is the source of the frozen streets, and protect it from waves of cold corpses. The highest level Cold Corpse in the normal level is 9, and the difficulty is moderate. Hearing the term moderate difficulty, the others held their tongues despite their silent complaints. For Zheng Yu, a level 9 cold corpse was indeed nothing significant. Zheng Yu continued, in the difficult level, besides protecting the spring, you need to retrieve a frozen female corpse from it and deliver it to the unfrozen lake deep in the forest. Along the way, you'll be chased by special spider-shaped cold corpses. You can clear the level by either defeating them or successfully delivering the corpse. So far, there are no guides for the nightmare level. Tao Qian couldn't help but remark, of course there are no guides for the nightmare level. No one has ever cleared it. Wu Zong added, professionals who have entered the nightmare level abyss have never come out alive. These words sent a shiver down Ku Ying and when Ren Xingyu's spines, clearly making them uneasy. Only Zheng Yu jokingly said, well, then you won't have to repay your loans. The others exchanged glances, momentarily speechless. Noticing something different about Zheng Yu's goblin general, Tao Qian asked, your goblin wolf rider seems different? Locking eyes with the tall, dignified goblin general, Tao Qian felt an overwhelming pressure, as if facing a seasoned battlefield commander. Zheng Yu smiled without answering directly, saying only, not just different, completely transformed. He deliberately withheld the fact that the goblin general now had nearly 10,000 health points and almost 500 attack power to avoid scaring his teammates. Just then, familiar roars echoed from all directions. As the goblin general stepped into the entrance of Cold Street, cold corpses began to emerge from the shops as usual. Based on past experiences, the goblin would have to battle 3 or 4 waves of cold corpses on this street, taking at least an hour. Whoosh! The goblin general's arrow sliced through the air, more decisive than those of the previous goblin warriors. Instantly, it dealt 3,000 points of damage, killing a level 5 frozen corpse, and 110 experience points were promptly added to the account. Tao Qian exclaimed in surprise, whoa! Are all the frozen corpses in the first wave of the Nightmare Abyss starting at level 5? When Ren Xinyu didn't answer directly, but instead pointed to a shop on either side of the street. Level 5? Look over there. There, a massive, 300-pound bloated figure was glaring at the goblin general, gripping a sharp cleaver tightly. Wu Zong recognized this specific type of frozen corpse and couldn't help but say, isn't this the kind of frozen corpse that only appears in the hard level? As expected, the Nightmare level's first wave of frozen corpses is already as strong as the toughest non-boss enemies in the hard level. The bloated frozen corpse let out an angry roar, seemingly warning the goblin general not to enter the cold street. However, the goblin general was undeterred, firing several arrows in quick succession. The first few were deflected by an ice shield, but the final arrow pierced through the bloated frozen corpse's eye socket, lodging beneath its eyeball. Infuriated, the bloated frozen corpse charged out of the shop, its massive body shattering the door frame and knocking down part of the wall. It moved like a flesh tank, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly, heading straight for the goblin general. The goblin general remained composed, lightly tapping the neck of his giant wolf. The wolf understood and leaped gracefully, easily dodging the bloated frozen corpse's charge. The momentum caused the frozen corpse to crash into a stone pillar behind it, shattering the pillar and injuring itself. Seizing the opportunity, the goblin general descended from the air, bringing his heavy hammer down on the bloated frozen corpse's head. The precise strike triggered a stun effect, leaving the frozen corpse momentarily paralyzed. The goblin general then unleashed a seamless combo of attacks. First, a jumping hammer strike, followed by a charge blow. The immense force sent the bloated frozen corpse flying, tearing up the stone pavement along the way. Even more astonishing, the flying frozen corpse crushed 4 or 5 level 5 frozen corpses in its path. With a thunderous crash, the 1,000-health bloated frozen corpse met its end, taking down the first wave of frozen corpses with it. System notifications kept popping up, indicating multiple kills of level 5 frozen corpses and 1 level 6 butcher frozen corpse, granting a substantial amount of experience points. An unexpected bonus was the drop of a level 5 bronze-grade cleaver and a premium pork consumable. Zheng Yu examined the cleaver's attributes: 30 strength, 2 agility, and a 5 chance to trigger a bleeding effect, causing 20 damage per second. Although the equipment was tempting, Zheng Yu restrained himself from using the precious equipment forge. After all, it was just a level 5 item, not worth the valuable forge. However, this cleaver, ideal for bleed warriors, was highly sought after in the sanctuary market and should fetch a good price. To be honest, Zheng Yu isn't short on money. It's not just that he doesn't need money now. He's already shown enough talent and potential that the state will cover his future resources. That's why he only charged Tao Qian and his group 300,000. Of course, another reason was simply to annoy the people gossiping about him. Zheng Yu gently put away his bone-cutting knife, his gaze falling on a consumable item in his backpack, a piece of premium pork. This meat was of exceptional quality. Eating it could restore 1,000 health points and provide an additional 500 shield points. He thought to himself, it's best to cook the pork, but if there's no time, eating it raw is fine, though it might cause some stomach issues. Having extra ingredients is always a good thing. So Zheng Yu decisively threw the premium pork into his ingredient stash. At that moment, the goblin general had already cleared out all the cold corpses at the entrance of the cold street. A system notification sounded, and Zheng Yu's level shot up from 6 to 7. His attributes improved accordingly. Health increased from 500 to 800, mana from 310 to 320, intelligence from 78 to 86, strength from 18 to 19, and agility from 14 to 15. He still had 3 free attribute points to allocate. Zheng Yu sighed inwardly. No wonder it's called the Nightmare Level Abyss. One wave was enough to level up. The importance of levels to a professional can't be overstated. It not only boosts all attributes, but also unlocks key milestones at levels 10, 25, and 50. At level 10, one can learn exclusive skills and open different paths. At level 25, professions evolve. At level 50, they awaken. It's said that at level 70, even more powerful abilities are unlocked, but globally, only Nan Muyun has reached this level. He only revealed that level 70 is a watershed, beyond which lies a completely different world. The group continued deeper into Cold Street, with the Goblin General leading the way, and Zheng Yu and the others following closely behind. As they ventured further, the temperature plummeted, and a thick layer of ice formed on the ground. The frequency and intensity of cold corpse appearances increased. They were no longer in groups, but omnipresent. Each cold corpse had its own identity, from the butcher to the fishmonger, to the chef cold corpse they now faced. The chef cold corpse was undoubtedly the most challenging foe they had encountered so far. It wore a blood-stained chef's uniform, its face covered in burned scars and blisters, looking grotesque and terrifying. The system displayed its attributes: a level 9 abyssal monster with 17,000 health points, 300 attack power, and skills like level 4 slow aura and enhanced ice armor. Most troublesome was its seemingly endless barrage of kitchen knife attacks. The battle was exceptionally fierce. For the first time, the Goblin General showed signs of fatigue, covered in wounds, with one of the knives even lodged in the giant wolf's leg. The giant wolf howled in pain, its cries echoing through Cold Street. At this moment, Zheng Yu and his 5 companions were huddled in a sheltered corner, warming themselves by the twin fire spirits and enjoying grilled sausages. Tao Qian, worried, asked, "Brother Yu, this is the first time I've seen the giant wolf injured and the Goblin General struggling so much. Are you sure the twin fire spirits don't need to join the fight?" Zheng Yu glanced at the sausage in Tao Qian's hand and smiled leisurely. "If the fire spirits go into battle, who will cook the sausages?" Tao Qian was momentarily speechless, reluctantly admitting that Zheng Yu had a point. Taking a bite of his sausage, Zheng Yu calmly explained, "Don't worry, this is just the beginning. The Goblin General is merely conserving his skills. If he really wanted to take down that chef cold corpse, it would be easy." He added, "Every summoned beast has its own personality." In other words, the Goblin General was fighting at his own pace. The Goblin General showcased a more cautious approach, as if sensing greater dangers ahead. It consciously conserved its skills, preparing for potentially stronger enemies. Although skills in the game have no cooldown, in reality, stamina and energy limit the frequency and intervals of skill usage for professionals, summoners beasts, druids animals, and necromancer skeletons. These invisible mechanisms particularly impact high-consumption skills like the Wolf Cavalry's Charge, each use being a severe test of stamina and energy. The general decided to engage the zombie chef in a long-range duel. The giant wolf nimbly dodged the flying cleavers, quickly discerning the chef's throwing patterns. The preparatory movements before each cleaver throw became fatal weaknesses. After a few probing rounds, the Goblin General could easily evade the attacks while countering with precision. Whoosh! 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 The bowstring vibrated, and arrows whistled through the air. Skill 2, Archery Mastery LV7, activated. Each arrow inflicting a staggering 30,665.75, 38 points of damage. 3 arrows struck, instantly having the level 9 zombie chef's health. Another 3 arrows shattered the ice armor. The final 3 arrows sent the zombie chef to its demise. The system notification sounded. Kill Pork Shop Owner Zombie LV9 gained 771 experience points. Congratulations, you have obtained the armor piece Bloodstained Chef Hat Bronze Grade LV5. Zheng Yu carefully examined the attributes of the new equipment. Name, Bloodstained Chef Hat. Required level 5. Grade Bronze. Attributes, 500 health. Equipment effect, Chef Skill Effectiveness 10, chance to create special food 15. Warning, do not wear this chef hat in the Cold Street Abyss. Someone harbors a deep hatred for it. This warning caught Zheng Yu's attention. It might be the key to uncovering the secrets of the Cold Street Abyss. After all, no one had ever cleared the Nightmare Level Abyss, and this hat could be closely tied to the hidden story of Cold Street. At that moment, Wu Zong remarked, "It seems the goblin found something." It turned out that after killing the zombie chef, the goblin general discovered a bizarre cake in the restaurant. This was no ordinary cake, but a blood-red, grotesque dessert adorned with entrails. "Gross, that's disgusting," Tao Qian remarked, nearly vomiting at the sight of the cake. The strong smell of blood wafted through the air, with frozen pieces of entrails decorating the cream, creating a chilling scene. However, faced with such a horrifying sight, Wenren Qingyu remained unusually calm for her age. She carefully inspected the entrail fragments on the cake with a focused expression. Zheng Yu analyzed. These seemed to be the entrails of a child, probably around 7 or 8 years old. "So what is this?" Wenren Qingyu asked. Zheng Yu checked the cake's attributes and replied, "It's a quest item. It says, a delicious cake made by the chef to celebrate the centennial of Fortune Street." Delicious? Wenren Qingyu raised an eyebrow. So this place, originally called Fortune Street, was actually a gourmet street built by cannibals? Zheng Yu shook his head, dismissing that theory. Probably not. They ate pork and killed fish. It should be a normal market street like the ones we know. That makes sense. Wenren Qingyu nodded in agreement. As the two were engrossed in their analysis, Kuing couldn't help but quip, "Hey, could you two step away from that cake while you're analyzing? Anyone who doesn't know might think you're craving it." Zheng Yu and Wenren Qingyu realized how strange they looked analyzing the entrail cake, exchanged an awkward glance, and silently moved away from the cake. Unlike the simple dungeon, the wait this time wasn't long. As soon as the Goblin General stepped into Central Park, a massive elite frost zombie charged out. This elite frost zombie was at level 13, boasting 39,000 health points and 600 attack power. Its skills included a level 4 slow aura, enhanced ice armor, ice shockwave, and ice axe throw. Although its size and attack patterns remained unchanged, the increase in health and attack power was intimidating. "Whoa, level 13, 39,000 health points. That's seriously beefy," Zheng Yu exclaimed. "But it feels manageable. If 5 level 10 high talent warriors teamed up, a level 13 frost zombie wouldn't be a big deal. The real challenge lies ahead. So, while it's still relatively easy, let's get the fire going." "I'm starving." Zheng Yu interrupted his companion's idle chatter, urging them to get to work. A man can't fight on an empty stomach. "Eat well, then watch the show." Wu Zong pulled a fresh lamb chop from his inventory. "I bought some lamb chops." Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he immediately summoned the twin fire imps. Wu Zong tossed the lamb chop to them, one imp holding it while the other enveloped it in perfectly controlled heat. Within seconds, the lamb chop began to sizzle and change color. Your fire imps are so convenient," Wu Zong said enviously. "They cook quickly, without worrying about burning or undercooking." Zheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. With fire imps, grilling is a breeze. Tao Qian glanced nervously at the level 13 frost zombie below. Are we really going to let the goblin handle all these frost zombies alone? At this moment, Central Park was teeming with more than just the elite frost zombie. Hordes of frost zombies emerged from the forest, their numbers overwhelming. Even the weakest ones were level 3 or higher, with 2 level 10 frost zombies eyeing the goblin general menacingly. Zheng Yu chuckled. "Who said the goblin is alone?" As soon as he finished speaking, a long horn sounded. Tao Qian and the others looked down to see the goblin general holding a horn, the source of the sound. With the horn's call, a chorus of wolf howls followed. From behind the goblin general emerged a combat squad of goblins. Leading the charge were 5 goblin shield bearers, wielding massive silver shields, flanked by 2 goblin wolf riders who moved to the general's side. Behind them were 5 goblin archers, 5 crazed and bloodthirsty goblin berserkers, and finally, a goblin mage with a staff. This perfect goblin team was the goblin general's new skill. VIP, butler level general's command. "Goblin archers, ready!" With the goblin general's command, the 5 goblin archers drew their bows, aiming at their targets. Fire! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 arrows flew through the air, hitting the nearest frost zombies with precision. Though their damage didn't match the goblin general's, it was enough to rival ordinary adventurers. The goblin general and the 2 wolf riders each shot an arrow as well. "Keep going. Aim. Fire!" Arrows rained down like a storm, and the frost zombies fell one after another. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed frost zombie LV3, gained 32 XP. Killed frost zombie LV4, gained 70 XP. Killed frost zombie LV4, gained 69 XP. Except for a few high-level frost zombies, the others couldn't even approach Central Park. They barely took a few steps out of the forest before being hit by at least 2 or 3 arrows. Even level 4 frost zombies with around 2,000 health couldn't withstand 2 arrows from an ordinary goblin archer. Only level 8 and above frost zombies could endure a few more arrows before the goblin general finished them off. Killed frost zombie LV8, gained 602 XP. Killed frost zombie LV7, gained 499 XP. Killed Frost Zombie LV8, gained 617 XP. Killed it? I've leveled up again. Tao Qian exclaimed with delight, stirring his instant noodles. What level are you now? Zheng Yu asked curiously. Level 5, Tao Qian replied, a hint of pride in his voice. Zheng Yu was a bit surprised. Only level 5? I'm almost at level 8 already. I didn't expect you guys to just hit level 5. Tao Qian explained. We haven't been in many battles, so our experience points are naturally lower. But this is actually pretty fast. Keep in mind, it's been less than a day since I changed my class. We did a team run in the Abyss, and the experience was shared among the 5 of us. Of course, it's different for you. You cleared the Abyss and killed the monsters, aiming for the rankings, so your level increased much faster. Tao Qian was more than satisfied with his current leveling speed. It exceeded his expectations. To reach level 5 in less than a day, and knowing that completing the entire Nightmare Abyss could push him to level 7, was far beyond what 90 of new class changers could achieve. Wu Zong joined the conversation. I just checked Li Feng and their levels. Li Feng is only at level 6, and they've cleared 2 dungeons in a row. So, when we finish the Nightmare Abyss, our levels will only be slightly behind you and Li Feng. The best part is we leveled up effortlessly. Definitely easy, Tao Qian agreed, eating lamb chops while clearing the Abyss, and it's the Nightmare Abyss no less. It's unbelievable. One Ren Qingyu, watching the goblin squad in action below, said enviously, now I truly understand the terror of summoners. I remember the summoner's textbook, saying that a talented summoner could be an entire army on their own. I used to scoff at that. Now I see. It's true. They had initially worried whether a single goblin could hold off so many frozen corpses in Central Park. But reality proved their concerns unnecessary. The goblin not only held them off, but was on the verge of slaughtering them. Yeah, Wu Zong couldn't help but curse. If anyone tells me summoners are weak, I'll slap this video in their face and shut them up. Weak? This is invincible. Even Zheng Yu hadn't accurately estimated the combat capabilities of the goblin squad. The goblin shield bearers could block almost all flying axe attacks, and even withstand the ice shock skills of level 13 elite frozen corpses. The goblin archers, wolf riders, and death soldiers all had archery skills, with long range, high damage, and fast shooting speeds. What was even more surprising was that despite their low intelligence, the goblins had excellent tactical discipline. They followed the goblin general's orders without question, functioning like a well-oiled war machine. Before the frozen corpses even stepped into Central Park, 2/3 of them were already wiped out. Only the level 13 elite frozen corpse and a few high-level frozen corpses were left struggling, but their end was near. The slow-moving frozen corpses were being decimated by wave after wave of arrows. The level 13 frozen corpse was down to half health, and one of the level 10 corpses had already fallen. Suddenly, the system notification sounded. Killed frozen corpse LV10, gained 954 experience points. Congratulations! Your level has increased. Level LV7 LV8. Experience needed for next level 4062. Health 800 1100 450 from equipment. Mana 320 330 150 from equipment. Intelligence 86 95 35 from equipment. Strength 1922 from equipment. Agility 1516. Remaining free attribute points 6. Level 8, Zheng Yu said, a joyful smile spreading across his face. Unbelievable. Tao Qian and the others watched as the cold corpses fell in droves, momentarily tricked into thinking that the nightmare level abyss wasn't so tough after all. But of course, it was just an illusion. These cold corpses had 40,000 HP. If they had to chop them down themselves, it would probably take all day without causing fatal damage. Yet, a single ice shock could deal 2,000 damage, and even the high HP monks couldn't withstand 2 ice shocks. What was even more astonishing was that the shield bearers had already endured 4 ice shocks. Under the fierce barrage of arrows from the archers, the cold corpse's proud ice armor seemed utterly meaningless. Tao Qian recalled the strategy guide's description. Cold corpses most hated the ice armor skill. It could block any damage, often giving professionals the illusion that they were about to kill their target. However, when all the damage was absorbed by the ice armor, the professionals would end up getting counter-killed by the cold corpses. Additionally, the level 4 slow aura was a terrifying weapon of the cold corpses. Once caught in it, one could barely move. I can do it. No, I can't. Tao Qian finally snapped out of his illusion. I'll go, but I'll get killed instantly, Kuing added. Same here, when Ren Qingyu agreed. They had to admit, watching Zheng Yu kill the cold corpses seemed effortless, but if they were to take his place, they'd be dead in seconds. Not to mention the level 13 elite cold corpse. Even the low-level cold corpses continuously crawling out of the forest were hard for ordinary professionals to handle. While the group took a break to eat and drink, A large number of cold corpses had already fallen, and their experience points were rapidly increasing. The chilling cold of the cold street abyss, which was the biggest headache, had vanished thanks to the presence of the twin fire sprites. Ultimately, the cold corpses couldn't even get close to the Goblin General. Even the level 13 elite cold corpse fell 30 meters away from the Goblin General under a round of fierce shooting. With the General's command skill boosting them, they passed through almost unscathed. The only damage suffered was to the shield in the shield Goblin's hand, covered with ice chips, axe marks, and cracks from ice shocks. The Goblin General remained unscathed. As the Goblin General fired his last arrow, the level 13 elite cold corpse crashed to the ground, its icy body shattering with a resounding crack. The system notification sounded. You have killed elite cold corpse LV-13, gaining 1547 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained the weapon Ice Blade, silver grade LV-10. Zhengyu excitedly opened his inventory to check out the new level 10 equipment. Weapon, Ice Blade. Required level, 10. Class requirement, Assassin Shadow Walker Grey Warrior with Dagger Mastery. Agility 35. Grade Silver. Attributes, Strength 50, Agility 30, Movement Speed 20. Equipment effect. Attacks have Ice attribute. Ice attribute damage 200, critical hits always trigger freeze effect. An Ice Dagger? Zhengyu looked at Kuing and Wen Renqingyu. Do you too want to buy this dagger? Dagger. Kuing and Wen Renqingyu's eyes lit up simultaneously. Zhengyu continued, but the requirements are a bit high. You probably can't use it right now. He then posted the attributes in the team chat. After reading the attributes, Kuing sighed. The requirements are indeed high, needing 40 agility. I only have 22 agility right now. Zhengyu shrugged it off. Although the dagger's attribute requirements are high, its effects are excellent. I remember assassins have a backstab skill, and with high chances of critical hits, you can use this weapon's critical hit freeze effect to freeze your opponent after a backstab and follow up with more damage. Kuing and Wen Renqingyu exchanged a surprised glance. Didn't expect you to know so much about assassins. Zhengyu shrugged. I know all the classes, except summoners. He continued, I just checked, and this ice blade sells for about 300,000 in the temple auction house. I'll sell it to you for 200,000 as compensation for your invisibility potions. If you need it, just find me after the Abyss run. But since both of you are assassins, you'll have to decide who gets it. Zhengyu explained. The ice blade's attributes are good, but its price isn't exorbitant. Most professionals are stuck at this level stage. It's not expensive because there are fewer assassin professionals. If it were a warrior's weapon, it would start at 800,000. The markup is too high. Kuing and Wen Renqingyu seemed to be privately discussing whether to buy the dagger. Zhengyu didn't interrupt them and instead turned to the Goblin General. Rest here for a while. Once we're done eating, we'll head into the forest. Central Park was the only resting area available. Zhengyu and his team took a break here, allowing the Goblin General and the combat squad to recover their strength while enjoying the prepared lamb chops. Although the summoned beasts didn't need to eat, Zhengyu considered offering them some lamb chops as a reward for their hard work. An hour later, everyone was well fed and ready to move on. Before entering the forest, Zhengyu took out a dummy and handed it to a goblin wolf rider, instructing it to tie the dummy to the back of the giant wolf. This training dummy too had 5,000 health points and could withstand all attacks aimed at the summoner, acting as a powerful shield perfect for the current situation. Led by the Goblin General, the team stepped into the forest. The temperature dropped sharply, and the twin fire spirits immediately raised their aura temperature to prevent frostbite without overheating. The forest was much larger than expected, and they followed the difficult strategy map to search for the crucial spring. As they finally approached the spring, the sight before them made everyone gasp. A giant spider lay beside the spring, but it was no ordinary spider. Its head was human, and its body was covered in stitching marks. Upon closer inspection, what should have been black, hairy spider skin was actually human scalp sewn together, with the spider hair being human hair. Kuing struggled to hold back her nausea, barely managing to stay on her feet. At this moment, Zhengyu recalled the strategy, mentioning an internal organ cake and a woman's corpse in the well, and he began to understand why this street had become so twisted. As the Goblin General stepped into the spring's vicinity, the human scalp spider let out a threatening roar, seemingly more to drive them away than to attack. Zhengyu realized that these monsters might be forced to fight them because they feared something even more terrifying. Zhengyu carefully examined the human scalp spider's attributes. Level, LV-15. Grade, Elite. Health, 60,000. Attack power, 1,050. Skills, 1 artificial web, 2 ice venom, 3 brutality, 4 resentment infusion, 5 hatred. Facing such a formidable opponent, Zhengyu deeply felt the difficulty of the nightmare abyss. He turned to the twin fire spirits and ordered, "You're up too." The twin fire spirits had been itching for action, having watched the Goblin General showcase its skills while they were relegated to grilling meat. They were eager to release their pent-up frustration. Following Zheng Yu's command, their flames surged, and the twin fire spirits finally got the chance to demonstrate their prowess. The human-skin spider moved as fast as lightning. It quickly sensed the presence of the goblin general and instantly repositioned itself, deftly dodging the incoming arrows. Suddenly, it spat out a glob of white sticky substantia, synthetic web that glued a shield-wielding goblin's shield firmly to the ground, rendering him immobile. Seizing the advantage, the human-skin spider fired 3 more webs in quick succession. However, before they could reach their targets, the webs were incinerated midair. The twin fire sprites had arrived on the battlefield with a fierce momentum, their flames burning intensely, instantly melting the frozen ground. The surrounding temperature soared, causing the earth to crack. As the temperature rose, the human-skin spider's body, stitched together from human scalps, began to show signs of burning. Being an ice-type creature, fire was its natural enemy. This was precisely why Zheng Yu had chosen a fire type as his second summon. Suddenly, damage numbers appeared on the human-skin spider's body. This was the effect of the flame aura, dealing 1186 points of burn damage per second. Even more terrifying, the twin fire sprites meant double auras, inflicting damage not once, but twice per second. The combined effect of the flame aura's burn, fire's advantage over ice, and the twin fire sprites' dual fire damage resulted in nearly 3,000 points of damage per second. The human-skin spider's health bar visibly plummeted. Not just the human-skin spider, but the surrounding ground and trees also began to catch fire. With a roar, the flames almost engulfed everything. Even the goblin general had to order a retreat, while commanding the archers to continue their barrage. Despite being burned, the human-skin spider did not seem to feel pain. However, as a creature of intense energy, it instinctively loathed fire. It shot webs in an attempt to bind the twin fire sprites, but the webs turned to ash before reaching their target. Seeing the webs fail, the human-skin spider, ignoring the burning agony, charged directly at the twin fire sprites. Protect the twin fire sprites, Zheng Yu ordered decisively. At that moment, the goblin shaman at the rear raised his staff, its tip glowing green. The human-skin spider suddenly stiffened, the head stitched to its body, drooping as it fell into a deep sleep. Sleep curse? Wu Zong recognized the spell. It's a level 5 mage skill, a decent control spell. Most mages learn it early on as a support skill. I didn't expect goblins to use such magic. Although the sleep duration was only 1.5 seconds, it was more than enough for the twin fire sprites and the goblin general. Flame Cage. Wolf Riders charge. Facing the 55,000 HP human-skin spider, the twin fire sprites and the goblin general had already received Zheng Yu's command to attack with full force, sparing no effort. Without hesitation, they unleashed their strongest skills. A fiery circle suddenly appeared beneath the human-skin spider, with deep red flames rapidly gathering within. With a loud boom, the flames shot up, engulfing the spider completely. This was an 8th level flame cage, dealing 2,645 points of damage per second. Immediately, 2 damage numbers popped up. While the twin fire sprites' burst damage wasn't particularly high, their sustained damage was extraordinarily terrifying. Double damage, triggered every second, combined with the human-skin spider's almost non-existent magic resistance, resulted in staggering damage. The human-skin spider woke from its slumber, frantically retreating, trying to escape the flame cage. But by then, the goblin general had already entered the battlefield. As Zheng Yu's summon, the twin fire sprite's flames had no effect on the goblin general, making this the perfect combination. The giant wolf let out a howl, carrying the goblin general into the flame cage, where he swung his hammer down with a heavy blow. An astonishing damage number close to 15,000 floated up. Hiss, Tao Qian, and the others watching from a distance gasped. What the heck? A single hammer strike for 15,000 damage. I can't wrap my head around that damage. It's terrifying. If the target were a player, who could withstand such a hit? Tao Qian and his companions whispered among themselves. Not necessarily, someone countered. Abyssal monsters are abyssal monsters, and players are players. Abyssal monsters usually have high health and low defense, while players have various equipment and skills, making them much harder to kill in one hit. Wu Zong analyzed rationally. Hard to be one-shot? Tell me, who at the same level can withstand 15,000 damage? Tao Qian countered, eyes gleaming with a challenge. Wu Zong paused for a moment and had to admit, indeed, no one. He added, and that's just one skill. You have to remember, the Goblin General has a combat team to supplement the damage, and there's also a fire spirit constantly dealing damage every second. After hearing this, Kuing mused, so, if Zheng Yu participates in the professional fighter tournament, wouldn't he be unbeatable? When Renqingyu shook her head and calmly analyzed, not necessarily. The only requirement to participate is being above level 25, with no upper limit after the second transformation. She paused, then continued. Wu Zong has a point. Zheng Yu's damage is high, but it won't necessarily translate to the same level against other professionals. First, there's attribute restraint, then defense capabilities. Most importantly, professionals aren't like abyssal monsters. They won't just stand there and take the damage. She took a deep breath and elaborated further. With level suppression, gear suppression, and class advantages, I don't think Zheng Yu can dominate like he does now. He'll do well, but he won't be at the top. I believe a summoner's strength lies in clearing the abyss. They'll be at a disadvantage in a fighting tournament. One Ren Qingyu's gaze scanned everyone in the room, her tone firm. After all, if you ignore the summoned beasts and just attack Zheng Yu, you solve everything. In the abyss, monsters attack whatever threatens them, allowing summoners to stay back and watch. But in a tournament, professionals aren't mindless abyssal monsters. Why bother with the summoned beasts when you can just take out the summoner? She concluded. Besides, except for warriors, there's no perfect class. You can't dominate both the abyss and the fighting arena. It's unrealistic. As when Ren Qingyu finished speaking, she looked around and realized Zheng Yu wasn't with them. Only then did she dare to analyze so boldly. At that moment, Zheng Yu was near a spring, intently observing something, completely unaware that his companions were discussing his abilities. Zheng Yu stood by the well, gripping the rope, ready to carry out the task of retrieving the corpse. Not far away, the Goblin General was locked in fierce combat with the twin fire demons. This special job could only be done by Zheng Yu himself, as only those who successfully retrieved the female corpse could obtain the quest item needed to enter the mysterious unfrozen lake. He skillfully fashioned a noose with the rope and carefully lowered it into the well. The water at the bottom was not frozen, and a pale, ghastly woman's head was faintly visible. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and murmured, "Don't blame me. I'm just taking you to where you belong." Despite being mentally prepared, it was his first time retrieving a corpse, so his movements were somewhat clumsy, and he couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. By this time, the battle ahead was nearing its end. The Goblin General had knocked the skin spider unconscious within a ring of fire, and the continuous flames rapidly drained its health, burning its skin beyond recognition. Just as the Goblin General was about to deliver the final blow, a piercing sound suddenly erupted, like the screams of thousands of people at once. Blood began to ooze from the skin spider's body, and gray phantoms emerged around it. A chilling cold swept over Zheng Yu, causing him to shiver involuntarily. What was even more astonishing was that this cold seemed to ignore the twin fire demon's fiery aura. Zheng Yu took a closer look and realized it wasn't ordinary cold air, but a sinister, malevolent aura. The screaming continued, and blood started to flow from the Goblin General's eyes and ears, with two high damage numbers appearing above his head. Seeing this, Zheng Yu quickly ordered the Goblin General to retreat. The damage was significant. The Goblin General, even at level 8 with a maximum health of 9,900, had lost over 2,000 health just from the screams. Fortunately, the malevolent aura's damage range was limited, leaving Zheng Yu and the twin fire demons, who were several meters away, unharmed. The aura then surged into the skin spider's body. With a series of cracking sounds, the skin spider's body suddenly swelled, and its health instantly recovered by 2/3. Zheng Yu's heart sank as he realized this had triggered the brutal mechanismic capability typically reserved for bosses, now appearing in an elite monster. The skin spider, now infused with the malevolent aura, exuded an intimidating presence that would rapidly drain the health of any creature that came near. Now this feels like the nightmare abyss, Zheng Yu couldn't help but mutter. He finally understood why the strategy guide suggested fleeing with the female corpse rather than trying to kill the skin spider. The brutalized skin spider now had the power to kill instantly. Zheng Yu immediately had the Goblin General drink a 1,000-point recovery potion while he pulled the female corpse out of the well. A system prompt popped up. You have obtained a frozen Mad Mother. This marked the final stage of the Cold Street Abyss. As long as they delivered the female corpse to the depths of the forest, they would encounter the true boss of nightmare difficulty. Zheng Yu guessed it might be a child. At that moment, Tao Qian shouted anxiously, "You go? Should we go?" The forest around them echoed with the howls of cold corpses, as if the entire forest had awakened. "Go!" Zheng Yu commanded decisively. "We can't stay here. The cold corpses are closing in from all sides. We must break through. The Goblin General can't ensure our safety." He handed the female corpse to the Goblin General, instructing, "Carry her, don't lose her." "Yes," the Goblin General responded, taking the female corpse. Zheng Yu continued to direct, "Keep the skin spider away from the twin fire demons. Let the shield bearers hold the line. The twin fire demons are our main damage dealers. If we can hold off the skin spider for a few waves, the twin fire demons will burn through its health quickly." The nightmare level skin spider was incredibly fast. While they could outpace the cold corpses, They couldn't shake off the skin spider. The only option was a swift and decisive battle to kill it immediately. Following the order, a shield bearer from the goblin combat team raised a shield without hesitation, stepping forward to meet the skin spider's fierce assault. As soon as they entered the range of the human skin spider's malevolent aura, a series of numbers appeared above the goblins' heads. Seeing the damage values, Zhengyu breathed a sigh of relief. The shield goblin's defense was indeed reliable. The aura did over 1,000 points of damage to the goblin general, but only around 600 to the shield goblins. The shield goblin stood fearlessly, holding its shield up against the human skin spider. However, the spider now exuded an incredibly violent aura, its eyes blood red and saliva dripping from its mouth as it frenziedly lunged at the shield goblin. With a loud crack, the shield goblin was instantly torn to pieces. This sudden turn of events left everyone stunned. Even Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god!" Tao Qian and the others were dumbfounded, thinking to themselves, if a professional fighter took that hit, they'd probably be dead on the spot. Although shield goblins were mere summons and could be re-summoned, the human skin spider's ferocity was truly terrifying. The second shield goblin was also quickly shredded to pieces. Tao Qian panicked, shouting frantically. Seeing this, Zheng Yu made a quick decision: stop shouting and run. The surrounding cold corpses swarmed in, dense and overwhelming, like an apocalyptic zombie horde. Though the goblin combat team was fierce, they struggled to hold off such a massive number of cold corpses. As they retreated, Zheng Yu urged, "Fire demons, fight and flee." The twin fire demons and the goblin general fought while retreating, continuously throwing fireballs and shooting arrows at the human skin spider. The twin fire demons roared in anger, having thought they finally had a chance to shine, only to face such a formidable opponent. Two fireballs whizzed out, exploding on the human skin spider's grotesque face. "Keep going!" Zheng Yu shouted. At this moment, only the twin fire demons could deal significant damage. The third shield goblin met the same fate, torn to shreds by the human skin spider. The twin fire demons kept casting spells, but their energy was depleting, and the damage from their flame aura was gradually weakening. In this critical moment, the goblin shaman suddenly plunged its fingers into its chest, extracting a bone and placing it in the slot at the top of its staff. With a series of cryptic incantations, a purple light enveloped the twin fire demons. Instantly, the twin fire demons were fully restored, their flames burning fiercely once more. With a roar, the flames turned a terrifying shade of purple, incinerating any cold corpses that came near. "Flame domain, no cold corpses allowed," Zheng Yu shouted, watching this awe-inspiring scene, a glimmer of hope reigniting in his heart. The twin fire demons underwent a startling transformation after accepting the goblin sorcerer's life sacrifice. Their bodies swelled instantly, and their flames shifted from a bright red to a deep, ominous purple, radiating an intimidating aura. This newfound power would only last for a minute, but it was enough to dominate the battlefield. Previously, the goblin sorcerer had used a sleep curse to halt the human skin spider's advance. However, this life sacrifice changed the battle's dynamics entirely. The purple flames from the fire demons became a lethal trap for the frost corpses. Low-level frost corpses of level 5 were incinerated instantly, reduced to ashes. Even the higher-level frost corpses around level 10 could only writhe in agony for a few seconds before succumbing to the flames. Kill notifications flashed continuously. Elite Frost Corpse LV10 killed, gaining 921 experience points. Elite Frost Corpse LV6 killed, gaining 321 experience points. Elite Frost Corpse LV5 killed, gaining 129 experience points. Elite Frost Corpse LV7 killed, gaining 503 experience points. In just 1 minute, Zheng Yu's experience points surged by nearly 3,000, bringing him within a hair's breadth of level 9. The efficiency was so astounding that he was tempted to stay and farm more experience, but reason quickly prevailed. The twin fire demons are only this formidable with the sorcerer's boost. Once it wears off, they'll be exhausted and unable to handle the relentless frost corpses, Zheng Yu calculated. The primary target now is the human skin spiders. He decisively ordered, "Kill the human skin spiders, then we retreat." Following the command, the twin fire demons immediately targeted the nearest human skin spider. With the sorcerer's sacrificial boost, their energy was instantly replenished, unleashing a barrage of devastating fire spells. Double fireballs and double flame cages bombarded the human skin spider, engulfing it in purple flames. The air filled with the acrid smell of burning rubber, and thick black smoke billowed up. Elite human skin spider LV15 killed, gaining 2,691 experience points. Congratulations! You have obtained the armor top human skin spider armor, gold tier LV10. Congratulations! You have obtained the Helmet Human Skin Spider Helm, Gold Tier, LV10. Congratulations! You have obtained the Pants Human Skin Spider Pants, Gold Tier, LV10. System notifications followed one after another, and Zheng Yu's level increased. Level LV8, LV9. 6,800 experience points needed for next level, 5,298 points remaining. Health 1114-10. Equipped Attribute Mana, 330-340. Equipped Attribute Intelligence, 95-105. Equipped Attribute Strength, 2022. Equipped Attribute Agility, 16-17. Remaining free attribute points, 10. Zheng Yu was overjoyed. The 3 pieces of gold tier equipment were an unexpected bonus. At level 10, gold tier was top tier gear, with each piece selling for around $1 million. This wasn't just due to market inflation or trader speculation. More importantly, these items could be used up to level 20, making them highly valuable for capable players. He closely examined one of the item's attributes. Armor Top, Human Skin Spider Armor. Required level, LV10. Required class, any. Tier Gold. Attributes, Health 4000, Physical Defense 15, Magic Defense 15. Equipment Effect, absorbs 10 of damage when attacked. Set Effect, Human Skin Spider Set Top Helm Pants. Zheng Yu was amazed to discover that this single piece of equipment could increase his health by 400 points, more than doubling his current health. He couldn't help but lament, if only the health from equipment could be converted to innate stats, the twin fire demons could ascend to the 4th tier. Driven by curiosity, Zheng Yu turned to his companions and asked, "How much health do you guys have now?" Tao Qian replied succinctly, 4290. Wu Zong provided a detailed explanation. "I just leveled up to 6, so I have 5,490 health now." Tao Qian was shocked. "Why is yours over 1,000 more than mine?" Wu Zong explained that his potential for physical growth was the highest, meaning his health points HP had the highest growth potential. As a monk, his HP was second only to that of a paladin, making him a true tank class. Zheng Yu estimated that once they reach level 10, their HP could reach around 8,000 to 9,000. With this in mind, a piece of golden grade equipment that could add 4,000 HP didn't seem so outrageous. He knew well that equipment was the most crucial source of power for any class. This piece of equipment not only significantly boosted HP, but also increased physical and magical resistance by 15 and could absorb an additional 10 of damage. Zheng Yu couldn't help but marvel. This was indeed a pretty impressive piece of gear. Suddenly, his eyes were drawn to the last attribute on the equipment. Set Effect? To his surprise, he found out that this was part of a set, and 3 pieces had dropped at once. This human skin spider really has something special, he thought to himself. Zheng Yu carefully examined the attributes of the first piece of equipment. Armor Helmet. Human Skin Spider Hat. Wear level. LV.10. Wear requirement. Any class. Gray Gold. Attributes. HP 1500, Stamina 10, Stamina Recovery Speed 10. Equipment Effect. When the wearer or their summoned creatures have low stamina, it will replenish stamina once, with a cooldown of 2 hours. Set Effect. Human Skin Spider 3-piece set Top Hat Pants. This was a hat that increased stamina. To Zheng Yu's relief, the hat was made of black reverse-haired spider skin, not the disgusting human scalp he had feared. He didn't mind spiders. It was the idea of using human skin to make spider gear that repulsed him. Next, he checked the second piece of equipment. Armor Pants. Human Skin Spider Pants. Wear level. LV.10. Wear requirement. Any class. Gray Gold. Attributes. HP 2000, Movement Speed 15, Agility 5. Equipment Effect. Reduces the effects of slow, bind, and sludge by 20, increases jump power by 30, and grants immunity to all web-based slow bind effects. Set Effect. Human Skin Spider 3-piece set Top Hat Pants. Zheng Yu noted that these pieces of equipment were generally less effective for summoners, since most of the attributes couldn't be applied to summon creatures. This was the inherent challenge of the summoner class. Despite some people trying to prove the worth of this class, its limitations were undeniable. All 3 pieces of equipment were level 10, so Zheng Yu couldn't wear them yet. However, he was eager to see the set effect of the 3 pieces. Set Effect. Human Skin Spider 3-piece set Top Hat Pants. Wearing the Human Skin Spider armor, hat, and pants simultaneously activates the set attributes. Intelligence 50, Strength 50, Agility 5, and activates the set effect Grudge. Grudge will mark the last enemy that attacked you. Your next attack on this target will inflict grudge damage, which equals critical hit damage but does not benefit from critical hit bonuses. Grudge. Zheng Yu recalled that this was likely one of the Human Skin Spider's skills. No wonder the Human Skin Spider could instantly kill the Shield Goblin with 6,000 HP in one hit. It was probably due to this grudge effect. Although it wasn't a true critical hit, dealing critical hit damage was powerful enough. Zheng Yu realized that this set effect could significantly enhance the Goblin General's burst damage. At that moment, the flames on the twin fire demons changed from purple to red, and the goblin shaman's life sacrifice effect vanished. We're retreating, Zheng Yu decided quickly, recalling the exhausted twin fire demons into the summoner's space. The goblin shield bearer covered the rear, while the goblin general and wolf riders led the way. The group rapidly retreated towards the unfrozen lake. The shield-bearing soldiers were completely wiped out, and the two wolf riders were surrounded and lost without a trace. The goblin shaman sacrificed his life. Zheng Yu's team was left with only 5 archers and 5 death guards, barely escaping the encirclement of the cold corpses. Just as they were about to reach the unfrozen lake, the cold corpses suddenly halted their pursuit, seemingly fearful of the lake's waters. This unexpected respite allowed Zheng Yu to assess the battle damage. The goblin general had lost half his health, the giant wolf had an injured right leg, and the goblin combat squad suffered heavy losses. The only consolation was that the 5 death guards were still intact, serving as Zheng Yu's trump card for the boss within the unfrozen lake. The twin fire sprites were exhausted and could only recuperate in the summoner's space. Zheng Yu looked around and saw that the cold corpses had vanished without a trace. The surface of the unfrozen lake was as still as a mirror, devoid of any life. He decided to rest for a while, waiting for the twin fire sprites to recover before exploring the lake. No one objected to this plan. Tao Qian and the others had already started setting up camp and preparing food. In fact, such mid-exploration breaks were not uncommon in abyssal expeditions. An expedition could last several hours, with the longest reportedly exceeding a month. Resting, regaining strength, and healing injuries were necessary unless facing a relentless pursuit-type abyss. Zheng Yu took out various medicines from his inventory. He tossed some premium pork to the giant wolf, watching as it devoured it in a few bites, and its leg wound visibly healed. He carefully selected a recovery potion to replenish the goblin general's health. The twin fire sprites continued to recover in the summoner's space, the fastest place for summoned creatures to heal. Damn, I'm exhausted, Tao Qian complained as he lay in the newly pitched tent. Zheng Yu couldn't help but laugh. Exhausted from what? You didn't even fight. Tao Qian chuckled. It's just that lying down for so long makes sudden running a bit uncomfortable. Zheng Yu merely smiled at Tao Qian's antics. As Wu Zong prepared food, he remarked, now I truly understand the difficulty of a nightmare-level abyss. With the number of cold corpses we just faced, ordinary professionals wouldn't stand a chance. Kuing, who was cutting fruit, chimed in, I think the cold corpses aren't the hardest part. Those who dare to enter a nightmare-level abyss are elite and should find a way to break through. The real challenge is that human skin spiders fast, deals high damage, and can instantly kill in its berserk state. No wonder no one from Jianshui City has ever cleared it, despite having S-level professionals. Zheng Yu suddenly asked, by the way, haven't any S-level professionals tried the nightmare-level abyss before? The rewards are quite substantial. He went on to explain that clearing a nightmare-level abyss at each stage lays a solid foundation for the next stage's upgrade, as it guarantees the best equipment for that stage. He cited an example. The top-tier equipment for Stage 10 was a Platinum Warrior weapon, which dropped from a nightmare-level abyss in another city. This weapon, after a Warrior's level 25 job change, was auctioned for 20 million. A 10-level weapon selling for millions is already outrageous. Zheng Yu continued. What's more ridiculous is that after several resales, its price has soared to 40 million, now known as the strongest level 10 warrior weapon. In other words, even a warrior with poor talent could easily reach the 3rd professional stage with it. This was why Zheng Yu was determined to clear the nightmare-level dungeon. Although the state provided resources and subsidies, claiming to be unlimited, in reality, it ensured you wouldn't lack resources but wouldn't give you everything either. That level 10 strongest warrior weapon had to be earned on one's own. Unfortunately, the difficulty of the nightmare-level abyss was extremely high. Without an S-level talent, professionals had almost no hope of clearing it. Even S-level professionals needed the most suitable teammates to have a slim chance. This explained the skepticism surrounding Zheng Yu. Tao Qian and the others who followed Zheng Yu into the nightmare-level abyss were undoubtedly brave and determined. Tao Qian believed that no S-level professionals had attempted it. In the past, there was always a notification when someone entered the nightmare abyss. However, Tao Qian couldn't find any records of strength professionals venturing into the nightmare-level abyss in previous years. When Rinxingyu looked at Zheng Yu with a curious gleam in her eyes. Well, you should ask our high-profile captain about that, she said with a hint of teasing in her voice. Tao Qian turned to Zheng Yu, his eyes full of questions. Zheng Yu shrugged nonchalantly and explained, if I don't announce it, who would know I entered the nightmare abyss? They'd think I was afraid to team up with Li Feng. Of course, I had to announce it. Tao Qian's mouth twitched in disbelief. I thought the announcement was automatic, not a manual skill. Kuing chimed in curiously. How much did it cost? To push it directly to everyone's face, it cost 50,000, Zheng Yu replied calmly. Ku Ying's eyes widened, clearly thinking it was a waste of money. But Zheng Yu remained unfazed. Why should I keep a low profile? He half-joked. I'm this strong. Why not show off a bit and make use of my talent? Despite Zheng Yu's lighthearted tone, Tao Qian and Wenren Qingyu sensed the underlying seriousness. Wenren Qingyu pondered for a moment before asking, "You mentioned you don't have a resurrection cross. I thought you were joking. After all, strength talents usually come with at least one life-saving item. So, did Jiangshui City's resource department not allocate resources to you?" Zheng Yu glanced at Wenren Qingyu, a hint of surprise in his eyes. "You seem to know quite a lot." Wenren Qingyu shrugged, her tone tinged with melancholy. "Before my family fell from grace, the Wenren family was considered a top-tier family. I know these things." Zheng Yu didn't probe further into Wenren Qingyu's family history. Everyone has their own secrets. Just like they wouldn't ask why Zheng Yu's summoned beasts were so powerful or why goblin wolf riders turned into goblin generals. Asking more would be impolite. Wenren Qingyu's guess was correct. Zheng Yu's support was still not in place. Spending 50,000 on the announcement was his way of venting. As in strength talent, his supplements and resources should have been provided long ago, ideally before he entered the abyss. While others might experience delays, strength talents should be prioritized. This was a mark of respect. Zheng Yu knew why he hadn't received the resources no one had contacted him. It wasn't until he broke the abyss record that Jiangshui City's mayor remembered him. This was blatant discrimination. Li Feng, an ranked talent, was able to clear and break records in the regular abyss quickly because his supplies were provided promptly. Even ranked talents received support, but he didn't. Zheng Yu didn't say much, but that didn't mean he was unaware or unbothered. He could afford the announcement. It was also a warning to those withholding his resource. She holds grudges. "I'm someone who holds grudges and doesn't like to swallow my pride," Zheng Yu stated bluntly. "If I can tell everyone about it, there's no need to hide it. Do you know? After we broke the simple level abyss record, the mayor contacted me directly." Wenren Qingyu raised an eyebrow. "He called you personally?" Zheng Yu smiled and shook his head. "He had the homeroom teacher inform me to contact him." Wenren Qingyu frowned upon hearing this. Zheng Yu, with an understanding look, said, "I get it. Jiangshui City doesn't have many resources. They gave them to Li Feng. So where would they find resources for a summoner? Now I'm curious, if I clear the nightmare level abyss, how will the mayor respond?" Wenren Qingyu thought for a moment, and then said, "I remember the head of Jiangshui City's resource department has the surname Li." A meaningful smile appeared on Zheng Yu's face. "I know. His son is Li Feng." With that, the room's atmosphere became tense, and everyone fell into silence. Tao Qian frowned and asked in confusion, "Shouldn't the mayor have a broader vision? To become a mayor, one must be at least level 45 as a professional. A local official not only needs to manage politics, but also provide protection and enforce order. The level of a professional symbolizes everything." When Rinqingyu calmly analyzed, "Not necessarily. The resources granted by the state to professionals with level talent and above are not one-time. The subsequent investments are quite significant. The mayor also needs achievements to level up. After level 40, each level up becomes extremely difficult. In recent years, Jiangshui City has been mediocre. Although you have level talent, the summoner profession might have been undermined. It's very likely that the resources have gone to Li Feng." Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. "The mayor is unlikely to embezzle my resources, but nothing happens without his approval. A simple comparison principle. An level talent, but a less desirable profession versus an level talent in a popular profession, whose father happens to be the Minister of Resources." He shrugged. "With that kind of connection, the answer is obvious." Tao Qian asked in confusion, "Isn't the Ministry of Resources under the mayor's jurisdiction? Why would the mayor need to curry favor with the Minister of Resources?" Wenren Qingyu shook her head and explained, "First, you misunderstood the relationship. The Ministry of Resources and the mayor are on the same level, and the ministry might even be more important because it controls resources. Secondly, curry favor is the wrong term. The mayor needs achievements. Although Li Feng's talent isn't as high as Zheng Yu's, he is a solid warrior, which is more stable. Moreover, the mayor and Li Nan have a mutually beneficial relationship. Years ago, before my family fell into decline, I heard about Li Nan. He came to Jiangshui City for experience, and will return soon." Tao Qian suddenly understood. It wasn't that the mayor's vision was narrow, but theirs was. The mayor's analysis was spot on. Offending an unknown, unconnected, and unpromising summoner wasn't as beneficial as giving resources to the Minister of Resources from above. This would foster good relations, maintain connections, and secure a level warrior. Although the talent isn't high, it's stable. Whether or not Zheng Yu got the resources was reasonable. The resources didn't go to Zheng Yu, and without the Summoners Guild to help, the other party could say whatever they wanted. The homeroom teacher mentioned that the mayor wanted to present the award personally, but Zheng Yu knew this was just a gesture to placate him, since the resources were already allocated. It was a way to show some compensation. Because of this reasonableness, Zhengyu was particularly angry. Why should what rightfully belonged to him be given to someone else? So even if he had the time, he refused the mayor's invitation to meet. He bore a grudge, but he was never one to be magnanimous. The resources didn't matter, but what was his could not be given away. Even if he didn't want it, it wasn't a reason for someone else to take it. Meanwhile, in the mayor's office, Zhou Yun listened to the phone call and said in surprise, "He refused to see me?" The homeroom teacher on the other end of the line answered cautiously. Zheng Yu said he is about to enter the abyss and is pressed for time. I'll have him come to see you once he returns. Mayor Zhou Yun chuckled. The kid is holding a grudge. It's just that he didn't get the resources. Fine, when he comes back from the abyss, I'll make it up to him. There was a long silence on the other end before the homeroom teacher's voice turned somewhat strange. Mayor, I want to know, did you really not give any resources to Zheng Yu? The tone was no longer respectful, more like a challenge. Mayor Zhou Yun frowned, sensing the hardening tone. He wanted to snap. Who are you to question me? But after a moment's thought, he held back. He knew the other party might not be in the best mood right now. Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City sat behind his expansive desk, holding the phone with a calm, yet authoritative tone. Speaking to teacher Zhang Cheng on the other end, he said, Mr. Zhang, you know that resource subsidies require thorough evaluation. After assessments by various experts in Jiangshui City, it was unanimously agreed that Li Feng has greater potential. After a brief pause, Zhou Yun continued. Although Zheng Yu hasn't great talent, his profession is a summoner. Our city's performance has been at the bottom for years, and we cannot afford to waste resources on Zheng Yu. We simply don't have enough resources. You need to understand the government's position and our decision. There was a moment of silence on the other end before Zhang Cheng, the homeroom teacher, quietly responded, experts, are they always right? Zhou Yun's patience began to wear thin. He straightened up and raised his voice slightly. Mr. Zhang, let me reiterate, this decision was made after careful evaluation and has been approved by the Provincial Resource Department. If you have any objections, you can take it up with them. After hanging up, Zhou Yun rubbed his temples, feeling increasingly frustrated. As mayor, he was acutely aware that many decisions were beyond his control, especially those affecting his political performance. He wished he could allocate resources to Zheng Yu, who hadn't great talent. However, the reality of the situation didn't allow for it. The national government had allocated 4 sets of resources for grade talents at levels 1, 10, 25, and 40, each with substantial rewards. They doubted whether Zheng Yu could even reach level 10. If they allocated resources for the first stage, who would get them for the second? Reporting another failure to the higher authorities, as they did last year, was not an option. Zhou Yun thought to himself, what future does a summoner have? Allocating resources to him would be unwise. Conveniently, the son of the city's resource department head isn't a grade warrior. This decision benefits everyone. As for Zheng Yu, he's just a summoner. He'll fade into obscurity eventually. On the contrary, giving resources to Li Feng will be seen as a wise decision in the future. He knew Zheng Yu and his teacher would be dissatisfied. However, as the mayor personally calling Zheng Yu's teacher to explain the situation showed considerable respect. What more could they want? Did they think the mayor owed them something? Zhou Yun hadn't lied. When Zheng Yu's grade talent as a summoner was reported, officials from the education department, high school principals, and the resource department all got involved. Multiple meetings were held, and numerous plans were formulated. Ultimately, they decided to request an exception from the provincial department to allocate resources to the grade Li Feng instead of the grade Zheng Yu. Seeing no response from the other end, Zhou Yun spoke earnestly. The provincial department has agreed. What else can I do? I can only promise some compensation for Zheng Yu, but the subsequent resources must go to Li Feng. You need to understand my position and that of the province. With more and more talented professionals emerging, Zheng Yu's grade talent isn't that rare anymore. Think it over. After hanging up, Zhou Yun immediately called his secretary and instructed, prepare some resources from our side, not from the resource department for Zheng Yu. He intended to offer some compensation, knowing they were in the wrong. However, the secretary replied, Mayor, I don't think that will be necessary. Zhou Yun looked up puzzled. The secretary explained, Mr. Zhang didn't tell you, but Zheng Yu has entered a nightmare-level abyss. Zhou Yun was taken aback, blurting out, is he trying to get himself killed? The secretary didn't answer directly, but continued. Before entering the nightmare-level dungeon, he spent money to announce it. Everyone in the Cold Street Mystery Hall knew Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare abyss. Zhou Yun's expression turned peculiar. He muttered, this kid has quite the temper. Is he planning to express his dissatisfaction by risking his life? He didn't believe Zheng Yu could clear the nightmare-level abyss. The Cold Street Abyss had been in Jiangshui City for over a decade, and no one had ever cleared the nightmare level, especially not a summoner like Zheng Yu. Zhou Yun then realized why Zhang Cheng's attitude had been so strange. Previously respectful, he suddenly started questioning him. It was because he knew Zheng Yu had entered the nightmare-level abyss and likely wouldn't come out alive. With no borrowed money, poor family conditions, and no resources, Zheng Yu was unprepared for the nightmare-level abyss. It was a suicide mission. Mayor Zhou Yun, however, saw an opportunity. He told his secretary, "Prepare an obituary. You know what to write?" The experienced secretary understood immediately. He replied, "I will write it sincerely, expressing regret over losing its great talent. I will also emphasize how Zheng Yu's arrogance led to his demise and highlight the limitations of the summoner profession, such as the inability to leave combat and the uselessness of resurrection items. I will avoid mentioning Li Feng." Zhou Yun shook his head. "Don't mention Li Feng. Keep it separate." "Understood." The secretary noted down, "Avoid conflict." Zhou Yun added, "Also, prepare the resources I mentioned earlier and give them to Zheng Yu's teacher. I remember Zhang Chan has a child in high school, right? Let him handle the resources as he sees fit." "Understood." The secretary left to carry out the instructions. In the cold, desolate depths of the abyss, Zheng Yu lounged lazily on a recliner with his eyes closed, trying to rest. Without internet access in the abyss, even browsing forums became a luxury. He could only sip coffee to relax his body and mind. About 2 hours later, Zheng Yu noticed a significant improvement in the state of his summoned beasts. The twin fire spirits were brimming with energy, their status indicating a full recovery. The Goblin General, although not resting within the summoner space, showcased his veteran endurance. His mental and physical state was at 98, and his health was fully restored. As a seasoned warrior accustomed to life and death, he remained highly vigilant, making it difficult to reach a peak state of 100. In contrast, the young and lively twin fire spirits quickly returned to their optimal state of 100 within the summoner's space. However, their combative nature often led to excessive energy consumption during battles, sometimes leaving them too exhausted to cast spells. Zheng Yu pondered how to enhance the twin fire spirits' combat endurance. He recalled that summoners would gain exclusive training skills after reaching level 10, enabling them to modify beast traits, cultivate attributes, and refine skills. Although this process was complex and costly, it was an advantage for someone with Zheng Yu's unique talents. By this time, Tao Qian and the others had efficiently packed up their camping gear. Watching his well-coordinated teammates, Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel grateful. He silently hoped they could quickly catch up to his level, so he wouldn't have to find new teammates for level 10 dungeons. Although Tao Qian and Wu Zong weren't particularly strong, they understood Zheng Yu's needs perfectly. Tao Qian often anticipated tasks, completing them even before Zheng Yu could ask. Wu Zong's barbecuing skills had improved immensely, especially his mastery of grilling kidneys. When Ren Qingjia's tea-making was exquisite, and Kuing was efficient and meticulous in packing up. Most importantly, these two young women were not only capable, but also pleasant to look at. Tao Qian reassured, "You don't worry. We're all level 6 now. After clearing this nightmare-level abyss, we'll definitely reach level 7. Getting to level 10 will just take a couple of easy dungeons. They say that after level 20, each level requires hundreds of thousands of experience points. We'll have plenty of chances to stick with you." Zheng Yu felt a silent gratitude towards his understanding teammates, who cherished their strong ally. Although they knew they couldn't rely on Zheng Yu's abyss runs forever, they were determined to follow him as much as possible for now. Once everything was packed, Zheng Yu summoned the fully recovered twin fire spirits, while the Goblin General stood at the forefront, ready for action. He glanced at the time. They had been in the nightmare-level abyss for 6 hours now. This was the final and most challenging phase, beyond what any practitioner in Jiangshui City had explored. Zheng Yu handed a training dummy to Tao Qian and instructed, "Wait here. If anything goes wrong, exit the abyss immediately." With that, he resolutely embarked on the unknown journey ahead. After Zheng Yu gave the order, a goblin death warrior hoisted the woman's corpse over his shoulder. Zheng Yu and the Goblin General then mounted their giant wolves and waded into the unfrozen lake. The water was shallow, barely reaching halfway up the wolves' legs. Despite the surrounding temperature plunging to -40 degrees, the lake's surface remained clear and rippling, revealing the bottom. In the center of the lake stood an unassuming burial mound, half submerged in water, yet strangely maintaining a dry top. Zheng Yu and his party reached the mound without any hindrance. No frozen corpses or skinless monsters barred their path. Only a pervasive chill and a heavy sense of resentment lingered in the air. As Zheng Yu stepped onto the mound, a sharp crack of ice echoed behind him. The unfrozen lake froze over instantly, and the temperature plummeted further. A torrent of overwhelming resentment erupted from the mound. Zheng Yu quickly retreated to the ice, while the Goblin General, twin fire spirits, and the Goblin Combat Squad took up defensive positions. It was clear that the final boss of the Cold Street Abyss, the ultimate nightmare-level monster, had been activated. "Are you here to persuade me to spare them as well?" A voice composed of the screams of hundreds of vengeful souls reverberated around them. Zheng Yu responded while retreating. I'm just here to return something to its rightful place. He gestured for the goblin general to lay down the woman's corpse. However, this did nothing to halt the continuing drop in temperature. The resentment, cold, and fury swirled above the unfrozen lake. The twin fire spirits immediately intensified their fiery auras, attempting to fend off the cold. Return something? The voice grew more piercing and shrill. She should be trapped in that deep well for all eternity, never to see the light of day, just as she did to me. Are you here to plead for her as well? Before the words had fully faded, several level 15 frozen corpses began to claw their way out from the surrounding lake. Zheng Yu's expression darkened, realizing these high-level frozen corpses would be difficult to dispatch quickly. Death Warrior, hold them off. Goblin General, dig up the mound directly. Zheng Yu commanded decisively. He knew that to clear the nightmare-level abyss, they had to deal with the boss in the burial mound first, rather than getting bogged down by these troublesome frozen corpses. The Goblin General charged towards the grave like a green lightning bolt. Just as he was about to reach the tombstone, a frigid corpse suddenly appeared, blocking his path. Boom! The Wolf Rider's charge was unstoppable, sending the level 15 corpse flying. With the Goblin General at level 9, his 656 attack power combined with the Wolf Rider's 27x attack multiplier dealt almost 20,000 damage in an instant, taking out 2/3 of the corpse's health in one blow. Zheng Yu quickly retreated, calmly observing the battle. This was the hallmark of summoner-type combatants, including druids who summon beasts and necromancers who control the undead. They prefer to command from a distance. The farther, the safer. If not for the necessity of entering the unfrozen lake to trigger the boss mechanism, Zheng Yu would never have set foot in this perilous area. A vanguard composed of twin fire imps, death soldiers, and archers cleared the way for the Goblin General. The fire imps released scorching fire auras and fireballs, continuously depleting the corpse's health. Goblin archers provided consistent harassment from the rear, adding to the damage. Meanwhile, Goblin death soldiers used their bodies to block the corpse, buying precious attack time for the general. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin General leaped into the air, bringing his heavy hammer down on the grave mound. Stop hiding, he roared. Your undead minions can't stop me. Keep hiding, and I'll dig up your grave. Boom, the heavy hammer descended, but a pale little hand suddenly emerged, catching the powerful strike. Finally, you've shown yourself. Zheng Yu squinted, scrutinizing the hand. It appeared to belong to a child around 7 or 8 years old, with pale fingers, nails filled with blood and dirt, and skin covered in a layer of frost, just like the other corpses. Immediately, the mysterious creature's data appeared before Zheng Yu. Curse Xiaoqi, level 15, rank, level 1 curse. Curse source, God of the Frozen Abyss. Health, 200,000. Attack, 1,500. Skill I, absolute 0. Skill 2, piercing cold. Skill 3, master of the unfrozen lake. Skill 4, skill V. While 200,000 health. Zheng Yu muttered in disbelief. No wonder so few can clear the nightmare-level abyss. Just this health alone is enough to scare off so-called genius combatants. God of the Frozen Abyss. Zheng Yu's mind raced as he noticed the term on the boss. This sudden appearance of sanctuaries, abysses, and the data-driven system for combatants seemed to hint at a grander scheme, one that involved opposing the gods. From the stories of other nightmare-level abyss dungeons, it could be inferred that the abyss was a byproduct of the god's appearance. Just like this child, named Xiaoqi, who had the power to freeze everything and create undead, yet ended up in the tragic state of lying in a coffin within the unfrozen lake. The favor of a god was not a blessing, but a curse. This was all Zheng Yu knew about the abyss. Even the highest level combatant, Nan Muyun, at level 71, had yet to encounter an abyss with an actual god. Suddenly, a crisp freezing sound echoed from the Goblin General. As the boss Xiaoqi climbed out of the grave, the temperature around plummeted, instantly freezing the nearest Goblin General. Ice Pendant effect activated. Immunity to 1 freeze. Cooldown active. Next effect in 1 minute. The system notification chimed. This level 5 necklace had proven invaluable in the frozen street abyss. It not only granted immunity to freezing once per minute, but also added 10 ice resistance and a 20 slow reduction. Without it, the Goblin General would have long been unable to stand before Xiaoqi. After breaking free from the ice, the Goblin General wasted no time and pounded the outstretched hand with his hammer. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The strikes were powerful, but no damage was inflicted. Zheng Yu frowned in thought. It wasn't unusual for no damage to appear, given that elite monsters and above in the frozen street abyss had ice armor. But even with ice armor, damage values should still be displayed, even if it was 0. Fall back! Zheng Yu suddenly realized something and immediately commanded the goblin general to retreat from the only solid ground on the unfrozen lake. However, it was too late. A piercing cry echoed around the grave. The previously unfrozen lake shattered instantly, returning to its rippling, watery state. Standing on the surface of the lake, Zheng Yu resolutely stepped into the icy water. Though the water only reached his knees, the biting cold felt like knives slicing through his leg bones, shooting up his spine and making his whole body tingle. Meanwhile, the goblin general and his wolf were sent flying by a tremendous force, tracing an arc through the air. The damage of over 4,000 points struck like thunder, nearly depleting half of his health bar in an instant. 1,000. 2,500. Zheng Yu quickly pulled out some recovery items he had scavenged from the chef's cold corpse in the restaurant, using them to restore the goblin general's health. He silently thanked his past self for the preparation. Zheng Yu soon realized the reason for the earlier insufficient damage. Boss Xiao Qi was in the middle of casting a skill. Bone-chilling cold, an attack formed from a fusion of resentment and icy energy, rendered him completely immune to damage during his charge-up. This mechanic is just disgusting, Zheng Yu muttered, downing an invisibility potion provided by Wen Yu. A blast of bone-chilling cold came whistling through the air, striking the goblin general and dealing another 4,000 points of damage. Zheng Yu's heart skipped a beat. If it had hit him, he would have been killed instantly. Even with training dummies as buffers, he couldn't afford to let his guard down. Any mistake on his part would spell the end of their entire plan. From a distance, Tao Qian and the others looked on in shock at the staggering damage. Holy crap! Tao Qian couldn't help but curse. They had only ever seen the goblin general deal such high damage to cold corpses, never endure such an attack himself. Kuing glanced at her own health bar and murmured, "If that hit me, I'd be dead for sure." No wonder the nightmare abyss is so hard to clear. This is practically an impossible task. Wu Zong looked worriedly at the goblin general, who had been knocked back, and at Zheng Yu, now covered in frost. "Can we even win this?" he asked anxiously. Silence fell over the group. Even Tao Qian, who always had faith in Zheng Yu, was at a loss for words. They were all anxious but helpless, hoping that Zheng Yu had some hidden trump card to turn the tide. Zheng Yu did have a plan, but now was not the time to reveal it. This was merely the first round of their battle with the cold street boss. The eerie cries continued. By now, the boy Xiao Qi, cursed by the god of the cold prison, had fully emerged from his grave, floating in midair. Cold mist swirled around him, and resentment condensed into visible black smoke, encircling his body. He was a 7 or 8-year-old boy with hollowed-out organs. His scar-covered face and one arm twisted at a 90-degree angle against his chest painted a gruesome picture. His chest cavity was empty, save for a few severed intestines and bits of flesh. Thankfully, the extreme cold had frozen everything, preventing a more gruesome scene of blood splatter. Despite his hideous, terrifying, and bloody appearance, Zheng Yu felt a pang of sorrow. The organ cake was most likely made from this child's organs. He couldn't imagine the torment the boy must have endured in life. At that moment, the twin fire spirits finished off 2 level 15 cold corpses and returned to Zheng Yu, adjusting their flame aura to dispel the cold. Since Zheng Yu was invisible, only the goblin general, the twin fire spirits, and the surviving goblin squad could be seen fighting. Floating in the air, Xiao Qi glared at the twin fire spirits with empty eyes. Clearly, he loathed the presence of fire. "You all deserve to die too." The voice echoed from all directions, hoarse and torn, mingling the sounds of men, women, and children. Xiao Qi was channeling the voices of all the souls in the cold street abyss. He lunged at the twin fire spirits, the flames making him extremely uncomfortable. He could sense that they were the most significant threat. "Block him!" Zheng Yu shouted as he retreated, forcing himself to move away from the twin fire spirits to avoid being caught in the crossfire. The death soldiers obeyed his command and surged forward. Xiao Qi's scarred face twisted in disdain as he waved his right hand, turning the cold air into an ice dragon that swept through the death soldiers. In an instant, 5 soldiers were frozen solid. This was his skill, absolute zero. Seeing the frozen death soldiers, a look of extreme contempt flashed in Xiao Qi's pupilless eyes. But the next moment, he was taken aback. One death soldier had somehow appeared behind him and scathed. "Get lost!" Xiao Qi was about to react when a deafening explosion erupted. The death soldier had self-destructed right in front of the boss, engulfing him in purple flames. This was Zheng Yu's first trump card as special death soldier, with both a blink assassin skill and the ability to self-destruct. The self-destruction of the goblin suicide warriors may only inflict around 5,000 damage on the boss Xiao Qi, who has a health pool of 200,000, but the real threat lies in the poison contained in their blood. As they explode, the purple blood splashes onto Xiao Qi, emitting a corrosive hissing sound and triggering multiple instances of damage per second. The sacrifice of this suicide warrior bought precious time for the twin fire demons. The flame cage erupted, igniting the poisonous blood on Shao-Chi. This resulted in triple damage stacking. The burning of the poison blood, the searing of the flame cage, and the continuous damage from the flame aura. The boss's health and frostry began to plummet at an astounding rate, nearly 10,000 points per second. Tao Qian gasped in shock. The difficulty of the Nightmare Abyss and the strength of Zheng Yu far exceeded expectations. This was no ordinary summoner battle, it was a clash between bosses. The performance of the twin fire demons was impressive, but the situation remained critical. Zheng Yu still had 4 suicide warriors ready to intercept and create space for the twin fire demons to deal damage. However, the expressions of Ren Qingyu, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong were still filled with concern. They knew the boss's berserk phase was imminent, and the goblin suicide warriors might not be able to withstand it. Suddenly, Shao-Chi let out a piercing, venomous scream, instantly freezing a nearby suicide warrior. Zheng Yu frowned, realizing he could no longer treat this as just a game boss. He decisively unleashed his trump card, Beast Frenzy. With the release of this skill, the flames on the twin fire demons turned purple, doubling their damage. All summoned beasts, the Goblin General, Giant Wolf, Suicide Warriors, and Goblin Archers entered a frenzied state. The most drastic transformation occurred in the Suicide Warriors, who completely lost their sanity and turned into pure, berserk monsters. A thunderous roar erupted from the Suicide Warriors, signaling that the battle had reached its fever pitch. Zheng Yu had played all his cards, and the true power of the Frost Street boss was about to be revealed. In this heart-pounding showdown, who would emerge victorious? A crazed gaze fixed on boss Shao-Chi, a look filled with primal desire that made Shao-Chi hesitate for a moment. In that brief instant of hesitation, the summoned beast seized the chance to attack. 4 death warriors instantly appeared in front of boss Shao-Chi. Boom! The first one self-destructed with a deafening explosion. Then boom, boom, boom. 3 more explosions followed as the remaining death warriors detonated themselves in quick succession. The chain of explosions stripped away 30,000 health points from boss Shao-Chi. However, the assault didn't stop there. The Goblin General, like a sharp steel blade, charged forward and struck directly at boss Shao-Chi's heart. An exaggerated damage number floated in the air, another 30,000 points. Meanwhile, the twin fire demons continuously spewed scorching flames, burning boss Shao-Chi. Goblin archers in the back provided accurate shots, adding to the damage. In the blink of an eye, boss Shao-Chi's health plummeted to just over 40,000. Nice! Tao Qian shouted excitedly. That combo drained his health so fast. If I didn't know this boss had 200,000 health points, I'd think it was just a few thousand. This is insane. Ren Qingyu exclaimed. I didn't realize summoners had such powerful skills. This is impressive. Tao Qian retorted. Are you sure it's the skills that are strong, and not Zheng Yu himself? Ren Qingyu nodded. Both are strong. I've observed before that Zheng Yu's Goblin Charge can deal up to 18,000 damage in a single hit. But with this berserk summoning skill, the damage is almost doubled. This isn't a skill a sub-level 10 player should have. The skill works by amplifying the strength of the summoned beasts, Tao Qian explained. For other summoners it might be average. Doubling trash still leaves you with trash. But doubling Zheng Yu turns one monster into 2 when Ren Qingyu finished. At that moment, Wu Zong's voice interrupted their conversation. That kid has entered berserk mode. A chilling cold suddenly swept across the area, causing waves to ripple on the unfrozen lake. When Shao-Chi, cursed and reduced to a quarter of his health by Zheng Yu's berserk damage, finally entered his berserk state, his hidden skills were revealed. Skill 4. Father? Skill V. Mother? Wu Zong couldn't help but voice his concern. I just want to know, who can even win in this Nightmare Abyss? Zheng Yu is so overpowered, yet it's still this hard to beat the Nightmare Abyss. Can other players really manage it? No sooner had he spoken than a horrifying scene unfolded. Behind the boy with his innards hollowed out, the human-skin spider that Zheng Yu had painstakingly defeated reappeared. He is father, Shao-Chi said softly. At the same time, the female corpse Zheng Yu had pulled out of the well slowly stood up. She is mother, Shao-Chi continued. For the first time, Shao-Chi revealed his true voice, a clear child's tone ringing out. Parents are supposed to shelter their children. When I was alive, you abandoned me. Now that I'm dead, can't you do something for me? No levels? No health bars? As the human-skin spider and the well-dwelling ghost woman suddenly appeared, Wu Zong's eyes widened in disbelief. He realized there was no data for these monsters, whom the Cold Street boss referred to as Mom and Dad. A troubling question arose in his mind. In this nightmare-level abyss, who is the real winner? The battlefield was in chaos. All 5 of Zheng Yu's death soldiers had self-destructed, and his berserk state was about to end. Though they had barely managed to push the boss into a savage state, the situation ahead looked hopeless. Wu Zong felt a growing urge to retreat. If not for the goblin general still holding the front line, he might have already fled. Staring intently at the center of the lake, when Ren Qingyu whispered, "You have to understand, only Zheng Yu has the strength to fight the boss. We can't do much to help." She explained that other cities needed at least one S-rank talent to clear a nightmare-level abyss, and the rest of the team had to be S-ranked. Even then, success wasn't guaranteed. Honestly, the fact that Zheng Yu has fought this far is already impressive. When Ren Qingyu's hopes of clearing the abyss had gradually faded, the Cold Street nightmare-level abyss was far more formidable than she had expected. The disappointment was evident in her, Ku Ying, and Wu Zong's eyes. They had borrowed a lot of money to support Zheng Yu's attempt to clear the abyss. Although money wasn't the biggest issue, they had already leveled up to 6 or 7 in a day and could repay the debt over time. Missing this opportunity was truly regrettable. Clearing the abyss would have granted them rewards, historical records, first clear bonuses, and special nightmare-level rewards, enough to level them up to at least 20 and enter the 3rd stage of the abyss. However, reality was harsh. In the current battle, they saw no chance of Zheng Yu turning the tables. 2 monsters with undetermined levels, a boss in a savage state, and Zheng Yu's side in dire straits. The twin fire demons were nearly exhausted. The berserk goblin warrior could still fight, but couldn't hold off 3 powerful foes. The goblin death soldiers were wiped out, the goblin wolf riders were surrounded by cold corpses, and the goblin shaman had sacrificed himself to kill the human skin spider. Only the weakest goblin archer was left struggling. Tao Qian suddenly pulled out his monk staff, resolutely saying, "I'm going to help him." He was about to charge into the battlefield. Wu Zong grabbed him, shouting, "Are you crazy? What can you do up there? Can you kill the human skin spider, or stop the well-dwelling ghost woman?" He explained that while they had reached level 6 and could be useful in other levels of the abyss, in a nightmare-level abyss, even a master like Li Feng would be a burden. Tao Qian retorted urgently, "But I can't just watch Zheng Yu die." Although they could exit the abyss at any time, Zheng Yu was entangled with the boss and couldn't escape. Without much hesitation, Tao Qian prepared to rush into the battle. Wu Zong tried to dissuade him. "You'll just be throwing your life away. It doesn't matter." Tao Qian's eyes were determined as he gripped his monk staff and ran towards the unfrozen lake. He knew he wasn't a match for the boss and the cold corpses, but he went anyway. For nothing else, but because if Zheng Yu died, he would live with guilt forever. "Damn it, everyone's gone mad." Wu Zong cursed through gritted teeth. But then, he was shocked to see Ku Ying pull out a dagger. "You're not thinking of going up there to die too, are you?" Ku Ying's baby-faced expression turned resolute as she nodded lightly. "For me, the only way to change my fate is to become a professional. Otherwise, it's as good as being dead." With that, she silently entered stealth mode and began to sneak into the unfrozen lake. Wu Zong was completely stunned. He could understand Tao Qian wanting to help Zheng Yuthi had grown up together and were close. But why was Ku Ying taking such a risk? He instinctively looked at Ren Qingyu, who merely shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I have no idea either." Ren Qingyu pointed around and said coldly, "You must be thinking of quitting, right? Do it now." At that moment, Wu Zong suddenly noticed a rustling sound around them. The horde of cold corpses had reappeared due to the resurrection of the human skin spider, surrounding them densely. "Damn! Damn!" Wu Zong cursed inwardly, deeply conflicted. Reflecting on his previous camaraderie with Zheng Yu and the others, it had been pleasant, but only because Zheng Yu could help him level up. Now, the situation was entirely different. The cold corpse horde was menacing. He had lost his hiding place. And even Zheng Yu's formidable goblin general was struggling against the human skin spider and the well-dwelling female corpse. Wu Zong looked around, seeing no hope of victory. After a moment of silence, he asked, Ren Qingyu, aren't you leaving?" Ren Qingyu gripped her dagger tightly and said firmly, "My sisters are still here. If I leave, I'd regret it for the rest of my life." Wu Zong's complicated gaze swept over Zheng Yu and Tao Qian, and he finally sighed, "I want to live. Going up now is just suicide. Help me tell Tao Qian that I'm sorry." He felt he had been crazy enough to accompany Zheng Yu and Tao Qian this far. Gambling was one thing, but he couldn't risk his life. He had seen their immense strength firsthand. Continuing to gamble would be sheer foolishness. Wu Zong indeed yearned to become a professional, drawn by the rewards of the nightmare-level abyss, even borrowing money from his brother to enter it. But now, the die was cast, the outcome was settled, and hope was slim. He turned to Ren Qingyu with a trace of reluctance in his voice, a word of advice. "Get out while you can before the battle starts. As long as there's life, there's hope." Ren Qingyu showed no attempt to hide her disdain. "Take care of yourself. Don't get any ideas about me." You're not qualified. Also, I have no obligation to pass on your message. Get lost. Wu Zong's heart sank. He did have feelings for when wrenching you, but now only regret remained. Beauties like Ku Ying and when wrenching you were about to accompany Zheng Yu and the others to their deaths. Fine. Wu Zong shook his head and chose to forcibly exit the Abyss instance. A system prompt immediately appeared. Forcibly exiting the Abyss instance will result in a mandatory level drop of 2 levels and a 60 reduction in experience points in the next Abyss. If you understand the penalty for forcibly exiting the Abyss, please click Confirm. You will exit the Abyss in 10 seconds. Wu Zong sighed deeply. Compared to life, this penalty was nothing. Confirm exit. The system began the countdown. Exiting Cold Street Abyss, Nightmare level in 10, 9, 8. Team alert. Member Wu Zong, the monk, has left the team. Due to forcibly exiting the Abyss dungeon, Wu Zong will be penalized. As soon as the system announcement ended, Zheng Yu turned around to see Wu Zong vanish into a beam of light. At that moment, Zheng Yu noticed Tao Qian struggling through the freezing lake, gripping his monk's staff. He was shivering and his teeth were chattering, but he kept moving towards Zheng Yu. "You, I'm here to help," Tao Qian shouted, his voice trembling from the cold. Suddenly, Tao Qian's legs gave out, and he fell heavily onto the ice. Just as he was about to get up, he felt a sudden pressure on his back, and a clear footprint appeared. Ugh! Tao Qian was pushed back down. Kuing! Zheng Yu immediately recognized the hidden assassin. Before Tao Qian could try to stand again, another footprint pressed down hard on his back. Seriously? You two are taking this too far. Tao Qian yelled angrily. Zheng Yu watched in surprise as the two female assassins, Kuing and Wen Rin Qingyu, deftly used Tao Qian's body as a stepping stone, showcasing their speed and stealth. Surprised we stayed? When Rin Qingyu raised an eyebrow at Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and said, indeed. He knew well that given the current situation, their chances of winning were slim. Tao Qian was a brother who would risk his life for him. But Kuing and Wen Rin Qingyu were ultimately in it for their own benefit. Wen Rin Qingyu pointed to the baby-faced Kuing beside her. She said she trusts you. Zheng Yu looked at Kuing, recalling their casual chat during a break. It was Ku Ying's decision to join his team. Despite Wen Rin Qingyu's extensive family background and experience, she always followed Ku Ying's lead in crucial decisions. Why? Zheng Yu asked, pointing to the half-health goblin general they were fighting. Because of them? Ku Ying pursed her lips and said bluntly, I'm betting you have an ace up your sleeve. Zheng Yu laughed. Betting requires having cards. If you have no cards, what's there to bet? Ku Ying wasn't swayed by Zheng Yu's words. She directly replied, because you're about to level up? Smart. Zheng Yu nodded approvingly. Neither Wu Zong, who chose to endure the penalty rather than continue, nor the experienced when Rin Qingyu had noticed he was close to reaching level 10. Yet this seemingly naive girl had. This was Zheng Yu's final card, and the big surprise he had prepared for the Cold Street boss, Xiaoqi. In fact, the boss' strength had far exceeded expectations, likely due to him soloing the dungeon, which significantly increased the difficulty. According to the original plan, the summoned Beast Berserk skill was supposed to be saved for the brutal phase. However, with no other options left, this was all he had. It had to be said, this nightmare-level Abyss had forced him to reveal all his cards. Level 10? One Rin Qingyu asked, puzzled. While level 10 does boost your strength, it's nowhere near the qualitative change of a level 25 class evolution or a level 50 class awakening. Her concerns were valid. Level 10 typically offered a minor boost, whereas levels 25 and 50 were significant milestones. That depends on the person, Zheng Yu said calmly. For me, every level up is a massive boost. Right then, the twin fire demons incinerated another level 15 Frost Corpse. Defeated Frost Corpse LV15, gained 1681 experience points. Congratulations! You have leveled up. The system notifications came in rapid succession, and Zheng Yu's attribute panel updated. Level, LV9 LV.10. Experience needed for next level, 10,541 points. Health, 14101750. Intelligence, 105,116. Remaining free attribute points, 20. Level up to 10 achieved. Gain Summoner Core Specialization Skills. Summon Beast Physique Cultivation. Summon Beast Skill Training. Summon Beast Attribute Cultivation. Level 10. Zheng Yu looked at his improved stats and nodded in satisfaction. He didn't pay immediate attention to the new specialization skills, as they wouldn't provide an instant boost. The most critical factors were the increased health cap and free attribute points. Level 10 granted 10 attribute points, with each point adding 50 to the maximum health. With 20 free attribute points, Zheng Yu now had a potential of 100 talent points. A glint of determination flashed in his eyes. As long as he sacrificed 500 health points, he could upgrade the Twin Fire Imps to a 4th-tier talent. This was his key to turning the tide. The battle raged on. With a thunderous boom, the goblin general was violently thrown by the human skin spider. The well corpse pressed her hands against the ground, causing a massive ice spike to shoot out from the unfrozen lake, piercing the giant wolf's abdomen with precision. Blood sprayed out, instantly freezing into shards in midair. The giant wolf let out a pained whimper and collapsed. Seeing the dire situation, Zheng Yu didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly allocated all his free attribute points to health, then decisively sacrificed 1,500 health points to gain 150 talent points. Without a second thought, he invested all the points into the twin fire imps. A sudden burst of light enveloped the twin fire imps. The system prompt immediately appeared. Summon Beast Twin Fire Imps Talent Evolution 3rd Tier Twin Flame Serpent 4th Tier. Summon Beast Twin Flame Serpent. Level 10 increases with Summoner's level. Health 9,500. Attack 696. Intelligence 116. Current intelligence of Summoner 6.0 coefficient. Talent 4th Tier 850 points needed for next upgrade. The skill list updated. Skill I. Flame Aura LV10. Effect. Controls the temperature within a 50-meter diameter, dealing up to 2088 burn damage per second. Skill 2. Flame Breath LV10. Effect. Spews high-temperature flames, dealing 4,872 fire damage per second with strong adherence. Skill 3. Twin Contract Special Skill, No Level. Effect. Twin fire imps coexist, can release skills simultaneously, doubling fire damage. Skill 4. Fire Serpent Hell LV10. Effect. Sets Fire Serpent Hell, triggering automatically when enemies enter, dealing 7,239 damage per second and summoning 2,010 Fire Serpent minions, each causing 1,392 explosion damage. As the light of evolution faded, a 5-meter-long, fiery red, twin-headed serpent appeared before everyone. Its two heads resembled both a dragon and a snake, wrapped in deep red flames. The moment the twin flame serpent appeared, the chill of the cold street abyss was instantly dispelled. Boom flames surged like a tide. The once confident boss Xiao Qi's face turned pale, a hint of terror in his eyes. Fire naturally countered ice, and the third-year twin fire imps had already been difficult to handle. But now, faced with the twin flame serpent, Xiao Qi felt the imminent threat of death. A piercing scream shattered the silence of the cold street abyss. The flames mercilessly consumed everything. Xiao Qi finally realized that this was the true nemesis of the cold street abyss. Whoosh! Flames engulfed everyone present in an instant. After evolving to the 4th tier, the twin flame dragon serpent's fire aura now extended to a 50-meter diameter. While it couldn't cover the entire unfrozen lake, it was enough to dominate the battlefield. Scorching tongues of fire licked every inch of space, piercing the night with Xiao Qi's screams. The ice attribute human skin spider and the corpse maiden from the well retreated continuously, attempting to escape the inferno. Seizing this opportunity, the goblin general caught his breath. Tao Qian and the others witnessed the scene in silence, their eyes filled with shock. Even though Ku Ying had anticipated that Zheng Yu might have an ace up his sleeve at level 10, she hadn't expected it to be this powerful. The moment the twin flame dragon serpent was summoned, it immediately suppressed the rampaging cold street boss. Someone's going to regret this, Tao Qian muttered with a smirk, standing beside Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu knew Tao Qian was referring to Wu Zong, who had already left. It's actually quite normal, he said calmly. After all, he had no reason to stay here and risk his life with me. Wu Zong had prepared for 3 years to become a professional and get into the family register, even borrowing money with gritted teeth. But all of that was insignificant compared to his life. It wasn't enough to make him risk it. Leaving was understandable. The consequences, good or bad, were his to bear alone. I'm just curious about your reasons for staying. Zheng Yu turned to Wen Rinqing Yu and Kuing. Betting on my level 10 ace isn't reason enough to keep you here. Seeing Zheng Yu's serious expression, Wen Rinqing Yu candidly replied, I need revenge, and for that, I need power. I had little hope for revenge, but if we can clear this nightmare-level dungeon, there's a chance. Kuing offered a brief explanation. I must become a professional. I've committed serious offenses in my family, and am now being hunted by them. Without power, the consequences would be worse than death. Zheng Yu was intrigued by the term family hunt and pondered whether a family would truly go to such lengths against a blood relative. Ku Ying provided no further details, but it was clear the situation was dire. Zheng Yu and Tao Qian exchanged glances, silently lamenting how ordinary people's lives seemed more carefree. During their conversation, the twin flame dragon serpent unleashed its most powerful skill, Fire Serpent Hell. In an instant, the center of the unfrozen lake transformed into a sea of fire. Boss Xiao Qi, as if trapped in hell, was scorched and eroded by the flames, damage numbers incessantly appearing above him. Roar, seeing Xiao Qi on the brink of death, The corpse maiden from the well lunged at him, trying to shield him from the flames. However, even her undead body couldn't withstand such intense heat. Sizzle, the sound of burning flesh, was constant. Meanwhile, the hissing of serpents filled the air. The fire serpents encircled the fleeing human-skin spider, launching continuous attacks. Ironically, this father's first instinct in the face of danger was to run. Each fire serpent hell summoned 30 fire serpents, and with the twins' doubling ability, a total of 60 fire serpents surrounded and tightly coiled around the human-skin spider. Sizzle, the sound of burning echoed across the unfrozen lake. The final battle was not the evenly matched struggle one might have imagined, but rather a one-sided suppression by the twin flame dragon serpent. The fourth-tier twin flame dragon serpent doubled fire attributes, and the berserk effect of the summoned beast. All these advantages were fully exploited in the Cold Street Abyss. Boom! The flames continued to rage. The human-skin spider struggled, but without a health bar or life. He couldn't die and was left to suffer in endless agony. At the very center of the unfrozen lake, the true mother and child held each other tightly amidst the flames of fire serpent hell. To be precise, the corpse maiden from the well was waiting for death. She used her body to restrain the frantically struggling Xiaoqi. Xiaoqi's skin had already carbonized and cracked. He desperately tried to escape the fiery hell, but was held tightly by the corpse maiden. "Let me go! Let me go!" Xiaoqi twisted and cursed wildly, his face contorted in agony. At that moment, his health was completely depleted, yet he remained not quite dead. Zhengyi didn't instruct the twin flame serpents or the goblin general to continue attacking, as the battle had already reached its conclusion. What lay ahead was now beyond his control. "Are you trying to kill me?" Xiaoqi roared, realizing he couldn't break free from the female corpse's grip. Rage surged through him, and he bit down hard on her shoulder, his teeth sinking deeply into the rotting flesh. For the first time, a gentle smile appeared on the pale face of the corpse. She softly said, "Xiaoqi, let this end. Stop suffering." "End it? Why should it end?" Xiaoqi demanded fiercely. "You created my suffering, and now you think you can just end it? What kind of logic is that?" In response to Xiaoqi's questions, the corpse could only mutter a low "I'm sorry," while continuing to hold him tightly, as if trying to merge him with her body. "The one you should truly apologize to is the one who gave birth to me," Xiaoqi said through gritted teeth. The corpse fell silent. After a long pause, she could only repeat, "I'm sorry." Xiaoqi's patience was completely exhausted. To break free from the corpse's grasp, he reached out and grabbed her by the neck. His expression twisted with rage and horror as he shouted at her. "What's the use of saying sorry now? Everything has already happened. The torment I endured is something you can't even fathom. Why do you have to say sorry? When they captured and tortured me, where were you? When they cut me open and made a cake out of my organs, where were you? Now you say sorry? You don't deserve to." Xiaoqi's roars echoed through the air as he tightened his grip on the corpse's neck, questioning her over and over again. But the corpse never answered, because that corpse had been dead for countless years. Whether it was the corpse in the well or the human-skin spider, they were all illusions created by Xiaoqi himself, born from his unrelenting resentment. Everything, including the corpse's embrace and the words "I'm sorry," was under his control. After all, how could a creation of his own truly bind him? Suddenly, the flames vanished. Along with them, the bone-chilling cold and the unfreezing lake disappeared. In their place was a street filled with a suffocating atmosphere. Zhengyu, Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing stood on the street, witnessing the increasingly desolate Fortune Street and a crowd of angry people. The crowd bypassed Zhengyu and the others, heading towards a child about 7 or 8 years old. They shouted angrily, "It was you, wasn't it? The tourists are gone, business is gone. My shop was built on loans, and now I've lost all my life savings. Enough talk." The shaman said if we kill him and use his organs to celebrate Fortune Street's anniversary, the street will return to its former glory. Grab him. He's the child of a madman. It won't matter if he dies. Among the crowd, Zhengyu recognized many familiar faces. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, and the village chief whose head had been used to create the human-skin spider. Their faces were twisted with rage, almost completely devoid of reason. Zhengyu suddenly realized, this is Xiaoqi's memory? If I'm guessing correctly, these people must have already gone mad. When Ren Qingyu's voice was especially clear in the silence. Kuing frowned and asked, "It feels like they've been brainwashed. Who is this mystic they're talking about?" Zhengyu shook his head, his brow furrowed. "Who knows? But it's clear that all the evil originates from that mystic, or maybe from the curse that Xiao Qi carries." The scene suddenly shifted to Chef's restaurant. Xiao Qi's body was nowhere to be seen, leaving only an empty shell discarded carelessly. The chef was intently turning Xiao Qi's innards into a cake, while the surrounding crowd gathered with a fanatical excitement. They carefully placed this bloody offering at the entrance of Fortune Street, setting up a crude altar as instructed by the mystic. The sign of Fortune Street had been crudely altered, with fortune crossed out and replaced by cold. Zheng Yu's eye twitched as he muttered to himself, so they changed it themselves. I thought Shao Qi did it. The sacrificial ceremony began. Each villager approached the cake with fervent, yet terrified expressions, devoutly partaking in the bloody delicacy. They murmured softly, "Next year will be better. I'm so devout. The gods will help us." Listening to their words, Zheng Yu couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. It was the curse of the gods that had turned them into this, yet they blindly continued to believe. Suddenly, a deranged woman burst into the altar. No one stopped her, perhaps out of guilt, but more likely because the ceremony had ended and no one cared what happened next. Unexpectedly, the madwoman carefully picked up a piece of the blood-free cake, her face breaking into an innocent smile as she turned to the village chief. "Can I take this to Shao Qi? It's his birthday today." Shao Qi said he wanted a proper birthday. I asked him what a proper birthday was, and he said one with a birthday cake. "So, can I have this?" The village chief stared at the madwoman with a blank expression, only nodding slowly after confirming she truly didn't know Shao Qi was dead. The madwoman looked around and asked, "Have you seen Shao Qi?" "I haven't seen him all day. That kid, always running off." Her facial muscles twitched uncontrollably as she spoke, but the love in her eyes was unmistakable. The village chief stared at her and replied coldly, "He might be playing by the well behind the street. How about I go with you to look for him?" The scene shifted again. The village chief ruthlessly pushed the madwoman into the deep well, cursing viciously. "Damn it! Finally, it's all over. I can't believe I got you pregnant from one time, and you hid in the mountains to give birth. So what if you gave birth? You ended up with a cursed monster that brought doom to us all. You should never have given birth to Shao Qi. You should never have lived. Damn it." He spat into the well and walked away. The subsequent events unfolded as Zheng Yu had anticipated. A child cursed by the gods doesn't die so easily. Shao Qi's discarded body in the back kitchen suddenly stood up, instantly freezing Cold Street and turning everyone into frozen corpses. Shao Qi brutally scalped each villager who had eaten the cake and stitched the village chief into a human spider, doomed to eternal torment. He imprisoned the madwoman in the well forever, as in his heart, without her, he wouldn't have been born and suffered so much. Being dismembered and made into a cake was just the end of it all. With no father and a mad mother, Shao Qi had endured inhuman treatment on this street. Hatred, cold, and grievance ultimately forged the boss Shao Qi we see now. The scene returned to reality. The boy Shao Qi had his hand plunged into the madwoman's chest. He hated everything, but hated most the mother who gave birth to him. A system prompt sounded. Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level has ended. Settlement will occur automatically in 5 minutes, and you will exit the instance. Tao Qian felt a wave of irritation. Is it just going to end like this? This tragic history seemed even more twisted because of their arrival. When Ren Qingyu also frowned. It feels like something's missing. It's so unsatisfying. Although they had completed the Abyss and defeated boss Shao Qi, which should have been a moment of celebration, no one felt happy. The ending left them feeling uneasy, as if something important had been overlooked. Zheng Yu stood amidst the ruins, his brow furrowed. Something's missing. This isn't how it was supposed to end, he murmured to himself, before pulling out the innards cake from his backpack. He carefully examined the cake, finding a piece untouched by blood or bits of innards. Zheng Yu slowly approached the charred, vacanted madwoman and placed the clean piece of cake on the ground between them. Suddenly, a prompt flashed before Zheng Yu's eyes. Quest item triggered. To his surprise, the once dead madwoman suddenly opened her eyes. A faint smile appeared on her face as she reached for the clean piece of cake. She cast a grateful glance at Zheng Yu, then fumbled in her pocket for a candle, gently placing it on the cake. Using all her strength, she pushed the cake towards the charred body in front of her. "Shao Qi, here's your birthday cake." "Happy birthday," the madwoman said with surprising tenderness. Despite her mental instability and cognitive impairments, she was still trying her best to play the role of a mother. At that moment, a barely audible cracking sound was heard. The charred layer on Shao Qi's body began to peel away, revealing his innocent, adorable face underneath. There were no signs of his innards being removed or any scars, just like an ordinary child. Shao Qi stared blankly at the madwoman, his eyes reflecting a mix of emotions. "Come on, Shao Qi, blow out the candle," the madwoman said with difficulty. "I heard that on birthdays, people blow out candles and make a wish." She continued, her speech faltering. "Mommy hopes Shao Qi can live a normal life. Mommy hopes that in the future, she won't be Shao Qi's mommy. So Shao Qi can always be happy, just like other kids, celebrating a proper birthday every year. Mommy hopes Shao Qi can have a normal mommy. Not me." Her voice grew weaker, but she persisted. "Shao Qi can carry a backpack and go to school with friends, instead of hiding in the mountains with me. Xiao. Mommy wishes she wasn't your mommy, but mommy is so selfish because she never thought of giving you up. Because you are the only one I've ever had, the only one I've ever loved. Her words were filled with regret and love. Xiao, forgive me. Forgive me for selfishly bringing you into this world. You need to make a wish. Say you want to leave here, to a place where no one knows me. There, you'll be very happy, very happy, very happy. Xiao gazed at his mother, finally realizing that the only person who truly loved him in this world was the one he hated the most. Memories flooded back. The woman who cheered him up with flower crowns after he'd been bullied. The woman who always remembered his birthday and stole food from Fu Yun Street to celebrate it with him. A wave of guilt surged through him as he began to question whether he had ever done anything wrong. At that moment, Zheng Yu spoke up. Xiao, you did nothing wrong. You have no reason to feel guilty. The ones at fault were never you or your mother. It was the shaman, the villagers who believed her, and the village chief who took advantage of the madwoman. Zheng Yu took out the innards cake. He had long noticed that when Xiao was in a critical state, the cake's properties had changed. Cursed innards cake. After absorbing centuries of resentment from Han Street, the cake has nurtured the original souls of Han Street within it. Feed it to their bodies, and they will come back to life. Zheng Yu's smile was both eerie and triumphant. Xiao, they ate this cake once, and were trapped here forever. Now let them eat it again. Cold corpses feel no pain, have no thoughts, and can't repent. This is far from enough to quell your hatred. If you want revenge, do it thoroughly. Zheng Yu pushed the transformed innards cake toward Xiao, his face beaming with a bright smile. Here you go. Let those demons, those beasts who made you suffer, feel the true hell. Let their souls return to their bodies and experience pain once more. This is the ending I believe is fitting. The truth of the Cold Street abyss gradually surfaced. It turned out that the entire abyss was the creation of Xiao's twisted imagination. From the cook Han Shi to the fishmonger, from the butcher to the human-skin spider, even the unfrozen lake, all were his creations. The only thing that remained unchanged was the female corpse in the well Xiao's deranged mother. Zheng Yu pondered the possible outcomes of the Cold Street abyss. One where Xiao perishes along with his insane mother, achieving a total kill ending. The other involves using the cursed innards cake to allow wandering souls to return to their cold corpses, giving Xiao the satisfaction of revenge. Zheng Yu preferred the latter, which matched his vengeful nature. As the innards cake was handed to Xiao, a special achievement was unlocked. Congratulations on completing the only achievement in the Cold Street Abyss, Living King of Hell. The achievement badge flickered with an eerie light, and the detailed information appeared. You have resurrected the tormented souls trapped in the Cold Street Abyss, making them relive the pain of being avenged by their enemies. Even the King of Hell would praise this as true hell. Although the attribute boost from the achievement was only a 1 increase in intelligence and strength, it was significant for future development. The special attribute was particularly noteworthy. It increased damage to cold corpses by 100, but also increased the damage received by 50. This attribute made Zheng Yu thoughtful. Perhaps it would be useful in a future confrontation with the god of cold prison. The abyss was nearing its end, and the system began the countdown. Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing all sighed in relief, looking at Xiao embracing the madwoman and the scattered cold corpses in the lake. Tao Qian couldn't help but boast. Zheng Yu and I are really strong. This left Wenren Qingyu and Kuing speechless. As the countdown ended, the four were transported out of the abyss. However, they didn't know that just as they left, the cold corpses in the unfrozen lake began to twitch, their eyes regaining light. The cook, the fishmonger, the butcher, the human-skin spider, all cold corpses stood up again. This time their eyes filled not with cold indifference but with terror. Xiao helped the madwoman up, a cruel smile on his face. Mom, let's have a proper birthday for once. What is a proper birthday? The madwoman asked, puzzled. Xiao's voice was cold, yet filled with interest. Of course, a proper birthday involves seeing blood and innards. Come on, let's have a banquet, a hellish banquet just for Cold Street. Meanwhile, in the Cold Street Abyss Hall, a crowd was gathered around the newly emerged team. Li Feng had not only broken the normal level record, but also set a new record for the hard level, drawing exclamations of admiration. Wow, amazing! Is Li Feng really in a level talent? Not only did he break the normal level record, but he also set a new record for the hard level that had stood for years. Indeed impressive. Wasn't that record set 3 years ago by a team led by level talent? Yes, it was considered an unbreakable record, and now Li Feng has shattered it. Envy. Wu Zong sat in a corner, watching the proud Li Feng. His heart was calm. He knew that Li Feng had his own abilities, and he had his own choices. At this moment, he was grateful that his decision at least saved his life. Although the money might have gone down the drain, Zheng Yu now has a level 6 rank. and he can easily find teammates by joining any group. Li Feng stood among the crowd, listening to the surrounding chatter. Clearing the easy level of the abyss is a breeze. What a pity. Someone sighed behind Li Feng. This comment resonated with Li Feng's thoughts. He turned to see a few unfamiliar professionals engaged in a heated discussion, with Zheng Yu's predicament being the focal point. I don't think it's a pity, another voice chimed in. Zheng Yu brought this upon himself by insisting on entering the nightmare level abyss. If he had accepted Li Feng's team invitation back then, he would have earned a reward for free. Zheng Yu is just too arrogant. Ah, you don't know anything. A deep voice suddenly joined the conversation. Oh, and you do? The previous speaker retorted, clearly unconvinced. I actually know something you all don't. The deep voice carried a hint of mystery. The relationship between Zheng Yu and Li Feng isn't as simple as it seems. The surrounding people immediately perked up, with someone eagerly asking, Really? Is there some juicy gossip? Want to hear it? The man teased. Godfather. Someone instantly called out, clearly trying to flatter him. The man seemed surprised by the length someone would go for a piece of gossip, but didn't hold back any longer. Do you know why Zheng Yu refused Li Feng's invitation? Arrogance? He shook his head. That's a shallow understanding. It's because Li Feng took resources that should have belonged to Zheng Yu. Wait, what do you mean? What resources? Someone asked, puzzled. This level talent subsidy, the man explained. Do you know how many valuable items are in its level talent subsidy? A resurrection cross worth 5 million alone. Not to mention golden level weapons, armor, and accessories. No way, a full golden set, someone exclaimed. Exactly, the man continued. And that's not even including the money and potions in the subsidy, all given to Li Feng. But wait, shouldn't this level subsidy have gone to Zheng Yu? Someone questioned. That's what I'm getting at, the man said seriously. Not only did Zheng Yu not receive it, but Li Feng also invited him to join his team right to his face. If you were Zheng Yu, would you join that team? No, I wouldn't. It's an insult. You're still thinking too simply, the man shook his head. It's more than just an insult. You're in level talent, and your resources were taken. Would you be okay with that? Of course not. So, what would you do? I'd report it, someone answered immediately. If the city doesn't handle it, I'd go to the province. If the province doesn't handle it, I'd go to the central government. This level subsidy isn't just one benefit. It's my future. Exactly. The man nodded in agreement. That's how Zheng Yu thought, and Li Feng would be worried that Zheng Yu might do the same, as it could affect his father's career. Wait a minute. Someone began to realize something. That's right. The man lowered his voice. If Zheng Yu were to disappear in the abyss without a trace, there would be no problem. Inviting Zheng Yu might seem kind, but it's actually a trap. Wow, there's so much behind this, someone exclaimed. But how do you know all this? When questioned, the man revealed a special smile and softly said, Because I'm Li Feng's brother. The surrounding crowd fell silent, everyone staring at the self-proclaimed brother of Li Feng, unsure how to react. The man who claimed to be Li Feng's brother disappeared after saying those words. Wu Zong, who had listened to the entire conversation, frowned slightly, feeling a mix of regret and helplessness. He looked around and noticed many people whispering and discussing. No wonder Zheng Yu ventured into the nightmare-level abyss. He wanted to seek justice, a voice from the crowd remarked. To me, he was a bit foolish, another person responded. Even without the benefits, he had level talent. Why risk his life? Hold on, he's not dead yet. Why are you all acting like Zheng Yu is already a goner? Someone protested. Suddenly, there was a commotion. Hey, look who that is, someone exclaimed. Isn't that the monk who went in with Zheng Yu? How is he here? He must have exited early, facing the penalty for quitting, a calm voice analyzed. If he's here, can Zheng Yu still be alive? But what if? Someone began to argue. There are no what ifs, another voice cut in decisively. If Zheng Yu manages to clear it, well, let's just say that's highly unrealistic. He'll stand on my head and spin a fan if Zheng Yu survives, someone bet. The focus of the discussion soon shifted to Li Feng. Didn't you hear? Li Feng's father is Li Nan, someone whispered. Li Nan is not only the Minister of Resources, but also the son of Li Qinggong from the Central District. He has quite a background. Li Qinggong? The level 65 Flame Warrior. Yes, that's him. Wow. I had no idea Li Feng had such a background. Exactly. Zheng Yu lost not just resources, but also his future prospects. Why do you think Li Feng came to Jiangshui City? To snatch resources? Probably not, someone countered. That would be too blatant. It's likely a coincidence. Li Feng didn't awaken his level talent, and there just happened to be level talent like Zheng Yu, who's considered a useless summoner. Just bad luck for Zheng Yu, I suppose. What a pity. These comments reached Wu Zong's ears, and were also heard by Li Feng. The buzz-cut young man next to Li Feng asked softly, Brother Feng, should we teach them a lesson for gossiping? Li Feng shook his head, his expression calm. These rumors were inconsequential to him. He wouldn't be in Jiangshui City for long, and the rumors would die down once he left. The idea to seize Zheng Yu's resources was actually Li Feng's. Initially, his father, Li Nan, refused, but with his mother's help and pressure from her family, his father eventually made the request to Mayor Zhou Yun. The process went surprisingly smoothly. They not only easily obtained the resources, but also received provincial approval, turning the act from seizure into legitimate acquisition. This was mainly because Zheng Yu was a summoner, a profession considered worthless, which made everything simpler. Li Feng scanned the crowd and suddenly noticed Wu Zong sitting in a corner. Their eyes met, and Li Feng smiled slightly before walking over to him. Seeing Li Feng approach, Wu Zong's face darkened, and he spoke harshly. He's dead. Why are you here? To humiliate me for betraying the team? Although he didn't agree with Zheng Yu's actions, he also despised Li Feng for taking someone else's resources. Li Feng shook his head, his tone calm. No, I have no right to insult you. After all, I didn't have the courage to enter the nightmare level abyss either. I just came to remind you that some things are better left unsaid. Wu Zong chuckled angrily. You think these rumors came from me? Who else? Li Feng retorted. In his mind, the only people who knew the inside story were Zheng Yu and his teammates, and Wu Zong was the only one left. Whether it was you or not, just remember to keep your mouth shut to avoid trouble, Li Feng warned. Faced with such a threat, Wu Zong hesitated, but ultimately swallowed the harsh words he had prepared. Zheng Yu was already dead, and cursing Li Feng wouldn't change anything. He was curious about one thing, though. I want to know, did you invite Zheng Yu with the intention of killing him? Wu Zong asked bluntly, not really expecting an honest answer, but wanting to unsettle Li Feng a bit. Li Feng sighed. I don't know how it turned into such a rumor, but I was sincere when I invited Zheng Yu. It was a way to compensate him. His abilities did qualify him to be on my team. But now, there's no chance. He brought this on himself. It's not my fault. After hearing this, Wu Zong found himself somewhat believing Li Feng's words. Wu Zong frowned at Li Feng and asked, puzzled, I just don't get it. With your impressive background and powerful grandfather, you should have endless resources. Why take Zheng Yu's? Li Feng's face remained expressionless, his gaze cold as he replied, take? Everything is above board. It was reviewed and approved by the provincial authorities. They determined that my potential in Jiangshui City was higher than Zheng Yu's, so the resources were allocated to me. He didn't directly answer Wu Zong's question. Li Feng knew he couldn't tell Wu Zong that the level resources provided by the state were enough to drive people mad, nor could he reveal that most powerful families operated this way. It was an unspoken rule of the upper echelons, a deadly secret for someone like Wu Zong. Wu Zong quietly repeated the words above board to himself, feeling a mix of emotions. Was it fair? Clearly not. Was it legal? Ironically, yes. He felt troubled by knowing a truth he shouldn't have and saddened by Zheng Yu's demise. Li Feng looked at the silent, downcast Wu Zong and let out a cold snort. He could tell that someone like Wu Zong, who seemed tough on the outside, was actually a coward. Just as Li Feng was about to leave, and the crowd was lamenting the injustice of the world, a notification hit like a bomb. Attention! Congratulations to the Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time for Nightmare level in Cold Street Abyss. Clearance time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader, Zheng Yu Summoner. Team Members, Tao Qian Monk, Ku Ying Assassin, Wenren Qingyu Assassin. Team Member Wu Zong Monk will receive no rewards and will face forced withdrawal penalties due to desertion. Remaining members receive rewards. 15,000 experience points, 1 Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss historical record package, and 1 historical record holder title for Nightmare level Cold Street Abyss. The scene fell into dead silence. People repeatedly opened and closed the notification, trying to confirm they hadn't misread it. Did the system make an error? Someone cautiously broke the silence. No one answered. There were only the sounds of sharp intakes of breath and incredulous exclamations. Everyone knew well that the sanctuary system had never made a mistake in decades. This led many to question if they were the ones at fault. How is this possible? Zheng Yu cleared the Nightmare level Abyss. A summoner, with 4 sidekicks, cleared the Nightmare level Abyss. Are you kidding me? Shocked discussions erupted among the crowd, with everyone struggling to believe this astonishing news. At first, they didn't believe it. But then, a new set of data suddenly appeared on the massive leaderboard screen in the center of the Cold Street Abyss Hall. The clearing records managed by the temple were clearly displayed. Nightmare level first clear record of Cold Street Abyss. Clearing members, Summoner Zheng Yu, Monk Tao Qian, Assassin Wenren Qingyu, Assassin Ku Ying. Clearing time, 7 hours, 18 minutes, 11 seconds. Even though Zheng Yu and his team had not yet been transported out, the undeniable truth left everyone in shock. I feel like I'm dreaming, someone murmured, their voice filled with disbelief. It's too unreal, another person agreed. Is Zheng Yu really just in strength talent? That doesn't matter, a spectator interjected. eyes gleaming with curiosity. I want to know if Zheng Yu is truly a summoner. Aren't summoners supposed to be the weakest? How did he clear the nightmare level abyss? Who knows? Someone shrugged. No one had high hopes for Zheng Yu before. This isn't about having high hopes anymore. A young man with glasses suddenly remembered something. Didn't someone say that if Zheng Yu survived, they would eat a fan every day? Now he's not only survived, but also cleared the nightmare level abyss. Come on, let's see it. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd burst into laughter. The person who had made the bold claim blushed and tried to explain. I said if Zheng Yu survived, I'd eat a fan. I didn't say anything about him clearing the nightmare level. What's the difference? He survived, didn't he? Someone pressed. It's not the same. The person gritted their teeth. Surviving is one thing. Surviving and clearing the nightmare level is another. It's a different kind of survival, one that slaps us all in the face. The topic shifted, and someone suddenly showed a sympathetic expression. Speaking of which, I actually feel bad for someone. Who? Li Feng. Li Feng is fine. He might face some trouble in future resource disputes, but he's still a Li. He doesn't need our sympathy. The person shook their head. I mean Wu Zong. Yeah, look at his face now. Someone pointed to the corner. Pfft, pure pig liver color. A young man couldn't help but laugh. I can't take it. This guy's a total loser. Nightmare level abyss. He just missed out on a fortune. Loser? He chose to quit. Who can he blame? Someone retorted. True. Their discussions echoed through the hall, driven by curiosity or perhaps malice. Rather than being envious of Zheng Yu, they seemed more eager to mock Wu Zong. What should have been a tremendous opportunity had turned into a lifelong regret. No one knew what had happened in the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss, but one thing was clear: it had nothing to do with Wu Zong anymore. Schadenfreude became their greatest joy at that moment. Wu Zong's face indeed looked like pig liver. He sat in the corner, the day's highs and lows leaving him breathless. Finally, he couldn't hold it in anymore and let out a sigh of regret and anger. Just one step, he roared in his mind. One step away, and I could have been on the leaderboard, enjoying resources and admiration instead of these mocking gazes. If only I had persisted a little longer. Persist? The word made him pause. He recalled Zheng Yu being suppressed by the Cold Street boss, Tao Qian picking up his monk staff and charging forward, ignoring his own warnings. He remembered Ke Ying and Wenren Qingyu's courage to gamble their lives. If given another chance, could he really persist? Could he be like Tao Qian, risking everything for his comrades? Betting his life for the future? The answer was clear no. He knew too well he was a coward. Just then, a system notification popped up. Team member Wu Zong, monk, will not receive any rewards and will be forcibly removed due to desertion. The glaring words desertion felt like a hammer blow to Wu Zong's heart. His vision darkened, and he fainted. Hey, someone fainted from not getting any rewards. Is there a priest around? We need a healing spell, someone shouted deliberately. Better not, another voice replied. If he wakes up and sees Zheng Yu, how will he face him? That's too cruel, someone said, feigning sympathy. Ha ha, it is cruel, a level 10 priest squeezed through the crowd. Let me handle this. Watch my big healing spell. The surrounding crowd, eager for more drama, cheered. They seemed to revel in kicking someone when they were down, as if it brought them immense pleasure. This is what you call positive energy. This phrase caused a storm on the Jiangshui City online forum. In just 5 minutes, the entire city's public opinion atmosphere shifted dramatically. On the forum, posts began to spring up like mushrooms after a rain. Some people watched, some debated heatedly, and many started digging up old posts criticizing Zheng Yu to compare with the current situation. Zheng Yu's gotten cocky, rejecting a team of 4 class talent holders. One post resurfaced. Soon, discussions about Li Feng followed. Li Feng's gotten cocky too, daring to snatch resources from Zheng Yu. Ah, 4 classes are nothing, someone retorted. If Li Feng hadn't stolen Zheng Yu's resources and didn't have his family's backing, how could he have broken records? He's just a plain thief. Another popular post was titled, as the only class talent in Jiangshui City, his actions are perplexing. In the comments section, opinions started to diverge. Haha, perplexing? The guy can clear nightmare-level abyss on his own. Does he need Li Feng's help? Indeed, it's perplexing, but not Zheng Yu's choice, it's his strength that's baffling. A detailed analysis of the difficulty of clearing Cold Street Abyss on simple mode in 2 minutes and 45 seconds was also dug up. The comments were filled with skepticism. So, what exactly did you analyze? The poster analyzed a bunch of stuff and concluded that Zheng Yu cleared simple mode Cold Street Abyss by luck. Now that he's cleared nightmare mode, analyze that. What kind of luck was it this time? Can't believe this useless analysis post got over 1,000 replies. Amidst the noise, a post titled Rational Analysis. Zheng Yu's rejection of Li Feng's invitation is actually a good thing. Proving his strong confidence caught attention. Damn, you're the one. Impressive. Out of so many posts, you're the only one supporting the great Zheng Yu. And you got it right. truly strong confidence. With great strength comes great confidence. Poster, you get it? However, doubts persisted. Stop being a hindsight hero. This guy is just a contrarian. I read his posts. All of them go against the trend. This time he just got lucky. Meanwhile, a post titled Coward Jung-yu, Trash Summoner, Pure Rant, Enter if you dislike, also sparked fierce debate. Come on, let's debate. Come out and take the heat. Coward poster, trash. Pure rant, bring it on. At this moment, Jung-yu hadn't even been transported out of the abyss. This online storm not only swept through the forum, but also alarmed the higher-ups of Jiangshui City. The mayor's office and the resource department head Li Nan's phones were ringing off the hook. A late-night emergency meeting was urgently convened in the mayor's office. The news quickly reached the neighboring Shangyu City. Mayor Zhang Zhan asked his secretary nervously, "Has Jung-yu answered the phone?" The secretary shook his head. "No, he should still be in the abyss." Zhang Zhan stood up, lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, and ordered, "Send someone to Jiangshui City immediately. Block him at the gate. Send Chai Fong. He's fast and can get there in 2 minutes. We must secure this genius. If Jiangshui City doesn't want him, then Shangyu City will. We'll take this massive opportunity." The competition among professionals is like an endless race, and the rivalry between cities is no different. In Jiangnan province, the cities of Shangyu and Jiangshui have been vying for the top spot year after year, but they have yet to break free from their struggles. Issues like talent shortages, resource scarcity, and outdated equipment weigh heavily on both cities, making it hard for them to catch their breath. Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu, sat at his large desk, frowning in frustration. Today, once again, no exceptional professionals have been discovered, which heightened his anxiety. Just as he was about to give up hope, a name suddenly caught his eye: Jingyu. Having closely followed Jiang Shui's developments, Zhang Zhan knew all about Jingyu. This glass talent had his resources snatched away, and the person who did it was none other than Li Qinggong's grandson. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up with realization. This could be a golden opportunity. Despite Jingyu being a summoner, Zhang Zhan believed it was worth taking a chance. While he was still contemplating, Jingyu broke the record for the simple level Cold Street Abyss, which further solidified Zhang Zhan's resolve. However, he soon learned that the province had approved transferring Zheng Yu's subsidy to Li Feng, which left him somewhat discouraged. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to give up, a stunning piece of news arrived. Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss. Zhang Zhan jumped out of his seat and immediately called his secretary, instructing them to request resources from higher authorities and to convene Shangyu's resource department to discuss their strategy. His goal was clear. He had to secure this genius, Zheng Yu. In the conference room, someone raised a concern. Even if Zhou Yun is opportunistic, he should know the importance of this. He likely won't let go easily. Zhang Zhan smiled confidently. "You're being too pessimistic. We have a great chance to secure this talent." Zheng Yu is not someone who will swallow his pride. By making an announcement, he is expressing his dissatisfaction with Zhou Yun. As long as he has an option other than Jiang Shui, he won't compromise. At that moment, a staff member from the Human Resources Department knocked and entered, bringing exciting news. Zheng Yu was actually an unregistered individual with no official residence. This unexpected discovery thrilled Zhang Zhan, who realized this was a heaven-sent opportunity. "Fate is on our side, Shang Yu," Zhang Zhan exclaimed excitedly. If it weren't for Li Nan, Zhou Yun wouldn't have given up on Zheng Yu. Compared to his class summoner, Li Nan and his family are more worth currying favor with. That's why they overlooked Zheng Yu's talent. Victory gleamed in Zhang Zhan's eyes. He knew this could be the key step in changing Shang Yu's destiny. The secretary from the mayor's office burst into the office of Jiangshui in No. 1 high school, clutching a document tightly in his hand. He walked straight to Zhang Cheng, the homeroom teacher of Zheng Yu, with a formal smile on his face. "Mr. Zhang, the issue regarding Zheng Yu's household registration has been resolved. Here are some supplementary resources. I hope you can accept them." The secretary placed the document on Zhang Cheng's desk, his tone leaving little room for refusal. Zhang Cheng stared at the document with a blank expression and said without hesitation, "Take it back." "I don't want it." The secretary's smile froze, and his eyes turned cold. "Mr. Zhang, you might want to reconsider. Accept these resources, and next year, you'll be the director of No. 1 high school. If you don't, what if I don't? Worst case, I'll be fired." Zhang Cheng shrugged indifferently, pointing to a packed suitcase beside him. "This isn't the first time. You guys have always tampered with the resources, just upgrading from Blevel and Clevel to Slevel now. My conscience can't take it." In the midst of this tense standoff, both their phones chimed simultaneously. They checked their notifications, and their expressions turned to disbelief, rubbing their eyes, widening their eyes, and slightly parting their mouths as if they had seen something unbelievable. "Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare-level abyss," the secretary muttered, his face turning pale. He realized that all his previous plans were based on the assumption that Zheng Yu would perish in the abyss. Now everything was in chaos. This is bad. Something big is going to happen. The secretary hastily grabbed the document to leave, but Zhang Cheng stopped him. Leave it. Zhang Cheng's tone suddenly became firm. The secretary was stunned. What? I said leave it. Isn't this for me? Zhang Cheng reached out and took the document, a sly glint in his eyes. The secretary didn't have time to think and hurried off to handle the aftermath. Zhang Cheng looked at the resources in his hand, a smile unconsciously forming at the corner of his mouth. He knew he couldn't stay in Jianshui any longer, but at that moment, he didn't regret his choice at all. Just then, Zhang Cheng's phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. Hello, is this Mr. Zhang Cheng, Zheng Yu's teacher? A polite voice came from the other end of the line. Yes, that's me, Zhang Cheng replied, a vague sense of anticipation in his heart. Mr. Zhang, would you be interested in teaching at our school in Shangyu City? Zhang Cheng tightened his grip on the phone, a relieved smile spreading across his face. The wheels of fate were quietly turning. Zheng Yu hadn't even emerged from the abyss when the undercurrents outside had already begun to stir because of him. Shangyu City was eager to win him over, actively reapplying for resources on his behalf. Meanwhile, the Jianshui city forums were buzzing like never before, with onlookers eagerly discussing the situation. In stark contrast, the official stance from Jianshui city remained eerily silent. At this moment, Zheng Yu was in the teleportation space, his eyes fixed on the flashing system prompts before him. You have cleared the nightmare difficulty of Cold Street Abyss. Rewards. Nightmare level Cold Street Chest. 15,000 experience points for your profession. Congratulations. First clear of Nightmare difficulty Cold Street Abyss. First clear package. Nightmare level. 15,000 experience points for your profession. Zheng Yu calculated in his mind. 2 nightmare level chests from the 1st level Abyss meant 2 platinum level pieces of equipment. Adding the historical record reward obtained before teleporting, it totaled 3 rewards, amounting to 45,000 experience points. Considering that advancing from level 10 to 11 required 11,000 experience points, this wave of rewards would at least boost him to level 13. No wonder it's called Nightmare level. The rewards are truly satisfying, Zheng Yu thought to himself, though feeling a bit regretful that he couldn't claim the rewards just yet as he was still in transit. As the dizziness subsided, Zheng Yu and his team finally emerged from the abyss. The crowd waiting outside erupted in excitement. Zheng Yu and his team are out. I have to say, Zheng Yu is quite good looking. Are you swooning? Forget it. Didn't you see those 2 beauties beside him? They're way out of your league. Man, clearing a nightmare level abyss really hit the jackpot this time. The discussions were lively, with some people analyzing the significance of this achievement. And it's the first clear of a nightmare level abyss, with additional rewards for setting a new record. I can't even imagine how insane the rewards must be. Aren't they better than the resources Jianshui City provides? Whether they are or not, those resources were earned by Zheng Yu himself. The government resources should go to Zheng Yu, not Li Feng. That's the theory, but reality is different. Before Zheng Yu cleared the nightmare level abyss, didn't you also think that a summoner was useless? 99% of the forum users thought giving the resources to Li Feng was fine, and now they're all jumping on the bandwagon. That's not my concern. Isn't this the mayor's decision? I just want to know what Mayor Zhou Yun plans to do. I heard Li Feng got the resources through proper channels, with the consensus of Jianshui City's experts and approval from the provincial authorities. Ah, this is going to be fun to watch. Yeah, who would have thought Zheng Yu would be this impressive, making those experts eat their words? Experts? Just a bunch of idiots. I remember when those same experts suggested we sell our houses for cash to buy equipment. Can you believe that? Useless troublemakers. At this moment, someone noticed an unexpected situation. Hey wait, look over there. Are those government officials? Several men in suits, holding briefcases, were approaching Zheng Yu at the Cold Street Abyss entrance. Isn't that Chai Fong? Who's Chai Fong? He's a current professional in Shangyu City, recently promoted to head of the resource department. He's level 42. What's he doing here? What else? Recruiting. Recruiting Zheng Yu? Who else? Wow. Shangyu City has some nerve, coming here to poach its glass talent. Ah, you should ask Mayor Zhou Yun and Minister Li Nan why Shangyu City has the guts to try. Isn't it because they discarded Zheng Yu like trash? We can throw him away, but they can't pick him up? Some people seemed indifferent to the commotion. So what if they recruit him? It doesn't concern me. However, someone quickly pointed out the significance of the situation. It does concern you, and quite a lot. How so? Every city has a powerful professional. For our city, it's Zhou Yun, but he's been stuck at level 45 for a while. If Zheng Yu surpasses level 45, he could replace Zhou Yun as the mayor of Jianshui City. And that matters to me because the reason it matters is that each stage for Abyss is incredibly difficult, but clearing one means the sanctuary will supply resources to the entire surrounding city. Don't you get it? Cities invest so many resources in professionals for this very reason. Upon hearing this explanation, the crowd finally understood. Wow, now it makes sense why class talent is so crucial. So if Zheng Yu gets recruited, any abyss he clears in the future won't benefit us at all. Not a bit. With this realization, the atmosphere among the crowd grew tense. Everyone understood that the events about to unfold could have profound implications for the entire Jiangshui city. That's not acceptable, someone suddenly exclaimed, breaking the silence. Jiangshui City had finally produced a professional who cleared the nightmare-level abyss after decades. There was no way they could let such a valuable asset escape. The crowd started to stir, some realizing the gravity of the situation, their faces filled with urgency. If it was just Zheng Yu getting stronger, it wouldn't concern them. But this was different. Zheng Yu wasn't just level talent. He was the only professional to clear the nightmare-level abyss in Han Street in over a decade. He was destined to surpass level 40, and every abyss he cleared would bring enormous benefits to Jiangshui City. Zheng Yu eats the meat, we drink the soup. Even if it's just the soup, it's like manna from heaven, someone murmured. Seeing Zheng Yu already in conversation with Chai Fong from Shangyu City's resource department, the crowd grew even more anxious. It's over, it's over. Where are the people from Jiangshui City? Someone fretted, stomping their feet in frustration. I need to call the mayor, a middle-aged man said, pulling out his phone. You have the mayor's number? Someone nearby asked in surprise. Isn't there a complaint hotline? It doesn't work, I've tried. What about the petition office? Don't be silly, there's surveillance, and the petition box is locked with a fist-sized padlock. Do you think this is a joke? A sense of helplessness spread through the crowd, and someone muttered a curse under their breath. Damn, this is disgusting. Do you really think Zhou Yun and Li Nan will back down? Zhou Yun chose Li Feng for his own future, abandoning Zheng Yu. But Li Feng is pretty capable too, right? Li Feng's family is from the central district. He came to Jiangshui City clearly to snatch Zheng Yu's resource quota. No matter how strong Li Feng is, it doesn't benefit us. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu was now standing in front of this professional from Shangyu City. Chai Fong, level 42, a second-tier mage. His first words hit the mark. Want to make Zhou Yun regret it? Come to Shangyu City. Let Zhou Yun face the scorn and blame of Jiangshui City's citizens in the future. We'll help you secure this level resource quota. These words immediately resonated with Zheng Yu. He thought, Chai Fong truly knew how to negotiate. This was exactly what he wanted. If they took his resources, they should pay the price. When Zheng Yu and Chai Fong were discussing the follow-up matters, Wu Zong stood at a distance, his eyes filled with envy and resentment. His gaze was fixed on Tao Qian when Ren Qingyu and Kuing, who were by Zheng Yu's side, and his emotions were a complex mix. Wu Zong wasn't jealous of Zheng Yu. He knew that Zheng Yu had earned everything through his own abilities. More importantly, he understood that his own situation was the result of his poor choices. Just a few hours ago, they were all happily eating barbecue together, but now he could only hide in the corner, silently watching his former companions. The shame weighed heavily on Wu Zong, making it hard for him to breathe. He didn't dare to face Zheng Yu, nor did he know how to start a conversation. Apologize? Any word seemed futile at this point. When he chose not to trust Zheng Yu and forcibly withdrew from the abyss, he had already excluded himself from this small group. In the end, Wu Zong chose to leave quietly. He made a silent vow that he wouldn't return to Han Street Abyss to level up until Tao Qian and the others reached level 10 and entered the second-tier abyss. Tao Qian noticed Wu Zong's departing figure and felt a twinge of regret. He thought of how Wu Zong had persevered in the martial arts school for 3 years, living frugally just to return to the path of a professional. The opportunity had finally come, only to be squandered by his own choices. Tao Qian sighed softly. What a pity. One Ren Qingyu, hearing this, smiled and said, there's nothing to pity. Everyone makes their own choices. Adults have to be responsible for their decisions and bear the consequences. At least he reached level 6. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. He wasn't trying to plead for Wu Zong, who had fled, but was simply reflecting on how certain decisions could impact a person's life. For instance, his own unwavering support for Zheng Yu, initially driven by brotherhood, had unexpectedly opened the door to a professional career for him. Now, he had become one of the few in Jiuzhou to clear a nightmare-level abyss. At this moment, Kuing excitedly asked, by the way, where's Li Feng? I can't wait to see his reaction and find out how Jiangshui City will handle Zheng Yu being replaced. Tao Qian looked around but didn't see Li Feng. He guessed, I don't see him. He probably left. If it were me, I'd leave early too. No one wants to stick around and face Zheng Yu. As they were discussing Li Feng's whereabouts, a large group of people entered. Kuing recognized one of them and said, that's Mayor Zhou's secretary. I've seen him before. He came to our school with Mayor Zhou to give a speech not long ago. Tao Qian frowned. They just sent the secretary? When Ren Qingyu sneered, it seems Mayor Zhou Yun of Jiangshui City has a very narrow view. Shangyu City has won. Kuing was puzzled. I don't understand. Do they really not care about Zheng Yu? He's a professional who cleared a nightmare-level abyss. When Ren Qingyu analyzed rationally, they probably gave up. Between the Li family's influence and Zheng Yu's future, they had to choose one. Besides, do you think Zheng Yu would accept Zhou Yun's apology? Kuing thought for a moment. It depends on the extent of the apology. When Ren Qingyu continued, exactly. Given Zheng Yu's temperament, Zhou Yun would at least have to write an apology letter and make it public for Zheng Yu to possibly accept this unfair treatment. But do you think Zhou Yun, a mayor and a level 45 professional, would do that? So, the appearance of Shangyu City gives Zheng Yu an alternative, preventing a complete fallout. Now, we just have to wait for the situation to unfold. Zhou Yun might become a disgrace to Jiangshui City in the future. The stronger Zheng Yu becomes, the more Zhou Yun will be criticized by his own people, even his family. In this world, strength is everything. Levels indirectly represent strength. The higher Zheng Yu's level, the more Zhou Yun's decision to drive him away will be condemned. Just then, the mayor's secretary urgently called out, Zheng Yu, and hurried towards him with his entourage. First, congratulations to Zheng Yu for conquering the nightmare-level abyss in Cold Street. The secretary from the Jiangshui City Mayor's office stood in front of Zheng Yu, speaking rapidly. On behalf of the entire city of Jiangshui, we will hold a grand celebration. The whole city will celebrate your achievement. Regarding your level subsidy, we indeed made a mistake by not compensating you in time. But rest assured, we will provide an additional compensation, ensuring it will not be less than this level subsidy. The secretary went on and on about various compensation plans, but didn't mention a word about the resources taken by Li Feng. Before Zheng Yu could respond, Chai Fong sneered and interjected. This is your idea of compensation? Do you really think currying favor with Li Nan will benefit you? Well, it might benefit someone, but only Zhou Yun, not the people of Jiangshui. Chai Fang's words were almost directed at the many young professionals of Jiangshui standing around. The secretary knew well that Chai Fong was deliberately stirring up conflict. Choosing to ignore Chai Fong's provocation, he turned directly to Zheng Yu and said, Zheng Yu, you need to think carefully. You're part of Jiangshui now. If you go to Shangyu City, are you trying to guilt-trip me? Zheng Yu interrupted, his eyes flashing sharply. Or do you think that if I leave Jiangshui, I'll be the one losing out? Not you. With a cold smile, Zheng Yu stared directly into the secretary's eyes and said, if you want me to stay, it's not impossible, but you must agree to 2 conditions. What conditions? Asked the secretary, while Chai Fong also perked up, listening intently. First, return the resources given to Li Feng exactly as they were. Second, I want a public apology from Zhou Yun and Li Nan. Zheng Yu's tone was firm and non-negotiable. The secretary fell silent. Zheng Yu's demand seemed simple, but struck at the heart of their power. He tried to explain, you should understand, Li Feng receiving those resources was legitimate both in terms of procedure and reason. So, you're saying I'm the problem? Zheng Yu retorted, his eyes growing even sharper. Let me ask you, were those resources mine originally? Faced with Zheng Yu's questioning, the secretary was at a loss for words. Fine, no answer, no problem. Zheng Yu shrugged, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Because you can't make the decision anyway. Go back and tell Zhou Yun that if he agrees to my 2 conditions, I will stay. Zheng Yu's gaze bore into the secretary as he continued. Look, I am not being unreasonable. I'm not asking for anything extra. I just want the basics, the resources that belong to me, and an apology. Yet you can't satisfy even that. So, is it me leaving Jiangshui, or are you forcing me out? The secretary stood there, speechless. He knew well that in this game of power, Jiangshui had already lost the upper hand. Zheng Yu's words struck like a hammer on the conscience of Jiangshui's management. The negotiations broke down completely. The 2 sides had irreconcilable differences with no room for compromise. Zhou Yun, as the mayor and a level 45 professional, would never bow and apologize to a novice summoner. Even if the summoner had just achieved the miraculous feat of clearing a nightmare-level abyss that had been untouched for years. In this world where strength reigned supreme, Zhou Yun's level was his confidence and capital. Zheng Yu had potential, but potential needs to be realized into actual strength to earn equal treatment. Since even Zhou Yun wouldn't publicly apologize, it was even less likely for Li Nan to do so. As for the resources, Zhou Yun had already used them to secure his entry into the Li family's faction, and reclaiming them now would offend both sides. Between the Li family and Zheng Yu, his choice was obvious. A perfect solution didn't exist. The secretary knew this well, having served many mayors. Zhou Yun was the most arrogant and eager for quick success among them. The secretary looked at Zheng Yu, sighed, and dropped his formal tone. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't accept it either. But if I were Zhou Yun, I wouldn't back down. So, all I can do is pray you don't make significant progress in the future. Otherwise, both Zhou Yun and I will be cursed. In the end, it was just a job. After the secretary and his team left, Zheng Yu and Chai Fong exchanged contact information, and then Zheng Yu led Tao Qian and the others out of the Cold Street Abyss Hall. In the mayor's office of Jiangshui City, Li Nan and Zhou Yun learned about Zheng Ye's two demands from the secretary. Seeing Li Nan remain silent, Zhou Yun spoke up. This kid Zheng Yu thinks that just because he cleared a nightmare-level abyss by luck, he can make demands of me. The future is long. I don't believe a summoner like him can achieve anything significant. Li Nan exhaled a ring of smoke, his face expressionless. You can't say that. Clearing a nightmare-level abyss is not something that can be attributed to luck. However, a Stage 1 abyss, even a Nightmare Level 1, is still just a beginner's abyss. In our central district, there are countless geniuses who have cleared nightmare-level abysses. It's only rare in a backwater city like yours. The term backwater irritated Zhou Yun. Although Jiangshui City couldn't compare to the central district, the capital of the 9 provinces, it was far from a backwater. However, Li Nan seemed oblivious to Zhou Yun's subtle reaction and continued. I won't interfere with your choices, but I, Li Nan, have only one son, Li Feng. Zhou Yun immediately understood. Rest assured, Minister Li, I get it. That's good. Li Nan extinguished a cigarette, stood up, and left Zhou Yun's office. As soon as the door closed, the smile on Li Nan's face vanished, replaced by a shadow of gloom. At his level, with insufficient strength to continue leveling up, the only way forward was to align with a faction. Li Nan's assignment to Jiangshui City was his best opportunity. Joining the Li family faction would not only provide political protection, but also priority in forming teams. Decades of development had allowed some individuals to monopolize certain abyss rights, the most crucial being team formation. The high difficulty of Stage 4 abysses made team composition exceedingly luxurious. Most capable professionals chose to join factions to solidify their positions. Only faction members had the chance to team up with powerful allies, which was key to clearing abysses. Among the strongest factions in the 9 provinces was the Li family faction, led by level 65 Li Qingdong. Compared to offending in strength talent summoner, securing the opportunity to join the Li family faction was Zhou Yun's top priority. Nothing was more important than increasing his strength. As for why Li Nan doted on Li Feng so much, the reason went beyond just being his only son. In a family of the Li family status was strictly hierarchical. For Li Nan to secure a significant position within the family and become an important figure in the faction, he not only needed formidable personal strength, but also capable offspring. Clearly, Li Feng, with his rank talent, was Li Nan's weak point. He had only one son, not out of affection, but because he had no other choice. Zhou Yun sat in his office, furrowing his brows. He picked up the phone and dialed Secretary Wang's number. Secretary Wang, find a way to block Zheng Yu's household registration. He wants to go to Shangyu City, right? Make sure he can't leave, Zhou Yun said with a hint of impatience in his voice. Secretary Wang hesitated for a moment before replying. Mayor Zhou, it might not be possible to block it. What? Not possible? Why? Zhou Yun's voice suddenly rose. Secretary Wang explained, Zheng Yu was never registered in Jiangshui City. His grandfather was an unregistered scavenger, so he never had a household registration. Then how did he manage to attend school? Zhou Yun pressed on. Because his grades were excellent. He was almost always the top student at Yizhong, so Secretary Wang trailed off, but Zhou Yun understood. Yizhong had ignored Zheng Yu's registration issues to maintain high academic standards. Zhou Yun couldn't help but curse. What are these people doing? He took a deep breath and continued. By the way, make sure that teacher of his, Zhang Cheng, doesn't stay at the school. Secretary Wang paused again before responding. Zhang Cheng has already moved to Shangyu City. Zhou Yun's anger flared up instantly. Why can't you handle even the simplest tasks? Do I have to take care of everything myself? You're all useless. Secretary Wang felt deeply wronged. He was the most dedicated person in the entire government, always dealing with crises and cleaning up messes. He thought to himself, why don't you ask who caused things to escalate to this point? And now you're blaming me? The urge to resign surged within him. Zhou Yun calmed down and said, all right, it's done. Just handle it. He's just a new professional. Announce that I'll be entering Jiangshui City's Tier 4 abyss soon. Once I clear it, all professionals in the city will receive benefits. No one will remember who Zheng Yu is. As for his future, he's just a summoner. He has no future. Zhou Yun still believed that Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level dungeon by sheer luck. He didn't think Zheng Yu could ever threaten his future position. Not now, and certainly not in the future. Besides, Zhou Yun had now joined the Li family's faction, so his future was looking bright. However, Zhou Yun still vented his anger on the group of experts. He ordered, immediately fire those useless experts and draft a notice. You know what to write. Although Secretary Wang still felt resentful, he complied, I know. Downplay the Zheng Yu incident. Don't mention Li Feng and Minister Li Nan. Blame it on the experts and expose their scandals to divert attention. then silenced the issue. Good, go ahead. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Yun finally expressed some gratitude. He knew that Jiangshui City could do without Zhou Yun or Zheng Yu, but it couldn't do without Secretary Wang. The scene shifts to Zheng Yu's home in the slums of Jiangshui City. Tao Qian walked into Zheng Yu's house with ease, took an ice cream from the fridge, and asked, "Do you want one?" Zheng Yu shook his head. "Have one," Tao Qian urged. "No. Haven't you had enough of the cold in the cold street abyss? And now you want ice cream?" Zheng Yu retorted, then looked at Wen Rinqingyu and Kuing. "How about you too? Want one?" Wen Rinqingyu shook her head. Kuing curiously asked, "Isn't this Zheng Yu's home? Why does it feel like it's yours?" Tao Qian casually poured some water and sat on the sofa, explaining, "I've been neighbors with Zheng Yu since he came to Jiangshui City. I'm very familiar with his house." Zheng Yu nodded, indicating that it was normal. "Let's get down to business," he said, putting down his phone. "I just talked with Chai Fong. Shangyu City has already transferred teacher Zhang Cheng there. Next, it's your turn. Are you both originally from Jiangshui City?" When Rinqingyu shook her head, "No." "Then after you reach level 10, come to Shangyu City. There are 2 Tier 2 abysses there. You can work on some strategies," Zheng Yu suggested. "Sure," Ko Ying answered eagerly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. One Rinqingyu, however, asked worriedly, "But the difficulty of Tier 2 abysses is far beyond Tier 1. Can you continue to guide us?" "Yes," Zheng Yu answered simply, but those 2 words reassured Wen Rinqingyu and the others significantly. Zheng Yu needed obedient teammates like them. He had previously asked Tao Qian, Wen Rinqingyu, and Kuing about their rewards, and they had only received a historical record abyss chest. The first clear reward was a random gold-grade equipment chest. The nightmare level clear reward was a selectable gold-grade weapon from the cold street abyss. Their experience rewards were also 3 times lower than Zheng Yu's. Tao Qian said, "Actually, there's no need to wait for us. The 15,000 experience points from the reward are enough to get us to level 10. Then what are we waiting for? Claim the rewards, and let's open the chests." Zheng Yu was also excited. After all, this was his first time clearing a nightmare level abyss. He had been looking forward to these guaranteed platinum-grade equipment chests for a long time. Zheng Yu directly claimed the 3 sets of rewards. Historical record reward. 15,000 experience. Historical record gift pack Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level. Historical record title Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level version 1. First clear reward. Cold Street Abyss first clear gift pack Nightmare level. 15,000 experience. Nightmare level clear reward. Cold Street chest Nightmare level. 15,000 experience. With 45,000 experience points in hand, the system notification sounded. "Congratulations! Level up! Level LV10 LV.13. 274,005,4300 experience needed for next level. 26,900 points. Health 1250,2800. 450 from equipment. Mana 340,370, 150 from equipment. Intelligence 116,160, 135 from equipment. Strength 2026-2 from equipment. Agility 1,619. Remaining free attribute points 15. Just as Zheng Yu had anticipated, he leveled up 3 times in a row, reaching level 13. The increased health and free attribute points meant he could further evolve his summoned beasts. Zheng Yu fell into deep thought. What should my 3rd summoned beast be? Zheng Yu didn't rush to choose a summoned beast, but instead decided to open the historical record gift pack first. Rumor had it that these packs always contained top-tier platinum weapons, which filled him with anticipation since he was in dire need of a suitable weapon. As the pack was opened, a dazzling light flashed on the screen. The system notification immediately followed. "You have opened the Nightmare level historical record gift pack from Cold Street Abyss. Detecting that your profession is summoner, the reward pool has been locked to the staff series. Congratulations! You have obtained the Cold Prison Staff, level 10, platinum grade." Zheng Yu's eyes lit up with excitement. He had been worried that if he got a different type of weapon, he would have to use the equipment forge to convert it into something useful for himself. To his surprise, the pack was so considerate that it directly gave him a staff. A transparent staff made of ice crystals appeared in Zheng Yu's inventory. The name Cold Prison reminded him of the cold prison god who cursed Shaoqi, and he figured this staff must be one of the most powerful weapons in the Cold Street Abyss. Zheng Yu carefully examined the attributes of the Cold Prison Staff. Weapon, Cold Prison Staff. Required level, 10. Class requirement, Staff Mastery Profession. Grade, Platinum. Attributes, Intelligence 150, Casting Speed 50, Skill Damage 10, Ice Damage 150. Equipment effect, after casting 3 skills, automatically releases the Cold Prison skill, which locks the enemy in place with powerful ice abilities, causing 3,000 fixed ice damage and freezing the enemy. Forging, 0 enhancement, 0 refinement, 0 runes, none. Zheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. The 150-point intelligence boost alone was quite substantial, almost equivalent to his current total intelligence of 161 excluding the 10 points from his newbie staff. Moreover, the increased skill and ice damage were particularly crucial for a summoner, as these directly impacted the power of his summoned beast skills. Although casting speed wasn't that useful to him, the equipment effect was exceptionally strong, triggering a control skill with fixed damage every 3 skill casts, and even his summoned beast skills could activate this effect. Quickly, Zheng Yu replaced his newbie staff with the cold prison staff. He felt a chill emanate from the staff, and his overall intelligence shot up to 301 points. Without further hesitation, Zheng Yu decisively opened the remaining 2 nightmare-level cold street treasure chests, eager to see what other surprises awaited him. Zheng Yu opened the first clear package for the nightmare level of Cold Street Abyss, and the rewards left him pleasantly surprised. Among the treasures were a platinum-grade engagement ring imbued with resentment, and a summoning weapon known as the Fish Slayer Blade. In addition to these main items, the package contained a variety of support materials, enhancement stones, forging stones, ice stones, and a large supply of healing potions. Zheng Yu carefully examined the attributes of the Fish Slayer Blade. This level 10 summoning weapon significantly boosted health and attack power, and came with a unique effect. The summoned creature equipped with it would utter the phrase, "I've been slaying fish for 30 years. My heart is as cold as my blade," followed by a tripling of attack speed for 3 strikes. He immediately realized that this blade was likely the exclusive weapon of the legendary fish-slaying Brother Han Shi, and equipped it on his goblin general without hesitation. Next, Zheng Yu turned his attention to the resentment-filled engagement ring. Although this level 10 ring had no wear restrictions, its attributes were astonishing. It increased intelligence and strength by 100 points each and provided a massive 500-point boost to magic power. Even more enticing were its 2 special effects: a mental shield that could absorb 10,000 points of spell damage, and an explosion effect dealing 2,500 fixed damage when the shield shattered. Recalling the professional player videos he had seen before, Zheng Yu finally understood why some seemingly powerful attacks only caused negligible damage. With this ring, ordinary assassins would find it challenging to pose a lethal threat to him. Zheng Yu quickly put on the ring, feeling his intelligence rise by another 100 points. With the addition of these 2 platinum-grade items, his intelligence soared to 401 points. He donned the 3-piece set he had previously acquired from the human skin spider, instantly feeling a comprehensive boost to all his attributes. At this moment, Zheng Yu was no longer the same person he once was. He silently reviewed his status. Name: Zheng Yu. Title: Cold Street Abyss Nightmare Level Record Holder, Living Hades. Profession: Summoner. Level 13, 26,900 experience needed for the next level. Health: 103,007,950. Mana: 370. Intelligence: 451. Strength: 180. Agility: 28. Remaining free attribute points: 15. His skills included Contract Formation, Summon Beast Frenzy, Summon Beast Physique Training, Summon Beast Skill Training, and Summon Beast Attribute Training. His summoning space housed a Goblin General and a Twin Flame Serpent, with 1 uncontracted slot remaining. Zheng Yu's talents were also impressive: Demon Contract, Steward's Heart, emphasis on companionship, and library cards. His equipment included the Human Skin Spider 3-piece set, an Ice Crystal Pendant, the Resentment-filled Engagement Ring, the Cold Prison Staff, and Novice Mage Armor and Boots. For summoning equipment, he had Sharp Fang and the newly acquired Fish Slayer Blade. Feeling the immense power brought by his gear, Zheng Yu was filled with anticipation for the adventures that lay ahead. The Human Skin Spider set boosted Zheng Yu's health to an impressive 10,000 points, but he could only actually use 2,350 points. With an additional 15 talent points and 10 points from the training dummy, he had a total of 320 talent points to allocate. Zheng Yu glanced at the status of his summoned creatures. The Goblin General was 500 talent points away from reaching Tier 4, while the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent needed 850 points. To upgrade them to Tier 5, he would need 500 points and 850 points respectively. He realized that he still had a long way to go to reach his goal. Despite his current strength, which allowed him to easily clear the abyss, Zheng Yu's sights were set on Nightmare difficulty. Reflecting on the challenge of the Cold Street Abyss Nightmare level, he grew even more cautious about the upcoming Stage 2 Nightmare Abyss. Fortunately, there were many ways to enhance his power: upgrading equipment, strengthening his summoned creatures, acquiring a 3rd summon, and the 2 Hextech enhancement runes he was about to obtain. All these would significantly boost his combat strength. Zheng Yu calculated that as soon as the resources from Shanyu City were approved, he could immediately proceed with a round of moderate enhancements. Forging, strengthening, refining, and runes were all methods to boost his strength that could be bought with money. In the temple, Zheng Yu found 4 level 10 summoning skill books: Shadow Bat, War Centaur, Wasteland Wolf, and rain butterfly. After careful consideration, he chose rain butterfly as his third summon. This decision was based on his combat experience with Shao Qi, where he realized he lacked sustain and recovery abilities. The rain butterfly could not only protect the team, but also restore energy, perfectly complementing the high damage but fragile twin flame dragon serpent. Additionally, its group acceleration ability synergized well with the goblin general's burst damage. Zheng Yu understood that the early talent points were far from enough to simultaneously upgrade 3 summons. He decided to focus his resources on the goblin general, a nearly perfect choice for its versatility, durability, and relatively lower talent point requirement for advancement. As his summoner level reached 10, Zheng Yu would gain 3 specialization skills for nurturing his summons. These skills were divided into physical training, skill training, and attribute training branches. Considering resource constraints, Zheng Yu leaned towards choosing the attribute training branch for the goblin general, as it was the most direct and effective way to enhance it. Zheng Yu was acutely aware that creating a truly perfect summon required a significant investment of time, money, and rare materials. This was the primary reason why the summoner profession had faced developmental hurdles in the past. Due to their inability to fully showcase their summon strengths, summoners often struggled to achieve ideal results in abyss clears and various competitions. Despite the challenges ahead, Zheng Yu's goal remained clear. He was determined to overcome these limitations, cultivate his summons to their fullest potential, and become a truly outstanding summoner. Over time, the summoner class became known as the sewer profession. Zheng Yu stood in front of the temple shop, his brow furrowed. He knew well that those with talent wouldn't consider the summoner path, and those without talent couldn't effectively train powerful summon beasts. This vicious cycle left the entire profession in a dire situation. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Yu decided to buy the Rain Butterfly Summoning Skill Book from the temple shop. He opened the product details and read carefully. Summoning Beast, Rain Butterfly Skill Book, usable at level 10, one-time item. The book disappears after use, granting summoners a trainable rain butterfly. Price, 30,000 yuan. A real bargain, Zheng Yu muttered to himself. He recalled clearing the abyss twice, one of which was on nightmare difficulty, yet not a single skill book had dropped. In comparison, even the lowest tier fire blade skill for level 10 warriors started at 200,000 yuan in the market, often selling for around 300,000 yuan at auction. Zheng Yu opened his storage and began clearing out unused materials and equipment. He tossed everything, including novice mage robes, boots, and gloves, into the temple shop for sale, keeping only enhancement stones and forging stones. The Cold Street Abyss also yielded a decent haul. Zheng Yu sold what ordinary players considered junk materials to merchants. To his surprise, just the ice stones alone fetched nearly 200,000 yuan. Next, Zheng Yu listed the ice blade he had prepared for trade in the temple shop. It was snapped up almost immediately for 270,000 yuan. A bloodstained chef's hat sold for 120,000 yuan, and a level 5 cleaver fetched an astonishing 150,000 yuan. He even sold a complete set of novice warrior gear for a flat price of 100,000 yuan. Reflecting on the nightmare level Cold Street Abyss, Zheng Yu couldn't help but marvel. Just selling this junk had earned him enough for a house. Although Tao Qian and his team earned less, they still managed to scrape together 300,000 to 400,000 yuan. This didn't even include the equipment they found in treasure chests. Tao Qian excitedly reviewed his loot. A platinum-grade chest piece from a historical record chest, a gold-grade monk staff, and a gold-grade shield warrior's shield. The platinum gear was a prized possession not to be sold. The monk staff came from a selectable chest, instantly boosting Tao Qian's standing in the team. However, when Tao Qian checked the historical transaction prices for the shield warrior's shield, he was stunned. Holy crap! For 0.2 million? Tao Qian's eyes widened in disbelief at the number on the screen. His first reaction was utter confusion. Why would anyone spend 4 to 5 million on a level 10 piece of equipment? Tao Qian and Zheng Yu stood in front of the sacred temple shop, overwhelmed by the dazzling array of gear. Tao Qian pointed to a golden shield, exclaiming, "Look, a level 20 golden shield for just 2 million. Zheng Yu nodded and pointed to another piece of equipment, explaining, "At level 10, golden gear is the best you can find on the market. Platinum gear can only be obtained by clearing nightmare-level dungeons, and it's rarely sold, so golden gear prices are sky-high." Tao Qian shook his head in amazement. Man, there are so many rich people. Look over there, a level 10 platinum warrior weapon sold for 13 million. It's insane. Zheng Yu recalled the scenes from his past life where the wealthy spent millions on luxury cars and said calmly, "You don't understand the world of the rich. These gear prices are like their luxury items." Just then, Tao Qian's communicator rang. He shouted in surprise, "Whoa, someone made an offer. A flat 4 million, should I sell?" One Ren Yu analyzed, shield warriors may not be top tier, but many rich kids like them because they're hard to kill and easy to operate. You could try auctioning it. Following the advice, Tao Qian declined the flat offer and listed the shield in the auction house with a starting bid of 3.4 million and a 24-hour auction period. Suddenly, Tao Qian remembered something and turned to Zheng Yu, asking, "By the way, how many pieces of golden gear did Li Feng take from you?" When Ren Qingyu answered on his behalf, "A full set." A standard set includes a weapon, chest armor, gloves, helmet, pants, and boots, 6 pieces in total. Tao Qian gasped. "Wouldn't those 6 pieces be worth 20 million? One Ren Qingyu reminded, "Li Feng is a warrior. Warrior gear is more expensive, so the price could easily double." Tao Qian finally realized the true value of the glass resources and couldn't help but curse, "Li Feng, what a beast." When Ren Qingyu explained the government's reasons for pouring resources into developing professionals and the inflated prices of gear, Tao Qian nodded thoughtfully, but his focus had already shifted entirely to the auction house. Wen Ren Qingyu and Ku Ing each auctioned off their surplus golden gear and hurried off to repay their debts. Tao Qian lay on Zheng Yu's sofa, starting to browse for silver-level equipment. Zheng Yu walked into the room, preparing to contract a new summoned beast. With a call of Rain Butterfly, the contract took effect, and a large, pale blue rain butterfly appeared in the center of the magic circle. Zheng Yu carefully examined the rain butterfly's attributes, amazed by its powerful skills and high attack power. He immediately decided to enhance the rain butterfly's talent level, using talent points to evolve it from rank 1 to rank 3. With a series of system prompts, the rain butterfly quickly evolved, ultimately becoming a giant winged spirit butterfly. Zheng Yu looked at his powerful new summon with satisfaction, anticipating its future performance in battles. The level of the summoned creature, the giant winged spirit butterfly, increases to level 13 as the summoner advances, along with its health. It boasts an attack power of 11,500, an intelligence aptitude of 2,706,451, and requires another 300 aptitude points to reach the next upgrade stage. The 4 main skills of the giant winged spirit butterfly are as follows. Skill I, Spirit Butterfly Guard LV13. The giant winged spirit butterfly forms a protective bond with another summoned creature, providing a shield worth 135,302,706 points. Upon breaking, the shield deals 56,832,706 damage and absorbs 50 of incoming damage. Skill 2. Spirit Butterfly LV13. As a spirit entity, the giant winged spirit butterfly has a 50 increased recovery rate. When activated, it instantly restores 108,242,706 health points and enhances its own recovery effects by 50. Skill 3. Butterfly Song LV13. It consumes 3 of its health per second while chanting, increasing agility and movement speed for all summoned creatures by 260 points. Skill 4. Spirit Nourishment. It transfers energy to the summoned creature with the lowest energy, restoring its mental power. The giant winged spirit butterfly's mental power is increased by 100. The third-tier giant winged spirit butterfly not only gains the spirit nourishment skill, but also sees its attack power rise to 2,706 points. It can now provide a shield of nearly 14,000 points and restore 10,000 health points in one go. The intelligence boost provided by the Platinum Staff and Ring is significant. At the moment of evolution, to prevent the giant winged spirit butterfly from breaking through the ceiling, Zheng Yu recalled it into the summoning space. In this vast area, the giant winged spirit butterfly spread its wings and greeted the Goblin General and the twin flame serpent. Unlike the grid-like structure in games, the summoning space is a free-form living area. The arrival of the giant winged spirit butterfly broke the silence of the summoning space. Previously, the reclusive and irritable twin flame serpent rarely interacted with anyone, while the cheerful Goblin General kept his distance as well. The addition of the giant winged spirit butterfly delighted the Goblin General, who finally had a new companion to interact with. The twin flame serpent, on the other hand, seemed indifferent and continued to curl up in a corner, asleep. Zheng Yu recalled a quote from Zhang Anshuan in the textbook. Summoned creatures each have unique personalities, like lives sealed within skill books. Besides cultivating their strength and fighting together, it's also crucial to build bonds and intimacy. As his level increased, Zheng Yu realized more and more the complexity of the summoner's profession, far surpassing other occupations. After exiting the summoning space, Zheng Yu opened 2 Hextech enhancement runes waiting to be claimed. The system notified him that he had obtained 2 prismatic level runes. 1. Unexpected Fortune. Immediately gain talent points equal to 100 times the summoner's level, with the same reward for the next 3 upgrades. 2. Golden Egg. Receive a golden egg that requires 22 Abyss runs to hatch, providing abundant high-quality rewards based on the summoner's level upon hatching. The system kindly reminded that Hell-level Abyss runs count as 2 runs. Faced with this unexpected windfall, Zhengyu couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! Double fortune! A windfall and a golden egg!" Zheng Yu's eyes lit up instantly. A windfall needs no further explanation. Receiving such a gift early on is undoubtedly a dream start. He quickly calculated that he was now at level 13, which wasn't too late, and the arrival of 1,300 talent points was a godsend. Two thoughts quickly flashed through his mind. Goblin General and Twin Flame Dragon Serpent, his two main forces finally had the chance to advance to the 5th tier. As for the Golden Egg, although it still required 22 battles to unlock, and there was a long way to go before reaching the 3rd stage of the Hell Level Abyss, Zheng Yu knew it was definitely worth the wait. The rewards from the Golden Egg would surely be extraordinary. The system prompt sounded right on time. You have received a windfall, 1,300 talent points. You have received a Golden Egg, 22 battles remaining to unlock. Zheng Yu quickly stored the Golden Egg in his inventory, and without hesitation, summoned the Goblin General and the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. The moment of evolution had arrived. First up was the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent. In an instant, 850 talent points were consumed, and a dazzling light enveloped its body. Summon Beast. Twin Flame Dragon Serpent 4th tier talent evolution. Summon Beast. Twin Demon Fire Jiao 5th tier. With the evolution complete, the Twin Flame Dragon Serpent underwent a dramatic transformation. Its original serpent form had completely disappeared, replaced by the majestic appearance of a Jiao dragon. Two dragon heads rose high, and its body was covered in scales that flickered with firelight, as if composed of active flame elements. The most striking feature was its newly acquired skill Dragon Breath. Zheng Yu carefully examined the skill description. Dragon Breath. Twin Demon Fire Jiao gathers flame energy to unleash a high-temperature breath, dealing instant damage equal to 27706,395 times Twin Demon Fire Jiao's attack power multiplied by a factor of 7. This was a classic fire burst damage skill, coupled with the burning effect of the flames and the double damage from its twin form. Zheng Yu couldn't help but gasp. The power of this breath was beyond even his own imagination. The attributes of the Twin Demon Fire Jiao had also significantly improved. Its attack coefficient had jumped from 6.0 at the 4th tier to 8.0 at the 5th tier. Along with a bonus from the summoned beast equipment, the fish-slaying knife, its attack power soared to 3,958, although its health had not increased much, remaining a typical fire-type glass cannon. With the Goblin General tanking in front, almost no enemy could threaten the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. Next up was the Goblin General's turn. The remaining 450 talent points were slightly insufficient, so Zheng Yu decisively chose to sacrifice 500 points of his own maximum health to gain 50 talent points, just enough to make up the 500 points needed for the advancement. Summon Beast. Goblin General 4th tier, talent evolution. Summon Beast. Goblin General Heavy Cavalry Regiment 5th tier. As the system prompt sounded, Zheng Yu eagerly watched the Goblin General, who was about to complete its evolution, filled with anticipation for what the future held. The Goblin General of the 5th tier still retained his original name, with the only change being the addition of a heavy cavalry regiment. Although there were no new skills, his core skill, General's Command, underwent a significant transformation. Zheng Yu carefully examined the skill description. Skill V, General's Command, Heavy Cavalry Regiment. This upgraded skill not only maintained the original ability to summon 26 goblin troops, but also added an equal number of heavy cavalry summons. As the level increases, the number of summons will further increase. The composition of the original army remains unchanged. 8 Goblin Archers, 8 Goblin Death Knights, 8 Goblin Shield Bearers, along with 1 Goblin Shaman and 1 Troll Goblin. The newly added heavy cavalry unit consists of 26 fully armored Goblin Wolf Riders. Zheng Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a huge win, he murmured, feeling extremely satisfied with the heavy cavalry regiment. He recalled a viewpoint he had heard before. In the era without firearms, having 50 heavy cavalry was already remarkable. 500 could sustain a rebellion, and 5,000 could sweep through any army. Although he currently only had 26 Goblin heavy cavalry in the Abyss, this was undoubtedly a powerful tool for monster hunting. If the 5th tier is this strong, what about the 6th tier? Zheng Yu thought excitedly, then checked the requirements for the next advancement. Goblin General, Heavy Cavalry Regiment, 5th tier, needs 3,000 more talent points to upgrade. He glanced at the status of his Twin Demon Fire Drakes. 5th tier, needs 5,000 more talent points to upgrade. 5,000 talent points, which equals a 50,000 health cap. Zheng Yu calculated, actually, it's quite reasonable. He recalled that historical records had never mentioned a 5th tier talent summon. The 5th tier was theoretically considered top level. From level 12 to 13, the health cap increased by 400 points. As the level increases, this increment will become even larger. If I rely solely on the demon contract, I could have a 6th tier summon by level 20, Zheng Yu pondered, but at level 15, I can unlock another summon contract space, which will require additional talent points. He glanced at the giant winged spirit butterfly, realizing it was only at the 3rd tier. After some calculations, Zheng Yu found that he was far short of the required talent points. But he wasn't worried because he had an unexpected windfall, the prismatic enhancement rune. The upcoming levels 14, 15, and 16 will respectively grant 1400, 1500, and 1600 talent points. Combined, this would be enough to steadily have a 6th tier summon. Zheng Yu couldn't help but imagine. A level 16 summoner with a 6th tier talent summon would be an overwhelming force against other classes. It's worth noting that the Rain Butterfly, which can be learned at level 10, is only a 1st tier talent, and the Shadow Beast at level 15 is just a 2nd tier talent. By the standard progression, summoners would typically need to reach level 40 to have a chance at a 6th tier summon. The Demon Contract, combined with his unexpected fortune, allowed Zheng Yu's power to peak early. Although summoners could also enhance their summon talents through other means, such as continuously training the 3 skills obtained at level 10, that would take an extensive amount of time. According to Zhang Anquan's understanding from the textbooks, summoners are supposed to be a class that requires patience and gradual accumulation over time. But in Zheng Yu's hands, the development speed of this class was clearly beyond the norm. After tallying up his spoils, the excited and sleepless Zheng Yu decided to write a guide. He opened the forum and began drafting. Cold Spring Abyss. Nightmare Level Guide. Video images detailed explanation. Step-by-step walkthrough of Nightmare Level Abyss. This was a paid post priced at 100 gold beans per hour. On the forum, similar paid posts were not uncommon, covering guides, gossip, secrets, equipment analysis, career development, and even fortune-telling. 100 gold beans were equivalent to 100 yuan. Zheng Yu had always maintained the habit of recording his battles. Detailed guides with accompanying videos and images were usually very popular. He penned a lengthy 10,000-word article, and once published, it immediately topped the forum's trending list. The comments section exploded. Holy crap! A nightmare level guide. Is it really him? Duh, with videos and images, who else could it be? Step-by-step walkthrough? Does that mean if I learn it, I can also clear the nightmare level abyss? Amused by the comments, Zheng Yu couldn't help but smile. One was bold enough to teach, another to learn, and the most astonishing part, some even dared to believe. Is it strategy guides that I lack? No, what I lack is combat power. This statement sparked a heated discussion on the Jiangshui City Forum. Although many people believed that the Abyss Guide might not be practically useful to them, curiosity drove them to purchase it. They were eager to uncover the complete history and plot of the Cold Street Abyss. What was even more surprising was that Zheng Yu, considered the weakest summoner, managed to clear the nightmare level abyss using this guide. The forum's popularity skyrocketed, and the number of buyers kept increasing. Most people bought the guide out of curiosity about Zheng Yu's abilities, while some wanted to find flaws in it. Even though Zheng Yu did clear the nightmare level abyss, many still believed it was more due to luck or that he found some shortcut. After all, it was hard to believe that a summoner could achieve such a feat. A day later, many remained skeptical. Meanwhile, at the martial arts hall in Jiangshui City, Wu Zong was facing strange looks from his colleagues. These looks were not malicious, but carried a hint of schadenfreude. They were all colleagues, all ordinary people who had failed to become professionals. If Wu Zong really latched onto Zheng Yu and successfully cleared the nightmare level abyss, the gap between them would widen instantly. Fortunately, this did not happen. Otherwise, it would have been hard for them to accept. Wu Zong had grown accustomed to such looks. He recalled that in the Cold Street Abyss Hall, people looked at him the same way. Even though those people weren't even level 1 and might never have the courage or opportunity to enter the abyss, it didn't stop them from watching the drama unfold. Wu Zong tried to convince himself that he was used to these stares. He comforted himself, thinking that there would be another chance to enter the abyss. Among these people, only Wu Zong's brother did not look at him differently. He reassured him, "It's okay. If it were me, I would have done the same." It wasn't mere comfort. His brother had also spent the entire night browsing the forum and knew that if it weren't a life-or-death situation, his brother wouldn't be the type to flee. Wu Zong hesitated and said, "Brother, about the money." "Don't worry," his brother interrupted. "Pay me back whenever you have the money. I'm not in a hurry." Over the years, the martial arts hall has saved up quite a bit. At most, your sister-in-law will scold me. Besides, you did gain something. You're level 6 now, right? That's a step towards becoming a professional. Wu Zong nodded, but his mood remained low. On the path to becoming a professional? Not quite. A true professional had to reach level 25. Without Zheng Yu's help, he doubted he could reach that level. Just then, a commotion broke out in the martial arts hall. "Hey look, Zheng Yu posted a guide." "What guide?" "Of course, the nightmare level guide. What's the point? I can't even clear the easy level abyss. No one wants me. But what if there's a chance?" "True, it's only $100. It's worth a look. Now that you mention it, I'm interested too." Hearing the chatter, Wu Zong and his brother also checked their phones and saw that the top trending post on the forum was Zheng Yu's guide. Wu Zong's brother immediately bought the post, but Wu Zong did not. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, he knew exactly how Zheng Yu cleared it. A guide? What a joke, Wu Zong thought. He just powered through with sheer strength. Even if you know the guide, it won't help. You can't even get past the meat shop boss at the entrance, let alone the fish-slaying guy and the human-skin spider. However, when they opened the post, they couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Holy crap! It turned out that Zheng Yu had cheekily posted photos of their barbecue gathering on the first page, followed by scenes of the goblin general fighting the frozen corpse. In the photos, Zheng Yu, Wenren Qingyu, Kuing, Tao Qian, and Wu Zong were all smiling brightly, enjoying food and drinks, having a great time. Wu Zong's brother looked at Wu Zong, hesitant to speak. What he wanted to ask was clear. You were having such a great time, and you still quit? Zheng Yu's post caused quite a stir on the forum. Observant users quickly noticed that the initial photo was actually from a lower-level dungeon. Zheng Yu's intention was simply to provoke those who had refused to team up with him. However, the real highlight, the nightmare-level dungeon guide, was just beginning. The guide is divided into 5 stages. The frozen butcher and fishmonger, the frozen chef, the human-skin spider, the well corpse, and finally, Xiao Qi, who has had his organs removed. Each stage is accompanied by detailed videos and images, with Zheng Yu's commentary covering strategies from dealing with the human-skin spider to handling Xiao Qi's 2 forms. The comments section, however, was less serious. Some believe Zheng Yu genuinely wanted to teach others, while others mocked it as a mere show-off. Self-proclaimed experts even questioned the guide's feasibility. Can you block the frozen chef's flying knives? Can you evade the human-skin spider's chase? Some were astonished by the summoner class's power, claiming it was stronger than any S-class warrior they had seen. Despite the tough talk in the comments, everyone could see the terrifying difficulty of the nightmare-level dungeon from the videos and records. Zheng Yu's summoned creatures displayed impressive strength. In the early stages, they could leisurely eat while clearing monsters, but the difficulty spiked dramatically at the human-skin spider. The human-skin spider's terror was jaw-dropping. It was incredibly fast, with control, defense, and damage all maxed out, capable of biting off 6,000 health points from a goblin shield bearer in one go. Such a monster was a nightmare for novice players. Many who thought they were skilled realized their overconfidence upon seeing this. As the guide progressed, the difficulty continued to climb. After killing the human-skin spider and escaping the frozen corpses, they reached the unfrozen lake, where the real challenge began. Zheng Yu described Xiao Qi as a boss even I find tricky, which sent chills down many spines. In the video, the appearance of boss Xiao Qi, the reappearance of the human-skin spider in its berserk state, the revived well corpse, and the returning frozen corpses left all doubters speechless. Facing such terrifying scenes, Zheng Yu summarized the strategy with just one phrase: just brute force it. Wu Zong's elder brother finally understood his brother's decision as he watched. When the ferocious cold street boss overwhelmed Zheng Yu and chaos ensued in the dungeon, he realized that his brother's withdrawal was not cowardice but a wise choice. Anyone facing such peril would likely make the same decision. Compared to the threat of death, what was a little punishment? Zheng Yu pondered silently, his eyes scanning through the chaotic comments on the forum. He noticed a subtle shift in the netizens' opinions about Wu Zong. Someone said, "If it were me, I would have backed out even faster than Wu Zong." Another user agreed, Wu Zong wasn't too bad. At least he took the risk to try and stop Tao Qian and the others. A normal person would choose to back out, right? Only someone with a death wish would stay. However, there were differing opinions as well. But in the end, Tao Qian and his team got the rewards, while Wu Zong, who made the right choice, got nothing. Is that fair? Is it reasonable for a summoner to make it through a nightmare-level abyss? Wasn't it reasonable for Tao Qian to fight for his brothers? If I were Wu Zong, I wouldn't have backed out. Zheng Yu shook his head at these comments. He thought to himself, internet warriors, clowns in real life. What do these people, who enjoy stirring up trouble, really understand? Meanwhile, Zheng Yu paid close attention to these messages. Seeing Wu Zong's reputation start to improve, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, he didn't have strong feelings about Wu Zong leaving the team. To him, it made perfect sense. Ensuring one's own safety in the face of danger is a reasonable choice, isn't it? Zheng Yu recalled his relationship with Wu Zong. They weren't close. Their connection was purely transactional, like a big fish and a small fry. The 300,000 fee he charged was below market price, but it was his own offer. There was no personal grudge between them. He thought to himself, Tao Qian can criticize Wu Zong, and so can I. But those who are just here to watch the drama, what right do they have to judge? Zheng Yu had 2 reasons for posting. First, he wanted to address those who claimed he relied on luck or shortcuts. Second, he wanted to explain Wu Zong's actions. Although he didn't care much about Wu Zong's decision to leave after all, Wu Zong would be the one to regret it. Wanted to show the spectators that in their shoes, they might not have lasted as long as Wu Zong did. Unexpectedly, the most popular part of the post wasn't about the boss fight, but Shao Qi's recollections at the end. The comment section was filled with emotions. Boo-hoo, I didn't expect such a tragic backstory for the terrifying Shao Qi. No wonder Shao Qi harbors such deep resentment. If I had gone through what he did, I'd be even more resentful. So that's how the organ cake is used. Learn something new, gonna try it next time? Seriously? Do people really think they'll live long enough to use the organ cake? Zhengyu didn't know whether to laugh or cry at these comments. He wasn't sure if he genuinely wanted to teach, but clearly, some people took it seriously. More comments poured in. So touching, boo. I love Zheng Ye's line. Let those beasts feel real pain. It gives a sense of righteous vengeance. When he stood up to Mayor Zhou Yun, I knew this guy had a tough personality, but damn, I like it. Not only did he not blame Wu Zong for quitting, but he also posted to defend him. I'm a fan now. However, there were also differing opinions. But some people might feel uncomfortable. I wonder what Li Nan, Li Feng, and Zhou Yun think about this post. Those high and mighty folks, do they even care? True. Zheng Yu pondered over the myriad of comments, lost in thought. How this storm would ultimately unfold, only time could tell. The post's popularity skyrocketed, selling over 10,000 copies in just one night. Not only did professionals from Jianshui City rush to buy it, but even peers from Shangyu City, upon hearing that the mayor had recruited in class talent, eagerly clicked to view it. After all, class professionals are rare resources in every city, and being poached is almost unheard of. When they learned that Zheng Yu was a summoner, their curiosity was thoroughly piqued. The news spread like wildfire, and professionals from surrounding cities were also eager to witness the true strength of this summoner named Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu never expected that a simple post would bring him $1 million in revenue. After deducting the forum's cut and taxes, he still pocketed over 700,000. No wonder professionals make money so easily, he thought to himself, happily transferring the funds to his account. Meanwhile, on the campus of First High School, Zheng Yu's legendary story was spreading like a tidal wave. After Li Feng took his resources, he furiously challenged a nightmare-level abyss, stood his ground against Li Nan, refused Mayor Zhou Yun's apology, and resolutely joined Shangyu City. This series of actions not only avoided criticism, but also won him a group of admirers who praised his backbone. Some students put themselves in his shoes. If it were me whose resources were taken, I'd probably just be impotently furious, at best reporting it to the school or protesting with banners. But isn't that still just impotent rage? Lacking the ability to solve the problem, you'd resort to throwing a fit. Those with real strength, like Zheng Yu, get directly recruited by the resource department of Shangyu City. It's said that not only Shangyu City, but also Chinan City and Xia City have sent people to recruit him. During the discussion, someone suddenly mentioned Li Feng. I just want to know, does Li Feng feel at ease using someone else's resources? Why wouldn't he? Another voice retorted. I read that detailed post listing the class resource subsidized it made me green with envy. A whole set of gold-grade warrior equipment. I could clear a difficult level abyss with that. Just then, someone exclaimed, "Whoa, Li Feng is here. Why is he at the school?" Today was the day for third-year students to receive their professional certificates. Although not a graduation diploma, the professional certificate proves that a student is qualified to pursue a professional career. Obtaining the certificate requires the principal's approval, confirming that the student can make a living by leveling up and clearing abysses. Additionally, they must pass a political exam similar to a civil service test, as certificate holders might engage in politics in the future. Students who do not receive the certificate must continue their studies. The school will train them for another 3 months, including combat training, archery, movement techniques, and other physical skills, as well as secondary skills like potion making and equipment repair. If they still cannot clear an abyss within 3 months, they will switch to academic studies. Someone sighed, I heard First High School only issued 3 certificates this year. Just 3? That's quite a lot. Do you think it's easy to get a professional certificate? With it, you get a monthly base salary of 5,000 yuan guaranteed job. Envious. If Zheng Yu were here, it would be 4. What a pity. These comments constantly reached Li Feng's ears. No matter where he went, he could hear people comparing him unfavorably to Zheng Yu. He heard it in the bathroom, in the cafeteria, everywhere. Li Feng's eyes were filled with a complex mix of anger, resentment, and a deep sense of grievance. He had thought that following his father to Jianshui City would free him from the shadow of those prodigies in the central district and stop him from being a topic of idle gossip. Unexpectedly, in this backwater town, he had encountered yet another prodigy. Li Feng harbored intense hatred for Zheng Yu, but he had to admit that he respected his strength. The strategy guide showcased an overwhelming level of power. The only thing he was angry about was his luck. Why was it so bad? Li Feng gritted his teeth as he recalled the events of the previous night. Because of Zheng Yu, his father had given him a severe beating. Despite setting a new record in the difficult level abyss and giving his all, he still couldn't earn his father's approval. In his father's eyes, he was always a worthless failure. His classmates whispered behind his back, calling him a thief, and Zhou Yun treated him as a tool to curry favor with his father. Li Feng's thoughts drifted back to the moment he invited Zheng Yu. I clearly invited him. Why didn't he accept? He wondered aloud. Then, a terrifying thought struck him. If Zheng Yu had accepted the invitation, he, who had already harbored murderous intent, might have been killed by Zheng Yu in the difficult level abyss. Perhaps this is the best outcome, Li Feng muttered with a bitter smile, letting out a deep sigh. The scene shifts to Zheng Yu's residence. Near noon, Zheng Yu was awakened by the laughter of Wen Qingyu and Ku Ying. The two girls appeared at the door, dragging large suitcases. Tao Qian was busy preparing lunch in the kitchen. Seeing the commotion, he couldn't help but tease. You two aren't planning to move in, are you? Got any funny ideas about my buddy Yu? He turned to Zheng Yu winking. You, I think these two girls are up to no good. You better be careful. Wen Qingyu retorted bluntly. Shut your mouth. No one will mistake you for a mute. Ku Ying explained. You messaged us, saying we're heading to Shangyu City tonight, and that we should pack our bags. So soon? Tao Qian looked at Zheng Yu in surprise. Zheng Yu calmly explained. Moving, handling paperwork, getting the professional certification, and settling in will take at least 2 days. That's enough time for my summoned beasts to fully recover. I want to level up quickly. The nightmare level abyss is extremely draining. Even though my dual flame drakes and goblin general have reset their energy after advancing to tier 5, they're not at their peak. They need rest and recovery. 2 days should be just right. Plus, I plan to enter the nightmare level abyss next, so we need to get to Shangyu City and prepare in advance. Tao Qian put down the spatula and walked over to Zheng Yu, looking serious. Wait, nightmare level? Tier 2 abyss? Are you sure about this? Zheng Yu honestly shook his head. I don't really know, to be honest. It's my first time reaching level 10. Wen Qingyu suggested. How about we play it safe? Maybe we should clear a difficult level abyss first for practice? Ku Ying almost couldn't hold back her laugh. Tier 2 difficult level is practice? Zheng Yu, however, smiled and said, although I'm not sure how strong the Tier 2 nightmare level abyss is, my power up this time is decent. I'd say there's a 50 chance of success. I'll charge you guys 1 million to take you through the nightmare level abyss. Are you in? Ignoring everyone's objections, Zheng Yu named his price. Tao Qian, who had been worried moments ago, agreed without hesitation. Deal. Wen Qingyu was even more straightforward, transferring the money immediately. Zheng Yu was a bit surprised. Aren't you worried? Tao Qian patted his chest and reassured. You know me, bro. I'll back you up no matter what. If you say go, we go. Wen Qingyu shrugged. There's a 50 chance, right? Let's gamble. Ku Ying was the most practical, betting 1 million on a tier 2 nightmare level abyss. Even a deity couldn't say no. Dangerous? Which abyss isn't dangerous? With Zheng Yu, a 50 risk isn't really a risk. Seeing they couldn't dissuade Zheng Yu, the three decided to join him in his madness. At that moment, Tao Qian suddenly thought of something. If you really manage to take us through another nightmare level abyss, you'll definitely top this year's rookie rankings. Usually, it's the rookies from the Central District who get that honor. I can already imagine the shock on their faces when they see a summoner from Shangyu City at the top of the list. Shangyu City. After finishing the paperwork, Tao Qian and the others arrived at the villa where Zheng Yu was temporarily staying. As they pushed the door open, a 3-story house came into view. The spacious yard was lush with green grass, and a clear swimming pool shimmered invitingly under the sun. Wow, this place is huge with a yard and a pool, Tao Qian exclaimed. Are you living the rich kid's life ahead of time? Zheng Yu, lazily lounging on a deck chair by the pool, replied without looking up. What rich kid? I built this from scratch. Sure, Tao Qian said, grabbing a beer from the ice bucket next to Zheng Yu and taking a big gulp. This stuff is the best, he sighed contentedly. Did you buy this place? Still focused on his phone, Zheng Yu casually explained. It's from Chai Fong at the resource department. I'm just staying here temporarily. Tao Qian looked around and couldn't help but marvel. This place must cost over 10,000 in rent alone. By the way, did you get your level resource? Tao Qian asked, a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zheng Yu shook his head. Not yet. Chai Fong said I missed the application window, and I had already applied once before, but the resource went to Li Feng. It's complicated. Tao Qian frowned. So you can't get it? That's a bummer. Even though it wasn't his resource, it was crucial for their safety in the abyss. The stronger Zheng Yu was, the safer they would be. Mayor Zhang Zhan of Shangyu City is personally handling the process. Whether it goes through or not, I'm not sure, Zheng Yu added. Tao Qian lay back on a deck chair with his beer, grumbling. If Shangyu City doesn't get you that resource, coming here would be a waste. Doesn't matter, Zheng Yu said nonchalantly. Whether Shangyu City gets the resource or not, I won't stay in Jianshui City any longer. I can apply again at level 20. Won't you lose the stage 1 resource? Tao Qian felt indignant on Zheng Yu's behalf. Zheng Yu explained. Chai Fong said if they can't get it, the resource department will pay out of their own pocket to give me a stage 1 resource equivalent to what the province provides. This was agreed upon when we first met. Seems like Shangyu City really values you, Tao Qian remarked. Zheng Yu nodded, mainly because Shangyu City's performance has been poor in recent years. They hardly have any A-level talents, let alone S-level, and those they do haven't developed well. If this continues, they might not even have new participants for the professional tournaments. Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong are understandably anxious. True, Tao Qian agreed. Where are Ren Qingyu and the others? Out shopping, Zheng Yu replied. I sent them to buy essentials for the abyss. Girls are better at bargaining, so they can save some money. Tao Qian's eyes lit up. Have you decided which abyss to go to? Zheng Yu nodded. Yes, Shangyu Shrine. Ugh, the most dreadful one? Tao Qian made an exaggerated expression of horror, though he wasn't really surprised. The Shangyu Shrine was the only abyss with a nightmare-level strategy guide. It was also the one when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and even Tao Qian least wanted to enter, because it was genuinely haunted. Zheng Yu explained. Shangyu City has 3 Stage 2 abysses: Shangyu Shrine, Blood Red Film Studio, and Dark Valley. Only Shangyu Shrine has a clear completion record and a detailed guide. It explains the plot branches, how to get rewards, and shortcuts. I know you guys are a bit scared of the shrine, but to maximize our success rate, it's the best place to practice. So I made a safe decision. Safe? Tao Qian felt Zheng Yu was showing off, but had no proof. Using a nightmare-level abyss for practice and calling it safe? That's unheard of. Zheng Yu continued. The guide is complete and was made by Mayor Zhang Zhan himself when he was young. It's highly reliable. So, are you reassured now? Tao Qian had nothing to say. Zheng Yu added, of course, the first clear rewards for Shangyu Shrine are gone, but we still have a chance with Blood Red Film Studio and Dark Valley. You plan to clear all of them? Tao Qian asked. What else? It'd be a waste not to take those rewards. Zheng Yu replied matter-of-factly. All right then, Tao Qian decided to support Zheng Yu. He didn't have much say in the matter anyway. Whatever abyss Zheng Yu wanted to tackle was fine by him. His role was just to be part of the team, cook and drink. The Ancestral Hall is considered a hotspot for supernatural activity, prompting Zheng Yu to have when Ren Qingyu and the others prepare some tools to deal with ghosts. Instead of opting for the expensive temple store, they searched for more affordable options in the local market. Zheng Yu was deep in preparations when Tao Qian suddenly reminded him. The Ancestral Hall has a heavy Yin energy. You should get some chickens. Tao Qian's comment puzzled Zheng Yu for a moment, but he quickly nodded in understanding. Chicken blood wards off evil spirits, I get it. However, Tao Qian shook his head. Who said anything about warding off evil? The ghosts in the abyss have health bars. There's nothing to fear. I meant you should get some chickens because the free-range chickens in Shangyu are famous. We can roast them in the Ancestral Hall. Tao Qian's explanation left Zheng Yu speechless, and he could only respond helplessly. In the afternoon, Kai Fong brought good news. The provincial district had approved his resource application, and the process was underway. It was said that Zhang Zhan had coordinated with some influential people in his faction to get it done. On the phone, Kai Fong sighed. These procedural matters are tough to handle without connections. He then extended an invitation. So, are you interested in joining our faction? Faced with the sudden invitation, Zheng Yu neither accepted nor declined immediately. He simply asked, isn't faction membership reserved for level 40 professionals? Kai Fong chuckled. Oh, we're just trying to recruit talent early. Anyone who can clear a nightmare-level abyss is a sure bet for level 40. He then shifted the topic. By the way, have you decided which abyss to tackle in Phase 2? The Ancestral Hall, Zheng Yu replied succinctly. Kai Fong commented with slight disappointment, a very cautious choice. In his view, it was a conservative option. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall was the most frequently cleared abyss by local professionals, with countless strategies available, making it a top choice for Phase 2 professionals. After hanging up, Zhang Zhan, who had just returned from the provincial district, asked, he didn't choose the Bloodstained Film Studio? Kai Fong shook his head and shared his thoughts. I thought he would choose the Film Studio abyss. It's the most likely place to set a new record. This kid seems reckless, but is overly cautious. Zhang Zhan disagreed with Kai Fong's assessment. Reckless? I don't think Zheng Yu is reckless. He just doesn't like to back down. That's not necessarily a flaw. If young people acted as cautiously as we do, they wouldn't be young anymore. Optimistically, Zhang Zhan added, actually, choosing the Ancestral Hall is good. If he sets a new record there, wouldn't it be even more impressive? Kai Fong, however, expressed his doubts bluntly. I think that's unlikely. The Shangyu Ancestral Hall Abyss is the most familiar to local professionals and has seen its record broken countless times. It's not easy to set a new one, unless he plans to tackle the nightmare-level abyss. Suddenly, Kai Fong remembered something. Wait, is his team missing a member right now? Zhang Zhan confirmed with a nod. Yes, they are 4 now. One guy rage quit the nightmare level abyss. He's probably regretting it now. Kai Fong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. If they're missing someone, should I add someone to their team? Zhang Zhan, thinking Kai Fong meant adding a helper, suggested. That could work. How about Zheng Wenchang? He's an grade talent warrior, currently at level 18. Kai Fong immediately dismissed the idea. Who said I was adding a helper? With Zheng Yu's strength, adding someone won't make much difference. We don't have any grade professionals in Phase 2 in Shangyu, and in a grade won't help much. Since Zheng Yu wants to solo, he definitely won't want a helper. Zhang Zhan was puzzled. Then what are you planning? Kai Fong grinned and revealed his true intention. I have a distant cousin who changed professions last year, but was delayed for a year due to family matters. I'll let her join their team. Zhang Zhan couldn't help but point out. You just said you didn't think Zheng Yu would break the record. Kai Fong candidly admitted, I don't think he'll break the record, but he's a strong player in Phase 2. My cousin needs to latch on to him, just like I teamed up with you back in the day. Zhang Zhan could only shake his head speechlessly. In the grand hall of the ancestral temple in Shangyu City, the air was thick with tension and anticipation. After 2 days of relentless effort, Zheng Yu and his companions had finally completed all the preparations and were ready to focus on the main task. Tao Qian glanced around, frowning slightly. Not many people here, he murmured, noticing the sparse presence of professionals in the hall. A nearby staff member overheard his comment and offered an explanation. That's because the first batch of professionals this year is still in Phase 1 of the Abyss. It's so crowded there that people are queuing to get in. As for the veterans, they've either leveled up or given up entirely. It's normal to see fewer people. Tao Qian nodded in understanding. Makes sense. I didn't consider that, he admitted, realizing his perspective was skewed since he had just transferred from Jiangshui City. Despite the low numbers, a few professionals were still holding signs, looking for teammates. When Yu observed for a moment before turning to Tao Qian. We need one more teammate. We can enter the Abyss with 4 people, but having one less person will reduce our experience and rewards. If you want to climb the ranks, it's best to bring along someone extra. She elaborated. Phase 2 extras are easy to find, and they're willing to pay. About 60 to 70% of professionals get stuck at this stage. Some don't want to risk their lives, others aren't strong enough, and can't find anyone to carry them. So they get a job and save money while waiting for a high-level player to help. Tao Qian asked, puzzled, no one to carry them? Weren't there a lot of people leading teams in Phase 1 of the Abyss? When Yu patiently explained, that was Phase 1. As long as the level difference is significant, leading people through simple or normal abysses is easy. Even then, it usually requires 2 warriors and a priest for a standard setup. In Phase 2, those with the strength team up to level up together. Who has the time to carry extras? Unless they don't want to enter Phase 3 and just want to earn money with their skills. Or someone like Zheng Yu, who wants to climb the ranks. But in a small city like Shangyu, it's rare to find a rank-climbing genius. Tao Qian nodded thoughtfully, then pointed to the group of professionals searching for teammates. Let's just pick one from them. With that, he walked over to the staff and posted an ad on the hall screen. Looking for an extra. Need one more. Requirements. Obedient. Doesn't steal kills or loot. Can cook and barbecue. Preferably skilled at grilling kidneys. This is a paid position, price negotiable. Zheng Yu saw the ad and gave Tao Qian a thumbs up, thinking that Tao Qian really understood him. What he needed wasn't a strong teammate, but someone who could fill Wu Zong's role as a master of grilling kidneys. The ad immediately caught someone's attention, and Zheng Yu received a private message. Anonymous warrior. Need a teammate? Zheng Yu summoner. Yes. Anonymous warrior. Wait, you're a summoner? Anonymous warrior, hold on. Who's your main DPS? The professional who reached out was clearly baffled by this unusual team composition: a summoner as the leader, 2 assassins, and only a monk who seemed somewhat normal. Before Zheng Yu could reply, the anonymous warrior said, let me talk to the monk. He must be your leader. Zheng Yu was confused. Why talk to him? The warrior sent an exasperated emoji and explained, I need to discuss the payment. Talk to me, Zheng Yu said directly. Can you make decisions? The warrior asked, skeptical. Yes, Zheng Yu replied curtly. The warrior began his self-introduction. I have a great talent, fire ability, which can suppress the Yin energy in the temple. I'm level 18 and have cleared the simple level temple abyss 5 times, and the normal level once. He then stated his price. I want 800,000. That's reasonable, right? What? Zheng Yu sent a big question mark. Wait, can you actually make decisions? My skills are worth 800,000, the warrior insisted. Even though your team setup is average, with me and the monk, and replacing 1 assassin with a priest, clearing a simple abyss is no problem. Zheng Yu was speechless and didn't feel like explaining. Why don't you take a closer look at the ad I posted? The warrior was silent for a moment, then sent a question mark emoji in response. The anonymous warrior's words hit Zheng Yu and his team like a hammer. Are you guys serious? Are you out of your minds? Or am I just blind? His tone was dripping with disdain. With your setup and level, You want to take on the abyss? And you need someone who can grill kidneys? Seriously, are you guys messing with me? Zheng Yu frowned, feeling perplexed. He stared at the summoner's class emblem, wondering why the guy didn't recognize it. Don't you browse the forums? He asked tentatively. Forums? The anonymous warrior scoffed. They're just places for washed-up professionals to brag and talk nonsense. What's the point? Don't tell me you fell for some shortcut rumor about the shrine. Let me give you a piece of advice. Don't believe it. Believing it will get you killed faster. Before Zheng Yu could respond, the anonymous warrior threw one last remark and left. I'm out. A bunch of kids trying to mess with me thought I finally found some business. Zheng Yu was speechless and could only look at Tao Qian. Tao Qian's expression was equally grim, clearly having faced similar situations. When Ren Qingyu sighed, I didn't expect it to be like this. She had thought finding a carry would be easy. Zheng Yu analyzed. It seems like the mayor has kept my arrival in Shangyu City under wraps, probably worried I wouldn't make it. Another possibility is that they didn't expect the nightmare-level abyss to give so much experience, and didn't anticipate you'd be a second-stage professional already. So, what do we do now? Tao Qian asked. When Ren Qingyu summarized their encounters, we found a few people. Some directly asked for money, others quit as soon as they saw you were the leader. One guy was interesting. He knew you cleared the first stage nightmare-level abyss but still refused to join. He felt asking him to grill kidneys was an insult. Kuing couldn't help but laugh. If Wu Zong heard that, he'd be furious. He'd love the chance to grill kidneys right now. The main issue is that your reputation hasn't spread, brother Yu. Second-stage professionals can be a bit arrogant, when Ren Qingyu analyzed. Maybe I should look for people on the forums. Just as when Ren Qingyu was about to search for help online, Zheng Yu's phone rang. It was Chai Fong calling. Xiao Yu, I heard you're planning to enter the abyss today? Chai Fong's unusually polite tone made Zheng Yu a bit uncomfortable. Yes, we're planning to go in, but we're still looking for teammates, Zheng Yu answered honestly. Oh, you're short of teammates? Chai Fong feigned surprise. Zheng Yu explained. To be precise, we're short someone who can grill kidneys. Chai Fong was stunned on the other end of the line. What? Someone who can grill kidneys? After some negotiation, Zheng Yu finally reached an agreement with the phrase. Well, that's convenient. I happen to have a sister who can grill kidneys. The price was set at 3 million per person. Although Chai Fong thought the price was a bit high, he didn't hesitate. He thought to himself, if I'm going to recruit a genius, I have to keep them well fed. He suspected that this might be Zheng Yu's way of expressing dissatisfaction with the delayed resources. Chai Fong readily agreed. All right then, it's settled. I'll transfer the money to you shortly. Please wait a moment. Okay. Zheng Yu hung up the phone and turned to his teammates with a smile. We found our soy sauce. Who? Tao Qian asked curiously. A distant cousin of Chai Fong, the Minister of Resources, Zheng Yu explained. Tao Qian frowned. She can grill kidneys? Chai Fong said her family runs a barbecue business, so she should be better than Wu Zongqiang, Zheng Yu replied casually. Then there's no problem. Tao Qian nodded in agreement. When Ren Qing, you couldn't help but comment. Is it really okay for you guys to seriously discuss whether someone can grill kidneys? Just then, a system notification sounded. Chai Yin Ranger has requested to join the team. The team leader has approved Chai Yin Ranger's request to join the team. Chai Yin immediately greeted in the team chat. Hello, Captain Zheng Yu. Hi everyone, I'm Chai Yin. Nice to meet you all. Oh, Tao Qian Monk. Cute. Zheng Yu Summoner. Welcome. When Ren Qing Yu Assassin. Welcome sis. Kuing Assassin. Welcome sis. Sitting in a taxi, heading to the Shangyu Shrine. Chai Yin couldn't help but clench her teeth at the word sis. She was indeed a year older than when Ren Qing Yu and the others, having been a professional last year, but stuck at level 12. After forming a team for over a month, they nearly died in the shrine. Due to family issues and her lack of talent, she gave up on this path. Until last night, her perfect child, cousin Chai Fong called, saying he found a pro to help her clear the abyss. No risk, no need to do anything, just be there like soy sauce. If Chai Fong called someone a pro, they must be reliable. But thinking that the person was a year younger than her still felt a bit awkward. Upon arriving at the Shangyu Shrine Abyss Hall, Chai Yun immediately spotted her team. When Ren Qing Yu's eye-catching figure was hard to miss. For young-looking people gathered together were quite noticeable. Zheng Yu also noticed Chai Yun's arrival. He saw a fit girl with tan skin, long legs, and short hair, looking very capable. Her wrists were wrapped in bandages, and the muscle lines on her forearms and calves were clearly visible. Zheng Yu nodded at Chai Yun and said, check the file I sent in the chat group. Make sure there are no mistakes. Okay, Chai Yun replied. Her first impression of Zheng Yu was that he was reliable, at least someone who wouldn't enter the abyss without preparation. However, she didn't take Zheng Yu's material seriously, thinking it was unnecessary. After all, the Shangyu Shrine Abyss was a school course that every student knew well. But she didn't show her disdain, knowing Zheng Yu was a genius recruited from Jiangshui City, so it was normal for him not to know about the Shangyu Abyss. We'll enter the abyss in an hour, Zheng Yu announced, giving Chai Yun time to review the materials. Having just joined the team, Chai Yun didn't want to say much. Chai Fong had advised her to speak less, since Zheng Yu preferred pure soy sauce. But as she read, Chai Yun felt something was wrong. These were all nightmare-level abyss strategies. She guessed Zheng Yu might have picked the wrong guide. Nightmare-level strategies were for ordinary professionals to read, not to learn techniques from. To really learn, they should look at the hard-level abyss guides. Chai Yun couldn't help but speak up. What's up? Zheng Yu noticed Chai Yun's hesitation and asked directly. Chai Yun decided to voice her concern. Did you guys pick the wrong guide? The one in the chat is for nightmare-level abyss. Zheng Yu nodded, confirming, that's right, it's that guide. Chai Yun stood at the entrance of the shrine abyss, her expression complex. Noticing her look, Zheng Yu explained directly. While you won't need to fight, the shrine abyss is filled with traps and mechanisms, especially at nightmare level. It's vastly different from the regular level, much closer to a real-life environment. Strategy is crucial here. It could help us break historical records. Nightmare level? Chai Yun exclaimed, her voice full of disbelief. Zheng Yu frowned and asked, didn't your brother tell you? Tao Qian, standing nearby, chimed in, did you tell Chai Fong that you're tackling the nightmare level of the shrine? Zheng Yu froze for a moment, then realized, I guess I didn't. No wonder Chai Fong sounded a bit off when I asked for 3 million. He must have thought it was too steep. Chai Yun stared blankly at Zheng Yu, asking, are you serious? Zheng Yu replied somewhat helplessly, you're the third professional to ask me that today. Let's clarify. Yes, it was a miscommunication on my part. My team and I are entering the nightmare level of the Shangyu Shrine Abyss. If you think the risk is too high, you can back out. I'll refund Chai Fong. We can always find another brave soul on the forums. Chai Yun fell in a deep thought, struggling internally. Zheng Yu noticed the calluses on her hands and remarked, judging by those calluses, you've kept up your training this past year. For a ranger, arm strength is crucial. Want to take a gamble with us? This was an active invitation from Zheng Yu, a professional who had taken a year off but still maintained rigorous training, evident from the thick calluses on her palms, clearly hadn't given up on this path. Zheng Yu decided to give her a chance. Chai Yun met Zheng Yu's gaze seriously, her eyes filled with doubt and confusion, but also a glimmer of hope. Are you confident? She asked. 50%, Zheng Yu replied. All or nothing? Exactly. I might bail midway, Chai Yun stated bluntly. Zheng Yu waved it off. No worries, I've been through that before. But the money won't be refunded. Chai Yun was silent for a long time, finally muttering to herself, I must be crazy. Rationality told her that a summoner with 4 underqualified team members couldn't possibly conquer the nightmare-level abyss, even with Zheng Yu's impressive record. The difficulty between the first and second phases of the abyss was worlds apart. But deep down, a voice urged her. Take the risk. In the end, she chose to ignore her rational judgment. I'm in, she declared firmly. Zheng Yu smiled. Welcome aboard the pirate ship. Want to let your brother know? Chai Yun nodded. I'll tell him. She quickly sent a message to Chai Fong. I'm entering the nightmare-level abyss. If I don't make it out, take care of our parents. Done? Zheng Yu asked. Yes. Then let's go. Zheng Yu opened the interface, selecting Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. The team members confirmed one by one. Zheng Yu summoner, I'm in. Tao Qian monk. To be honest, I'm a bit nervous this time. Kuing assassin. Let's do this. One Renqing Yu assassin. Don't be nervous. Either we clear it and hit the jackpot, or we die in the nightmare level abyss. It's not a shameful death. Tao Qian monk. Don't jinx it. Chai Yun, ranger. System prompt. Entering Shangyu Shrine Abyss, nightmare level. Please wait. Meanwhile, Chai Fong, who was in a meeting, received Chai Yun's message. At first glance, he didn't notice anything unusual and chuckled. This girl, always so dramatic. But on the second glance, holy crap. He jumped up from his chair. Zhang Zhan, who was speaking, frowned. We're in a meeting. What kind of behavior is this? But Chai Fong ignored him, having seen the crucial words nightmare level. Zheng Yu was heading into the nightmare level shrine abyss. No wonder he demanded 3 million. Zhang Zhan was taken aback. You mean the summoner we recruited is entering the nightmare level abyss? Chai Fong nodded. My cousin Chai Yun just messaged me, and she even left what looks like a will. Zhang Zhan. Do you remember what level we were when we first entered the nightmare level abyss? Level 19? Zheng Yu is only at level 13, and he's bringing 4 underqualified members. Is he insane? As Zhang Zhan and Chai Fong pondered Zheng Yu's sanity, the 5 had already entered the shrine abyss. In the darkness, an old man's voice echoed in Zheng Yu's ears. The shrine, primarily used for worship, weddings, funerals, birthdays, celebrations, honoring ancestors and sages. People believe their ancestors and deities will bless them. In Shangyu Village, It's the same. Their ancestors have protected them for generations, granting them prosperity, shielding them from hunger, war, and disaster. They revere their ancestors and respect the shrine until one day the ancestors began to demand something in return. I protect you. You sacrifice lives? Do your ancestors truly bless you? Or rather, are they really your ancestors? The voice was low and eerie, narrating the story of the shrine abyss like a ghost tale. You have entered the nightmare level of the ancestral hall in Shanyu City. This difficulty level accurately replicates the true appearance of the abyss and restores its entire history, making it extremely challenging with a high mortality rate. Please be careful. Chilling winds blew as Zhengyu and his companions suddenly found themselves on a dimly lit forest path. The surrounding darkness seemed to pulsate with life, creating an eerie push and pull sensation. Zhengyu shivered involuntarily. Although the wind here wasn't as bone-chilling as in the cold street abyss, it still made his spine tingle. A feeling of being watched crept over him, as if something filled with hatred and greed was lurking in the shadows. Who's watching me? Zhengyu grumbled, glaring at the pitch-black woods beside the path. Receiving no response, he summoned the Goblin General without hesitation. Goblin charge! The Goblin General gave a pat to his giant wolf mount, which then charged towards the right side of the path. After a piercing wail, the system notification sounded. Killed roadblock ghost LV-15, gained 2094 experience points. Peace and quiet. Zhengyu nodded in satisfaction, as the unsettling feeling of being watched vanished instantly. Who dares to scare me? Tao Qian sighed. Brother, you just ruined the spooky atmosphere the ancestral hall abyss was trying to create. We were just getting into the Chinese horror vibe, and you smashed it. Zhengyu walked to where the roadblock ghost had fallen, looking at the pile of white ash on the ground. With his hands behind his back, he said, in the end, it's just an abyss. As long as it has a health bar. I'm Lin Zhengying. Tao Qian quickly agreed. You're amazing, you. By the way, who's Lin Zhengying? Just then, the rustling of leaves echoed through the forest, and faint children's laughter could be heard. How dare you laugh at me, you fiend? Zhengyu shouted angrily. The child's laughter gradually faded away in the swirling wind. Zhengyu was just having fun, knowing from the strategy guide that this forest path leading to Shanyu village posed no real danger. It was just a ploy to set the mood. The roadblock ghost could trap players in a loop, but wouldn't cause harm, merely delaying their entry into Shanyu village. The child's laughter was also just a warning, similar to the cold corpse of the butcher at the street entrance in the cold street abyss, meant purely to scare. While Zhengyu was lost in his Lin Zhengying role, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing had already taken out the prepared copper coin strings and talismans. According to Zhang Zhan's strategy, the nightmare level abyss's energy would gradually erode their sanity and affect mental recovery. The longer they stayed in the ancestral hall abyss, the greater the impact. When Ren Qingyu distributed 5 copper coin strings, Zhengyu took one and noticed it felt sticky. The copper coin strings are made from ancestral hall coins soaked in dog blood from Shanyu village for 49 days, linked with the hair ribbons of newlywed women from Shanyu village, and coated with glutinous rice paste used in grave sacrifices. They can block the erosion of spirits, when Ren Qingyu explained. All these materials are dropped in other difficulty levels of the ancestral hall abyss and are only sold in Shanyu City. Expensive? Zhengyu asked, unaware of the cost since when Ren Qingyu and Kuing had paid for them. 3,000 yuan for 5 strings, when Ren Qingyu replied. That cheap? Zhengyu was surprised. Shanyu local Chai Yin explained. These items are only needed for the nightmare level abyss. Honestly, if not for you guys, no one would buy them. When Ren Qingyu then handed all the talismans to Zhengyu, he glanced at them, recognizing the items mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. As he put them away, he said, you've all read the guide. According to Zhang Zhan, the theoretical clearance time for the ancestral hall can't be less than 3 days. After entering Shanyu village, we need to follow the storyline, which takes at least 3 days to trigger the boss mechanism, the ancestral spirit controlled by the god behind the hall. The first day is the sacrifice, the second day is the ghost marriage, and the third day is the night parade of 100 ghosts. After the night parade, we can face the hall boss. So, to break the record, we must save time when fighting the boss. If we follow Zhang Zhan's guide exactly, we'll only compete on boss-killing speed, which might lead to mistakes and failing to break the record. Therefore, we should try to find ways to activate the boss early, like angering the fake ancestral spirit behind the hall. But I don't have any leads yet, so let's take it one step at a time. With that, Zhengyu summoned the twin flame Jiao. Its appearance instantly dispelled the surrounding energy, warming everyone up. Let's go into the village. Goblin General, lead the way. Twin flame Jiao, guard the rear, Zhengyu ordered. The group proceeded along the dark forest path towards Shanyu village. Chai Yun, the last to leave, glanced deeply at the spot where the roadblock ghost had fallen, her eyes filled with astonishment. Chai Yun had no objections to Zheng Yu's plan. Even if any professional in Shangyu City heard Zheng Yu's idea of angering the fake ancestral spirit to speed up the clearance, they would laugh it off as wishful thinking. But Chai Yun wouldn't. She had witnessed the Goblin General's charge instantly kill the roadblock ghost. Although the ghost was only level 15, an instant kill with one charge was quite extraordinary. The damage exceeding 50,000 left Chai Yun in disbelief. Is this the damage from a summoned beast? 50,000. She was utterly shocked. Suddenly, Chai Yun felt that her so-called gamble with Zheng Yu was meaningless because, for Zheng Yu, entering the nightmare-level abyss wasn't a gamble at all. He genuinely had the confidence and strength. The thought that he might really break the Ancestral Hall's record kept swirling in Chai Yun's mind. It seems, I hit the jackpot this time, Chai Yun thought to herself, catching up with the group. The path to Shangyu Village requires passing through this forest trail. A faint mist lingers in the air, and the leaves rustle softly. Suddenly, a few road-blocking ghosts dart out from the shadows. Though not dangerous, they silently remind adventurers that this place is indeed haunted. Whoosh! An arrow flies through the air, striking one of the ghosts squarely in the face. These roadside ghosts are quite easy to deal with. According to other guides, they're merely unlucky passersby who happen to be traveling through Shangyu Village. The arrow deals an impressive 10,000 points of damage. A 5th-tier Goblin General has over 3,000 attack power, and with a 5.7x archery mastery multiplier, it should deal over 20,000 damage. However, ghost-type creatures are not your typical foes. In a simple level shrine, ghosts can ignore 10 of the damage. On a normal level, this increases to 15. On a hard level, it reaches 25. In a nightmare level shrine, this number skyrockets to 60. Combined with factors like hit rate, evasion, and attribute countering, ghosts in a nightmare-level shrine become extremely difficult to handle, deterring many Shangyu City adventurers from daring to challenge the Nightmare Abyss. Fortunately, ghost-type creatures generally have low health. A level 15 skin spider has 60,000 health, while an ordinary roadside ghost has only 20,000, making it possible to take them down with just 2 arrows. Whoosh! The Goblin General draws his bow again, another arrow shooting out and instantly dispersing the ghost at the end of the path. A system notification promptly appears. Defeated roadside ghost LV-15, gained 2,244 experience points. The Goblin General continues his assault up front, one arrow after another, eliminating these fragile roadside ghosts. At this moment, Zheng Yu turns to Tao Qian and the others, smiling as he asks, "Want an orange?" Tao Qian is taken aback. He doesn't recall buying any oranges while gathering supplies. But Zheng Yu is already handing him an orange, and without thinking too much, Tao Qian takes it and starts eating. Moments later, Zheng Yu asks again, "Want some cookies?" as he offers a few pieces. Tao Qian accepts them, puzzled, just about to ask where they came from when he suddenly realizes they've unknowingly walked into a graveyard. The food in Zheng Yu's hand was taken from the graves. Tao Qian is shocked and immediately throws away the cookies. Looking up, he sees Zheng Yu already at another grave, selecting offerings. "Dude, did you come here to shop?" Tao Qian can't help but joke. Zheng Yu looks confused. "This is a graveyard?" Chai Yun quickly recognizes the place, her expression tense as she explains. The graveyard is the first challenging area in the Shrine Abyss. It spawns a high-level wraith, the former village chief of Shangyu Village. It's very strong and hard to deal with. She urgently adds, to handle the village chief's wraith, you must attract it outside the graveyard. Otherwise, entering the graveyard directly will trigger attacks from all the wraiths inside. Wait a minute, we shouldn't have reached the graveyard this quickly. As Chai Yun speaks, she tries to back away, but notices Zheng Yu and Tao Qian remain still. Only when Ren Qingyu looks at her briefly and asks, "Didn't you read the guide that Captain Jing sent you?" Chai Yun falls silent. She indeed didn't read it much, mainly because she had no idea Zheng Yu planned to enter the nightmare-level abyss, so she didn't take it seriously. Zheng Yu patiently explains, according to Zhang Zhan's nightmare-level abyss guide, in other difficulty levels of the Shrine Abyss, the graveyard has a fixed location, and with caution, it can always be found. But in a nightmare-level abyss, the graveyard appears randomly. The earlier it appears, the more dangerous it is. Luckily, we entered the graveyard within 10 minutes, half an hour earlier than Zhang Zhan did. Chai Yun, incredulous, asks, "Are you sure this is lucky? Isn't it more dangerous?" Zheng Yu smiles and replies, "It's definitely lucky, because the sooner we encounter the graveyard, the sooner we can trigger the main storyline of the shrine and clear the abyss faster. Although I'm not sure if it works, killing every roadside ghost we encounter might lead us to the graveyard sooner." Looks like my guess was right. Chai Yun looks at Zheng Yu in surprise. She had been puzzled earlier, wondering why Zheng Yu insisted on killing every single roadside ghost, even going out of his way to hunt down those far away in the forest. She thought he was just eager for a bit of extra experience, but it turns out he had a purpose. As she gazes at Zheng Yu, a peculiar feeling arises within her. He gives off an odd mix of both madness and reliability. But how to deal with these spirits? Chai-Yin glanced around, seeing more and more spirits appearing densely in the graveyard. She swallowed nervously, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Zheng Yu, on the other hand, seemed confident. He turned to Chai-Yun with a self-assured smile. Once we get through this, you really need to read the guide I posted. Otherwise, you'll be dragging us down later. He paused before continuing. Also, I need to correct you on one thing. In the nightmare level abyss, it's not just a high-level spirit. It's an elite high-level monster. Before Chai-Yun could process this information, Zheng Yu snapped his fingers. Instantly, the twin demon fire drakes behind him erupted in scorching flames, engulfing the entire graveyard like a sea of fire. As for how to deal with them, Zheng Yu's voice carried a hint of excitement. We're going to brute force our way through. It turned out that Zheng Yu had thoroughly prepared for the temple abyss. He had a solid grasp of the graveyard's difficulty and was confident in sweeping through it. To expedite their progress, he decided to abandon conventional strategies. The Temple Abyss's storyline was actually quite simple. No need for exploration or solving complex puzzles. Just endure for 3 days, disrupt a ritual, and enrage the false ancestor behind the temple. Zheng Yu's strategy was to adopt a hardline approach from the start. The more violent, the better. His goal was to provoke the corrupted false ancestor as soon as possible to set a new record. Burning the entire graveyard was his first step. As the twin demon fire drake's fiery aura expanded, the entire graveyard was instantly swallowed by flames. The spirits, terrified of the fire, let out piercing screams, writhing and twisting in the inferno. The twin demon fire drakes, having advanced to the 5th tier, had a flame aura range extended to an astonishing 50 meters, easily covering the entire graveyard. More terrifyingly, their double flame attribute burn effect inflicted devastating damage on the spirits. For cold corpses, the twin demon fire drakes were their nemesis. For spirits, they were an absolute nightmare. Boom! The graveyard transformed into a sea of fire in an instant. The twin effects, double flame, aura damage directly negated 50 of the spirit's damage immunity. Coupled with the naturally countering flame attribute, the entire graveyard quickly became a fiery purgatory. Ah! The spirit's wails echoed incessantly. What was once a nightmare for adventurers had now turned into a hell for spirits. Shocking damage numbers flashed continuously across the graveyard. Tens of thousands of damage points were being dealt every second. Chai-Yun watched in stunned silence, her mind reeling. This terrifying damage output was even more potent than that of a mage. Her mouth hung open in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion, and even her pinky finger trembled slightly from the shock. Nearby, Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and Kuing observed Chai-Yun's reaction with satisfied smiles. Yes, this was exactly the expression they had hoped for. The half-open mouth, the bewildered eyes, the trembling pinky. This was the perfect reaction they had been waiting for. That's it, Tao Qian said with a mischievous grin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This scene reminded him of the time he witnessed the incredible damage caused by Zheng Yu's summoned beast. In the face of the explosive damage from Zheng Yu's summoned beast, all mechanisms and dangers seemed irrelevant. It wasn't just a one-hit kill, it was a wide-area annihilation. The flames continued to rage, but the situation was slightly different this time. The ordinary spirits appearing in the graveyard were all level 20, with 3 times the health they had before, making a one-hit kill unlikely. However, the main course of this ghost-roasting feast had yet to appear. Suddenly, a chilling wind howled through, accompanied by faint mournful music and eerie wails. From the largest grave in the cemetery, an old man with a decayed face and black smoke emanating from his body slowly crawled out. Like the other spirits, he was semi-transparent, but the black smoke behind him vaguely formed the shape of a strange animal. A system notification popped up. Spirit Chief of Shangyu Village. The first to sacrifice his soul to the ancestors. Level, LV.20. Rank, Elite. Health, 150,000. Attack, 2,500. Skill I, Enshroud in Yin Energy. Skill 2, Poison of Yin. Skill 3, Possession. Skill 4? Zheng Yu's expression turned serious. This level 20 elite monster was almost on par with the boss Xiao Qi Xiang in the nightmare mode of Cold Street Abyss. And this was just the first checkpoint of the Temple Abyss. You, traveler from afar, what offense has our Shangyu village given you? The village chief spirit asked, his eyes fixed on Zheng Yu with a sinister gleam. Zheng Yu pointed at the still wailing spirits around them and replied nonchalantly, your place seems quite unlucky, filled with filth. I'm here to clean it up for you. The village chief spirit was infuriated by these words. Black smoke surged from his body, and the overwhelming Yin energy swept across the entire graveyard. momentarily suppressing the flames of the twin demon fire Jiao. The surrounding spirits finally had a chance to breathe and swarmed toward Zhengyu and his companions. Chai Yun watched in fear, her legs trembling. She couldn't imagine how Zhengyu would deal with this horde of spirits. But Zhengyu remained unflustered, even taunting. "Old man, I'm here to help clean up, and you don't even appreciate it. Fine, if you don't like it, you can burn along with them." He turned to the twin demon fire Jiao and commanded, "Burn it all down." A roar, half snake, half dragon, echoed through the sky, and the fire serpent hell descended upon the graveyard once more. But this time, it wasn't ordinary fire serpents. It was the more powerful fire Jiao. Boom! The flames engulfed the entire graveyard in an instant. With the main course, the village chief spirit, having appeared, the twin demon fire Jiao began their ultimate performance. Double fire aura, double fire serpent hell, double fire attribute burn. His combo would be fatal, no matter how high the health. System notifications popped up continuously. Killed spirit LV.20, gained 3,786 XP. Killed spirit LV.20, gained 3,587 XP. Killed spirit LV.20, gained 3,444 XP. Experience points flooded in like a tide, and Zhengyu's level shot up from 13 to 14. The system immediately provided a notification. "Congratulations! Level up! Level LV.13, LV.14. 5960,011, 6100 XP to next level. 56,500. Health 9,499.70. Mana 870,880. Intelligence 451,469. Strength 126,130. Agility 2930. Remaining attribute points 5. The speed of leveling up was astonishing. This is why top-ranking players always bring 4 tagalong. Centering the abyss with 5 people increases the overall difficulty and experience points. But if the others don't participate in the fight, the top player can enjoy all the experience alone. Soloing a nightmare-level abyss provides an unimaginable leveling speed. Just one wave of spirits had directly bumped him up a level. However, a piercing scream interrupted Zhengyu's joy at leveling up. The village chief spirit, enraged by the continuous deaths of the other spirits, unleashed a massive amount of energy, enveloping the entire graveyard in an attempt to counter the twin demon fire Jiao's fire serpent hell. But how could the naturally yin energy-suppressing twin demon fire Jiao be easily subdued? The flames did not weaken. They grew even fiercer. Seeing that he couldn't control the fire and was being severely burned, the village chief spirit turned into a mass of black smoke and lunged directly at Zhengyu. The goblin general watched the battlefield warily. As Zhengyu's guardian, he knew that in this chaotic battle led by summoners, he had to be ready to summon a creature to protect himself at any moment. Raising his heavy hammer, he smashed it down onto the swirling black smoke. Whoosh! The hammer struck with unstoppable force, directly hitting the body of the ghostly village chief, causing a staggering 8,000 points of damage. However, this did not stop the ghost attack. The ghostly village chief, now a mass of black smoke, seemed to ignore the hammer's impact and headed straight for Zhengyu. "Zhengyu!" Tao Qian and the others shouted anxiously. This was the first time they had seen Zhengyu face such a dangerous attack directly. It was well known that summoners had a fatal weakness. Their strength was concentrated in their summoned beasts, making their own health and defense extremely fragile. However, in the next moment, Tao Qian and the others realized their worry was unnecessary. They had completely overlooked a crucial factor. Zhengyu was equipped with 3 pieces of platinum-grade gear. The ghostly village chief's attack collided directly with the shield generated by the resentment ring. The resentment ring's effects activated instantly. 1. Mental shield. A shield formed by resentment, capable of absorbing 10,000 points of magic damage. 2. Shield shatter. Once the shield is broken, it deals 2,500 fixed damage to the surrounding area. With a shield value of 10,000 points, the ghostly village chief couldn't break through. Even if the shield was broken, there were still the defenses of the human skin spider 3-piece set and the taunting defense of the training dummy waiting behind it. To truly harm Zhengyu, one would have to break through several layers of solid defense. White damage numbers appeared above Zhengyu's head, indicating the shield value was decreasing. 6,000 points, a considerable amount. The ghostly village chief used a possession skill, but failing to break through the resentment ring's shield left him stuck in midair, unable to advance or retreat. At this critical moment, the twin demon fire serpents were ready to unleash their highest temperature breath. Dragon's Breath. Zhengyu's command echoed across the battlefield. Scarlet Dragon Breath instantly enveloped the ghostly village chief, whose agonized screams filled the air. Watching this scene, Zhengyu's lips curled into a smile as he calmly said, The finest ingredients often require the simplest cooking methods. Grilled ghost. Just out of breath that can melt molten iron. The system prompt sounded timely. Defeated ghostly village chief of Shanyu village LV.20, gained 7,848 experience points. The entire graveyard was filled only with the crackling sound of burning flames. The arrogance of the vengeful spirits dissipated with the spreading fire, along with their threats to end Zheng Yu's life. The figure of the ghost village chief melted away in the firelight, a wisp of black smoke rising from his remains, swirling twice in the air as if memorizing Zheng Yu's face, before vanishing into the night sky. A system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained the decorative item, Village Chief's Pipe LV0 Silver Grade. Congratulations! You have obtained the armor, Wraith Robe LV20 Silver Grade. Zheng Yu examined these unexpected rewards. The pipe looked ancient, with a mouthpiece covered in grime, clearly not meant for smoking. The system indicated it was a decorative item. Decorative item, Village Chief's Pipe. Level requirement, none. Usage requirement, none. Grade, silver. Attributes, none. Effect. By holding this pipe in your mouth, you will receive treatment akin to that of a village chief in Shangyu village. Zheng Yu frowned at the dirty pipe, feeling a bit disgusted, but he knew it was a crucial quest item. This item had never been mentioned in Zhang Zhan's strategy guide because they had never managed to defeat the ghost village chief. The ghost village chief had a hidden skill called Severed Realms, which would activate when his health dropped below 5, making him immune to all damage. Knowing this in advance, Zheng Yu had instructed his twin flame drakes to hold back, using their flame aura to slowly whittle him down before delivering a fatal breath attack. Holding the pipe, Zheng Yu already had a plan. This item would be key to breaking Zhang Zhan's record. As for the level 20 Wraith Robe, he classified it as a sellable item, knowing he wouldn't need it anytime soon. Beside him, Chai-Yin was still in shock. Had they really just cleared the first stage of the Nightmare Abyss so effortlessly? She stared intently at Zheng Ye's two summoned beasts, the imposing Goblin General and the twin-headed flame Drake ablaze with fire. This scene completely overturned her understanding of summoners. Tao Qian noticed Chai-Yun's expression and couldn't help but emphasize, it's not the summoner who's strong, it's Zheng Yu. And you're still too early to be this shocked. If my brother you were only this good, how would he dare to challenge the Nightmare Abyss? As a loyal fan of Zheng Yu, Tao Qian never hesitated to praise him, and he had every reason to do so. In this battle, Zheng Yu only used the twin flame drakes. The Goblin General's Suicide Squad didn't even come into play. He didn't use the Beast Berserk skill either, not to mention his third summoned beast which just reached level 10. The real tough battles are yet to come, Tao Qian said proudly. Let's move, enough with the boasting. Zheng Yu interrupted Tao Qian. The ghost village chief is gone. Through the trees, you can see the lights of Shangyu village at the foot of the mountain. The main quest has started. We need to pick up the pace. Got it, Tao Qian immediately followed. Chai-Yin pondered Tao Qian's words. Though they seemed exaggerated, the calm expressions of Tao Qian, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing indicated that Zheng Yu was indeed trustworthy. Her previous worries gradually turned into a subtle excitement. If Zheng Yu could really clear the Nightmare Abyss, it would be a huge win. Despite the immense difficulty, this was just the first stage. But what if? In the early hours, Shangyu village was brightly lit, but the lights were dim, ghost lanterns. The streets were empty, and every household had their doors and windows tightly shut. The eerie wind added to the sense of dread. After more than an hour of trekking, Zheng Yu and his group finally descended from the mountain graveyard to the village of Shangyu at the foot of the hill. Before stepping into the village, Zheng Yu retracted the twin fiery serpents, leaving only the Goblin General behind. The fire attribute of the twin fiery serpents would disperse the Yin energy, which was not conducive to finding the Ancestral Hall. To locate the Ancestral Hall, they first needed to find the paper effigies. You have entered Shangyu village. Please be cautious, as everything you encounter might endanger your life. As soon as they stepped into Shangyu village, a system prompt warned them, making everyone more vigilant. We need to find the Ancestral Hall now, Chai-Yin said urgently, a hint of tension in her voice. She lowered her voice and continued. According to Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, the first thing to do upon entering Shangyu village is to find the Ancestral Hall. Once inside, hide there and you will enter a cutscene that shows the entire sacrificial ceremony of the villagers. Chai-Yin looked around, shivering at the eerie emptiness of the streets. But the problem is, the Ancestral Hall isn't obvious and doesn't have a fixed location. We need luck to find it. If we enter the wrong house, we could get trapped. Zheng Yu nodded for her to continue. Chai-Yin took a deep breath, trying to recall the strategy guide's details. The quickest and most efficient way is to use talismans. The talismans will burn according to the strength of the Yin energy in the room. The stronger the burn, the more powerful the Yin spirit inside. The place with the strongest Yin energy is likely the ancestral hall. Zheng Yu picked up the conversation. That's right. That's what Zhang Zhan's guide says. But our goal is to break his record, so we can't just follow the guide. We need to make some changes. How do we change it? Chai Yin asked curiously. A glint appeared in Zheng Yu's eyes. From Zhang Zhan's perspective, his strategy seems clever, using a third-person view to understand the story of worshipping the wrong ancestor in Shanyu village. But the guide doesn't explain why they worshipped the wrong ancestor, who they worshipped, why Shanyu village turned into this ghost village, or why the Yin spirit village chief blocks us at the cemetery. These parts are missing. It's a guide that can get you through the abyss, but it's not perfect. Listening to Zheng Yu's analysis, Chai Yin started to doubt Zhang Zhan's strategy. Though Zhang Zhan's guide had long been considered a Bible in Shangyu City, Zheng Yu's unique approach made her wonder if there was a better way to complete the game. So, what do you plan to do? Chai Yin pressed on. Zheng Yu's gaze deepened. From Zhang Zhan's perspective, everything he did was right, but it still didn't explain the whole story. That means the perspective is wrong. The perspective is wrong? The others looked puzzled. Exactly, Zheng Yu explained. Zhang Zhan's perspective is a third-person view of the entire Shangyu village, observing the sacrificial ceremony, the ghost wedding, and the night parade of 100 ghosts. But what if we change our perspective and participate in the game as the sacrificers? This statement left not only Chai Yun stunned, but also Tao Qian and Wen Qingyu deep in thought. However, Zheng Yu's next words sent chills down their spines. Or, we could go one step further and become the sacrificial offerings ourselves. Wouldn't that allow us to confront the false ancestor directly? Zheng Yu's proposal struck them like a bolt of lightning. They exchanged glances, astonished by the bold idea and uneasy about the unknown they were about to face. The fog surrounding Shangyu village seemed to thicken, and they were about to embark on an unprecedented path. Zheng Yu finished speaking, but no one responded. Kaiyan opened her mouth as if to say something, but hesitated. Only Tao Qian, who had a closer relationship with Zheng Yu, spoke up. This doesn't seem to be part of the plan, right? Didn't we agree to use the burning intensity of the talisman to find the shrine's location? Offering yourself as a sacrifice. Isn't that too dangerous? Only Tao Qian dared to say such things. After spending some time together, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing had both noticed that Zheng Yu had a strong-willed personality, once he made a decision, it was hard to change his mind. Zheng Yu scanned everyone's expressions and smiled. Relax, I'm not crazy. I wouldn't do anything that would get you all killed. Tao Qian hesitated. Are you sure? Everyone present doubted Zheng Yu's sanity to some extent, but no one dared to say it outright. Zheng Yu continued to explain. This plan was indeed a spirofeminine idea, but it's based on solid reasoning and is likely the only correct approach. As he spoke, he took out a dirty pipe and tossed it to Tao Qian. Here, take this. What's this? Tao Qian looked at the pipe with disdain, but when he saw its properties, a look of excitement flashed in his eyes. That's right, this is the most important item Zhang Zhan missed, and it's the only thing that will allow us to join the ritual. When I tell you to hold it, you hold it? Me? Why me? Tao Qian was stunned. Yes, this is a crucial item. Don't you want it? Upon hearing this, Tao Qian immediately changed his tune. I want it. I want it. This meant he would have a significant role in the mission, and the rewards he would receive wouldn't be negligible. Although the pipe was indeed a bit disgusting, when Zheng Yu said those words, the girls nearby all looked at the pipe with eager eyes. Dirty? Who cares about dirty when there are rewards involved? Besides, it's just a pipe. Holding a pipe to increase rewards is much better than some female professionals who are willing to sleep with powerful figures to join a team for a dungeon raid. Unfortunately, there was only one pipe. So, what do we do next? When Ren Qingyu and the others had also seen the pipe's properties, with the village chief's identity, they could indeed join the ritual. Zheng Yu said, just like Zhang Zhan, we need to find a shrine. However, our objective is different. He was looking for a place to hide, while we're here to cause chaos. The more chaos, the better. According to Zheng Yu's plan, they needed to find the shrine, but not actually locate it. The 5 of them each carried a talisman and spread out in front of different villagers' houses. As long as it wasn't time for the ritual, the crazed villagers wouldn't come out. As they approached the doors, the talismans would start to burn. Zheng Yu glanced at his own talisman, which only flickered faintly, indicating that there were almost no evil spirits inside, probably just villagers. Villagers were the weakest entities in the shrine's abyss, almost dying upon contact, with no punishment mechanism, similar to innocent NPCs in GTA, and also offered no rewards. The 5 of them were quite far apart, and the village was eerily silent, making it inconvenient to communicate loudly, so they used a chat group. Tao Qian the monk, my talisman is burning about a quarter. There should be something in this courtyard. Ku Ing the assassin. Mine is burning about a third. One Ren Qingyu the assassin. My talisman isn't reacting. Kai Yin the ranger. My talisman is burning completely. Zheng Yu the summoner. Kai Yun, remember your house number. It's the most likely candidate for the shrine. Kai Yun the ranger. Got it? Zheng Yu the summoner. Everyone, gather at Ku Ying's location. Tao Qian the monk, okay. They all gathered in front of the villager's house, where Ku Ying was. The burning talisman indicated there were evil spirits inside. Entering the room would trigger a mechanism, causing the spirits to attack the professionals. The stronger the burning, the stronger the spirits. The most intense burning would be the shrine. However, it wasn't always accurate, as powerful spirits could also cause the talisman to burn completely, meaning it could either be the shrine or a level 20 elite monster. It was a matter of luck. Zheng Yu's goal was to stir things up. So, they needed to rule out the most likely shrine first. Kill the ghost first. Bang! The goblin general kicked open the door. Huosh, a gust of foul-smelling wind rushed out from inside, forcing Zheng Yu and the others to cover their noses quickly. Snap! The string of coins in Zheng Yu's pocket broke, and one coin shattered on the spot. The string of copper coins consists of 18 pieces. Each time it blocks a mental attack, one coin shatters, allowing it to withstand 18 attacks. After the sinister wind passed, Zheng Yu and his companions finally saw the structure of the house clearly. In front of them was a spacious courtyard, with a lush money tree standing in the center, silently telling of the family's wealth. The room directly facing the courtyard had its door ajar, and through the gap, they could vaguely see an old nanny sitting on a chair in the hall. Her hunched body was wrapped in a gray cotton jacket. The most chilling sight was the old woman's wide-open eyes, which were bleeding tears as she stared fixedly at them. Faced with this eerie scene, Zheng Yu showed no fear. Not only could he see the health bar above the old woman's head, but more importantly, he didn't need to step into the courtyard himself. As a summoner, his strength lay in not having to fight personally. Goblin General, charge! Zheng Yu commanded. The Goblin General, fearless, rode his wolf mount straight toward the creepy old woman in the hall. Zheng Yu turned his back to the battlefield and said to Tao Qian and the others, "We can just wait here. Let her play her ghostly tricks. If I get even a bit scared, I'll take her last name." The Shanyu Shrine Abyss was notorious for its close-range kills, much like how the Ean-Sol village chief could break through defenses and get right in front of Zheng Yu. Such sudden scares were hard to avoid, even with psychological preparation. This was why Tao Qian and the others were reluctant to enter the shrine, despite having a strategy guide. Many second-stage warriors who had experienced it still had lingering fears. However, as a summoner, Zheng Yu didn't need to witness the battle firsthand as long as his strength was overwhelming. He even considerately closed the door for the Goblin General and the old woman, saying nonchalantly, "You guys carry on, don't mind us." Tao Qian was astonished. "You can play it like this?" Ku Ying asked. "So we just wait here?" One wrenching you added. "There's more than one ghost in this house. There's another by the money tree and one hanging from the beam. It might take a while." Zheng Yu casually changed the subject. "Who wants an orange?" Tao Qian flatly refused. "No, thanks." One wrenching you suggested. "How about some tea?" Zheng Yu happily agreed. "Sounds good." And so, while ghostly wails echoed inside the courtyard, outside it was a scene of tranquility. One wrenching you set up a tea table. Ku Ying brought out some snacks, and Chai Yun watched the scene in a daze. Was this really the abyss? Or a nightmare-level abyss? What should have been a terrifying scenario had turned into a leisurely tea party. Chai Yun suddenly realized that summoners had a unique advantage in such horror-type abysses, as they didn't have to face the terrifying scenes directly. About 10 minutes later, just as Zheng Yu finished a cup of tea, he received the system's kill notifications. Killed LV-20 Blood Tier Ean-Sol, gained 5,744 experience. Killed LV-20 Hanging Ghost, gained 5,871 experience. Killed LV-20 Miser Spirit, gained 6,022 experience. The door creaked open. Chai Yun looked inside and saw not only the mighty Goblin General, but also a group of terrifying creatures. Death goblins wrapped in black cloth with beast-like ferocity in their eyes. Wolf-riding goblin cavalry with ferocious, blue-faced wolves, and a towering, over 3-meter turtle, hideously ugly war troll. This was the evolved Goblin Combat Squad. Seeing this group of goblins, fiercer than any ghost, Chai Yun couldn't help but think, perhaps ghosts aren't that scary after all. The Goblin General led a group of his ferocious underlings on a house-checking spree. They knocked on doors one by one, and quickly identified 3 houses harboring a large number of vengeful spirits based on the burning of the sigils. The other homes didn't escape either, as they were also searched roughly. The whole village had turned into a house of horrors. Twigs in the corners swayed eerily in the breeze, and the dolls on the beds seemed ready to come to life at any moment. Red lanterns hanging from the trees cast a sinister glow, and the water jars contained the corpses of children from a giant's viewpoint. Half-bodied female ghosts were embedded in the walls, and various spirits of those who were hanged, drowned, violently killed, or died of illness and resentment roamed around. Even seasoned adventurers who had cleared the abyss of the shrine on hard mode admitted that the level of terror here could make one's soul flee. However, in the face of these brutal goblins, the ghosts lost their usual intimidation. Goblins had no concept of ghosts. They only cared about the length of health bars. Chinese ghosts excel at creating a terrifying atmosphere, but in terms of actual power, Zhengyu believed that the trolls were the truly fearsome ones. A troll, swinging a massive hammer, easily took out half the health of a violently killed ghost. Even the legendary double ghost knocking on the door were powerless before the trolls. Zhengyu was long accustomed to these horrific scenes. He ignored the child's corpse from the water jar and the blood-red doll that suddenly stood up from the bed. These ghosts, despite their penchant for sudden scares, were not strong. A squad led by a goblin general could handle them easily. To avoid these bothersome ghosts, Zhengyu chose to enter a courtyard with only ordinary villagers. Under the trembling gaze of an old man and a child, they began to prepare dinner. The aroma of barbecue soon filled the air. Zhengyu smelled a hint of burning and asked, "Is it burnt?" Chai Yin fumbled while flipping the meat. A few minutes later, Zhengyu took a bite of the grilled kidney Chai Yin had prepared and silently put it down. "Isn't your family running a barbecue restaurant?" Zhengyu couldn't help but ask. Chai Yin was stunned. "Who said that?" Zhengyu silently cursed Chai Fong for being a liar. Clearly, Chai Yin didn't know how to grill kidneys. To avoid wasting the ingredients, Zhengyu asked Tao Qian to take over the grilling. Soon, the aroma became even more enticing, and there was an audible stomach growl from the corner. Zhengyu turned to see a 7 or 8-year-old girl in the courtyard. She and an old man were huddled in the corner, trying not to disturb them. But the girl clearly couldn't resist the temptation of the barbecue, staring longingly at the food in Zhengyu's hand. "Would you like a piece?" Zhengyu asked. The girl, startled by the sudden question, shrank back into the old man's arms. Zhengyu turned to the old man and said flatly, "I have some questions for you. We can trade for barbecue. You have no reason to refuse, nor would you want to know the consequences of doing so." Zhengyu's words were blunt and cold. He had no intention of forming any emotional connection with the villagers here. Zhengyu stood at the village entrance, his gaze sweeping over the simple houses and wary villagers. He smirked inwardly, knowing that in such a closed-off village, the villagers' thoughts were often extreme and narrow, even terrifying. He had no intention of ingratiating himself with the villagers like other protagonists might, nor did he believe he had any special charm to easily extract information. To him, brute force was the most direct and effective means. Turning to the elderly man beside him, Zhengyu wore a mischievous smile. "Old man, you have two choices," he said casually. "Either bring the child and join me for some roasted meat while telling me about the village, or," he pointed outside the village, "you can keep company with the ghosts torn apart by goblins." The old man slowly raised his head, gazing at the smiling youth. A flicker of memory crossed his eyes, as if he saw a child from the village's past. After a moment of silence, the old man picked up the little girl beside him and walked over to Zhengyu. "Wise choice," Zhengyu said, handing a skewer of roasted meat to the girl. The girl looked up, trying to thank him, but could only make indistinct sounds. Zhengyu glanced down and was shocked to see that the child had no tongue. "What happened to her?" Zhengyu asked with a frown. The old man gently stroked the child's head, speaking bitterly. For speaking out, she was stripped of her ability to talk. "By whom?" Zhengyu pressed, but the old man remained silent. One Ren Qingyu, standing nearby, interjected, "Was it your ancestor?" The old man shook his head with a bitter smile. "No, it's not our ancestor." "Then who is it?" One Ren Qingyu asked urgently, sensing the answer was within reach. The old man didn't respond, only pointing to the child's mouth. The implication was clear: couldn't speak, or he would lose his tongue as well. Zhengyu noticed the girl had finished her skewer and handed her another one, but she shook her head. "She can't taste anything without a tongue," the old man explained. "Eating is just a matter of muscle movement for her. Besides, we don't need to eat." When Ren Qingyu frowned, "I clearly heard the child's stomach growling earlier. Are you still denying it?" The old man shook his head. "We get hungry, but we can never be satisfied." "Because of your false ancestor?" When Ren Qingyu pressed, the old man hesitated for a long time before finally speaking. "I don't know why you're here or why you chose to come on the day of the ritual, but I advise you, do not participate in the ritual. Find a place to hide. I know a spot. In the ancestral hall, there are 3 wooden coffins. If you lie in them, they won't be able to see you." Zhengyu and Wen Rinqingyu exchanged a glance. They finally understood why Zhang Zhan had hidden in the coffinate had been someone's suggestion. "What if we don't hide?" Zhengyu stared directly at the old man, his tone firm. The old man's bloodshot eyes widened as he glared at Zhengyu. His voice was hoarse and trembling. "If you don't hide, you'll die." "Die at whose hands?" Zhengyu pressed his gaze unwavering. The old man's fingers trembled slightly, as if struggling to suppress some deep-seated fear. He wore a faded navy blue cotton jacket, looking to be in his 70s. I can't say, he replied in a low voice. Zheng Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, which clearly stated that in the nightmare-level abyss, one must hide in a wooden coffin. But the consequences of not hiding in the coffin were unknown. Obviously, Zhang Zhan had also gotten his information from the villagers. These villagers always directed outsiders to the coffins, but whether it was out of goodwill or malice, Zheng Yu couldn't tell. Tell me, why did your village end up like this? Zheng Yu said in a declarative tone, a faint smile on his face. The old man glanced at Zheng Yu's expression, then at the two pretty girls behind him, who had already gripped their daggers. His heart trembled as he hastily began. 10 years ago, the village wasn't like this. Due to consecutive years of drought and poor harvests, we were so poor we couldn't survive. So, we went up the mountain and dug up our ancestors' coffins. Wait, Zheng Yu interrupted. You were so poor you couldn't survive. Why would you disturb your ancestors' graves? Isn't that taboo? The old man shook his head and explained. It's a tradition in our village passed down through generations. Whenever we face insurmountable difficulties, we open the oldest ancestor's grave and place the coffin and remains in the ancestral hall. A ritual? When Ren Qingyu asked thoughtfully. Yes, a ritual, the old man continued. It's a desperate measure. If we weren't at the end of our rope, we wouldn't even consider it. And then, Zheng Yu prompted. The old man coughed violently, clearly in poor health. After a brief pause, he continued. The ritual was successful. Overnight, purple tea leaves sprouted on the southern mountain. The fragrance was unforgettable. We harvested and sold the tea leaves, not only securing food, but also bringing prosperity to the entire village. At this point, a faint smile appeared on the old man's face. Zheng Yu looked around and nodded. I can tell. For such a secluded village, having every household with such large courtyards, you must have been wealthy. We were wealthy, but not for long, the old man continued. Picking up where Zheng Yu left off, the tea business brought many troubles, like unequal distribution of profits and raids from people outside the village. To protect our hard-earned prosperity, you didn't perform another ritual, did you? Zheng Yu guessed. The old man sighed and admitted, yes. To drive away competitors, outsiders, and villagers with ambitions to monopolize the tea, the village chief secretly gathered us elders for a second ritual. We dug up another ancestor's coffin. That year, a plague descended upon our village. With the ancestors' protection, only those loyal to Shangyu village and without ulterior motives were spared. Any outsider or disloyal villager who entered the village would die from the plague. Zheng Yu mused. So, your current state of isolation is related to this plague? Yes, the old man nodded. The isolation made Shangyu village even wealthier because the tea business became a monopoly. People still buy your tea? Aren't they afraid of the plague? When Ren Qingyu asked, puzzled, the old man explained. They're afraid, but they can't resist the taste of Shangyu village's tea. The plague made the tea even more rare and precious, and black market traders are willing to take the risk for profit. Zheng Yu nodded in understanding. A profit over 100 is enough to make people risk their lives. That makes sense. The old man continued. So, even though we're isolated by the plague, we still live in abundance because the black market traders bring us everything we need. Everything. Including peoples? Zheng Yu fixed his eyes on the old man, trying to determine if he was lying. The old man hesitated for a moment before lightly nodding. Zheng Yu understood. This plague-ridden village wasn't voluntarily isolated, but was shunned by the outside world. To continue their lineage, they either resorted to inbreeding or sought outsiders. Driven by high profits, black market traders had no trouble bringing a few women into the village. Clearly, this village perfectly matched Zheng Yu's conception of an extremely wicked place. Zheng Yu stared at the little girl's missing tongue, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly masked his emotions and gestured for the old man to continue. However, the old man remained silent, seemingly lost in some memory. Zheng Yu let out a cold laugh, his tone becoming aggressive. You just said that there are 3 coffins in the ancestral hall. That means there have been 3 sacrifices before this. When was the last one? And why was it necessary? Standing nearby, when Ren Qingyu waved a dagger in front of the old man, silently threatening him. The old man sighed helplessly and finally spoke. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. After the plague, Shangyu village was sealed off for 3 years. The old man began slowly. Everyone in Shangyu village lived very happily. We relied on the mountains for sustenance, and whatever we needed, the black market traders would provide, including, he glanced at Zheng Yu, including what you mentioned, people. The old man continued. But some people were never satisfied with the ancestors' blessings and didn't want to stay in this blessed village. One Ren Qingyu frowned, finding it hard to understand. A village isolated by plague, needing to trade people for survival. How could it be called a blessing? Zheng Yu, however, seemed to understand the old man's mindset. For a poor villager who had never seen the outside world, this village, with its guaranteed food and shelter, was indeed a paradise. The ones who wanted to leave were the young people, right? Zheng Yu guessed. The old man nodded. Yes, a group of youngsters, at the age when they should be getting married, broke the village rules and tried to leave. And then, Zheng Yu pressed, curious about how they stopped these rebels. The old man's answer was unexpected. The village chief, following village rules, broke their legs. Zheng Yu was secretly shocked. This was more brutal than he had imagined. But he quickly realized how similar it was to his own methods of using force to conquer. The old man continued. But from that day on, the purple tea leaves never grew again. And then, his voice began to tremble. Came the third sacrifice. From the old man's trembling hands and shaking voice, Zheng Yu had already guessed. The village turned into a ghost town likely because of that third sacrifice. He speculated that the young people whose legs were broken might have disrupted the sacrifice, causing all of this to happen. The old man, after saying those words, displayed a resolute expression on his face, as if silently declaring that he wouldn't utter another word even if threatened with death. Seeing this, Zheng Yu decided not to press the old man and child any further. The old man sighed in relief, took the child back to the corner, and sat on a stool, warily watching everyone. After the old man left, when Ren Xingyu began to analyze the situation. Based on the timeline, today should be the fourth ritual. According to the villagers, the village became like this because of the third ritual. It's highly likely that the ritual was disrupted, and the ones who did it were probably those young men who had their legs broken and held a grudge. To restore the village to its original state, they are conducting today's ritual. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement and added, "This aligns almost perfectly with my previous hypothesis. This also means that the villagers would never allow outsiders to disrupt this ritual. Hence, the three wooden coffins the old man mentioned are likely safe places." Zhang Zhan probably came to the same conclusion when Ren Xingyu continued, which is why he chose to trust the villagers and avoid conflict, allowing them to complete the ritual. He might believe that once the ritual is completed, the village will return to normal, increasing the chances of success. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yu responded, "That's a possibility. But we all know the outcome. Even if the ritual succeeds, Shanyu village remains a ghost village, still facing the ghost marriage on the second day and the 100 ghost parade on the third day." Both of their analyses pointed to one direction disrupting the ritual. After thinking for a while, when Ren Xingyu said, "The ancestor capable of fulfilling Shanyu village's wishes is probably that Yin god, right? Similar to the cold abyss god, who cursed Shaoqi in the cold street abyss. Shanyu village became like this because of the appearance of the Yin god." However, Xingyu offered a different perspective. Perhaps, in the beginning, there was no such thing as a Yin god. Seeing when Ren Xingyu's puzzled expression, Xingyu smiled and explained, "Don't you think that the purple tea leaves, which people crave so much that they'd risk their lives to drink, resemble something?" One Ren Xingyu didn't immediately understand, but Ku Ying, who had been listening to their analysis, suddenly said, "Opium." Xingyu nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, it's likely something similar. Only such a substance could bring such enormous profits. The so-called ancestral grave-digging rituals are probably just superstitions concocted by the village chief or a group led by him. Unexplained phenomena always need a backstory, and rituals are the best way to deceive these uneducated villagers. They'd willingly cultivate these illegal substances. The second ritual is used to trap these people in the village. You must understand, once they get involved with such things, leaving becomes incredibly difficult. The third ritual's purpose is simply to find an excuse to deal with those who want to leave." As Zheng Yu continued his analysis, when Ren Xingyu began to piece together Shanyu village's history, finding the reasoning very plausible. She marveled at Zheng Yu's not only formidable strength, but also his exceptional attention to detail within the abyss. Tao Qian, still somewhat confused, asked, "So, now that we know all this, what can we do with it?" Zheng Yu patiently explained, "This means that from the beginning, there was no ancestor who could grant wishes. Most likely, the entire village died due to certain events, ultimately turning it into a ghost village. You have to understand, in the abyss setting, certain conditions must be met for a god's curse to take effect. Just like how Shao Qi's organs were hollowed out, his mother was pushed into a well, and combined with the cold abyss god's curse, Cold Street was created. Shanyu village is the same. The Yin god can only appear in a place filled with vengeful spirits." Zheng Yu's gaze slowly shifted to the old man and the child, and he said meaningfully, "It wasn't the Yin god that came first, but Shanyu village." Tao Qian frowned, pondering Zheng Yu's words, as an unsettling thought crossed his mind. He slowly spoke, "You mean they're ghosts too?" No sooner had he spoken than another question followed. "But if they are ghosts, why didn't the talismans burn, and why don't they have health bars?" Unexpectedly, It wasn't Zheng Yu or Wen Ren Xingyu who answered, but Chai Yun, who had been silent all along. Her voice was calm and steady. Someone on the forum suggested that if ghostly entities are unaware of their own nature, they might appear human. Tao Qian nodded thoughtfully. So, Zheng Yu's hypothesis could be correct. He scanned the room, suddenly realizing something. That means no matter how they perform their rituals, it's all in vain? Just like in the cold street abyss, someone with the power of a Yin spirit is punishing these villagers? Zheng Yu gave an approving smile. You've finally figured it out. The goal is clear. The rituals are pointless. It's just the villagers' obsession, thinking they can achieve peace and return to their former lives through these rites. This explains why the village chief isn't in the village, but at the cemetery. Tao Qian continued. It's that person with the Yin spirit power who trapped the ghostly village chief in the cemetery to keep him from revealing the truth to the villagers. Exactly, Zheng Yu nodded. The villagers here will repeat these rituals day after day, year after year. What do the rituals involve? Tao Qian asked, then answered himself, grave digging. Yes, digging up the village chief's grave, Zheng Yu confirmed. Tao Qian took a sharp breath as the logic clicked into place. Grave digging rituals, digging day after day, making the village chief the original perpetrator who is dug up every day, taken to the shrine for torture. Meanwhile, the villagers live in perpetual fear of the ghost village. The most torturous part, Zheng Yu added, is that they always believe the fourth ritual will work. The most despairing hope is often the one that's forever out of reach. Tao Qian suddenly understood. So, the ghost marriage on the second day and the parade of 100 ghosts on the third day aren't targeting us outsiders at all, but are meant to torment the villagers? Zheng Yu gave Tao Qian a look of approval. Now, let me ask you, who in the entire village would harbor such deep resentment against Shangyu village? Tao Qian thought for a moment. Those young men who broke their legs? Zheng Yu shook his head. Do you think they would have such a level of hatred to turn the whole village into a ghost village? Those young men are just reckless kids who wanted to stop making poison and go their own way. Suddenly, Tao Qian recalled Zheng Yu's earlier question to the old man. They bought people? He muttered. So, it's the ones who were trafficked into the village? Zheng Yu nodded in confirmation. Tao Qian, you found the blind spot. Zhang Zhan always thought the boss he needed to deal with was the false ancestor. But in reality, the false ancestor was the village chief, already dealt with at the cemetery. The real boss is the person who turned Shangyu village into a ghost village, the one who harbors deep hatred towards it. Once we find her, we won't need 3 days. We can clear this shrine abyss. The old man is gone. Ku Ying's reminder made everyone turn their eyes to the corner. Only the tongueless little girl was left there, huddled pitifully, and the old man had disappeared. Tao Qian exclaimed, could it be that he heard us and went to inform on us? Zheng Yu chuckled and explained, he wouldn't have heard what we said. The one who cursed us, the Yin spirit, is always watching us. She wouldn't let the old man know the truth. But you're right about the second part. He did go to inform on us. In his eyes, our presence is a threat to their ritual. One Run Qingyu added, these ignorant villagers firmly believe in the lies woven by their village chief. They think the ritual is effective and won't allow outsiders to disrupt it. The old man meant well by hiding us in the coffin, but it wasn't to hide from ghosts. It was to hide from the other villagers. Who would have thought someone would hide in a sacrificial coffin? But our attitude earlier clearly rejected his kindness and showed our intention to participate in the ritual. That crossed his line. Now he's probably informing the other villagers. She finished speaking and looked at Zheng Yu, seeking his approval. Zheng Yu nodded in satisfaction. In the team, only when Ren Qingyu could help him untangle the logic of the abyss. Finishing the last bite of his kidney, Zheng Yu stood up and said, let's go. We've had our fill. It's time to cause some chaos. He explained that he had let the old man go on purpose. Someone needed to spread the word to prompt the ritual to start early. The goblin general and the trolls had been causing havoc in Shangyu village for a while, and the villagers hadn't come out, indicating they were quite powerless. As long as the ritual could be completed, they would tolerate anything. But if someone tried to disrupt the ritual, they would definitely take action. By the way, bring her along, Zheng Yu said, pointing to the little girl in the corner. Tao Qian picked up the girl and followed Zheng Yu out of the courtyard. The street was already in chaos. Without the goblin general's restraint, the goblin squad led by the trolls had gone on a rampage. To the trolls, ghosts were merely toys. Except for the goblin shaman, the other goblins were bloodthirsty, especially the warriors who got excited at the sight of ghosts. Although the ghosts in Shangyu village were level 20, they were few in number and mostly focused on scaring people rather than fighting. They were easily overwhelmed by the goblin squad, usually 10 goblins against 1 ghost. The goblin squad was well-rounded, with ranged attackers, melee fighters, fearless warriors, spellcasters, and the troll as a tank to draw aggro. Whether it was a hanged ghost, a plague ghost, or a seemingly powerful violent ghost, none were a match for them. Seeing this, When Ren Qingyu remarked, the boss behind Shangyu village is really patient. She explained that their plan was to cause a commotion to see if they could provoke something into action and end the scenario early. But it seemed the Een spirit boss behind it all didn't care, as only weak ghosts were dying. Zheng Yu laughed. She can endure because she doesn't care. The ritual itself is fake. Even if we disrupt it, she can still proceed with the ghost marriage and the parade of 100 ghosts. One Ren Qingyu suddenly understood. So our current goal is to disrupt the rituals? Yes, Zheng Yu replied succinctly. With force? Tao Qian asked, already holding his golden monk staff. Since becoming a professional, he had never fought. As a side character, he knew he wasn't a match for level 20 ghost-type creatures. Although Tao Qian had some faith in intimidating the villagers, Zheng Yu was skeptical. Do you really think force will work? Zheng Yu asked coldly. Tao Qian recalled Zheng Yu's earlier threat to the old man and hesitated. Zheng Yu continued. These villagers have been haunted by ghosts and repeated rituals for who knows how long, yet none of them have seen the truth. Do you really think your stick is more effective than the spirits? Tao Qian was speechless. Zheng Yu shook his head and sighed. Forget these isolated villagers. Even city folks are capable of committing suicide for their so-called beliefs. Such obsession is unshakable. He remembered his own relatives who had gone astray. Even their own children couldn't persuade them. Just as Tao Qian was about to argue, he saw villagers emerging from the mist. Their faces were twisted with madness, their eyes filled with a terrifying hunger. Tao Qian shivered and asked, what if we use lethal force? I can't believe they aren't afraid of death. Zheng Yu calmly responded, unless you kill them all, it's pointless. They're already like ghosts. Killing them will only deepen their fear and make them rely even more on that so-called ritual. But killing them all is not an option either. That would just reset everything, starting the rituals, ghost marriages, and night parades all over again. We would waste more time and still not find the mastermind. Tao Qian was at a loss. Then what do we do? Standing nearby, when Ren Qingyu sighed, the pipe, you idiot. Your memory is terrible. They don't trust their relatives, children, parents, or even the police, but they absolutely trust one person, the village chief who led them astray. The chief status is almost like that of a cult leader. Reminded, Tao Qian remembered the village chief's pipe. He quickly took it out and asked Zheng Yu, I brought it, right? Zheng Yu nodded in confirmation and advised, once you have it, don't say anything unnecessary. Find someone to lead us to the ancestral hall. We have to fight there. As Tao Qian was about to put the pipe in his mouth, a familiar voice rang out. It's them. They want to sabotage the ritual. They must be outsiders trying to steal our tea. The speaker was the old man. Zheng Yu's attention, however, was on the little girl without a tongue. Surprisingly, instead of showing dependence or excitement upon seeing the old man, she took a step back. A knowing look flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. As the villagers angrily surrounded them, demanding to know their identities, Tao Qian put the pipe in his mouth and swaggered forward, saying, all right, let's see what's going on here. Zheng Yu looked at Tao Qian's poor performance with disdain and sighed inwardly. You're supposed to act like the village chief, not a thug. At this moment, Tao Qian indeed resembled an old rogue. He exaggeratedly cleaned his teeth, rudely scratched his head, and kept shaking his head. His crude behavior was comparable to that of a delinquent hanging around a school gate. Seeing this, when Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yin took a step back in unison, their eyes filled with contempt. However, to everyone's surprise, the villagers, under the magical influence of the village chief's pipe, suspected nothing. They excitedly shouted, Village chief, you're finally back. Some of the older villagers even shed tears of joy, as if they had seen a ray of hope. The village chief is back. Good days are ahead. I thought those heartless merchants had sigh. The villagers crowded around Tao Qian, but one old man who had seen the real village chief before stared at his face with a hint of doubt in his eyes. Just as the old man was about to speak, an arrow suddenly pierced through the air, striking precisely through his throat. Blood splattered everywhere, and the joyful atmosphere came to an abrupt halt, leaving the villagers frozen in shock. Tao Qian instantly grasped Zheng Yu's intention. The magic of the village chief's pipe didn't work on those who knew the truth, leaving only one solution: silence them. He calmly declared, don't panic, everyone. Then, pointing at the corpse on the ground, he loudly announced, this man was a traitor. When someone questioned the necessity of the killing, Tao Qian angrily retorted, are you doubting me? The person immediately shrank back, too scared to speak further. At this moment, Zheng Yu stepped out and pointed at the old man's body, saying he wasn't human. He was a ghost. As soon as he finished speaking, the villagers witnessed the corpse transforming into a ghostly figure and dissipating into the air. This scene confirmed Zheng Yu's previous suspicion. In this ghost village of Shangyu, there were no living people. Otherwise, how could there be hanging ghosts, starving ghosts, and plague ghosts all at once? Seeing this, The villagers immediately believed Tao Qian's words and began looking at Zheng Yu with reverence. Zheng Yu quickly typed in the chat group, "Let's talk more action. Head to the ancestral hall." Understanding the cue, Tao Qian led the way to the ancestral hall. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu noticed the surrounding ghostly aura growing stronger, indicating that the mastermind behind the scenes was getting restless. She could tolerate villagers being killed, and she could accept a failed ritual, but she couldn't allow outsiders to take control, nor could she let the villagers learn the truth. This was why the little girl's tongue had been removed. She had spoken the truth. Zheng Yu recalled a saying familiar to all professionals. The gods grant power to the cursed to complete their task. But if they fail, the cursed will lose their power and face punishment. This phrase revealed the core of the abyss's existence and was key to breaking the cycle. In the Cold Street Abyss, Shao Qi's task was to create cold corpses and maintain the cold. In Shangyu Village, the cursed by the ghost gods similarly needed to ensure the village's existence to sustain the curse. If the villagers learned the truth, the ghost village of Shangyu would cease to exist. The ghost gods cursed would definitely prevent the truth from coming to light. However, no professionals who had previously challenged the nightmare-level abyss had ever tried Zheng Yu's strategy. They had always obediently hidden in coffins, waiting for 3 days. No one had ever suggested that the villagers might be ghosts. Even so, revealing the truth here wasn't wise. First, the villagers might not believe it. Second, the entire Shangyu village was the ghost god's domain, except for the ancestral hall. Zhang Zhan's strategy came in handy. Now the ancestral hall was the best place for a fight. Tao Qian deliberately walked among the villagers, letting them lead the way to the ancestral hall. The villagers were thrilled because, in their minds, a ritual led by the village chief was bound to succeed. The village chief was their only bridge to communicate with their ancestors. The ancestral hall was located within the largest building in Shangyu village. From the outside, it looked no different from other houses, but its interior was surprisingly spacious. In the center of the circular hall stood a large bronze cauldron over 2 meters wide, with a pale blue flame burning inside. The main hall contained 3 well-preserved coffins, used previously for ancestor worship. Upon entering the ancestral hall, Zheng Yu noticed a significant reduction in the ghostly aura, which was being blocked outside. He muttered to himself, "This courtyard has something special." The pervasive ghostly aura throughout Shangyu village was why Zheng Yu believed the ghost gods cursed had been constantly watching them. The ghostly aura was the source of the ghost god's power. However, the sudden drop in the aura inside the ancestral hall indicated something unique about this place. No wonder Zhang Zhan emphasized fighting here. Tao Qian had already been ushered into the hall by the villagers. Zheng Yu and the others followed, bypassing the coffins. The hall appeared as a typical ancestral shrine, filled with ancestral tablets and inscriptions. In the center stood a clay statue, half black and half white. The black side had eyes wide open in anger, while the white side had no eyes or mouth but had its hands clasped together in prayer. However, within those seemingly pious hands was a sharp blade. "I can't believe people worship something so creepy," Wenren Xingyu muttered, standing at the entrance of the shrine, frowning at the statue before her. The statue was what the forum's professionals called the two-faced Yin god. Some speculated that this was the original form of the Yin god, but in this second stage of the abyss, professionals couldn't confront deities directly, so everything was just conjecture. Zheng Yu signaled the goblin general to stand guard outside while he walked over to Tao Qian with a serious expression. "Before the ritual begins, I have a question for you all. Answer honestly, and I'll help you complete the ritual and bring you peace." As the village chief, Tao Qian immediately assured, "Feel free to answer. This is part of ensuring the ritual's success." With the chief's guarantee, the villagers lowered their guard. Zheng Yu took a deep breath and asked, "How many of the women you bought are still alive?" As soon as he finished speaking, a chilling wind violently slammed against the shrine's door. Although Zheng Yu hadn't received an answer yet, he knew from the disturbance outside that he had asked the right question. The mastermind was definitely one of the abducted women. "Do you mean the pigs?" a villager asked, puzzled. The derogatory term made Wenren Xingyu almost lose her temper, but Zheng Yu's quick glance stopped her. Keeping a calm expression, Zheng Yu recalled news he had read, knowing that in some places, these trafficked women were indeed referred to as pigs, merely seen as breeding tools. "I don't understand. What do you mean by pigs?" Zheng Yu feigned ignorance. A peasant woman explained, "They're women bought from traders who can bear children. The village chief said these women don't deserve to live with us, so they were all put in the pigsty at the east end of the village." Zheng Yu narrowed his eyes. "Pigsty? Yes, that's what it's called," the peasant woman continued. "It's not a real pigsty. The bought women are kept there, and anyone who wants one can take one back to continue the family line. If they don't want her anymore, they send her back." Zheng Yu's breathing became heavy. Wenren Xingyu, unable to hold back any longer, vented in the chat group, These beasts are worse than I imagined. Kuing, I don't even want to clear this level anymore. Let these bastards suffer here, just like those frozen corpses. Just as Zhengyu was asking about the pigsty's location, a loud crash came from outside. The wailing of a vengeful spirit echoed outside the shrine. She was clearly agitated. Zhengyu was certain her hiding place was in the pigsty. Where is the pigsty? Zhengyu's tone grew colder. At the east end of the village. Is anyone still alive in there? Probably not, a villager replied. Ever since the village chief disappeared, the most haunted place in the village has been the pigsty. No one dares to go there. When was the last time you went there? And how many were still alive? Two, I think. Boom! The commotion outside grew louder. System messages popped up continuously as Zheng Yu's goblin wolf riders and death soldiers perished. The attacks intensified. She clearly wanted to stop the ritual and cover up the truth. With crucial information in hand, Zheng Yu decided to change tactics. He ordered the goblin general, let her in. Fighting outside is too passive. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud crash echoed as a giant troll's body was flung into the shrine's courtyard. Standing outside the shrine was a massive, amorphous shadow cloaked in darkness, filled with various ghostly figures, a fusion of vengeful spirits. A system prompt immediately appeared. Ean's Soul Aggregate. Level, LV20. Rank, Elite. HP, 280,000. Attack, 3,000. Skill I, Hang Ghost. Skill 2, Drown Ghost. Skill 3, Frozen Ghost. Skill 4, Burn Ghost. Skill V, Wrong Ghost. Skill 6, Fierce Ghost. This was the second elite monster they had encountered, aside from the Een Soul village chief. The elite monster known as the Een Soul Collective was something entirely absent from Zhang Zhan's strategy guide. Zheng Yu was secretly delighted. The emergence of new content meant they were on the right track. However, this elite monster was far more powerful than expected. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu summoned the twin inferno dragons. The fiery red dragons circled in the sky, their scales glinting with a dangerous sheen. This move was brilliant, not only pinpointing the true boss's location, but also successfully enraging the enemy, allowing them to bypass the fake sacrificial ritual. Whoosh, as soon as the twin inferno dragons appeared, they unleashed a barrage of scorching fireballs at the Een Soul Collective. Boom! 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 Flames exploded on the monster, burning the ghosts entwined within it. A piercing scream shattered the night. The ghostly wail was not only ear-splitting, but also caused area damage. Wenren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun were instantly affected, their bodies racked with pain. Wenren Qingyu and Ku Ying, equipped with golden-grade armor, suffered reduced damage. Chai Yun wasn't as fortunate. A single ghostly howl drained a third of her health, leaving her face pale. Take cover! Zheng Yu shouted sternly. Chai Yun snapped back to her senses, realizing she should never have joined this battle. She recalled how Zheng Yu had previously wreaked havoc in Shanyu village with just a goblin general and regretted her underestimation. Sensing Chai Yun's vulnerability, the Een Soul Collective suddenly launched an attack at her. Swish, a ghostly green rope shot out from the monster, wrapping around Chai Yun's slender neck in an instant. Ugh! Chai Yun gasped for breath, her face quickly turning blue, her health plummeting. It's the hangman's skill. Zheng Yu's face changed as he prepared to rescue her. Slash! A cold flash of light cut through the air. Wenren Qingyu, moving like a phantom, dashed to Chai Yun's side and precisely severed the rope with a sharp dagger. Thank you, I almost died. Chai Yun weakly expressed her gratitude, barely clinging to life. If not for Wenren Qingyu's timely intervention, she would have had to use a resurrection cross worth 5 million. Wenren Qingyu shot Chai Yun a cold glance, her tone severe. You didn't almost die. You almost got us all killed. Stop dragging Zheng Yu down. Can't you even manage to stay out of the way? Chai Yun opened her mouth to argue, but was interrupted by a sudden, mournful music. The piercing sound of Swana horns echoed from the end of the street, their powerful resonance threatening to shatter all of Shangyu village. Zheng Yu's expression turned grave. She's here. The strongest elite monster from the depths of the Shangyu Shrine Abyss, the Ghost Bride in Red. The gathering of spectral spirits and the appearance of the Ghost Bride in Red happened a day earlier than expected. A glint of satisfaction flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. The early arrival of the Ghost Bride meant he had a chance to break Zhang Zhan's record. However, the immediate priority was to deal with this formidable enemy. As the mournful music drew closer and the sinister atmosphere thickened, a sudden gust of evil wind swept by, and a red sedan chair abruptly appeared at the ancestral hall's entrance. 4 yellow weasels carried the coffin, and inside the sedan was the Ghost Bride in Red. Zheng Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy, which mentioned that the Ghost Bride in Red held a superior status among ghostly entities, far surpassing the village chief and the spectral spirits. Zhang Zhan had advised to avoid direct confrontation and use the ancestral hall's protection for battle. At that moment, a faint jingling sound emanated from the sedan chair. Despite being unable to discern the ghost bride's attributes, Zheng Yu decided to strike first. Beast Berserk, he muttered, instantly activating the skill. With a roar, the flames on the twin demon fire Jiao turned purple, instantly dispelling the surrounding malevolence. The flaming aura spread out, causing the walls, floor, and beams of the ancestral hall to catch fire. Zheng Yu quickly issued commands. Goblin archers, shoot the sedan chair to force out the ghost bride. Shield bearers, block the yellow weasels. Goblin general and twin demon fire Jiao, take down the spectral spirits. Facing two level 20 elite monsters, he had a plan meticulously. Eliminating the spectral spirits first would free him up to handle the ghost bride. Unexpectedly, the four yellow weasels carrying the sedan attacked first. These upright walking weasels had one with emerald green eyes, while the other three had black and red eyes. Each bore a deep scar on their foreheads, with sharp claws and agile movements. Zheng Yu quickly scanned their attributes. Yellow weasel. Level, LV20. Rank, elite. HP, 140,000. Attack, 2,000. Skill I, Spirit Summoning. Skill 2, Possession. Skill 3, Ghost Transformation. Zheng Yu furrowed his brow, realizing he was up against 6 level 20 elite monsters. However, these 4 yellow weasels, despite being elite, only had 3 skills each, making them relatively weaker. Bang! As the yellow weasels charged at high speed, 8 shield bearers quickly formed a shield wall, blocking the first weasel's attack. Thanks to the Goblin General's 5th tier evolution, the shield bearers had gained the ability to absorb fixed damage, rendering the weasel's attack ineffective. Swish, swish, swish. The Goblin combat squad worked in perfect harmony. As the shield bearers held their ground, the archers released a volley of arrows, and the wolf riders flanked from both sides. This well-trained summoners unit was more terrifying than a real army. They were absolutely obedient, fearless, and ready to die. Swoosh! A death soldier suddenly appeared around the red sedan. Seeing this, the 4 yellow weasels hurried back to defend, only to be met with a fierce charge by the 5 goblin wolf riders. The massive impact sent the weasels flying, leaving one critically injured. Roar! The injured yellow weasel suddenly swelled in size, dropped to all fours, and began to crazily absorb the surrounding malevolent energy. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a colossal beast comparable to a giant wolf, exuding a foul stench as it entered its ghost form. However, at that moment, a more thunderous roar echoed across the battlefield, completely drowning out the ghost weasel's howl. It was the roar of the giant troll. Zheng Yu had been holding back his forces precisely to unleash the most powerful member of the Goblin Combat Squad at this critical juncture. The massive body, immense damage potential, and enormous health pool make the troll a trump card in Zheng Yu's hands. At this moment, the yellow weasel has entered a ghostly state but is critically low on health. To minimize casualties, Zheng Yu decides to send in the troll for the final blow. The troll leaps into the air and lands heavily on the ghostly yellow weasel. Then, it swings its gigantic wooden club with a resounding smash, instantly killing the ghostly yellow weasel, leaving no chance for a counterattack. The system notification chimes in. Killed elite monster yellow weasel LV20, gained 9,417 experience points. Congratulations! Acquired armor top yellow weasel jacket LV20, gold tier. Zheng Yu feels a surge of joy as he collects over 9,000 experience points. He recalls that the experience gained from killing the Een Soul village chief was similar, indicating that their strengths and rewards are comparable. Although there's no time to check the equipment stats, he knows that a level 20 gold tier item is worth at least a small fortune. With the yellow weasel's death, a wisp of black smoke rises from its corpse and flies directly into a nearby red sedan chair. Following the advance of the death soldiers, the harassment from archers, and the fall of the yellow weasel, the red-clad ghost bride inside the sedan chair finally makes her move. Several red ribbons shoot out from the sedan chair like serpents, entangling the approaching goblin death soldiers. The ribbons yank them into the air with an eerie force before slamming them down hard. Simultaneously, a tangible wave of eerie energy emanates from the sedan chair, scattering the shield wall of the shield bearers. Zheng Yu watches the screen filled with damage numbers and sees 3 death soldiers killed instantly. He can't help but acknowledge that Zhang Zhan's words were true. This red-clad ghost bride is indeed formidable. However, no matter how strong she is, the red-clad ghost bride didn't anticipate the death soldier's willingness to self-destruct. Boom! 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 3 explosions erupt in quick succession as the fallen goblin death soldiers detonate. Flesh, poison, and black smoke envelop the red sedan chair. The evolved death soldiers' explosive deaths are even more powerful, and their bloodied poison is particularly lethal to ghostly entities. Hiss, the highly corrosive blood dissolves the red ribbons and splashes onto the sedan chair. The system suddenly displays damage numbers, and Jungyu realizes with a start. The red sedan chair itself is also an elite monster. Red sedan chair, level 20, elite rank, health 300,000, attack power 3,000, skill I, sanctuary, skill 2, funeral dirge, skill 3, red string, skill 4, sedan bearer. Zhengyu's eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "Wow, it's really an elite monster. Impressive." The battle was urgent, and Zhengyu immediately ordered the twin fire drakes and the goblin general. "Hurry up, the troll can't hold on much longer here." However, the twin fire drakes and the goblin general were also struggling. This spectral entity had a multitude of skills that were overwhelming. A drowned ghost suddenly appeared, dragging one of the twin fire drakes underwater. A frozen ghost followed, freezing the goblin general. And a vengeful ghost took the opportunity to confuse them, causing friendly fire. Though the spectral entity didn't seem strong at first glance, its endless array of ghostly skills made it tough to defeat quickly. Fortunately, the flames of the twin fire drakes had evolved through Summoner's Berserk mode, making the drowned ghost's water skills less effective. Under the continuous burning of the flame, aura, and hellfire serpents, the spectral entity's health plummeted. When the goblin general was frozen, the ice crystal pendant Zhengyu wore activated, freeing him from the frozen state. However, the combination of the vengeful ghost and the hanged ghost remained tricky, with one controlling and the other dealing damage. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's urgent command, the goblin general decisively pulled out a fish-slaying knife. This was equipment Zheng Yu had prepared for him earlier, more suitable than what the twin fire drakes were using. The goblin general shouted in a garbled voice, "I've been slaying fish for 30 years. My heart is as cold as my blade." Despite the awkward phrasing, the general's momentum was undeniable. As soon as he finished speaking, his arm muscles bulged, and the fish-slaying knife glowed with a silver light. The knife's effect was activated. After delivering the line, the next 3 attacks would have their speed increased by 100. The goblin general charged without hesitation. The twin fire drakes coordinated, clearing the path with fireballs and blasting away the vengeful ghost that tried to confuse the general again. The giant wolf leaped, and the goblin general used the momentum to jump down, attacking simultaneously. The first strike, enhanced by a leaping heavy attack, dealt 18,741 points of damage. The second strike, with the human skin spider 3-piece set effect activated, landed a critical hit for 25,417 damage, shattering the vengeful ghost's head. Without the vengeful ghost's interference, the third strike, though a regular hit, still dealt over 10,000 damage. Meanwhile, the giant wolf's charge skill hit the spectral entity. With a thunderous boom, a staggering damage number of 45,000 appeared above the entity. If it weren't for the damage reduction inherent to ghostly beings, this hit would have dealt 80,000 to 90,000 damage. With the fish-slaying knife's speed boost, the 3 strikes were executed swiftly. The charge and a set of minor skills took down 100,000 health from the spectral entity in just a few seconds. Combined with the twin fire drakes' continuous flame attacks, the entity's health sharply declined. From afar, Tao Qian and the others gasped in awe, offering the highest praise. Though they were used to it, this was their usual routine. Jing Yu did the heavy lifting, and they marveled. Only Kai Yin looked genuinely shocked, her wide-eyed expression making Tao Qian and the others feel superior once again. Suddenly, the effect of the Frost Prison staff was triggered. After casting 3 skills, it automatically released the Frost Prison skill, using powerful ice abilities to lock onto the enemy, dealing 3,000 fixed ice damage, and freezing the enemy. Due to the overlapping skills of the Goblin General and the Twin Fire Drakes, 2 Frost Prison skills were released simultaneously. Zhengyu realized that fixed damage skills could bypass all defenses and damage reductions. Though 3,000 damage wasn't much, the freezing effect was reliable. The spectral entity, having no resistance, was frozen solid. The Goblin General seized the opportunity and charged up his attack. Boom! With the power fully charged, the warrior's heavy strike, enhanced by the Summoner's Berserk mode and triggering the Vengeful Spirit's critical effect, landed heavily on the spectral entity. With a thunderous crash, the entity was sent flying over 10 meters, crashing into a large copper basin in the courtyard, dealing 40,000 damage. Seeing this, the twin fire drakes immediately pressed the advantage. They rushed forward, overturned the copper basin onto the spectral entity, and then pressed down on it, beginning to incinerate it. The ghostly wails were incessant, but they couldn't escape the 2-meter diameter basin. The flames engulfed the entire basin, with damage numbers continuously popping up. The massive basin turned red-hot, and the spectral entity inside was like a duck roasting in an oven, its life force dwindling. This is pretty brutal. Even Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "This is like the bronze bull torture." Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the copper basin. The spectral entity had managed to push the basin off. It was charred all over, barely clinging to life, but in its near-death state, it unleashed a skill akin to ferocity fierce ghost. The vengeful spirits emerged, bringing with them a chilling wind. The dark energy swirling in the sky condensed into spectral forms and rained down into the ancestral hall, instantly filling the courtyard. Zheng Yu's eyes darkened as he prepared to play his trump card, but a clear bell chime echoed from within the shrine. Clang! The bell's resonance froze all the spirits in place. Even the fearsome, vengeful spirit amalgamation and the yellow-skinned demon fighting the giant monster were immobilized. Only the red-clad ghost bride in the red sedan seemed unaffected. Zheng Yu turned towards the shrine, his gaze passing over the dual-faced deity statues and landing on the dusty black-and-white photos near the altar. He sneered, "Ha, your descendants have turned out like this, and you still protect them. You're quite the protective one, aren't you?" He then commanded the goblin general and the twin demon fire Jiao. "What are you waiting for? Collect the spoils. This is a rare opportunity." The vengeful spirit amalgamation, now immobilized, was at its most dangerous yet vulnerable state. Moreover, the area was teeming with other spirits, all valuable sources of experience points. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed Spirit LV20. Gained 5,879 XP. Killed Spirit LV20. Gained 5,547 XP. Killed Spirit LV20. Gained 5,802 XP. The twin demon fire Jiao ramped up its output with flame, aura, and inferno of fire serpents, harvesting experience points like mad. Zheng Yu was amazed to find that the ancestral spirit's power was formidable, freezing the spirits far longer than expected, even immobilizing the elite red sedan, restricting the ghost bride's movements. This gave Zheng Yu ample time to grind experience. What he thought would be a difficult climb from level 14 to 15 with 59,000 XP became achievable in one fell swoop. Finally, with a heavy blow from the goblin general, the vengeful spirit amalgamation shattered, and the system notification rang out again. Killed Elite Vengeful Spirit Amalgamation LV20, gained 14452 XP. Congratulations! Obtained Bracelet. Spirit Bracelet LV20 Platinum Grade. Congratulations! Obtained Material. Soul Pearl. Congratulations! Level Up. Level. LV14, LV15. The system detailed the attribute increases. Health increased from 9970 to 10610. Mana increased from 880 to 890. Intelligence increased from 469 to 485. Strength increased from 130 to 134. Agility increased from 30 to 31. Remaining free attribute points, 12. More importantly, level has increased to 15, unlocking the 4th summoning slot. Received 2 Hextech enhancement runes. Please draw. Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy. The Vengeful Spirit Amalgamation alone had contributed 14,000 XP, pushing him to level 15, thanks to the additional experience from a previous Ghost Village raid. For a summoner, every 5 levels marked a significant milestone. This time, he gained an additional summoning slot and could summon a 4th beast. However, alongside the joy, Zheng Yu realized a looming problem. The 4th summoning slot wouldn't provide much advantage without resources for nurturing. He finally understood why many summoners abandoned their career paths around level 15. The cost of nurturing was too high. Even he was starting to feel the strain, let alone those with lesser talent and fewer resources, who couldn't clear nightmare-level dungeons. Fortunately, Chai Fong from the Shangyu City Resource Department had promised to find a level 15 summonable beast from the National Treasury. A high-talent beast would save him a significant number of talent points. Zheng Yu didn't bother to inspect the newly acquired gear. He carefully stored the platinum-grade bracelet in his warehouse and locked it, fearing he might mistakenly sell this top-tier level 20 gear in the temple later. With the Vengeful Spirit Amalgamation gone, the Goblin General and the Twin Demon Fire, Jiao, finally joined the battle against the red-clad Ghost Bride. The battlefield was in chaos. 6 warriors lay dead, and 3 Goblin Shield-bearers had fallen. The wolf-riding Goblin army was nearly wiped out, leaving just one lone fighter locked in a fierce, life-or-death struggle with the ghostly transformed Huang Pizi. The trolls, meanwhile, were battered and bruised by the endless assault of red silk ribbons emerging from the palanquin. If it hadn't been for the mysterious figure in the shrine earlier, they would have long since met their demise. However, the tide of battle was about to turn. The Goblin General, the Twin Demon Fire Jiaos, the trolls, and the Goblin Shaman who was ready to sacrifice himself were all poised and ready for action. At this critical moment, a thick black fog suddenly erupted from the palanquin, spreading like a tangible force and pushing back the goblin squad surrounding the red palanquin. Following this, a coquettish laugh emerged from within a sound from the red-clad ghost for the first time. To Zhengyu, this laugh was a merciless taunt. Clearly, the red-clad ghost did not regard the goblin general or the twin demon fire Jiaos as threats. Despite their formidable strength, they were nearly exhausted from the earlier battles. Understanding this, the red-clad ghost halted her attacks and instead spoke in a seductive voice. Handsome boy, why not spend a night with your big sister? Zheng Yu recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, and his sense of caution heightened. The guide mentioned that the red-clad ghost would use seduction to lure adventurers away from the shrine, only to kill them. Suddenly, he realized a crucial point. The red palanquin had never stepped into the shrine, always lingering at the entrance, with its attacks limited to extending the red ribbons. After careful consideration, Zheng Yu made a decision. He summoned his trump card, originally reserved for the boss fight the giant winged spirit butterfly. Once I kill you, this battle will be over, Zheng Yu thought to himself. A melodious cry echoed through Shangyu village as a massive, stunning butterfly materialized behind Zheng Yu. Even the experienced Tao Qian and others couldn't help but gasp in awe. Standing over 4 meters tall, the butterfly was not only gigantic but breathtakingly beautiful. With the appearance of the giant winged spirit butterfly, a series of restorative skills were unleashed. First was Spirit Butterfly's protection, establishing a protective bond with the trolls, enveloping them in a thick shield while restoring their health. Next was Butterfly's Song, boosting all summoned creatures' agility and movement speed by 260 points, nearly 10 times Zheng Yu's own agility. Finally, Spiritual Nourishment restored the energy of all summoned creatures. This combination of skills brought the trolls back to full health, rejuvenated the twin demon fire Jiaos, and, with the goblin shaman's life sacrifice, restored the goblin general to peak condition. Now, the red-clad ghost faced not an exhausted group of foes, but a revitalized, frenzied army of summoned beasts. Zheng Yu stared directly at the red-clad ghost in the palanquin, his tone carrying a hint of provocation. If you want to invite me for a night, you better have what it takes. How about it, ghost? Feeling the heat yet? A colossal spirit-winged butterfly suddenly appeared in the sky above the battlefield, its massive form casting a shadow that obscured the sun and instantly altering the course of the conflict. The smile on the red-clad ghost's face froze, and the 3 surviving yellow-skinned spirits immediately entered a ghostly state, readying themselves for the fierce battle ahead. The red sedan chair had already lost a third of its health due to the corrosive blood of the death soldiers, emitting an unsettling creak. Clearly, the full-strength onslaught from the giant troll, goblin general, twin fire drakes, and spirit-winged butterfly was exerting immense pressure on it. Zheng Yu chuckled lightly and said, "Didn't you ask me to join you? Here I come." With a slight wave of his arm, his summoned beasts surged forward. The giant troll charged first, its enormous body like a moving wall blocking the red sedan chair. Raising its massive hammer, it brought it down forcefully. "Get lost," a feminine yet eerie voice emanated from the sedan chair. Though the voice should have been melodious, the substantial malevolence it carried made it chilling. Boom! A powerful wave of malevolent energy swept over the giant troll, causing 9,000 points of red damage above its head. This seemingly staggering number didn't even break the shield that the spirit-winged butterfly had cast on the giant troll. With the shield absorbing the damage, the red-clad ghost's malevolent energy attack couldn't stop the giant troll's advance. Bang! The giant troll's hammer struck the red sedan chair, causing only 5,000 points of damage. A gray shield flashed on the surface of the sedan chair, indicating that its sanctuary skill was in effect. Though the damage was low, it was within Zheng Yu's expectations. As a ghost-type entity, the red sedan chair had damage reduction abilities similar to the red shoes and the doll, and the additional protection from its sanctuary skill made the inflicted damage acceptable. Besides, this was only the beginning. The goblin archers launched a second wave of attacks, with arrows raining down densely. Following them were the twin fire drake's flame rings and fire serpent hell, the goblin general's charge, and the death soldier's stealth attacks. Suddenly, a crisp drumbeat sounded around the red sedan chair. A band dressed in mourning clothes emerged slowly from the white mist, playing funeral music. This was another of the red sedan chair's skills, one that could lower the attack desire of summoned beasts. Zheng Yu mentally reviewed the 4 skills of the red sedan chair. Pallbearers the 4 yellow-skinned spirits, Sanctuary the gray shield, Funeral music the mourning spirits, and Red ribbon, the previously seen red silk. He realized that the red-clad ghost inside the sedan chair hadn't used any skills yet, and had only been attacking with malevolent energy. Zheng Yu glanced down at the mute little girl beside him and noticed her staring intently at the red sedan chair. He suddenly understood. So that's it? No wonder you won't enter this shrine. You're the one behind all this. He recalled Zhang Zhan's strategy guide, which described the red-clad ghost skills as actually being the red sedan chair's skills. To Zhang Zhan, the red sedan chair was synonymous with the red-clad ghost. Thus he had named them both ghost marriage. In fact, it was the red sedan chair controlling the red silk, while the person inside was the true source of the malevolent energy controlling the entire Shanyu village. Understanding this, Zheng Yu immediately turned to Wen Qingyu and Tao Qian, instructing, "Watch this place and don't let any villagers leave." Tao Qian hurriedly asked, "Where are you going?" "To see if the main boss is still in the pigsty," Zheng Yu replied. "Spirit wing butterfly, follow me." He took only the spirit wing butterfly with him, holding the little girl's hand as he swaggered to the shrine's entrance. A wave of malevolent energy surged towards him, instantly shattering the shield of his resentment ring. Zheng Yu noticed that the marks left by the energy on the ground avoided the little girl. Smiling, he lifted the girl into his arms and said, "Now she won't dare to attack me." The little girl looked at Zheng Yu with a complex expression. He continued, "Don't look at me like that. Honestly, I mean no harm. I just need to resolve some things. For you, it's just another repeating 3 days. Maybe I can even ease some of your resentment during these repeating days. Someone I previously served, who was also cursed, had a high opinion of me. If you ever meet him." Zheng Yu, chattering away, held the little girl and walked right past the red sedan chair. He wasn't attacked, nor was he surrounded by any eerie aura, as if he couldn't see the ghosts that filled the street. With a natural expression on his face, he walked steadily towards the east end of the village. Tao Qian, stunned and confused, asked, "What's going on here?" Rune Qingyu watched Zheng Yu's departing figure thoughtfully and slowly said, "I guess." At this point, both sides have laid their cards on the table. Laid their cards on the table? Tao Qian pressed for more details. Rune Qingyu nodded and explained, "The red-dressed ghost in the sedan chair Zhang Zhan has never seen her true form, which likely means she's the mastermind. This explains why Zhang Zhan's strategy guide only mentions the rituals, ghost marriage, and parade of 100 ghosts, but not a final boss battle. Because the rituals are fake, the ghost marriage is fake. The red sedan chair is the true ghost marriage. Now that Zheng Yu's summoned creature has suppressed the sedan chair, it's essentially over. The final step is just to go to the pigsty." Tao Qian frowned and asked, "What about the parade of 100 ghosts?" Rune Qingyu's expression turned peculiar as she slowly voiced her theory. "The rituals and ghost marriage are fake, so the parade of 100 ghosts is probably fake too. The pigsty, the so-called parade of 100 ghosts, is likely just a massacre of the villagers by the women and children who were sold here." Tao Qian pretended to have a sudden realization and nodded. Your theory is quite similar to mine." Rune Qingyu rolled her eyes, ignoring Tao Qian's pretense. She glanced at her watch, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. 7 hours. From entering the Shangyu village shrine until now, only 7 hours have passed. She couldn't help but marvel internally. For decades, no one had broken Zhang Zhan's record, and now it was done in just 7 hours. Rune Qingyu couldn't help but remember how she had initially looked down on Zheng Yu and distrusted him when her friend Kuing persuaded her to join Zheng Yu's team. Now, it seemed her friend truly had great fortune to latch on as such a powerful ally. When Rune Qingyu stared intently at Kuing, her eyes burning with determination. Kuing, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong with you?" Rune Qingyu bluntly replied, "I'm thinking about how to tie you and Tao Qian together for good." Kuing looked bewildered. Tao Qian quickly caught on to Rune Qingyu's meaning and pointed to the red silk extending from the sedan chair, half-jokingly suggesting, "How about we just tie them up directly?" Rune Qingyu nodded in agreement. "You're right. To deal with someone as straightforward as Zheng Yu, you have to be direct." Kuing was completely baffled and could only utter a series of confused noises. Meow meow meow. Zheng Yu made his way to the pigsty without any obstacles. The atmosphere here was even thicker with malevolence than the ancestral hall, almost tangible. Suddenly, the little girl in his arms spoke, her voice a haunting mix of multiple spirits, eerily drifting through the air. "How did you know I came from here too?" Feeling the chilling aura emanating from the girl, Zheng Yu showed no fear. With keen interest, he explained, "Because you are a ghost." Seeing the girl's puzzled expression, Zheng Yu pointed to the group of spirits following them and began to elaborate. "Look, that hanged ghost with the tongue sticking out, it's because the tongue can't retract after hanging. The lame ghost died from illness and was already crippled in life. And you, little girl, can chew perfectly despite having no tongue. This means you were tongueless before you died. Something so cruel that you couldn't have been part of the ancestral hall." Zheng Yu continued his analysis. "You've shown signs of abnormality all along. The old man didn't take you along when he went to report. You weren't scared when you saw the spirits or the ghost bride in red. These details told me you weren't a regular villager, but you're not the final boss either. In other words, There's no true boss in this abyss of the ancestral hall. The final stage is the parade of 100 ghosts. The little girl smirked, a hint of pride in her voice. Smart. The previous outsiders were so foolish. They really hid in the coffins when I told them to, thinking it was a safe place. I was just toying with them. A gleam of curiosity flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes as he asked, "Why did you toy with them?" The girl answered bitterly, "Because they wanted to help those wretched villagers." Realization dawned on Zheng Yu. He understood that Zhang Zhan and his team had misunderstood the truth of the ancestral hall abyss from the start, misled by deceptive clues. He casually asked, "Have many other outsiders come here?" The girl shook her head, her tone tinged with excitement. "Not many, just once in a while. You're the second wave recently. The last group was quite the spectacle. We chased them all over the place." She continued, "The most memorable ones were those who survived the night of vengeance and were driven out before the village reset." Zheng Yu nodded, piecing together the situation. For over a decade, only Zhang Zhan's team had cleared the abyss, and they did it the hard way by holding out for 3 days. What surprised him more was that these ghosts retained memories of the outsiders. Standing at the pigsty entrance, Zheng Yu could feel the overwhelming resentment inside. The parade of 100 ghosts was the spirits of those who were imprisoned and died here. They were scrutinizing Zheng Yu, seemingly waiting for his decision. Zheng Yu knew there were 2 ways to end the abyss. Either trust the villagers and survive in the ancestral hall for 3 days like Zhang Zhan, or join the vengeful spirits. Confronting the 100 ghosts, Zheng Yu directly asked the girl, "Who cut out your tongue?" The girl tilted her head, her tone playful. "Guess. Was it the old man beside you?" "How boring." After Zheng Yu guessed correctly, the girl looked displeased. Zheng Yu said, "They'll help you kill him later." The girl showed little interest, but Zheng Yu added, "I won't just kill him. They'll also help you take something from the ancestral hall." The girl paused, curiosity piqued. "What else do you know?" Zheng Yu smiled. "Actually, it was a guess. But your reaction and their attitude told me I was right." He pointed to the 100 ghosts inside the pigsty, who no longer directed their malevolence at him. "You always have to choose a side," Zheng Yu said firmly. "I choose the side I believe is right. Whether you are cursed spirits or the instigators of this ghost village, you are the victims. The wicked should be punished. They don't deserve ancestral protection." The abyss of the ancestral hall required a resolute choice from the participants, which was why Zheng Yu had an unimpeded journey to the pigsty. They were waiting for his decision. Zheng Yu, having made his decision, received the support of the 100 ghosts. He felt the oppressive aura that had been lingering around him suddenly dissipate, as if an invisible shackle had been lifted. The little girl turned to Zheng Yu with a sweet smile. "Congratulations. You have earned the approval of my sisters." "It is an honor." Zheng Yu nodded slightly towards the 100 ghosts in the pigsty, gratitude flashing in his eyes. The little girl's gaze shifted towards the ancestral hall, her voice lowering. "Although we were granted the power to summon spirits by the Yin deity, allowing us to turn the entire village into a ghost village, as long as the ancestors in the ancestral hall are there, we can't truly punish those beasts." Zheng Yu raised an eyebrow. "What if the ancestors were gone?" The little girl's smile grew even sweeter, but her eyes glinted with icy malice. "That would be wonderful. I would make them despair from the very core, tearing them apart in the ancestral hall. I want them to live in the pigsty while we reside in the ancestral hall. I want them to worship me, the one they deemed the lowest. I want them to truly become pigs, living the life we once had." With the most adorable voice, the little girl uttered the most venomous words. Clearly, she had been nurturing this revenge plan for a long time, but no outsider had chosen this path to clear the challenge. Except for the little girl who was adopted and had her tongue cut out by the elder, the other ghosts in the pigsty couldn't enter the ancestral hall. To achieve all this, they needed the help of outsiders like Zheng Yu. Listening to the little girl's cruel words, Zheng Yu not only felt no discomfort, but also praised her. "Now that's more like it. Revenge should be thorough, not half-hearted. Your previous methods of revenge didn't make them realize their wrongdoings, or who was avenging them. They were just scared without any regret." As a self-proclaimed expert in holding grudges, Zheng Yu pointed out that their previous revenge was too superficial and lacked substance. "You need to make them regret it. Leave this to me." The little girl looked at Zheng Yu suspiciously, then glanced at the now dispersed red sedan chair, asking, "But how will you take away their ancestors?" "He is much stronger than my sisters," Zheng Yu confidently replied. "That's simple." He picked up the little girl and walked towards the ancestral hall again. By this time, the red sedan chair had completely shattered. The nearly 20,000 experience points and a platinum-level piece of equipment had already been credited to his account during his conversation with the little girl. The red-dressed ghost floated out from the broken sedan chair, hovering in midair, her gaze fixed on the returning Zheng Yu without attacking. Per Zheng Yu's request, the summoned beasts had also ceased their attacks. Everyone, including the villagers hiding in the ancestral hall, watched Zheng Yu's every move with curiosity. Zheng Yu entered the ancestral hall with the little girl. One wrenching Yu quickly asked, "What's happening?" Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "It's almost done. Now we just need to let these villagers make a choice. And then we can leave." Choice. When Ren Qingyu was puzzled, Zheng Yu gestured for her to watch and then ordered, "Goblin General, summon the heavy cavalry." "Yes, sir." The Goblin General responded promptly. A synchronized marching sound followed as 30 heavily armored goblin cavalrymen emerged behind the Goblin General. Riding equally armored giant wolves, they formed a formidable line in the center of the ancestral hall. In the sky, the red-dressed ghost frowned slightly at the sight of the imposing heavy cavalry. She hadn't expected that after all this time, this outsider still had such a powerful card up his sleeve. In fact, the reason they had reached this point was because the red-dressed ghost had recognized Zheng Yu's strength and allowed him to take the little girl directly to the pigsty. As the ghost king of Shangyu village, major decisions naturally required her approval. She acknowledged the outsider's strength, but hadn't anticipated that he was even stronger than she had imagined. She pondered whether the 100 ghosts could withstand the charge of this heavy cavalry. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu gave an order to the villagers: "Move everything out of the ancestral hall." The villagers were stunned, making no move. Moving the ancestral hall? It was unthinkable. The ancestral hall was their only sanctuary. How could they possibly move it? The little girl chuckled. "They won't move it. Asking them to move the ancestral hall is impossible." Zheng Yu responded quietly, "Then you're wrong." The little girl asked, puzzled, "Are you going to use force?" Zheng Yu shook his head, a cunning glint in his eyes. "Force won't work on them. They even offer sacrifices in the face of death. How could they be threatened?" The young girl pointed confusedly at the goblin heavy cavalry behind Zheng Yu. Zheng Yu smiled and explained, "This troop was originally my trump card to deal with the Hyaki Yeju essentially you sisters. I've kept them in reserve until now, but it seems they won't be needed. Summoning them was just to show you that whichever path I choose, I can succeed. But I've decided to support you." With that, Zheng Yu stepped into the main hall of the shrine. Instantly, a powerful pressure bore down on him like a mountain. He realized clearly that any rash action would mean certain death. The ancestors here were incredibly formidable. Zheng Yu looked around at the villagers, his gaze finally settling on the clay statue of the two-faced deity. He spoke, "Do you know why your sacrifices always fail? Because you're offering sacrifices to too many things. Ask yourselves, can your ancestors really achieve those legendary feats? Tea leaves that captivate everyone? A plague that no one can escape? Your ancestors couldn't do that. But it can." His voice echoed passionately through the shrine. "Look at this shrine. The deity that helps you is right here. But you've allowed other entities to share this sacred space. Isn't that disrespectful?" The villagers exchanged uncertain glances, seemingly convinced. Zheng Yu continued, "Now, you need to make a choice. Either remove all the other clutter from the shrine, or I'll give you a swift end to your suffering. Make your choice." He gestured towards the far corner of the shrine where a dust-covered altar stood. He could sense the chaotic energy emanating from it. The deity was agitated. At this moment, the villagers actually began to act, some tentatively moving towards the altar. Kuing, standing nearby, exclaimed in surprise, "Do they really not know who's been protecting them?" When Ren Qingyu affirmed, "They truly don't know." "Ah, poor ancestors." Kuing sighed, silently protecting them all along, only to be abandoned by their own people. Zheng Yu, however, laughed and said, "I think it's the retribution they deserve. Ancestors who shelter demons aren't any good either." As they spoke, the villagers had already started to carry the altar outside. The ancestor, feared even by Zheng Yu and the red-clad ghost, was now being casually discarded by their descendants like trash. One village woman spat at the altar and said resentfully, "It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, our sacrifices would have succeeded long ago." She then looked at Tao Qian. "Right, chief?" Tao Qian, puffing on his pipe, gave a thumbs up. "You did the right thing." With a crisp sound, the altar shattered. Not just that one, but everything in the shrine, except for the two-faced deity and 3 useless coffins, was cleared out. Zheng Yu walked to the shrine entrance, looking at the pile of broken altar pieces like garbage. He mocked, "You protected trash, and now you've become trash yourself. But you got what you deserved. After all, when the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. You're no good either." Feeling the fragmented resentment from the broken altar, Zheng Yu was indifferent. He turned to the red-clad ghost and said, "They're all yours. Have fun." As soon as he finished speaking, a chilly wind blew through. The red-clad ghosts, unable to hold back any longer, revealed their true forms and rushed into the shrine. Screams soon followed. Watching the carnage inside, Zheng Yu laughed happily. Despite the brutal scene, when Ren Qingyu said, still unsatisfied, they got off too easy. For human traffickers like them, they deserve nothing less than the death penalty. Speaking of the death penalty, Zheng Yu suddenly posed a philosophical question. If they're going to be executed anyway and then cremated, why not just cremate them right away? It'd save on costs. Tao Qian and when Ren Qingyu exchanged looks, the latter saying helplessly, the title of Living Hades really suits you perfectly. The night was deepening in Shangyu City. Chai Fong was chain smoking, his brows furrowed, occasionally letting out a sigh. Amidst the swirling smoke, Zhang Zhan's voice came through, offering some comfort. Don't worry. Chai Yun has the resurrection cross. She'll be fine. Chai Fong stubbed out his cigarette, frowning. Have you forgotten? To clear the ancestral hall abyss, they have to stay inside for 3 days. The first day is safe with the sacrificial ceremony, but the second day brings the ghost marriage, and the third day is the parade of 100 ghosts. None of these are easy to escape from. His voice was filled with concern. I'm just hoping they can quit the nightmare-level ancestral hall on the first day. Otherwise, by the second day, that red-clad ghost could haunt them to death. Chai Fong's agitation grew as he continued. Then he paused and took a deep breath. Why did I ever think of pushing Chai Yun to that lunatic Zheng Yu? If I'd known he was crazy, I would have, but now it's too late. Zhang Zhan agreed. I didn't expect Zheng Yu to be this insane either. A level 13 professional, taking 4 rookies, daring to enter a nightmare-level abyss. He even chuckled as he spoke. Seeing Chai Fong's angry glare, Zhang Zhan explained, I just remembered a captain I met during training in the Central District, just as crazy as Zheng Yu. But his tone shifted. Isn't that what makes a genius? How many geniuses stick to the rules? Nan Muyun broke countless records despite being doubted by many. And the sword god of the Central District, my former captain, even Li Qinggong, whom we both despise, aren't they all madmen? In this world, only madmen succeed. Chai Fong lit another cigarette with a blank expression. If they succeed, they're madmen. If they fail, they're corpses. I believe in Zheng Yu, Zhang Zhan said nonchalantly. Seeing he couldn't argue with Zhang Zhan, Chai Fong changed the subject. Did you get Zheng Yu's resources? Zhang Zhan laughed. Weren't you just worried about whether they'll make it out alive? Now you're concerned about what happens afterward? Chai Fong snapped. Do you think I'm hoping they'll die? I'm just worried. Honestly, I have a tiny bit of hope. If it were anyone else, I'd have written them off, but Zheng Yu, I've met him. He doesn't seem like someone who disregards his life. Of course, I want them to clear it. If they do, Chai Yun will benefit too. So, did you get the resources? I promised Zheng Yu they'd be ready when he gets out of the abyss. Zhang Zhan, looking irritated, said, when have I ever failed to get something done? Seeing Chai Fong's skeptical look, Zhang Zhan explained, I asked our faction leader for help. Chai Fong was surprised. You wanted the leader for such a small matter? Zhang Zhan shook his head. This isn't a small matter. Our leader already has a grudge against Li Qinggong. Now that Zheng Yu's case is tied to the Li family faction, using our faction's influence to seize an orphan's resources, especially one with level talent from Shangyu City, our leader is eager to help. Anything that can trouble Li Qinggong, he never finds bothersome. Got it, Chai Fong nodded. So the resources are secured? Zhang Zhan proudly said, as secure as they can be. Now we just wait for Zheng Yu to come out and bring us even better news. Chai Fong lit another cigarette, muttering, it'd be good enough if they just make it out alive, let alone bring good news. Seeing this, Zhang Zhan stood up and pulled Chai Fong along. Come on, let's go for a drink. I'm not in the mood. That's exactly why we should drink. The Ancestral Hall Abyss lasts at least 3 days. Are you going to worry for 3 days straight? Let's get drunk, and time will pass faster. Chai Fong thought for a moment and agreed, following Zhang Zhan out. Meanwhile, a hot post appeared on the forum. Shocking. Zheng Yu has entered the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss. The post immediately caused a stir. The forum in Shangyu City always had posts about the Ancestral Hall, given it was the city's most distinctive abyss. The post included a screenshot showing Zheng Yu's friend status. Professionals could add each other as friends through the temple and see each other's abyss status. The screen showed that Zheng Yu was located in the nightmare-level Ancestral Hall Abyss in Shangyu City. On the forum, a heated discussion about Zheng Yu was taking place. Just to ask, who is Zheng Yu? A puzzled user inquired. You don't know Zheng Yu? He's the professional who cleared the nightmare-level Cold Street Abyss in Jiangshui City a few days ago. Another user immediately responded, with a hint of disdain. That impressive? The first user asked, surprised. Cold Street Abyss? I remember that's a level 1 abyss, right? And now he's attempting to clear a level 2 nightmare abyss already. Someone questioned. You used already quite well, a sarcastic voice chimed in. What makes you think Zheng Yu can clear a level 2 nightmare abyss? Isn't he only level 13? The discussion heated up further as someone pointed out. Level 13 isn't the issue. The issue is that Zheng Yu is still with Tao Qian and the others. Clearing a level 1 abyss has made him arrogant enough to think he can solo a level 2 abyss. Suddenly, someone noticed something odd. Wait, why are there so many posts from Jiangshui City IPs? Jealousy, obviously. Our mayor poached Yu, and now they're here to watch the drama, a user from Shangyu City explained. At that moment, a cold voice interjected, "You're right. Just letting you know, even though Yu is in Shangyu City now, you won't benefit from it because he's about to die." "Get lost, troll," someone angrily retorted. From that point on, the discussion completely derailed. The thread turned into a battlefield between professionals from Shangyu City and Jianshui City. Someone even created a poll to guess whether you could clear the nightmare level ancestral hall abyss, and thousands participated almost instantly. Statistics showed 92 of professionals believed Yu would die in the ancestral hall abyss. 7 thought he would survive, and only 1 believed he could clear the nightmare level abyss. While the debate raged online, Zhang and Chai Fong were passed out drunk somewhere. Suddenly, a message appeared like a bolt from the blue. "Notice! Congratulations to the Summoner Squad for breaking the historical clearance time for the Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss. Clearance time, 8 hours 44 minutes 21 seconds. Captain, Zheng Yu Summoner. Members, Tao Qian Monk, Kuing Assassin, Wenren Yu Assassin, Chai Yin Ranger. Other team members receive rewards. 100,000 experience points, 1 historical record gift package for the Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss, and the title of historical record holder for the Nightmare Level Ancestral Hall Abyss." This notice was only visible to professionals in Shangyu City. When they saw the Jianshui City professionals still ranting online, they all shared knowing smiles. "A minute ago, I didn't know who Zheng Yu was. A minute later, Zheng Yu is my new hero," a Shangyu City professional half-joked. In the still-open betting thread, the percentage of those who believed you could clear the abyss skyrocketed from 1 to 15 within minutes. If the thread hadn't been closed in time, even more people would have jumped on the bandwagon. Meanwhile, the once unconscious Zhang and Chai Fong seemed to be suddenly sobered up by a cold splash of water. They stared in shock at the notification in front of them. Chai Fong rubbed his temples, hardly believing it. "How many days have we been out?" Zhang snapped. "Professionals can't get drunk. You can sober up whenever you want." "Face it, Zheng Yu cleared it." "Not only did he clear it, but he also broke the record." Chai Fong frowned. "This isn't just about breaking the record, is it? 8 hours? Isn't that a bit too unbelievable?" Zhang grinned with pride. "He probably found another way to clear the ancestral hall abyss. One faster than mine." Despite his own record being broken, Zhang seemed delighted. He proudly asked Chai Fong, "How's my judgment?" This time, Chai Fong didn't argue. He nodded in agreement. "You've definitely found a gem. Clearing a level 1 nightmare abyss. Then a level 2, only the top talents in the central district could do that. Who knew a Jianshui City orphan could reach such heights?" Zhang's smile grew even wider. "I really want to see Zhou Yun's face right now. It must be priceless." Clearing a level 1 nightmare abyss might not have made him regret losing Zheng Yu. But now, no way he can stay calm. Thinking about how Zheng Yu was a genius he had snatched from Jianshui City, Zhang couldn't stop grinning. In his eyes, as long as Zhou Yun was upset, he was the happiest man alive. In the nightmare level temple abyss, female ghosts spread their resentment freely, tearing the souls of villagers to shreds. The ghost in red, her face covered with a red veil, explained to Zheng Yu, "The pain of having one's soul torn apart is indescribable, far more excruciating than any physical agony." Her voice was cold and calm, standing in stark contrast to the surrounding wails. Zheng Yu stared at the red-clad ghost, a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. How did she know this was the abyss? This was nothing like what the textbooks described. Before he could ask, the ghost in red spoke again. "I know what you want to ask. I can only tell you that I know more than you think. Part of it comes from the Yin God, and part of it from the unique nature of ghostly beings." "From the Yin God?" Zheng Yu pondered her words as the villagers' cries gradually faded. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "You have cleared stage 2 of the Temple Abyss Nightmare level. Rewards: Temple Abyss Nightmare Chest, 100,000 EXP for your profession." Zheng Yu felt a surge of joy. 100,000 experience points were enough for him to level up, a precious gain for anyone above level 15. Temple Abyss Nightmare level has ended. You will exit the dungeon in 5 minutes, the system continued. Turning to the red-clad ghost, Zheng Yu sensed that she controlled all the Yin energy in Shangyu village and was the true wielder of the Yin God's curse. "I have to go," he said, realizing he might not be a match for her. The ghost in red stared at Zheng Yu for a moment before saying, "Next time you come, remember to bring the village chief's coffin as well. For coffins are needed to force the ancestors' true form out. Also, kill the yellow weasel with green eyes. Keep the fire in the copper basin burning." With those words, she released a wave of Yin energy, reassembling the shattered red sedan chair on the ground. 4 yellow weasels emerged from the earth, lifting the chair before her. The green-eyed weasel opened the door, and the ghost in red gracefully stepped inside, her oppressive aura vanishing instantly. Zheng Yu realized then that the red sedan chair was a disguise the ghost used to mask the Yin God's aura. "When will you return?" came the voice from within the sedan chair. "Will you go easy on us?" Zheng Yu asked. "No. Then in 3 days." "All right, I'll be waiting." Her words, "I'll be waiting," gave Zheng Yu pause. Nearby, when Ren Yu immediately quipped to Ku Ying, "Remember your competition." Ku Ying rolled her eyes, helpless against her friend's teasing. Tao Qian curiously remarked, "But she's a ghost, you know." When Ren Yu shrugged, "So what? Maybe Zheng Yu has unique tastes." Zheng Yu cut him off irritably. "Keep it up, and I'll leave you here with the ghost." When Ren Yu quickly fell silent. Checking the time, Zheng Yu said, "Let's go. We'll be back in 3 days." The others responded in agreement. As minor players, they had no choice but to follow Zheng Yu's lead. They cherished each opportunity to enter the abyss, knowing that as Zheng Yu's level increased, the gap between them widened. Zheng Yu was now at level 15, while they had just reached level 11. Once Zheng Yu entered stage 3 of the abyss, they would hardly have the chance to team up with him again, because the difference in level is too great. If someone asked Tao Qian when his peak moment in life was, he would answer without hesitation, right now. Zheng Yu's reason for re-entering the temple abyss was simple, a hidden quest. The 3 things mentioned by the red-clad, ghost-greenied yellow weasel, for coffins, and the copper basin flames were undoubtedly key clues. These specially emphasized elements were worth the risk of another exploration. In the main hall of the temple abyss, Zhao Ning, as usual, came here after breakfast to wait for prey. Last night he thought he had found business, but it turned out to be just a group of kids who mysteriously reached level 10. After waiting for nearly 6 months, encountering a team-leading summoner was truly unbelievable. As he pushed open the door, Zhao Ning momentarily thought he had come to the wrong place. The sight before him left him astonished. The temple abyss was unusually crowded. Despite it being the awakening season, so many people reaching level 10 so quickly was perplexing. Used to the hall's usual desolate atmosphere, Zhao Ning found the sudden influx of people hard to adapt to. A familiar staff member saw Zhao Ning and asked directly, "You don't know?" "Know what?" Zhao Ning looked puzzled. "Didn't you receive the notice from Shangyu City?" Zhao Ning shook his head. "I turned off notifications. They're too annoying. Someone has cleared the nightmare level abyss." "The temple?" "Yeah." Zhao Ning frowned. "But that shouldn't attract so many people, right? Ever since Mayor Zhang Zhan released the strategy guide, haven't several teams already cleared it?" The staff interrupted him, asking, "But did they break the record?" Zhao Ning quickly turned to the large screen in the center of the hall, which displayed the temple's historical records projected by the sanctuary. He was shocked to find that the record holder for the nightmare level abyss had changed from Zhang Zhan to Zheng Yu. The screen clearly showed Temple Abyss Nightmare Level Clearance Record. 8 hours, 44 minutes, 21 seconds. Team members: Tao Qian Monk, Ku Ying Assassin, Wen Ren Yu Assassin, Chai Yin Ranger. Zhao Ning rubbed his eyes in disbelief. 8 hours? He confirmed again. The staff member laughed. "Stop rubbing. You saw it right. It's 8 hours. You must never check the forums. They're blowing up right now. So, do you understand why they're all gathered here now? Some are here for the spectacle. Some are media and reporters. Most of them are professionals and companies wanting to meet Zheng Yu and befriend him. You wouldn't believe it. Even Mayor Zhang Zhan and Minister Chai Fong arrived early." The staff member marveled. "It's really enviable. So young, yet so influential that even the mayor and the Minister of Resources came to greet him. The future is limitless for him. If only I had known him, it would be great. He's destined to be someone at the mayoral level. Damn, I should have talked to him more yesterday." Listening to this, Zhao Ning's face was full of disbelief. It was them, a summoner, a monk, and 2 assassins. Such an improbable team composition, he couldn't forget it. He never expected that the summoner he had outright rejected would turn out to be so important. The staff member continued to regret not chatting more with Zheng Yu. Meanwhile, Zhao Ning felt he had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. There had been a team capable of clearing the nightmare level abyss, and all they needed was someone who could grill kidneys. Not only did he miss it, but he might have also mocked them. Damn. Zhao Ning now felt like he had guessed the winning lottery numbers but never bought the ticket, only writing them down. This feeling was utterly frustrating. In the mayor's office of Jiangshui City, a heavy silence hung in the air. Mayor Zhou Yun sat behind his desk, staring blankly at the surface, while the surrounding officials held their breaths, not daring to make a sound. The atmosphere was tense, as if it could explode at any moment. The news just delivered by the secretary shattered the office's tranquility like a sledgehammer. Zheng Yu had once again conquered the nightmare level abyss and broken the long-standing record held by Zhang Zhan for 7 or 8 years. This should have been a cause for celebration, but unfortunately, Zheng Yu was no longer part of Jiangshui City. Zhou Yun lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. Why are you all looking at me? It's just a minor issue, he said, feigning calmness as if it didn't matter at all. But he knew deep down that the situation was beyond repair. What could a stage 2 professional possibly stir up? Hardly worth mentioning. However, this minor issue, in Zhou Yun's eyes, sparked a huge uproar on the forum. Initially, the professionals of Jiangshui City were unaware and continued to mock and vent freely. Some supported Zhou Yun's decision, believing that giving resources to Li Feng was wise, even dreaming of aligning with the Li family faction in the future. But these comments were quickly proven wrong by harsh reality. When the news spread, the professionals of Jiangshui City were stunned. They had harbored resentment towards Zheng Yu, but now had to face a brutal fact. Zheng Yu had cleared the nightmare-level abyss again in just 4 days, breaking records with astonishing results. This was not no potential. It was a meteoric rise. Posts criticizing Zhou Yun began appearing on the forum. Some analyzed the difference between helping in times of need and adding to the icing on the cake, pointing out that nurturing a genius like Zheng Yu was the truly wise choice. These posts quickly gained popularity, sparking more discussions. Professionals in Jiangshui City started to rationally analyze Zheng Yu's potential, listing the achievements of those who had cleared the nightmare-level abyss at Stage 1 and Stage 2 in history. Despite being a summoner, Zheng Yu's 2 remarkable performances had already proven his strength. Meanwhile, professionals in Shangyu City watched the spectacle with amusement. They complacently enjoyed the glory brought by Zheng Yu, mockingly saying, "Keep analyzing. After all, it was us in Shangyu City who helped in times of need, not you. Didn't you say Zheng Yu was worthless before? Why are you analyzing his future now?" Faced with such ridicule, the professionals of Jiangshui City were speechless. They had to admit that Zheng Yu's achievements were the best proof. Gradually, they turned their criticism toward Zhou Yun, blaming his poor decision-making. However, these voices of criticism quickly vanished from the forum. Although Zhou Yun outwardly appeared indifferent, he secretly had the administrators delete all posts unfavorable to him. Someone angrily posted, "My post just disappeared. Who's panicking?" I'm not saying. All of this silently told the story of a genius who should have belonged to Jiangshui City, but was lost in vain. "Zhou Yun, you idiot! Whoever deleted my post, your whole family should die." The forum exploded instantly, like a pot of boiling porridge. First and second-tier professionals from Shangyu City and Jiangshui City swarmed in, eager to voice their opinions. Zhang Zhan sat in his office, eyes glued to the computer screen. A broad smile spread across his face. "Ha ha ha! These kids are really creative with their posts." He couldn't help but laugh out loud. That insult to Zhou Yun is something else. I gotta give it a thumbs up. Just as Zhang Zhan was about to like the post, it vanished. He frowned, muttering in annoyance. Who deleted the post? I hadn't even liked it yet. Zhou Yun, you coward, can't handle a bit of criticism and have to delete posts? Pathetic. Kai Fong stood nearby, watching Zhang Zhan, the mayor, sitting so casually in his chair and browsing the forum without any regard for his image. He couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. In fact, this was Zhang Zhan in a more restrained state. In his younger days, Zhang Zhan was known as the madman of Shangyu City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been the first professional to clear the Temple Abyss. Back then, the Temple Abyss was a forbidden place in Shangyu City, haunted by a ghost in red, and no one dared to venture in. Suddenly, a low humming sound came from the far end of the Temple Abyss Hall. Kai Fong immediately alerted him. "Stop browsing the forum. Zheng Yu and the others are out." "They're out?" Zhang Zhan quickly stood up, excitement in his voice. "Let's go welcome our future stars." Tao Qian was the first to emerge. Seeing the dense crowd ahead, he couldn't help but marvel. Being famous feels amazing. When Ren Qingyu rolled her eyes and burst his bubble without hesitation. "You're not famous at all. They're here for Zheng Yu." Kuing quickly tried to smooth things over. "Don't be so blunt. We can enjoy a few seconds of fame before Zheng Yu comes out." Next, Kaiyan walked out. Someone in the crowd recognized her and shouted excitedly, "Yun? It's me, Yun." Kaiyan looked over and saw an old classmate. The classmate exclaimed in surprise, "I was just wondering whose familiar name was in the record-breaking team, and it turned out to be you." Kaiyan glanced up at the temple records and indeed saw her name listed prominently. A sense of pride welled up inside her. Previously, those names were always occupied by Zhang Zhan and her cousin Kai Fong, and she never thought her name would one day be up there. It felt surreal. Her classmate kept expressing admiration, but with eyes filled with envy. "I'm so jealous of you, clearing the nightmare abyss and breaking the record. When you suddenly disappeared that day, I thought you would never become a professional. But look at you now, making such a big splash. It's really enviable." The envy in her classmate's eyes almost seemed to burn, but it only made Kai Yun happier. She didn't feel inferior because others thought she succeeded by clinging to powerful connections. To her, being able to leverage such connections was a skill in itself. "Thank you, cousin," Kai Yun said sincerely in her heart. For the first time, she realized how great it felt to have privileges. She knew that Zheng Yu didn't lack support, and the only reason she was in the team was because of her cousin, who was the Minister of Resources in Shanyu City. Kai Yan decided to send a gift to Kai Fong to show her gratitude, and it had to be something valuable. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Kai Fong. At this moment, Kai Fong and Zhang Zhan were anxiously waiting for Zheng Yu to appear. Kai Fong's phone suddenly buzzed. He glanced at it and saw a message from Kai Yun. Bro, thank you so much. You really helped me out this time. I've asked Mom to send you some resources, all valuable stuff. Enough to get you a death sentence, ha! Kai Fong read the message, puzzled. What kind of craziness is she up to now? Zhang Zhan also saw the message and laughed. She's probably just trying to say she's really grateful. A death sentence. That must be some valuable stuff. Kai Fong was at a loss for words and could only shake his head helplessly. Zheng Yu was the last one to be teleported out of the abyss beneath the ancestral hall. As soon as his feet touched the ground, a crowd surged forward, surrounding him. Hello, Zheng Yu. I'm the general manager of Angel Pharmaceuticals. We'd like to invite you to be our company's representative professional, said a middle-aged man in a suit, speaking first. Hey, legend. Recognize me? Can you take me through the abyss next time? I'll pay, a young man shouted excitedly. Hello, I'm from the Shanyu City Equipment Recycling Company. Hi, Zheng Yu. Do you need a girlfriend? A young woman squeezed to the front, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Where do you think you're going, you hussy? Can't you see Zheng Yu is surrounded by 3 beauties? Do you think you stand a chance? Another voice interjected angrily. Would you mind if I became your 4th wife? Yet another woman chimed in. Zheng Yu, could you sell me the guide to clearing the ancestral hall abyss? I'm willing to pay a high price for exclusive rights. A man with gold-rimmed glasses pushed his way forward. Monopoly dog, get out of Jojo, someone from the crowd immediately cursed. Faced with this sudden onslaught, Zheng Yu was momentarily at a loss. He recalled celebrities from his past life who were mobbed by fans, thinking this must be what it felt like. Just as he was pondering how to deal with these people and slip away from the abyss, a loud voice boomed from the loudspeaker. Hello everyone, this is Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shanyu City. The voice instantly quieted the crowd. I have some matters to discuss with Zheng Yu. Can you all let me have him for a moment? Though Zhang Zhan's tone was polite, no one dared refuse. After all, Zhang Zhan was not only the mayor, but also the strongest professional in Shanyu City. In this world, the law of the strong prevailed. Moments later, Zheng Yu found himself sitting in a lavish lounge. He looked around at the exquisite decor and the expensive tea set on the table, unable to help but marvel. I didn't expect there to be such a high-end lounge in the Abyss Hall. Zhang Zhan skillfully sat at the tea table and began brewing tea. I've only been here twice myself. He handed a steaming cup of tea to Zheng Yu. Once as now as the mayor, to discuss your future. The other time was 8 years ago when I sat where you are now, talking to the former mayor about my future. Taking the tea, Zheng Yu smiled. So, I have your approvals? Zhang Zhan nodded straightforwardly yes. Bringing you to Shanyu City was a gamble. I'm not going to give you any sugar-coated words. I don't get along with Zhou Yun, so the stronger you are, the unhappier he is and the happier I am. But your strength has exceeded my expectations, so I have to talk to you as the mayor. Zheng Yu nodded thoughtfully. Factions? Zhang Zhan wasn't surprised by Zheng Yu's insight, as Chai Fong had already briefed him on faction matters. Yes, given your current strength, reaching level 40 is just a matter of time unless something unexpected happens. The faction I'm in, along with Chai Fong, is led by Lu Nanyan with Zhuge Wuhan as the vice leader. There are 2 ways to join a faction. The first is to reach level 40 and showcase your strength, and factions will invite you. Or you can reach out to a faction yourself, like Zhou Yun did with the Li family faction. The second way is through nurturing, which is what we're offering you. So, I get the faction's resources? Zheng Yu asked. Not just resources. Zhang Zhan's expression turned serious. Do you know how to clear a 3-stage abyss? Zheng Yu shook his head. This was an area he knew little about. School textbooks didn't cover 3-stage matters, as even reaching level 20 was rare. Before gaining the Hextech Empowerment Rune talent, he hadn't imagined he'd touch this field so soon. The 3-stage abyss isn't permanently open. It opens by reservation, Zhang Zhan explained. Reservation? Yes. Zhang Zhan looked Zheng Yu in the eye. Let's be straightforward. Abysses are considered resources by factions. When they open and who enters first are decided by the factions. Zheng Yu frowned slightly. I had a feeling it would be like this. He had always anticipated that in a world where the strong ruled, a strong individual could monopolize resources, let alone a faction of strong individuals. So that's how it is, he paused, then asked. Does that mean my teammates also have to be faction members? Zhang Zhan nodded but quickly added, you don't need to worry about your current teammates. Whether it's Tao Qian or Wenren Qingyu, their resources will far exceed those of ordinary professionals after clearing a few abyss dungeons. I know that, Zheng Yu nodded. I just want to ask if the faction can arrange solo abyss runs for me. Zhang Zhan frowned. No team? Yes. Three-stage abyss. Zhang Zhan started to say something, but Zheng Yu interrupted. I've heard that line so many times I'm sick of it. I know the difficulty of a three-stage abyss, just like I knew the difficulty of a two-stage, nightmare-level ancestral hall abyss. Zheng Yu said impatiently. I agree to join the faction, but I have one request. Prioritize arranging abyss runs for me. Don't assign me teammates. Of course, if the faction needs me to guide someone's son or daughter through the abyss, I can do it for the sake of money and priority. Zhang Zhan smiled slightly. So confident? Zheng Yu shook his head. Not confidence, but time is running short. Time? In the sanctuary, you can check the reservation status of professionals above level 40. Zheng Yu explained. I saw Zhou Yun has reserved a 5-stage abyss 6 months from now. Zhang Zhan was stunned, his expression showing surprise. You don't mean to? Before Zhang Zhan could finish, Zheng Yu continued. I won't forget the unpleasantness in Jianshui City just because you helped me get resources. Up to now, he hasn't even apologized. What if he does apologize? Zhang Zhan asked. Zheng Yu's expression turned cold. Whether he apologizes is a matter of his character. Whether I accept it and forgive him is a matter of my character. A cold smile appeared on his lips. Unfortunately, my character isn't that good. Watching Zheng Yu leave, a complex emotion flashed in Zhang Zhan's eyes. The confidence and sharpness in that young man reminded him of his younger self. He sighed and turned to Chai Fong, saying, We're only 30, yet we already feel so worn out, afraid to take risks. Chai Fong lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and replied with a smile, It's mainly because we have more responsibilities now. Zheng Yu hasn't reached stage 5 yet. He has no idea what professionals will face. When you told him that factions monopolize the abyss, his displeased expression was just like Captain Zhuge Wuhan's back then. Zhang Zhan stood up and opened the window to disperse the smoke. Looking outside, he said with a smile, 7 or 8 years have passed, and Zhuge Wuhan ended up just like us. Everyone has their youth. Young professionals think the abyss is just a way to level up, gain power, and achieve social status. They don't consider why the government gives professionals such high status or why it allows factions to monopolize the abyss beyond stage 3. But it's good that Zheng Yu remains confident for now. It's beneficial at this stage. Zhang Zhan's gaze fell on the hall outside the ancestral abyss. He saw Zheng Yu leaving with Tao Qian and others, laughing and chatting, followed by a group of young professionals. He remarked, I used to be that popular in Shangyu City. Chai Fong bluntly countered, but didn't you get beaten up badly during the Central District trainings? Zhang Zhan snorted, ignoring Chai Fong's teasing, and continued, I wonder how the two who went to the Central District training this year are doing now. Chai Fong exhaled a puff of smoke and replied, They've been gone for over 6 months and haven't returned yet, so they probably passed the assessment. Instead of worrying about the young ones, you should think about yourself. Zhou Yun has already booked the abyss for 6 months from now. Are you planning to stay stuck at level 45? The mention of leveling up gave Zhang a headache. There's no choice. The 2 recently opened stage 5 abyss zone is 5-star difficulty, which I'm not qualified for. The other is 2-star difficulty, and it's already full. Oh. There's also a 6-star abyss missing a main DPS. Should I go? Chai Fong rolled his eyes. You're not even qualified for a 5-star abyss as a team member, and you want to be the main DPS in a 6-star abyss? Zhang Zhan suddenly remembered what Zheng Yu had said earlier. Do you think, at Zheng Yu's current leveling speed, if we give him another 6 months, he could carry me through a 6-star, maybe even a 7-star abyss? Chai Fong was speechless. Are you serious? You're the strongest professional in Shangyu City in the past decade. And you're waiting for a kid a whole generation younger to carry you through the abyss? Where's your pride? Zhang Zhan shrugged. What does it matter? If Zheng Yu can keep up this leveling speed and doesn't hit a bottleneck, it's possible. Professionalism isn't about seniority. Who says older means stronger? Zhuge Wuhan is 2 years younger than us, and he's a deputy leader now. You never know, right? Chai Fong laughed. That you never know has a pretty slim chance. But it's something to look forward to. When Zheng Yu returned to the villa, it was already noon. In appreciation, Chai Yun had hired a professional chef team to host a celebration banquet at the villa. She even learned how to grill kidneys from the chef. Though she knew her chances of tagging along with Zheng Yu to the abyss were dwindling, she felt it necessary to show her gratitude. Whether they could clear another nightmare-level abyss depended on Zheng Yu's mood and willingness to take her. After a hearty meal, facing Chai Yun's hopeful expression, Zheng Yu straightforwardly said, During stage 2, I won't be changing teammates. And when wrenching, you should prepare for the next round of supplies. By the way, the price for the next round has increased to 5 million. No problem. Chai Yun readily agreed. She had no objections to Zheng Yu's price hike and quickly complied. Well, 5 million is just the normal market price, and it's still hard to find someone who can help you clear the abyss with soy sauce. Kai Yun, when Ren Qingyu and Kuing took on the responsibility of procuring supplies. They meticulously selected the necessary equipment and provisions as they moved from store to store. Meanwhile, Tao Qian was busy handling various procedures for Zhengyu. Although the process of collecting supplies was cumbersome, it didn't require Zhengyu to be there in person, which was a relief for Tao Qian. Zhengyu stayed behind at the villa, carefully counting his gains from this round. Two sets of rewards lay before him: the Nightmare level clearance reward and the historical record reward. Each included an Abyss Shrine chest and 100,000 practitioner experience points. The 200,000 experience points alone were enough to excite Jingyu. He recalled Tao Qian mentioning that their total clearance experience reward was only 40,000, highlighting just how extraordinary his haul was this time. Zhengyu eagerly claimed all the experience points. System notifications flashed continuously. Experience gained, 100,000. Experience gained, 100,000. With the surge in experience points, Zhengyu's level skyrocketed from 15 to 17. He watched the changes on his status panel with delight. Level: LV 17-9-100-012-3400. Health: 12670-712-670-7-2140. Mana: 930-40. Intelligence: 527-42. Strength: 141-7. Agility: 33-2. Remaining free attribute points: 28. The significant increase in his base health was particularly noteworthy, and Zhengyu realized the importance of leveling up. He was now just 3 levels away from 20, a critical milestone that would allow him to tackle both Stage 2 and Stage 3 of the Abyss. Zhengyu remembered Zhang Zhan's experience challenging the Nightmare level shrine at level 20 and had already formed a plan in his mind. He decided to re-enter the Shrine Abyss to complete the special task hinted at by the red-clothed ghost. After that, he would choose between the Bloodstained Film Studio and the Dark Abyss for his next challenge. Although he wasn't fixated on breaking all records, the unique nature of the red-clothed ghost and the online rumors about hidden quest rewards made him lean towards exploring the Shrine Abyss again. With his newly upgraded status, Zhengyu turned his attention to the 2 chests, 1 Stage 2 Nightmare level chest and 1 Stage 2 Nightmare level historical record package. Both were the top-tier chests for Stage 2, and Zhengyu rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Taking a deep breath, Zhengyu reached out and opened the chests. The moment Zhengyu opened the treasure chest, his system interface was flooded with radiant light. Ding! The system notification sounded. You have opened the Ancestral Hall Abyss Nightmare level clearance chest. Holding his breath, Zhengyu stared intently at the screen. System messages flashed one after another. Congratulations! You have obtained the Defensive Boots Ancient Boots LV 20 Diamond Grade. Congratulations! You have received Enhancement Stones 25, Forging Stones 25, Soul Pearl Materials 50, Health Potion 10,000 HP 10. A slew of materials scrolled past, but Zhengyu's attention was completely captivated by the Diamond Grade boots. He quickly opened the Sanctuary shop to check the price information. Level 20 Diamond Grade equipment, only 3 transactions in decades, with the highest price being 65 million and the lowest at 41 million. 50 million level equipment. Zhengyu took a deep breath and couldn't help but mutter, rich people really don't treat money as money. He soon realized the reason for such a premium. Second stage diamond grade equipment is extremely rare, and those who obtain it usually don't sell. Professionals capable of clearing Nightmare level Abyss are often recruited by factions, and even if they don't need the equipment, they sell it to factions for privileges. Zhengyu carefully examined the boots' attributes. Armor: Ancient Boots. Required level: 20. Requirements: none. Grade: Diamond. Attributes: Agility 100, Health 7,000, Movement Speed 20. Equipment effect: when wearing this equipment, you are protected by the Yinshin, allowing you to actively enter a ghost state, reducing damage by 30 for 30 seconds. When worn by summoners, it can designate a summoned creature or the wearer to enter the ghost state. Forging: 0. Enhancement: 0. Refinement: 0. Runes: no runes embedded. Great stuff, Zhengyu marveled. The health bonus alone surpassed the entire 3-piece human skin spider set, and the 100 agility points and 20 movement speed were just icing on the cake. The most critical feature was the 30 damage reduction, which alone was worth millions. He calculated that unless he came across Radiant grade equipment, these boots would be useful up to level 40. He just needed a few more levels to wear them. Zhengyu continued to open the historical record pack. The system notification sounded again. You have opened the historical record pack Ancestral Hall Abyss Nightmare level. Detecting that your profession is summoner, the prize pool is locked to summoner equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained the Summoned Beast equipment Soul Reaping Swona LV 20 Diamond Grade. Congratulations! You have received Enhancement Stones 25, Forging Stones 25, Soul Pearl Materials 50, Health Potion 10,000 HP 10. Swona. Zheng Yu was stunned, thinking of the mournful music from ghost weddings. He was thrilled to discover that this was a rare piece of summoned beast equipment, even harder to obtain than professional equipment. Summoned beast equipment. Soul Reaping Swana. Required level 20. Grade Diamond. Attributes: Health 19,000, Attack Power 1,280. Equipment effect: Sound effect skills are enhanced by 100, and when skills are released, there is a chance to play mournful music, reducing the enemy's defense by 15. Amazing! Zheng Yu was ecstatic. This equipment was perfect for his giant winged spirit butterfly. Because only the giant winged spirit butterfly's butterfly song skill is an audio effect skill. Zheng Yu's eyes sparkled with excitement as he carefully examined the equipment's attributes. A 100 increase in effect meant doubling the original speed, which was undoubtedly a qualitative leap. Even more thrilling was the fact that it could reduce defense by 15. No wonder it's diamond-grade equipment, Zheng Yu muttered to himself, nodding in satisfaction. At that moment, Zheng Yu suddenly remembered that he still had 2 Hextech rewards to claim. His heart raced. This was the real key to significantly enhancing his strength. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Yu began to claim the Hextech runes. With a low hum, the 7th and 8th Hextech enhancement runes appeared before Zheng Yu. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have obtained the 7th rune, Silvergrade Rune Arcane Comet Eye. Congratulations! You have obtained the 8th rune, Silvergrade Rune Heart of the Dragon Sage. Zheng Yu carefully read the rune descriptions. The Arcane Comet allowed summoned beasts to instantly recover 10 of their energy upon a kill, while the Heart of the Dragon Sage granted the team an additional Dragon Sage and awarded a Dragon Sage crest. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up instantly, his excitement palpable. Just what I needed, he couldn't help but cheer softly. These 2 Silvergrade Hextech enhancement runes perfectly addressed his most pressing needs. The Arcane Comet effectively solved the problem of his twin Demon Fire Drake's excessive energy consumption. Zheng Yu could already picture the twin Demon Fire Drakes continuously killing enemies on the battlefield, constantly replenishing their energy. If operated skillfully, the twin Demon Fire Drakes could really achieve sustained output, he thought excitedly. The Heart of the Dragon Sage rune provided Zheng Yu with a powerful main carry. He quickly recalled the effects of the Dragon Sage synergy. 2,468 Dragon Sages could use the Dragon Sage Blessing item to choose a summoned beast to become a hero, gaining comprehensive attribute boosts. Zheng Yu began to ponder which summoned beast should become the hero. Just then, Zheng Yu's phone rang. It was a call from Chai Fong. Your friend Tao Qian has already handled all the paperwork for you, Chai Fong said quickly. The provincial rewards should arrive tomorrow, including both Phase 1 and Phase 2 rewards. Also, Zhuge Wuhan, our faction's deputy leader, has agreed to your previous request and found you 2 top-tier summoned beast skill books. One is level 15, and the other is level 20, so you don't have to buy them from the temple store. I've sent them to you via the temple mail. No sooner had he finished speaking than Chai Fong hung up hastily. Almost simultaneously, Zheng Yu received a system notification. Ding! You have unclaimed temple mail. Please remember to check it. Zheng Yu quickly opened his mailbox and saw the 2 summoned beast skill books. His heart filled with curiosity and anticipation as he imagined what these so-called top-tier summoned beasts would be like. With this anticipation, Zheng Yu began to examine the contents of the skill books. Zheng Yu opened his email and was immediately greeted by the sight of 2 hefty skill books for summoned beasts. He carefully held them in his hands, feeling the cool texture of the covers. In the email, Chai Fong thoughtfully explained that these books were for a level 15 third-tier talent and a level 24 tier talent for summoned beasts. He added that due to a shortage of summoners in their faction, most members didn't fully understand the importance of talent tiers. This is the highest tier of summoned beast talents we could find, Chai Fong wrote. Check if these types suit your needs. If you're not satisfied, the deputy leader said we can look for others. Zheng Yu felt a warmth in his heart, appreciating the faction's sincerity. Neither Chai Fong nor the deputy leader were summoners, yet they went to such lengths, far surpassing what Zhou Yun from Jianshui City had done. He recalled searching for a level 15 summoned beast skill book in the temple, where the best he found was a second-tier talent skeleton soldier priced at a staggering 1 million. But the third-tier talent minotaur in front of him was undoubtedly superior. Eagerly, Zheng Yu opened the level 15 skill book and discovered it was for an orc-type summoned Beasta Minotaur. His eyes lit up. Minotaurs, perfect for warfare, were tough and strong, excellent in both offense and defense, making them all-round warriors. As for the talent, he wasn't worried since the demon contract could upgrade it. This was the summoned beast Zheng Yu had always dreamed of. If the Goblin General was known for combat experience and commanding presence, the Minotaur was a sheer powerhouse. Even better, it perfectly complemented the Dragon Lord's synergy effects, all percentage-based, amplifying higher stats even more. Zheng Yu immediately began the familiar summoning ritual. He carefully drew the contract formation, then used the skill book to sign the Minotaur as his fourth summoned beast. A deafening bellow echoed from the contract formation. A towering Minotaur stepped out, wielding a giant axe taller than Zheng Yu. Its presence was so overwhelming that Zheng Yu found it momentarily hard to breathe. The Minotaur's snort sounded like an engine roaring. Upon seeing Zheng Yu, it respectfully bowed and said in a deep, resonant voice, "Master." Then it fell silent, exuding an aura of honesty and reliability. This was Zheng Yu's second talking summoned beast. The only other one was the Goblin General. The twin demon fire Jiao never spoke, whether it was unable or unwilling. The giant winged spirit butterfly was chatty and friendly, but only produced incomprehensible ethereal chimes. Zheng Yu didn't even check the Minotaur's attributes and skills. He directly started the talent evolution. With the continuous leveling up, the rewards from the unexpected fortune were all in. 1,400 points at level 14, 1,500 points at level 15, and 1,600 points at level 16. He had wondered if drawing the unexpected fortune later would grant 7,000 points at level 70. But then he realized that the health increase from leveling up at 70 far exceeded that amount. Moreover, upgrading from 5th to 6th tier required 5 to 6,000 talent points, making the points from unexpected fortune insufficient at level 70. Besides, the effect of unexpected fortune was immediate, leaving no option to save it. With the boost from unexpected fortune, Zheng Yu unhesitatingly began the upgrades. First, he spent 250 talent points to evolve the Minotaur to a 4th tier talent. Summon Beast Minotaur 3 Retired Talent Evolution, Summon Beast Elite Minotaur 4th tier. But that wasn't enough. He invested another 600 talent points. Summon Beast Minotaur 4th tier Talent Evolution, Summon Beast War Minotaur 5th tier. Zheng Yu glanced at the requirements. Evolving the War Minotaur to the 6th tier needed 4,000 talent points, 1,000 more than the Goblin General, and 1,000 less than the Twin Demon Fire Jiao. At this point, he had 3,650 points left from unexpected fortune, plus some remaining talent points from before. Zheng Yu quickly did the math and decided to allocate all 28 attribute points he earned from the upgrade to his health. He realized that by sacrificing 3,500 health points, he could gather the 4,000 talent points he needed. Although this would reduce his base health to nearly 5,000, the health bonuses from his equipment made this trade-off acceptable. Let's do it! Zheng Yu made up his mind and immediately began the process. First, he spent 4,000 talent points to evolve his War Bull from a 5th tier talent to a 6th tier Primal Bloodline War Bull. This was Zheng Yu's first 6th tier summoned beast. Next, he added the Dragon Sovereign emblem to the War Bull and also attached the Steward emblem, which he had removed from his double Demon Fire Dragon. The Steward emblem increased health, making it perfect for the War Bull. Notably, summoned beasts could wear multiple bond emblems, allowing the War Bull to benefit from 2 powerful bond bonuses simultaneously. With a muffled roar, a massive, muscular War Bull emerged from the summoning circle. Compared to a 3 Retire Minotaur, this Primal Bloodline War Bull exuded a more imposing presence, brimming with a bloody and murderous aura. Red patterns appeared on its skin, signifying its primal bloodline. Zheng Yu carefully checked the War Bull's attributes. Summon Beast Primal Bloodline War Bull. Level 17 increases with the summoner's level. Health 60,500. Attack power 6,324. 527 Summoner Intelligence 8 Coefficient 50 Dragon Sovereign Boost. Talent 6th tier 20,000 points needed for next upgrade. Skill I War Stomp LV17. Skill 2 Bull Rush LV17. Skill 3 War Cry LV17. Skill 4 Primal Bloodline LV17. Summon Beast Equipment. None. Seeing these stats, only one word came to Zheng Yu's mind. Unstoppable. He couldn't help but wonder if the War Bull could stand a chance against the red-clad ghost. With 60,000 health, 6,000 attack power, and the sustain from its control, damage output, and primal bloodline, it just might be possible. After acquiring new equipment, contracting his 4th summoned beast, and upgrading the Minotaur to 6th tier, Zheng Yu finally had time to write a guide on the Temple Abyss. People on the forum had been eagerly waiting, curious about how Zheng Yu had cleared it and whether his 8-hour completion time was genuine. Around 1 a.m., Zheng Yu posted the guide. Classic Abyss in Shangyu City. Stage 2 Temple Abyss, Nightmare Level Strategy Guide. Price, 300 gold coins. As soon as the post went live, it shot to the top of Shangyu City's trending topics. The comment section quickly buzzed with excitement. Wow, there's actually a way to clear it like this? Never heard of it. Genius. An absolute genius. Why didn't I think of looking at Shangyu Village's events from a different perspective? So the so-called fake ancestor was just a deceptive condition. I see. Most notably, the comment came from Zhang Zhan, the mayor of Shangyu City and the previous record holder. His appearance added significant credibility to Zheng Yu's guide. In no time, Zheng Yu's guide became a hot commodity on the forum, a must-have resource that players scrambled to purchase. Zheng Yu's strategy guide quickly became the hottest topic on the forum, with hundreds of analysis posts springing up overnight. The forum was buzzing with activity as users eagerly shared their opinions. A rational analysis of Zheng Yu's abilities sparked widespread discussion, debating whether summoners could rise from their slump because of him. Another hot topic followed. Was Zheng Yu a powerful summoner, or did he simply understand how to conquer nightmare-level abysses better than others? These two threads became the second and third most popular discussions. At the core of the debate was a single question. Are summoners truly strong? Some believed that Zheng Yu's abilities were top-notch, but not on par with the SS grade talents in the Central District. They argued that his success in clearing nightmare-level abysses twice was mainly due to his intelligence. Many were thrilled after reading his guide to the Shrine Abyss, as Zheng Yu had pieced together the story from seemingly insignificant clues. Even more astonishing was Zheng Yu's bold move to overturn Zhang Zhan's strategy. Many admitted that they would have followed Mayor Zhang Zhan's guide step by step without daring to deviate. One user pointed out that the courage to try alternative strategies was itself a sign of strength. Without real skill, who would dare? One user agreed. Another user analyzed the guide in detail. Zheng Yu mentioned that the key item is the village chief's pipe, and you have to kill the ghostly village chief. Has anyone ever killed the ghostly village chief? And at the shrine, you need to defeat the red sedan chair, gaining the approval of the red-clad ghost. Aren't these feats proof of his strength? However, not everyone was engaged in rational discussion. Some users began debating other topics, like who among Wen Ren Qingyu, Ku Ying, and Chai Yun was the main love interest. I'm voting for Wen Ren Qingyu. Her figure is amazing, one user enthusiastically declared. What does it matter to you who the main love interest is? Another user retorted. Others discussed the appearance of summoned creatures. The Goblin General is so handsome, totally my type, one user exclaimed. Humans shouldn't, or at least shouldn't, someone immediately responded. I think the giant winged butterfly is the prettiest. If I knew summoners could summon such beautiful creatures, I'd choose to be a summoner for the aesthetics alone, another user sighed. Stop dreaming. Most summoners I've seen have ugly goblins or weak fire elementals. Never a giant winged butterfly. Someone poured cold water on the idea. You need inscrate talent first, one user pointed out the key issue. The question is, why is Zheng Yu's goblin so cool, while other summoners' goblins are so ugly? Someone asked. Amid these discussions, some serious analysis posts emerged. Some believed Zheng Yu's nightmare-level completion time could be shortened, while others predicted the theoretical limit for the Shrine Abyss. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhan was leisurely browsing the forum. He chuckled and said, it's been a while since the forum was this lively. The last time the server nearly crashed was when I cleared the Shrine Abyss. He reminisced for a moment before turning to Chai Fong and asking, where is Zheng Yu planning to go next? The movie studio or the Dark Valley? Chai Fong replied, the shrine. Still the shrine? Zhang Zhan was a bit surprised. Yeah, he said he has some unfinished business there, Chai Fong explained. Zhang Zhan frowned. But Zheng Yu knows he can only claim the record reward once. Didn't you try to dissuade him? Chai Fong shrugged. I did, but he mentioned a hidden task and a perfect completion. Zhang Zhan's eyes lit up. He's confident? Who knows? Chai Fong cautiously replied. If he can indeed perfectly clear the nightmare-level Shrine Abyss, it would benefit all new professionals in Shanyu City. This time, he refrained from making a definitive statement about Zheng Yu's chances, having been proven wrong once before and not wanting to experience it again. 3 days passed quietly. Zheng Yu's strategy remained at the top of the trending list. Not only professionals from Shanyu City, but also those from Jiangshui City and curious individuals from neighboring cities joined the discussion, keeping the momentum strong. However, on this particular morning, a sudden piece of news shot to the top of the forum, sparking a new wave of excitement. The latest news hit the forum like a thunderclap. Zheng Yu has ventured once again into the nightmare-level Temple Abyss. This announcement immediately sparked intense discussions. Voices on the forum clashed in a cacophony. I don't get it. Zheng Yu's skills are good enough to clear the other 2 nightmare-level abysses. Why go back to the temple? Someone questioned. Another user countered. Do you think nightmare-level abysses are a walk in the park? He has to consider the risk factor. Clearing the temple, which has a strategy guide, is safer than tackling the film studio without one. If it were me, I'd choose the temple too, a third voice chimed in. He's already cleared it once, so it's more familiar and reliable. However, not everyone was supportive. Some expressed disappointment, while others hoped Zheng Yu would add another nightmare-level guide for Shanyu City. As the debate heated up, accusations of moral coercion emerged. Come on, he's already broken records and shared his guide at a low price. Aren't you being a bit unreasonable? Some were even more blunt in their criticism of the doubters. It's his choice which abyss to enter. Why are a bunch of idiots who can't even clear the easy ones making so much noise? The forum atmosphere grew increasingly complex. Some reveled in schadenfreude, others were envious, and some secretly hoped Zheng Yu would slip up. Practitioners from Jiangsu City fanned the flames, and the forum was almost entirely consumed by discussions about Zheng Yu. However, the uproar didn't last long. Less than 5 hours later, an official announcement doused the arguments like a cold shower. Notice: congratulations to the Summoner Squad for breaking the historical record for clearing the Nightmare-level Temple Abyss. Clear time: 5 hours, 21 minutes, and 11 seconds. Team Leader: Zheng Yu Summoner. Members: Tao Qian Monk, Ku Ing Assassin, Wenren Qingyu Assassin, Chai Yin Ranger. The team has received the historical record reward package. This announcement sparked a new wave of astonishment on the forum, with countless posts popping up like mushrooms after the rain. At that moment, a comment appeared quietly on the 1084th floor of a thread titled Theoretical Limit Time for Temple Abyss. No need to guess, personally tested. Limit time is 5 hours and 21 minutes. Of course, without doing hidden tasks and not aiming for a perfect clear, it could be done in 4.5 hours. The commenter was none other than Zheng Yu himself, the one who had just set the new record. Zheng Yu and his teammates had just returned from the Nightmare-level Temple Abyss and couldn't wait to log into the forum to see the reactions. The forum was in an uproar. 5 hours? Someone exclaimed. Zheng Yu, you beast, are you leaving no hope for the newcomers? He's a god, another voice praised. Skeptical voices were also present. What's the point? There's no reward for setting a new time record. Exactly, he's just showing off and leaving no chances for the newcomers. However, a verified comment caught everyone's attention. You all will regret your words. At that moment, the system suddenly released a notification. The professional team from Shangyu City, Summoner Squad, has completed the hidden task in the Nightmare-level Temple Abyss. The red sedan chair and the red-clothed ghost will no longer appear. After a perfect clear, all difficulty levels are reduced by 20, and rewards are increased by 20. Permanently effective. The forum fell into a stunned silence. Immediately after, apologies poured in. Apologize to the Godfather. Apologize to the real daddy. Someone marveled. So there's this kind of reward for a perfect clear? Professionals from Shangyu City were overjoyed, while those from Jiangsu City swallowed their bitterness in silence. Meanwhile, back at the villa, Zheng Yu and his team were laughing uncontrollably. Tao Qian laughed so hard his stomach hurt because the Jiangsu City forum was furiously attacking Zhou Yun. Yuga, this feels so damn good. Tao Qian couldn't help but say. Wenren Qingyu, uncharacteristically, also swore, so damn good. Zheng Yu shook his head thoughtfully. I honestly didn't expect a perfect clear to trigger such a mechanism. Initially, it seemed unrealistic to make Zhou Yun regret anything in the short term. But I have to say, the red-clothed ghost was the real instigator here. He recalled re-entering the Temple Abyss and finally understanding why the red-clothed ghost had reminded him of those three things. Everything seemed to have answers now, but new mysteries quietly emerged. To truly banish the ghost in the red dress, Zheng Yu must kill the green-eyed, yellow-skinned creature and ensure the fire in the copper basin never goes out. This is the hidden task, sending away the ghost in the red dress who doesn't belong in the shrine abyss. Zheng Yu knows that the key to this task lies in the clues given by the ghost herself. Mere speculation won't suffice. To complete this hidden task, Zheng Yu must enter the shrine abyss twice. On the second visit, he needs to carry the village chief's coffin to the shrine, assembling 4 coffins in total to achieve a perfect clearance. Although Zheng Yu is aware of the hidden task, he doesn't know what benefits perfect clearance will bring. The rewards from the second trip to the shrine abyss far exceed those from other nightmare abysses. The hidden task grants a brilliant chest, which guarantees a piece of brilliant grade equipment. At level 40, brilliant grade equipment is incredibly rare, incomparable to any historical record package. Perfect clearance brings 2 rewards. The first is an achievement badge, the Perfect Shrine Abyss Achievement Badge. This badge provides a 2 boost to both intelligence and strength and increases defense against ghost-type creatures by 10, making it a valuable reward among achievement badges. The second reward is a gold card privilege. When Zheng Yu opened the Sacred Temple shop, a notification popped up. He had earned a privileged gold card for perfectly clearing the Shrine Abyss. For the next 48 hours, this card would be prominently displayed in the Shangyu City Sacred Temple shop. More enticingly, 50 of the proceeds from the sale of the gold card would go to Zheng Yu. Displayed prominently in the shop were 5 gold cards, each bearing the name of one of the 5 individuals, all currently unsold and unpriced. Zheng Yu checked the details of his own gold card. Privilege gold card, Summoner Squad. Leader, Zheng Yu. Class, Summoner. Price, unpriced. Usage, limited to the Shrine Abyss in Shangyu City. Can summon an apparition of the exclusive class holder to assist in battle for 5 minutes. The apparition strength will adjust according to the abyss's difficulty. Zheng Yu realized the high value of this gold card. Although the sales period was only 48 hours, he anticipated a buying frenzy. Aspiring second-phase professionals would undoubtedly purchase it, and even some financially capable non-professionals might buy one just in case. At that moment, Zheng Yu's inbox started pinging incessantly. Upon checking, he found numerous messages addressing him as Godfather, along with apologies and pleas for forgiveness. One wrenching you chuckle beside him. Looks like they want you to lower the price. Tao Qian asked, how much do you plan to price it at? Their gold cards were insignificant, as no one would buy a support character's privilege card. But for Zheng Yu, pricing was a tricky issue. Zheng Yu, however, appeared confident. Why should I set the price myself? He countered. Tao Qian, puzzled, asked, you're not planning to sell it? Of course I am, Zheng Yu explained, but pricing should be left to the professionals. If I set it too high, people will say I'm being greedy. If it's too low, I'm not their real father, so there's no need to lose money just for goodwill. So, this tricky task needs someone else to handle. With that, Zheng Yu picked up his phone and dialed Chai Feng's number. In the office of Shangyu City, Chai Feng hung up the phone, a peculiar smile spreading across his face. He turned to Zhang Zhan, his eyes gleaming with cunning. I remember you saying a few days ago that Zheng Yu is just a young man. Have you ever seen such a crafty youngster? Raising an eyebrow, Zhang Zhan asked curiously, did he leave the pricing decision to us? Chai Feng nodded, his tone a mix of helplessness and admiration. He told me that his godfather was the unluckiest person in history, and he didn't want to take that role, so he handed it to me. With that, he burst into laughter. Zhang Zhan was amused as well, laughing heartily. This kid, he's something else. Chai Feng shook his head and sighed. What can we do? It's not every day a genius comes out of Shangyu City. We have to treat him well. I'll issue a public notice to the citizens, saying that the price was decided by the mayor's office. He paused to think. Set it at 1 million. That's too expensive. Zhang Zhan frowned. How many people in Shangyu City can afford 1 million? True, Chai Feng nodded. Those who can afford it probably don't need the privilege card anyway. How about 500,000? Sounds reasonable, and it might boost sales. Zhang Zhan agreed but added, even so, some people will still complain about the price. Chai Feng waved his hand dismissively, looking relaxed. When you have too many lice, they don't bite anymore. We can't please everyone. Besides, Zheng Yu's idea was for us to take the heat for this. I'll take the blame for him. Zhang Zhan knew well that the benefits Zheng Yu brought to Shangyu City far outweighed any complaints. He understood better than anyone how valuable a perfect clearance mechanism was and how much it could elevate the city's overall strength. He could already envision the significant progress Shangyu City would make in the coming years. Around noon, the professionals of Shangyu City received a notice personally issued by Mayor Zhang Zhan. The notice detailed that Zheng Yu had entrusted the pricing decision of the privilege card to the mayor's office, showcasing Zheng Yu's trust in Shangyu City and his regard for its professionals. The notice emphasized that the pricing process was neither arbitrary nor extravagant, involving expert consultation. Ultimately, the privilege card was priced at 499,999 yuan. To Zhang Zhan's surprise, not only did no one criticize him, but many even found the pricing quite reasonable. Honestly, it's a bit pricey, but I'll buy it, commented one professional online. I'll buy it too, another echoed. Not for anything else, but because Zheng Yu knew many of us were jealous, mocking and ridiculing him. Yet he repaid our animosity with kindness, giving up a chance to break records to help us achieve a perfect clearance and gain such benefits. Yes, I'll definitely buy it. Now I finally understand why the geniuses in Zhongzhou district level up faster. They must have perfect clearance dungeons. Someone added, not entirely. I did some research, and there are only a few perfect clearance dungeons across the entire 9 provinces. For professionals in Zhongzhou district, the second stage is just a transitional phase. True geniuses wouldn't enter the same second stage dungeon twice. The difficulty of third stage dungeons increases exponentially, making perfect clearance even harder. So, only the second stage is feasible. That's why we have to buy it. Zheng Yu is really. He's so warm-hearted. I'm moved to tears. Absolutely, we must buy it. But 500,000 is still a lot. Buy within your means. For those who can reach the second stage, 500,000 isn't much. Others can consider their family situation and buy it as a way to thank Zheng Yu. Exactly, we can't be like the professionals in Jiangshui City who made Zheng Yu feel disheartened once. We can't let that happen again. Couldn't agree more. As soon as the privilege cards went on sale, over 100 were sold instantly. Considering that 500,000 yuan is no small amount, those who could afford it were either wealthy or established professionals who could earn that kind of money. And the number kept rising. The unity of Shangyu City's professionals deeply moved Zhang Zhan. He felt a sense of relief. It was worth bringing Zheng Yu here. You truly know how to show gratitude. In stark contrast to the cheerful, harmonious, and united Shangyu City was the somber atmosphere in Jiangshui City. In the cold street abyss hall, the record board bearing Zheng Yu's name was particularly glaring. The place was filled with professionals who knew Zheng Yu, former classmates, passersby who almost joined his team but mocked him instead. Wu Zong and Li Feng were notably absent, having gone into hiding to avoid the backlash. The topic of conversation among the professionals almost always revolved around Zheng Yu. Someone couldn't help but sigh. If only Zheng Yu had stayed here with us. Yeah, that perfect clearance mechanism is really something to be envious of, a local resident remarked, his eyes gleaming with admiration. He listed the advantages of Shangyu City: a 20 reduction in difficulty, a 20 increase in rewards, and gold card privileges. That guarantees success in Stage 2. It's hard to imagine how much stronger Shangyu City will become because of this dungeon. Another voice chimed in, full of jealousy and discontent. Ugh, don't even mention it. I'm so jealous. Shangyu City first had Zhang Zhan, then Zheng Yu. What do we have in Jiangshui City? Just Zhou Yuan. Don't even get me started on him. He's bad luck. If it weren't for him, Zheng Yu wouldn't have left. The conversation quickly shifted to a disturbing rumor. I heard that Zheng Yu's grandfather died because the government didn't provide timely assistance, and he couldn't afford medicine. Is that true? That's what people are saying online, one person asked in a hushed tone. Wow, another person gasped. Zhou Yuan is a real piece of work. Meanwhile, in an office in Jiangshui City, Zhou Yun was resting with his eyes closed. Despite his seemingly calm demeanor, the veins bulging on his forehead betrayed his inner turmoil. His secretary stood nearby, hesitating before deciding to report the latest updates. The admin says they can't delete the posts fast enough. If it gets too bad, we might have to shut down the forum temporarily, the secretary said cautiously. Minister Lee from the resource department wanted me to tell you that he has to return to his faction for a bit. He needs you to manage the department's affairs in the meantime. The veins on Zhou Yun's forehead throbbed even more, but he remained silent. The secretary continued. Also, the faction has denied your request for an abyss expedition. Next item. Zhou Yun interrupted, his tone revealing his impatience. The secretary took a deep breath and continued. The 14 experts who were dismissed have jointly appealed to the provincial authorities. They need a response from you. Enough! Zhou Yun's eyes snapped open, bloodshot from a sleepless night. He erupted in anger and frustration. None of you can give me a moment's peace. If those useless programmers can't figure it out, fire them. And those idiot experts, they want a response from me? What right do they have to appeal? Li Nan thinks he's got me cornered? If it weren't for his well-connected father, who the hell does he think he is? He creates a mess and then just leaves? And Zhengyu, just a small-time summoner. Does he really think he's some kind of prodigy? Daring to go against me? Zhou Yun's furious outburst echoed through the office, but it wasn't just about Zhengyu. Zhengyu was merely the trigger. Zhou Yun was stuck at level 45, unable to join a faction despite his efforts. He had finally managed to get Li Nan's support, only to be thwarted by someone like Zhengyu. His hopes of forming a team to enter the abyss were dashed. The faction never truly valued him. After a minute of venting, Zhou Yun tried to calm himself, smoothing his disheveled hair. His voice returned to a steady tone, though his eyes still burned with ambition. No matter, it doesn't matter. As long as I reach level 50, all these distractions will disappear. He's just a summoner. But I am on the verge of becoming a level 50 awakened, a pillar of the 9 provinces. He let out a cold laugh and continued, perfect clearance? A stage 2 abyss and a few small perks. And now you're criticizing the mayor you rely on? Once I succeed in my awakening, the harsher they curse now, the more they'll regret it later. Zhou Yun turned to his secretary, his gaze questioning. You don't believe me? The secretary's face remained calm as he replied, I believe you, but his eyes revealed a hint of resignation. In just 2 days, Jingyu managed to sell 335 gold cards in the relatively small city of Shangyu. For a city where only 10 of the population are professionals, this number is truly astonishing. After all, it's rare to find professionals willing to spend 500,000 on a gold card. Standing by his office window, Jingyu gazed at the bustling streets below, contemplating this unexpected success. Most professionals understood their own capabilities and knew they couldn't enter the second-tier abyss. To them, the gold card was merely an expensive piece of paper. Even the wealthier professionals who had surpassed the second tier had little interest in the gold card. This means, Jingyu muttered to himself, almost all second-tier professionals, and those aspiring to reach the second tier, have bought the gold card. He recalled that each year, fewer than 10 third-tier professionals emerged from Shangyu, marveling at the difficulty of achieving such impressive sales. 335 gold cards at 500,000 each amounted to a total revenue of 167.5 million. Jingyu's share was a staggering 83.75 million. He opened his mobile banking app and stared at the striking number in his account balance, feeling momentarily dazed. So, reaching a small goal isn't that hard, he murmured. But Jingyu's wealth didn't stop there. Just the day before, the province had approved his resource application, a full set of golden equipment for levels 10 and 20. Given his actual needs, Jinyu requested to exchange these for a large number of enhancement stones and forging stones. Even though each piece of level 20 golden equipment is worth millions, Jinyu pondered, they aren't particularly useful to me. He recalled the loot from his 2 nightmare-level temple abyss runs. The yellow leather 4-piece setup, bottom, hat, gloves, all golden, along with the grudge ring and ghostly bracelet, the latter even being platinum grade. These level 20 items were far superior to the scattered pieces provided by the province. Jinyu didn't particularly need the province's resources, and their total value was even less than the 80 million from the gold card dividends. But he insisted on applying, as it represented a certain attitude. These are rightfully mine, he thought. Even if I can't use them, I won't let others have them. Eventually, Jinyu successfully exchanged the equipment for valuable materials, 250 enhancement stones and 250 forging stones, each worth 200,000. Along with a 20 million cash compensation, his pockets now held a small goal. With the materials ready, Jinyu's attention turned to the brilliant chest from the hidden task in the nightmare-level temple abyss. His heart began to race. He remembered the 30-level warrior pants sold at the temple auction house 4 years ago to a wealthy buyer named Wang for an astronomical price of 3 small golds. Even today, level 20 brilliant equipment remained rare treasures at auctions. Taking a deep breath, Jinyu's hands trembled slightly as he opened the chest. A dazzling light instantly filled the room. A brilliant weapon? And it's a staff? Jinyu exclaimed with delight. How lucky can I get? The weapon, named Ancient Phantom Staff, was exactly what Jinyu needed. Though he had a decent set of level 20 equipment, his staff was still level 10. This new staff not only filled that gap, but also saved him the trouble of using forging tools. Jinyu carefully examined the ethereal staff. The head of the staff held a crystal ball the size of a fist, containing a mysterious power even he could sense. He eagerly checked the staff's attributes. Weapon: Ancient Phantom Staff. Required level: 20. Requirement: Staff Mastery Profession. Grade: Brilliant. Attributes: Intelligence 450, Casting Speed 50, Elemental Damage 80. Equipment effect: The Phantom Staff can absorb elemental energy. When elemental energy reaches 100, it releases the active skill Phantom. Phantom. The next skill cast will summon a duplicate Phantom skill, which has 80 of the original skill's power. Holding this powerful new weapon, Jinyu felt the surge of energy in his hands, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Crafting: 0 enhancement, 0 refinement, 0 runes. Nun Jinyu examined the phantom spirit staff in his hand, a smile unconsciously forming on his lips. As a summoner, he knew that his summoned creatures were his most powerful assets. This brilliant tier equipment could replicate skills, meaning he could copy a summoned creature. Even at 80 strength, a war bull with that power would be a significant headache for his opponents. No wonder it's called a brilliant tier item, Jinyu thought to himself. If I don't find anything better in the 3rd stage, this phantom spirit staff might be my go-to for a long time. Having confirmed the staff's strength, Jinyu decided to enhance it. He knew that the forging stones and enhancement stones used wouldn't go to waste. Even if he found a replacement in the future, selling this enhanced staff at the auction house would fetch a higher price due to its upgrades. Brilliant tier items always had buyers. With this in mind, Jinyu headed straight to the sanctuary in Shangyu City. He navigated through the sparsely populated hall, once bustling with newcomers changing professions, now quiet as the season had passed. The 2nd floor housed various guild offices, but as a summoner, Jinyu had never set foot there. His destination was the basement, the sanctuary's exclusive forging area. Taking the elevator down, he was met with a noticeable rise in temperature. A staff member quickly approached him, politely asking, "Sir, are you here to craft or enhance equipment? Do you need to book a specific smith?" Zheng Yu shook his head. The staff member quickly checked the computer and informed him, "Currently, 3 smiths are available. May I know the level and quality of the equipment you wish to forge? This will affect the pricing." Faced with this question, Zheng Yu admitted his limited knowledge about forging and asked directly, "Is there a significant difference?" The staff member patiently explained, "Yes, there is a significant difference. Whether it's enhancement, forging, refinement, or rune embedding, there's always a chance of failure. However, higher-level smiths have a higher success rate. For instance, for level 10 equipment, a level 5 smith success rate is lower than that of a level 10 smith. Additionally, the higher the quality of the equipment, the more materials are required. We aim to help Shangyu City's professionals save as many forging materials as possible, so I need to recommend a suitable smith based on your equipment's quality and level." After hearing this, Zhengyu promptly took out the ancient phantom spirit staff. "I need to forge this weapon. It's level 20, brilliant quality, ancient phantom spirit staff." The staff member was momentarily stunned, then confirmed, "Brilliant tier, Zhengyu nodded affirmatively. That's right, Brilliantier. Is there a smith in Shangyu City capable of forging this weapon? The staff member carefully examined the staff, confirming its Brilliantier status, and glanced at the registry with Zhengyu's name. Please wait a moment, he said, quickly departing to find a suitable smith. The blacksmith hadn't arrived yet, but Zhengyu received a call from Chai Fong. On the other end, Chai Fong's voice carried a hint of reproach. Why didn't you come to me if you needed equipment forged? I could have arranged it for you. Zhengyu chuckled awkwardly and explained, I didn't realize there was so much to consider when forging equipment. I thought as long as I had the materials and the equipment, any blacksmith could handle it. I didn't know an appointment was necessary. Chai Fong sighed on the phone and then said, only this 4-star blacksmith has forged brilliant grade equipment before. It seems the staff couldn't handle it and called me for help. Don't worry, I'll arrange it. Just wait a moment. Less than 10 minutes after the call ended, a robust middle-aged man walked out briskly. He appeared to be around 40 years old, and his eyes flashed with a hint of surprise when he saw Zhengyu, clearly not expecting him to be so young. Brilliant grade? The man asked straightforwardly. Zhengyu nodded and handed over the Phantom Spirit staff. The man examined the top-tier level 20 equipment carefully, his eyes showing a trace of admiration. How many materials have you prepared? He asked. Zhengyu glanced at his inventory and replied, 400 enhancement stones and 400 forging stones. The man was silent for a moment and then muttered to himself, makes sense. If you can get such a premium weapon at stage 2, you must have deep pockets. He then formally introduced himself. I'm Meng Jun, a 4-star blacksmith. Meng Jun briefly explained the fee structure. The forging cost for this equipment will be based on the number of successful attempts. The detailed price list will be provided by the staff shortly. The cost will be high, but you should be able to afford it. Zhengyu nodded in understanding. As long as it's not too outrageous, I'm fine with it. Meng Jun roughly estimated, with 400 forging stones, I can guarantee to forge it up to level 11, and with some luck, it could reach level 13. The forging fee for level 11 would be around 2 million, and for level 13, around 3 million. As for the 400 enhancement stones, while I can't guarantee the final level, based on my experience, a level 20 brilliant grade equipment could be enhanced to around level 8. The enhancement fee will be higher, approximately 4 million. Zhengyu did the math and agreed. That's not too much. Meng Jun couldn't help but comment. Compared to the over 100 million worth of materials you have, this forging fee is indeed nothing. Follow me? He took the staff and led Zhengyu into a spacious forging room. In the center stood a massive machine, emitting steam. Over 30 workers were busily operating various pieces of equipment. The scene surprised Zhengyu. He had thought forging and enhancing would be simpler, not requiring so much manpower and complex machinery. Meng Jun clapped his hands and called out, stop for a moment. The workers paused. From today, we are focusing on forging this weapon. Put other tasks aside. An apprentice hesitantly asked, what about Zheng Yang's golden grade warrior sword that's almost due? Meng Jun waved his hand dismissively. Don't worry, he won't complain. Zhengyu sensed the underlying message and guessed this was Chai Fong's arrangement. He suddenly enjoyed this special treatment, the strongest blacksmith in Shangyu City, delaying other orders for him. At this moment, he seemed to understand Zhou Yun's mindset. In a world where strength is paramount, Zhou Yun had never encountered anyone weak enough to challenge him. Noticing the apprentice's confusion, Meng Jun held up Zhengyu's brilliant grade staff and explained, you are lucky to come across a brilliant grade equipment during your apprenticeship. From now on, our focus is on forging this brilliant grade staff. Stay sharp. He then turned to Zhengyu and explained, blacksmiths level up by forging equipment. The higher the quality of the equipment, the more experience we gain. Even though I'm charging you a few million for forging, it's barely profitable. It's more like covering the costs. Zhengyu, not knowing much about the complexity of forging, didn't delve deeper and simply asked, when should I come to pick up the equipment? 1 week from now, Meng Jun replied. All right. Zhengyu handed over the forging and enhancement stones to Meng Jun, agreeing to pick up the equipment in a week. He wasn't worried about the materials being misused. Firstly, blacksmiths are bound by professional ethics, and any misuse of materials or shoddy workmanship would result in severe punishment from the sanctuary. Secondly, the entire forging process is recorded, and ordinary people cannot enter the workshop. The forge is located directly beneath the sanctuary, a clever design that ensures the security of materials. Only Zhengyu, the owner of these materials, can take items out of the sanctuary. While waiting for his gear to be crafted, Zhengyu decided to challenge the Abyss once more, aiming to reach Phase 3. Recalling his last venture into the Temple Abyss, Zhengyu couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. That adventure not only rewarded him with 100,000 experience points upon completion, but also earned him an additional 70,000,080,000 experience from various spirits, boosting his level to 19. Now his strength was sufficient to take on the Phase 2 Abyss. Inside the villa, Zheng Yu and his companions were enthusiastically discussing their next abyss challenge. Kuing was the first to speak, suggesting, I recommend the movie studio. Like the Temple Abyss, it also features ghost-type creatures, and I think we have a better chance of clearing it. Tao Qian didn't directly oppose, but showed a peculiar expression, questioning. Do you think there's any Phase 2 nightmare-level abyss that Zheng Yu can't handle? We're discussing which abyss offers the best rewards, not the difficulty. Despite this, Kuing stood her ground. Even a lion uses all its strength to catch a rabbit. Brother Yu is indeed strong, but if we can only choose one abyss, I still recommend the safest one. Zheng Yu nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Ku Ying's eyes lit up, eagerly asking, so Brother Yu, are we choosing the movie studios? However, Zheng Yu didn't answer immediately. At that moment, when Ren Xingyu proposed another idea, I think we should consider the Dark Valley. It's a dark type abyss, and the reward should be higher. Chayan quickly picked up on the keyword, should. Do you have any concrete data? One Ren Xingyu quickly opened her laptop and explained, based on strategies for other difficulty levels, it's evident that the rewards for the Dark Valley exceed those of the movie studio. Most importantly, the Dark Valley has more monsters, which means more experience points. Zheng Yu suddenly looked up and asked, there are a lot of monsters in the Dark Valley? When Ren Xingyu nodded in confirmation, a lot. It's an abyss of dark-type insectoids. Insectoids? Zheng Yu mused. So, they don't have much intelligence? Although when Ren Xingyu didn't fully understand Zheng Yu's intention, she cautiously replied, insectoids have a queen and exhibit social behavior, so they can't be considered mindless. But in a Phase 2 abyss, we probably won't encounter the queen. Zheng Yu nodded and made a decision, then it's settled. We'll choose the Dark Valley. He stretched and added, after dealing with 2 strategic battles, I'm a bit tired. It's time for a straightforward slaughter fest with no scheming, no plotting, just pure carnage. Upon confirming their entry into the abyss of Dark Valley, Zheng Yu and his team began their meticulous preparations. They carefully planned their strategy, procured necessary supplies, food, and camping gear. During the few days they waited for their summoned creatures to regain energy, the group stayed busy. The first major milestone in adulthood was obtaining a driver's license. With money in hand, naturally the next step was to buy a car to improve their quality of life. Recalling the last time he had to take an hour-long bus ride to the temple, Zheng Yu couldn't help but shake his head. During the process of getting their licenses, they also acquired new Japanese names. Tao Qian became Kisa Anizumi, when Ren Xingyu turned into Matsushita Mamoru, and Zheng Yu was called Kaibukahi. Chai Yun, who already had a Japanese name, Konigoro, didn't take the test, and Kuing couldn't apply for a license due to identity issues. After being scolded by the driving instructor, Zheng Yu, feeling down, headed to the abyss of Dark Valley's main hall, hoping to lift his spirits through an adventure. Even the most skilled professionals couldn't escape the wrath of driving instructors. It was said that even Zhang Zhan had learned to drive at this very school, and the school still displayed a photo of him crashing into a tree with the brake mistaken for the gas pedal, which had ironically become a promotional icon. As Zheng Yu waited for Tao Qian to complete the entry procedures, several professionals from afar enthusiastically called out to him, Zheng Yu, good luck. Zheng Yu politely nodded in response. Since the gold card incident, he had become a well-known professional, second only to Zhang Zhan, although his fame was limited to Shangyu City and Jiangshui City. Professionals in Shangyu City held Zheng Yu in high regard and gratitude, as his flawless completion of challenges promised rapid urban development. In Jiangshui City, however, the attitudes were more complicated, mixed with jealousy, regret, and resentment. As more professionals gathered in the hall, Zheng Yu realized that news of his impending entry into the abyss might have already spread on the forums. He turned to his teammates, confirming that everyone was ready. Amid a flash of teleportation light, the 5 disappeared from the hall, leaving behind a disappointed crowd of onlookers. In the professional circles, there was a superstition. Taking a photo with the teleportation beam of a top-tier player entering the highest difficulty of the abyss could bring good luck. Though it was merely a superstition, many professionals believed it wholeheartedly. Some would even visit temples or seek blessings from priests before opening treasure chests for an extra boost of luck. Those who missed the chance to take an entry photo with Zheng Yu decided to wait for his return. Considering the fastest record for the Dark Valley's hard difficulty was 27 hours, the nightmare level would likely take even longer. However, with Zheng Yu's skill and unique approach, he might just create a miracle. Thus, a peculiar scene unfolded in the hall. Professionals pitched tents, laid out sleeping mats, and gathered in groups to play cards to pass the time. Their inventories were equipped with camping gear, cooking utensils, and sleeping bags, essential for outdoor survival. For most steady and methodical professionals, these were standard equipment, and resting for a day after a wave of monsters was routine. At this moment, they all eagerly awaited the triumphant return of Zheng Yu and his team. To be ready for a photo op as soon as Zheng Yu emerged, The professionals of Shangyu City crowded around the abyss entrance like fervent fans waiting for their idol. Their photos quickly spread across forums, drawing envy from professionals in Jianshui City and other places. Shangyu City's professionals are really lucky, many commented on the forums. First, they cleared the Stage 2 abyss with reduced difficulty perfectly. Then Zhengyu's gold card was sold for just 500,000. Now, even the chance to ride on his luck is theirs alone. Of course, there were doubters too. An experienced professional explained, "You clearly haven't been into the abyss before. Personal experience and reading a guide are two completely different things. In life and death situations, even the smallest actions matter to true professionals. Besides, Zhengyu is a master who can clear nightmare-level abysses. Even if it's just for meeting him, it's worth it." At this moment, Zhengyu was unaware of his growing popularity in these cities. He was in darkness, staring at the mission prompt before him. You are a member of Captain Hank's combat unit. After completing an exploration mission, you encounter a heavy rainstorm while preparing to leave. The only exit is blocked. Your mission is to escape. As the prompt faded, the darkness gradually lifted, and blurry figures came into view. The howling wind and the sound of rain slamming onto the ground filled the air, and the temperature dropped sharply, with damp cold seeping into every part of him. This was a typical entry into the abyss. "Wake up, we need to move," a deep voice said urgently. "Otherwise, those bugs will trap us here." Zhengyu felt himself being helped up, finally regaining control of his body. The one helping him was Edmund, the only team member who, according to the guide, was friendly to professionals. "Thank you," Zhengyu said politely. Edmund looked serious. "Thank me? I should be thanking you. If it weren't for you, I'd be buried under the rubble now." "Now, no more talking. The captain has decided to head southeast, hoping to find an exit." Zhengyu's heart tightened as he recalled the guide mentioning that the southeast direction was a dead end, wasting time with no valuable bugs to kill. "You go." Tao Qian's voice came from behind, reminding Zhengyu that they were also part of the team. At that moment, a loud shout interrupted their conversation. "Hey, you guys, get out of there!" A giant insect suddenly lunged out of the darkness, charging straight at Zhengyu and his group. "Watch out!" Edmund stepped in front of Zhengyu, trying to shield him from the insect's attack. The surrounding NPC team members quickly drew their guns and fired at the insect. However, the bullets were deflected by a transparent membrane on the insect's body, causing no harm. Well prepared, Zhengyu immediately summoned the Goblin General. Boom! A giant insect lunged at Edmund, but a burly Goblin General riding a massive wolf intercepted it. The Goblin General swung his gigantic hammer, sending the bulletproof insect flying with a single blow. The insect crashed into the rock behind it, exploding into a mess of green blood, creating an incredibly violent scene. A system notification chimed. Alien insect LV.20 killed, 741 XP gained. Zhengyu thought to himself that the meager experience points were no surprise. Though the Dark Abyss was teeming with monsters, their individual strength was relatively low, resulting in low experience gains. However, weak was only in comparison to the current Goblin General. For other adventurers, a single insect would be a tough challenge, let alone the fact that these insects always appeared in swarms. Low experience, high difficulty. This was why few adventurers from Shangyu City chose the Dark Abyss. The sudden turn of events left the surrounding NPC team members in shock, especially the one who had urged them to leave earlier, who asked in astonishment, "When did you awaken your abilities?" Zhengyu knew this was a feature of the Dark Abyss. Here, both NPCs and monsters possess special abilities, and the Goblin General he summoned appeared to the NPCs as just another ability. This confusion and shock were part of the fixed storyline for every adventurer who entered the Dark Abyss. Shangyu City's evaluation of the Dark Abyss was an immersive adventure akin to being the protagonist of a thrilling novel. If not for the exceptionally powerful and numerous insect hordes making it difficult to clear, the Dark Abyss would undoubtedly be the most entertaining. Here, adventurers could showcase their skills to their heart's content, with every move eliciting gasps from teammates. Even an adventurer with frank talent could perform a simple spin attack and receive exaggerated reactions, greatly satisfying their vanity. This very evaluation had piqued Zheng Yu's curiosity, prompting him to enter the Dark Abyss. Judging by the NPC's reactions, the evaluation was spot on. However, the thrill of showing off in front of NPCs was only moderately satisfying for Zheng Yu. Before the NPC team members could continue expressing their amazement, Zheng Yu interrupted them, pointing to the dark cave entrance. Within seconds, a cacophony of buzzing noises echoed from inside. A swarm of giant insects was approaching. "Damn!" Hank cursed, raising his machine gun and unleashing a barrage of bullets at the emerging alien insects. Unlike the other team members' attacks, Hank's bullets glowed blue-violet and emitted purple arcs of electricity upon impact, piercing through the insect's thin membrane shields and killing them instantly. Clearly, Captain Hank was also an ability user, one of the two in the team. The other was the vice captain, the one who had urged Zheng Yu earlier. Wielding a glowing red steel blade, he charged into the insect swarm. Zheng Yu panicked. No, these are my insects. My experience points. While a single insect offered little XP, 30 of them amounted to 20,000 XP. Leveling up from 19 to 20 required 175,000 XP, making those 30,000 points significant. Fire Jiao! Zheng Yu commanded, and the twin demon Fire Jiao appeared, illuminating the entire cave. The fiery aura drew all the insects into the domain of the twin demon Fire Jiao. Competing for experience points with the twin demon Fire Jiao? Impossible. Dealing with swarms was its specialty. Thousands of damage points appeared densely among the insect swarm. These insects, already low on health and easily crushed by the goblin general, couldn't withstand a single wave of damage and were promptly incinerated. In the Shrine Abyss, ghost-type creatures enjoyed a 50 damage reduction, making the damage seem low. But in the Dark Abyss, this was the true power of the twin demon Fire Jiao. What was even more surprising was that this was Zheng Yu's damage output without updating his equipment, still wearing his level 10 gear. If he leveled up to 20 and equipped the Phantom Spirit Staff, the damage would be even higher. Killed Alien Bug LV.20, gained 774 experience. Killed Alien Bug LV.20, gained 658 experience. Killed Alien Bug LV.20, gained 794 experience. Killed Alien Bug LV.20, gained 702 experience. Zheng Yu stood in the center of the battlefield, with his twin flame dragons spiraling around him, spewing scorching fire. Alien bug corpses littered the area, and the air was filled with the stench of burnt flesh. Each bug contributed around 700 experience points. Although this was nightmare-level abyss difficulty, the total experience from one wave of enemies was less than 20,000. Not much, but it feels great, Zheng Yu said with a satisfied smile, finally experiencing the thrill of mowing down enemies effortlessly. Reflecting on his previous encounters with frost corpses and ghostly spirits, Zheng Yu couldn't help but compare. Back then, he had to continuously burn them to death before the twin flame dragons exhausted their energy. But against the insectoids, it was a different story. They turned to ash the moment they entered the flame's radius. This was true instant kill, and the satisfaction was unmatched. What excited him even more was the astonishing rate at which his energy replenished, thanks to the Hextech Empowerment Rune of the Axiom Arc. Before one wave of enemies was even fully incinerated, his energy had already been restored. In this abyssal dark valley, the twin flame dragons seemed to have infinite stamina, with energy to spare. As the battle ended, a quiet settled over the area. All eyes were on the twin flame dragons, beside Zheng Yu. You're really strong, Edmund said weakly, realizing that his earlier attempts to shield Zheng Yu might have been unnecessary. Zheng Yu seriously patted Edmund on the shoulder and sincerely said, "Thank you." Regardless of whether Edmund was an NPC or how the story was set up, Zheng Yu genuinely appreciated such selfless behavior and gratitude. Turning to look at Captain Hank, Zheng Yu saw that he was being scrutinized. Hank, a key NPC in the Dark Valley, was crucial to many storylines. However, this captain was notorious for his stubbornness, often making decisions that seemed utterly foolish to professional players like Zheng Yu. Hank examined Zheng Yu and said, "We need to keep moving southeast. The noise will attract more bugs." Zheng Yu immediately objected. "We should head back." "Head back?" Hank frowned. While Zheng Yu's suggestion bordered on insubordination, his recently displayed prowess made Hank hold back his anger and simply ask, "Why?" Zheng Yu shook his head and replied, "Even if I told you, you wouldn't listen or believe me. Should I tell you that heading southeast is a dead end, and we'll just have to come back? It wastes both our time and the bugs." Hank narrowed his eyes and questioned, "How do you know this?" Zheng Yu shrugged. "See? I knew you wouldn't believe me." Hank's anger flared at Zheng Yu's attitude. "Sergeant, don't think that just because you've awakened some abilities, you can defy me. I'm your captain, a lieutenant here. Follow my orders immediately." Zheng Yu sighed. Just as the difficult level strategy guide indicated, Captain Hank was a stubborn blockhead who would only follow his own plan, first head southeast, then turn back, and finally enter the depths of the Dark Valley. This was a hurdle that players always struggled with. However, Zheng Yu had already thought of a solution. Looking at Hank, Zheng Yu gave a polite smile and said, "You're right. But what I need is a team without a captain or a lieutenant. Sorry, but could you please die for a moment?" Before Hank could react, the goblin general behind Zheng Yu had already charged forward. Turning against someone is often the most effective way to resolve interpersonal conflicts. Faced with the unpersuadable Hank, Zheng Yu made a ruthless decision to kill him. A resolute glint flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. After weighing his options, He ultimately decided to forego the reward for saving Hank in exchange for more time to kill the Zerg and gain more experience. After all, saving each NPC teammate would yield some reward, but Hank's presence would hinder their progress through the nightmare abyss. Reflecting on past experiences, Zhengyu knew that without the clues from the red-clad ghost, a perfect clearance was nearly impossible. Therefore, he decisively abandoned the idea of a perfect run through the Dark Valley and turned his focus to the numerous Zerg. At that moment, Hank was barely holding off the fierce attacks of the Goblin General. He cursed angrily, "You're insane!" The surrounding teammates sensed the brewing conflict and were about to intervene. Suddenly, a shadow flickered behind the deputy leader. One rune.I, holding a poisoned dagger, pressed the cold blade against his neck. She whispered menacingly, "Don't speak, or I'll slit your throat." Tao Qian, wielding a monk's staff, emitted a golden aura of Buddhist chants, exuding an unapproachable demeanor. He struck the staff heavily on the ground, causing several cracks to form, his presence intimidating. Chai Yun's bow and arrow glowed with a white light, and together with Wen Rinqian's backstab skill and Tao Qian's Buddhist chant, they showcased their extraordinary strength. The NPC teammates were momentarily at a loss. Hank, while fending off the Goblin General's attacks, grimly asked, "Who are you people?" Zhengyu did not respond, but simply waved his hand. Instantly, the twin demon fire Jiao joined the fray. They raised their heads and spewed flames towards the sky, then inhaled deeply, accumulating fire elements to unleash their most powerful attack, Dragon's Breath. Two scorching breaths of fire shot towards Hank. Instinctively, he tried to evade, only to find his feet tightly bound by roots. A chilling cold spread through his body, rendering him immobile. At the same time, the Goblin General, having charged up his power, landed a heavy blow on Hank's chest. This was followed by a combo: 3 heavy strikes, a leaping smash, a curse mark, and a series of critical hits. Hank's chest was shattered, blood gushing out. Before he could beg for mercy, the twin demon fire Jiao's inferno engulfed him, reducing him to ashes in an instant. "Sorry," Zhengyu said softly, but there was no remorse or hesitation in his tone. To him, clearing the abyss was paramount, and no one could stand in the way of that goal. The system notification sounded. Killed storyline character Hank, experience 0. Zhengyu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking good. His plan was finally set in motion, and now it was time to focus on killing the Zerg and gaining more experience. Kill Hank, but don't lose any experience points, Zhengyu thought to himself, feeling a sense of relief. He recalled the lesson learned from another professional who had lost 10,000 experience points trying to kill their most trusted ally, Edmund. At this moment, Zhengyu was taking the same risk to eliminate Hank, who had become a stumbling block. Hank's strength was indeed formidable. He could single-handedly fend off the attacks of the Goblin General, requiring the intervention of 2 fire demons to finally bring him down. Such prowess was not something an average professional could easily contend with. Others had entertained the idea of killing Hank before, but had abandoned it due to their lack of strength. As Hank's life force ebbed away, Zhengyu turned to face the surrounding NPC team members, his gaze sweeping across their terrified faces. He asked in a deep voice, "Now I say we go back. Who agrees, who disagrees?" The air seemed to freeze. No one dared to speak lightly. Finally, Edmund broke the silence. "I agree." However, the deputy leader bravely voiced his opposition. No sooner had he spoken than the Goblin General's massive hammer came crashing down, sending the deputy leader flying. His body hurtled over 10 meters and smashed against the wall. Fortunately, he was a resilient superhuman, one who could take a beating. Despite the ferocity of the blow, it didn't completely break him. Zheng Yu's voice was icy. What about now? No one dared to make a sound. No one wanted to be the next target of the hammer. Yet, the deputy leader, though battered, managed to stand up, gasping for breath. Going back is suicide. The captain is never wrong. Head southeast. Even if we can't get through, there's a distress signal machine there. Once the signal is sent, someone will come to save us. Going back is a dead end. He's leading you to your deaths. Can't you see he's been controlled by the Zerg? Otherwise, how could he have killed Captain Hank? These words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples of doubt. Some team members began to waver, and a few even tightened their grip on their weapons. Despite their fear of death, their inherent soldierly instinct still burned within them. Zheng Yu shook his head in disappointment, a hint of resignation in his voice. "You know, it's because of your and Hank's stubbornness that everyone is going to die. But it doesn't matter. In the end, you're not wrong. You won't listen to anyone's advice and will walk into the fire pit yourselves. Even if I killed Hank, it wouldn't change anything. This is simply your fate." Zheng Yu knew full well that the distress signal machine was precisely what had angered the Zerg, leading to their strict guarding of the only exit. Nearby, Tao Qian asked in a low voice. Should we kill those who oppose us? Zheng Yu shook his head, frowning slightly. What if it costs experience points? Killing Hank didn't, which means that step was justified. But killing team members? I think it's risky. Let's just let them leave if they want to. There's a saying, let go of the need to help others and respect their fate. I choose to respect their own decisions. Ultimately, 6 soldiers chose to follow Zheng Yu, including Edmund. This decision was not without reason. From a strength perspective, Zheng Yu's group indeed offered more security. As for those who insisted on their own way, Zheng Yu did not force them and allowed the vice captain to lead them southeastward with the remaining 4 members. Thus, the originally unified team split into 2 groups. One was the foreman squad led by the vice captain, and the other was Zheng Yu with his 5 men plus the newly joined Edmund, totaling 11 people. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu followed the strategy map in his mind and led the team deeper into the valley. During the march, Edmund couldn't contain his curiosity and asked, although I chose to trust you, I still want to know why you insist on going back. That place is full of bugs. Zheng Yu pondered for a moment and explained in a way Edmund could understand. Let me put it this way. As soon as we entered the valley, we were already targeted by the insect swarm here. So, no matter where we go, we won't be able to escape. They're targeting us? Edmund was visibly puzzled. Zheng Yu earnestly said, otherwise, why would the exit tunnel collapse right after we came in? Don't underestimate them as mere bugs. As a professional, you should know that every nightmare-level abyss is related to some so-called god. The Cold Street Abyss is linked to the god of cold hell, the Shrine Abyss to the dual-faced shadow god. Similarly, the massive insect swarm in this dark valley must also be connected to a deity. He continued, as for which god, even the difficult-level dark valley doesn't mention it. Some speculate it's the insect mother, but it's just a guess. When Ren Qing, you mentioned the dark valley couldn't possibly have the insect mother, it was based on this speculation. If the insect mother were a god, encountering such a god-level boss in a second-stage abyss wouldn't align with the difficulty level of a second-stage abyss. Zheng Yu elaborated on the strategies for clearing the difficult and nightmare levels of the Dark Valley, emphasizing the importance of returning to the central area to kill the insect leader. He also mentioned the strategy of using the Resurrection Cross and the reason why the Dark Valley, the oldest abyss in Shangyu City, had remained unconquered. Seeing Edmund still confused, Zheng Yu further explained, you can think of them as social insects like ants or bees. They have leaders, communities, purposes, organization, and discipline. Considering the sudden rainstorm, the coincidental collapse of the exit tunnel, and the swarm that just tried to drive us in another direction, you'll understand. We are in their territory, and they trapped us here for one reason, to store us as food. But their attempt to drive us to the valley's edge indicates their leader is at the center. So, the only way out is to move into the swarm's center, find their leader, and kill it. That's our escape route. A female team member interjected, easier said than done. Before we kill this so-called leader, we'll be devoured by those bugs. Or do you have another plan to make the swarm leave? Zheng Yu nonchalantly responded, make the swarm leave? My target is the swarm itself. If they leave, why would I come here? These words left Edmund and the female team member feeling confused, momentarily doubting if they had followed the right person. But Zheng Yu's analysis did make sense, and the behavior of the swarms they encountered earlier confirmed that these creatures weren't entirely mindless. At that moment, Edmund suddenly asked, by the way, when did you awaken your ability? Zheng Yu didn't answer. Edmund continued on his own. I'm actually an awakened ability user too. Zheng Yu was taken aback when he first heard about Edmund's ability, as it wasn't mentioned in the guide. It didn't take long for him to understand why it seemed utterly useless at first glance. My ability is to change colors, Edmund explained. For example, I can turn your black clothes red. It has no combat potential whatsoever. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. Change colors? That makes you a master of camouflage. He pictured a chameleon blending into its surroundings, and suddenly, a bold idea struck him. When you're strong enough, I'll tell you something fun, Zheng Yu said mysteriously. Curious, Edmund asked, what kind of fun? Lowering his voice, Zheng Yu said, turn white Americans into black people and black people into white, while leaving everyone else unchanged. Then just sit back and watch. Trust me, it'll be spectacular. Edmund was momentarily at a loss for words. One Ren Qingyu, standing nearby, praised. That's so you. Tao Qian, deep in thought, suddenly asked, speaking of skin, do you think Africans call black stockings or flesh-colored stockings? Kuing and Chai Yun exchanged puzzled glances, momentarily speechless. Just as the atmosphere grew awkward, a sharp insect buzz interrupted them. Swarm ahead, shouted the scout at the front. Before they could react, the twin fire dragons surged forward, spewing scorching flames. The dark cave was instantly illuminated, and the swarm of insects, like moths to a flame, perished in the inferno. Zheng Yu stood his ground, effortlessly collecting experience points. Killed alien insect LV20, gained 714 XP. Killed alien insect LV20, gained 628 XP. The 23 alien insects yielded a satisfying 15,000 XP, leaving Zhengyu content. Sensing something amiss, the insect overlord dispatched even more swarms. But against the fiery onslaught, their numbers meant nothing. Killed alien insect LV20, gained 700 XP. Killed alien insect LV20, gained 629 XP. The continuous flow of experience points made the otherwise tedious journey more interesting. As they neared the first insect outpost, the system suddenly issued a warning. You have killed 100 alien insects. The insect overlord is furious and has consumed the queen's energy to evolve the alien insects into one-star alien insects. Zheng Yu's expression turned serious. He knew the real nightmare level abyss was just beginning. This feature only appears in the nightmare level of the dark abyss. Each time a certain number of Zerg are killed, the Zerg overlord will upgrade all Zerg to a higher star level. As the star level increases, the strength of the alien insects also grows. The professionals in Shangyu City once set a record by killing over 300 Zerg, successfully upgrading the alien insects to 3-star. However, the maximum star level of these alien insects remains a mystery. Despite the rising star levels, the experience points remain constant. Killing 300 one-star alien insects only provides about 200,000 experience points, which are then divided among 5 professionals, leaving each with very little. This meager gain, combined with the lack of completion rewards and the need to use a valuable resurrection cross, discouraged other professionals from venturing into the dark abyss to farm experience. The team was now standing at the first checkpoint of the Zerg territory. When Ren Qingyu cautioned, "There's an elite Zerg inside. Once we kill it, we'll face a wave of Zerg counterattack. Hold your ground, and the Zerg will pull back their defenses." Zheng Yu nodded. "All right, let's charge in." These insights came from the incomplete guides left by previous professionals who had entered the nightmare level of the abyss. Although not comprehensive, they were still valuable, especially the descriptions of the first elite monster's attributes and stats. The term checkpoint aptly reflected the military nature of the alien Zerg army. As the goblin general stepped into the defensive line, a chorus of hissing sounds erupted around them. The ground rustled and trembled slightly. Suddenly, numerous mounds rose, and scythe-like appendages sliced through the hard soil, revealing Zerg covered in black exoskeletons emerging from the earth. "Shit! Giant cockroaches!" Wenren Qingyu exclaimed. These insects were the size of tires, a nightmare compared to the thumb-sized cockroaches commonly seen in the south. "The best way to deal with roaches is to burn them," Zheng Yu said calmly. "Fire Jiao, roast those roaches." Roar! The dual-headed fire Jiao, not one for words, let out a pleased growl. It didn't care whether its opponents were roaches or something else. It relished the battle and the kill more than the goblin general did. Boom! The fire Jiao unleashed a hellfire serpent, instantly engulfing the entire area. Under the halo of flames, the region turned into a hellscape in an instant. The crackling sound of burning filled the air, accompanied by the pungent smell of charred remains. With the support of the Ark of Righteousness, the fire Jiao's mana consumption was significantly reduced, allowing it to unleash its full potential. "Burn! Burn them all!" Zheng Yu silently urged. Moments later, a peculiar aroma wafted through the air. However, considering the source was giant cockroaches, the scent was far from appetizing. Tao Qian mused, the seafood we eat, like lobsters and mantis shrimp, are essentially ocean bugs, not much different from cockroaches. "Stop it," when Ren Qingyu interrupted with a frown. Mentioning seafood, Kuing remembered something. "I heard that in Sakura country, a stage 9 abyss has appeared, contaminating marine life. The government advised against eating seafood recently. Such a pity. If I had known, I would have stocked up on seafood," Wenren Qingyu said regretfully. Zheng Yu had little interest in seafood, but was intrigued by the abyss. "Is this the first stage 9 abyss?" Wenren Qingyu nodded. "Yes, the first stage 9 abyss, and it appeared in Sakura country. Does it make a difference?" Zheng Yu asked. Wenren Qingyu explained. "You should know that after stage 3, abysses are monopolized by factions, and after stage 7, they are controlled by nations. For factions, abysses are a resource. High-level abysses beyond stage 7 become national resources. However, there are currently no professionals at level 80 to 90 to match a stage 9 abyss. So even if they have a stage 9 abyss, they can't obtain level 80 weapons." As a former second-generation member of a prominent family, Wenren Qingyu was well-versed in these details. "So, there are no level 80 weapons in the world?" Zheng Yu continued to probe. Wenren Qingyu smiled. "Not just level 80 weapons. Even level 70 weapons are rare, with only Nan Muyun possessing them. The 9 provinces' current status as a world superpower is thanks to Nan Muyun. He is the only stage 8 professional in the world. No wonder Nanmuyun's level had been stuck for so long. It turns out he didn't have any teammates. Tao Qian, eavesdropping nearby, had a look of sudden realization on his face. Turning to Zhengyu, when Ren Qingyu encouraged him, keep leveling up. At your pace, you might soon be exploring the 8th stage of the abyss with Nanmuyun. When that happens, you'll be a hero across the whole of Jojo. Zhengyu waved his hand dismissively, his tone calm. That's a long way off. Let's focus on the present. Before he could finish his sentence, a flood of experience notifications suddenly filled their view, interrupting their conversation. Killed a level 21 star shell alien. Gained 654 XP. Killed a level 21 star shell alien. Gained 698 XP. These 1-star shell aliens had high health, and the twin demon fire drakes could no longer kill them instantly. Fortunately, they had enough stamina, recovering 10 with each kill, allowing the twin demon fire drakes to continue fighting like perpetual motion machines. Zheng Yu silently tallied the number of dead aliens. When the count approached 50, an elite insect finally burrowed out from the ground. It resembled the shell aliens, but was dozens of times larger, like a moving mansion. It upheaved the ground and let out an earth-shaking roar, asserting its territorial dominance. The system immediately displayed information about this colossal creature. Giant shell, alien lord. Level, 20. Rank, elite. Health, 700,000. Attack, 800. Skill, I shockwave. Skill 2, insect shield. Skill 3, shell defense. Skill 4, acid. Skill V, insect physique. Wow, 700,000 health. Jinyu marveled quietly. This was the most health he'd ever seen on an elite monster, far surpassing the 280,000 health of the Wraith aggregate in the Temple Abyss. Though its skills were unremarkable, lacking any brutal abilities, it was a pure tank. Most professionals who attempted the nightmare-level Dark Valley had fallen here. The health was too thick to whittle down, and with the insect physique skill regenerating health, ordinary strength talent professionals stood no chance. A tank, huh? Let's see how you fare against a real bull. Zheng Yu stopped holding back and summoned his strongest beast-wild bloodline, War Bull. He also called forth the giant winged butterfly to provide a speed boost for the War Bull. Mu the War Bull stomped forward with heavy steps, exuding an intimidating aura as it emerged from the contract circle. This was its first battle, and it was determined to showcase its best performance for its master. To the War Bull, war and slaughter were the ultimate displays of perfection. Instantly, a powerful killing intent spread out, drawing everyone's attention. Roar! The chitinous alien bug lord sensed the warlike aura of the War Bull. It would not tolerate any creature more formidable than itself in its territory. However, the War Bull showed no fear and immediately unleashed its rampaging charge skill. This almost invincible ability made the War Bull immune to 90 of damage during its charge, allowing it to plow through acid and shockwaves, heading straight for the heart of the swarm. Boom! The massive impact sent the enormous chitinous alien bug lord sprawling to the ground. This strike dealt an astounding 60,000 damage. Although the War Bull's skill attack coefficient wasn't high, its base attributes combined with a 50 attribute boost from the Dragon Sage granted the War Bull, with its 6th tier talent, an impressive 6,400 attack power. Even the lowest coefficient skill could unleash explosive damage. Yet this incredible strike failed to break the bug lord's shield. From the health bar, it was clear that this attack only consumed 30 of the shield, indicating that this elite monster had over 200,000 shield points. No wonder even Zhang Zhan couldn't break through this first elite monster. Such thick health and shields were truly daunting. Despite the bug lord's strength not being particularly overwhelming, even weaker than the teleporting and possessing Ghost Village Chief, its vast health, shield, carapace defense, and the rapid regeneration ability of the insect race made it extremely difficult to defeat. Zheng Yu didn't want to waste too much time on this tanky elite monster. Great Winged Spirit Butterfly, speed up, he ordered decisively. Chime. The Great Winged Spirit Butterfly immediately responded, sending out 2 blue orbs that merged into the War Bull, forming a faint blue shield. Then, the Great Winged Spirit Butterfly began to sing. Its level 19 Butterfly Song skill consumed 3 of its health per second, increasing agility and movement speed by 290 points for all summoned beasts. This powerful buff affected the War Bull, Goblin General, and twin Demon Fire Drakes, making the War Bull exude an aura of invincibility. The War Bull seized the momentum, catching up to the chitinous alien bug lord that had been knocked back and raising its axe for another strike. Clang! A crisp metallic clash rang out as the War Bull, with over 300 points of agility, swung its giant axe continuously. Although the butterfly song was powerful, its duration was limited, so the War Bull had to maximize its suppressive power within this brief window. Despite the bug lord's massive size, the War Bull, now over 3 meters tall thanks to the Dragon Sage's bond, matched it in stature and presence. Clang, clang, clang. With continuous axe strikes, whenever the Bug Lord attempted to counterattack, the War Bull would immediately unleash a war roar, stunning it and continuing the relentless assault. Without a brutal mechanism, the Bug Lord was like a sitting duck, completely overpowered. Crack! The Bug Lord's shield finally shattered. Even with its carapace defense skill, the exposed shell couldn't withstand the War Bull's ferocious attacks in its primal bloodline state. First axe, armor break. Second axe, shell cracks. Third axe, the Bug Lord begins to retreat. This was the War Bull with its primal bloodline, growing stronger with each battle. Once it entered combat, nothing could stand in its way. This is insane, Edmund said, watching the War Bull suppress the Bug Lord with envy. I wish I had abilities like that. Tao Qian and the others were also stunned by Zheng Yu's new summon. I can't even imagine how strong Zheng Yu will be if he reaches level 70, Tao Qian said. One Ren Yu calculated aloud. At the rate of one new summon every 5 levels, Zheng Yu would have 15 summons by level 70. Wow. One Ren Yu couldn't help but marvel, imagining the awe-inspiring scene of 15 incredibly powerful summoned beasts appearing simultaneously. She compared internally. Ordinary summoners either pursue quantity at the expense of quality or focus on quality, but can't afford many. Yet, Zheng Yu managed to achieve both, an astonishing feat. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, spotting a goblin general who was stronger than the most talented warrior she had ever seen, not to mention the formidable war minotaur. When Ren Yu turned to look at the goblin general's summoned combat squad, once again amazed. The level 19 Goblin Combat Squad was not only larger in number and stronger, but also equipped with mages and support units, forming a perfectly balanced fighting team. No wonder Zheng Yu refused the faction's team-up privileges. When Ren Yu thought, a summoner of this caliber doesn't need teammates. He doesn't have to share rewards or accommodate others. As the crowd buzzed with discussion, the battle had reached its climax. The twin demon fire Jiao's flame, aura, and fire serpent hell continued to wreak havoc, with their output significantly boosted by the axiomatic arc. They had already cleared out most of the one-star shell aliens, and were now joining the Goblin General in fighting the Shell Alien Lord. Meanwhile, the Goblin Combat Squad was cleaning up the battlefield, hunting down any stragglers or escapees. Seeing its swarm dwindling, the Shell Alien Lord let out an earth-shattering roar and charged madly at the War Minotaur. However, the War Minotaur remained unfazed. Despite the Shell Alien Lord's massive size, it was just a big bug in the eyes of the War Minotaur. War Stomp! The War Minotaur launched a fierce attack on everything in front of it. In an instant, the ground before the War Minotaur caved in, and even the Shell Alien Lord, several times larger, was firmly pinned to the ground. With a thunderous crash, the ground shook violently, the immense force rendering the Shell Alien Lord immobile. Seizing the opportunity, the Goblin General and the twin demon fire Jiao launched their attacks simultaneously. Charge! The Goblin General shouted, leading the charge against the enemy. Dragon's Breath! The twin demon fire Jiao followed, unleashing scorching dragon breath. The battle grew increasingly intense, with the scales of victory gradually tipping in Zheng Yu's favor. The prolonged duration of the battle presented an unprecedented challenge for Zheng Yu. The primary cause of this grueling fight against the elite monster was the staggering health pool of the Beetle Lord. Its impenetrable carapace provided a defense even more formidable than the damage reduction of ghost-type creatures. However, as the battle wore on, the War Bull's strength grew. The giant winged butterfly support abilities were fully utilized, and with the coordinated attacks of the twin Inferno Drakes and the Goblin General, they finally managed to subdue the colossal creature with 700,000 HP. With a resounding crash, the Beetle Lord fell. The War Bull's final axe strike precisely shattered the beetle's head, which was as large as a car's front end. The system prompt immediately appeared. Defeated Beetle Lord LV20. Gained 14,529 XP. Congratulations, you have acquired Beetle Carapace Armor LV20 Platinum Grade. Congratulations, you have acquired Beetle Shield LV20 Platinum Grade. Zheng Yu was secretly delighted. The experience points from this fight were as abundant as those from the elite red sedan monster. And even more exciting was the drop of 2 Platinum Grade pieces of equipment. Although the Beetle Carapace Armor and Shield were meant for shield warriors and not for his own use, they could fetch millions in the temple shop, making the rewards quite lucrative. Reflecting on the gains from the Beetle Swarm, Zheng Yu calculated with satisfaction. 50,000 XP, with one elite monster contributing 15,000 XP, plus 2 valuable Platinum Grade items. He was now less than 60,000 XP away from reaching level 20, and this was just the first wave of the Beetle Swarm. He eagerly anticipated the upcoming waves. Zheng Yu ordered the team to rest in place and dispatched the Goblin Combat Squad to clean up the battlefield. They skillfully extracted the hardened stones known as insect essence from the burned beetle carcasses. These materials had specific buyers in Shangyu City, each worth about 5,000 yuan. With over 70 pieces, the total value approached 350,000 yuan. Though not as valuable as a gold card, it was still a pleasant bonus. One of the perks of being a summoner was not having to handle the corpses personally. However, the smell from the charred beetle bodies, which initially resembled the aroma of roasted meat, soon became quite unpleasant. Zhengyu decided to forego their usual barbecue activities. Time passed quietly, and about an hour later, a buzzing sound could be heard in the distance. They're coming again! Edmund's face turned grim as the scale of this wave was even larger than before. They're coming again! Zhengyu repeated, but his tone was filled with excitement. He couldn't wait to harvest another massive amount of experience points. Archers ready! Before Zhengyu could give the order, the goblin general had already positioned the troops. Zhengyu admired the general's foresight and began to daydream about the future. If the goblin general reached the 10th talent tier, he might be able to independently lead a goblin army in a battle, allowing Zhengyu to reap the benefits effortlessly. However, this beautiful vision was still a long way off. Zhengyu recalled that advancing the war bull from the 6th to the 7th tier required 20,000 talent points. The cost for advancing from the 9th to the 10th tier would likely be astronomical. 50,000? A million? Perhaps even more? He shook his head, setting aside these distant plans for now. Fire! The goblin general's command rang out, and the goblin archers and wolf riders unleashed a fierce attack on the approaching swarm of alien insects. Ring, the giant winged butterfly, once again emitted its ethereal call, boosting the agility of the ranged units. Although the call consumed health, the giant winged butterfly's remarkable recovery rate, thanks to its physique, allowed it to quickly return to peak condition after a brief rest. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows slicing through the air was incessant. System prompts flashed continuously. Defeated alien insect LV-20, gained 666 XP. Defeated alien insect LV-20, gained 688 XP. In no time, a dozen one-star alien insects had been slain. These ordinary alien insects, despite their ability to fly at low altitudes, were still within the goblin general's attack range. Suddenly, a new system prompt appeared. You have killed 200 alien insects. The insectoid overlord is enraged by this, and has used the energy of the insect mother to evolve the alien insects into 2-star alien insects. They had killed 200 of them, about 100 more to break the record. Under Zheng Yu and his team's watchful eyes, the alien bugs began an astonishing evolution. Black spots rapidly appeared on their bodies, their flying and movement speeds sharply increased, and their defense capabilities noticeably enhanced. However, even against these evolved 2-star alien bugs, the dual skills of the twin flame Drake's Flame, Aura, and Fire Serpent Hell remained incredibly powerful. The scorching flames swept across the battlefield, causing the alien bugs to fall before they could even make it halfway. System notifications flashed continuously. Killed 2-star alien bug LV-20, gained 782 experience. Killed 2-star alien bug LV-20, gained 823 experience. Zheng Yu noticed a slight increase in the experience points gained. Though the boost wasn't significant, it was sufficient. Wave after wave of alien bugs charged forward, and the twin flame drakes seemed to enter a killing frenzy. When the kill count reached 300, the system prompted again. You have killed 300 alien bugs. The Zerg overlord is enraged and has consumed the energy of the brood mother to evolve the alien bugs into 3-star alien bugs. As the alien bugs evolved to 3-star and the kill count exceeded 300, Zheng Yu's experience bar finally filled up. Level 20 achieved. The system immediately displayed detailed level-up information. Level: LV-19, LV-20. Experience needed for next level: 249,201 out of 250,000. Health: 15,210, 16,610. Mana: 981,020. Intelligence: 574,602. Strength: 149, 155. Agility: 3740. Unlocked 5th Summoner Space. Additionally, the system provided 2 important notifications. Note: upon reaching level 25, you can undergo a class advancement at the temple to obtain more powerful exclusive class skills and determine your future career path. Note: you have unlocked the ranking system. You can check your ranking at the temple. Excited, Zheng Yu immediately equipped the long-awaited level 20 gear, the yellow hide set. Yellow hide coat, yellow hide pants, yellow hide hat, and yellow hide gloves. Although it was only a gold tier set, it was sufficient for the current situation. He planned to switch to stronger level 25 gear when entering Phase 3. After careful consideration, Zheng Yu decided not to purchase the platinum tier set worth 30 million. opting instead to reserve funds for buying enhancement stones and forging stones. The attribute difference between gold and platinum tier equipment wasn't significant, and it was far less crucial than dazzling tier gear. Finally, he put on the platinum tier ghostly bracelet with the following attributes. Bracelet, ghostly bracelet. Wear level, 20. Wear requirements, none. Grade, platinum. Attributes, intelligence 140, increases magic defense by 10. Equipment effect 1. Vengeful spirit. Upon casting a skill, gains the assistance of a vengeful spirit, dealing an additional 5 of the damage. Equipment effect 2. Hanging ghost. An active skill that releases a hanging rope to bind enemies not higher than your level, pulling them closer to you. Has a chance to fail. Forging, 0. Enhancement, 0. Refinement, 0. Runes, no runes equipped. Zhengyu examined his new gear with satisfaction. A platinum-grade bracelet sparkled brilliantly, boasting both additional damage and active control skills, making it stand out among level 20 equipment. Complementing, it was a pair of diamond-grade shadow spirit boots, which allowed the wearer to enter a ghostly state, reducing damage by 30. Lastly, a diamond-grade summoning equipment named Soul Reaping Swana perfectly matched the sound-based skills of his war bowl. Zhengyu meticulously calculated the stats. The Soul Reaping Swana increased his health by 19,000 and his attack power by 1,280. Combined with his intelligence score of 740 and a 50 overall boost from the Dragon Sage, his total attack power skyrocketed to an astonishing 10,060 points. His health surged to 90,000. These stats were luxurious even for level 20, far surpassing those of swordsmen and paladins of the same level. Unbelievable, Zhengyu murmured, feeling confident about the upcoming battle in the Dark Abyss. Suddenly, the atmosphere changed. Edmund keenly noticed that the lurking insectoids began to retreat quietly. "We broke in through the first line of defense," Zhengyu explained. "They're acknowledging our strength and retreating. It's a sign of submission. I didn't expect them to be so smart," Edmund remarked in surprise. Without further explanation, Zhengyu ordered the Goblin General to capture a live alien insect. Turning to Edmund, he said, "Try changing the color of this insect." Seeing Edmund's puzzled expression, Zhengyu added, "Try to make the white spots on its body match the rest of its color." Though unsure of the purpose, Edmund complied. He placed his hand on the 2-star alien insect and began using his not-so-proficient ability. Gradually, the white spots on the insect's body started to change, eventually blending seamlessly with its natural color, as if they had never existed. Zhengyu squinted, closely observing the color-altered alien insect. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. "Incredible," Zhengyu muttered to himself. "What's up?" Tao Qian, standing nearby, asked curiously. Zhengyu pointed at the alien insect. "Take a look for yourself." Tao Qian stared intently and immediately showed a shocked expression. "It downgraded?" "Exactly," Zhengyu confirmed. "It was originally upgraded to 3 stars after killing 300 alien insects, but now, due to Edmund's color-changing ability, it's been downgraded to 0 stars. Just a regular alien insect." One Ren Qingyu analyzed from the side. "So, it seems Edmund is the most valuable NPC in the Dark Abyss. No wonder those who killed Edmund lost the Abyss Challenge. How did you come up with this?" When Ren Qingyu asked curiously, Zhengyu explained with a peculiar tone, "I noticed that each time an alien insect upgraded, it gained more white spots. Then I thought of the concept of changing skin color and wondered what would happen if we removed these white spots, which are a characteristic of their upgrade." One Ren Qingyu pondered. "So, this is a rule of the Dark Abyss?" Zhengyu shook his head. "There's no such unreliable rule. There's only one possibility." He looked at Edmund, who was still a bit confused, and said, "Your ability isn't some useless power. It's a rule-altering ability." Understanding the importance of Edmund's ability, Zhengyu made a swift decision. Although Edmund could barely change the color of one insect and couldn't affect a boss's level or gain experience from downgrading a boss, Zhengyu was confident that this ability would be extremely useful once they figured out how to utilize it properly. For this reason, Zhengyu ordered the Goblin General to stay close and protect Edmund. In his view, the survival of other NPCs was inconsequential, but Edmund must be safeguarded. Even though Edmund's current power was weak and couldn't influence boss fights, Zhengyu was certain that this ability would play a crucial role in future battles. Tao Qian watched Edmund with envy, silently marveling at the power of those with special abilities. He turned to Zhengyu, hope flickering in his eyes. "Do you think it's possible that I have some hidden talents yet to be discovered?" Zhengyu raised an eyebrow and asked, "Like what?" Tao Qian spread his hands and chuckled helplessly. "I have no idea. They're hidden, aren't they?" Zhengyu was momentarily at a loss for words and could only shake his head silently. After the Zerg retreated, Zhengyu did not rush to pursue them. He first allowed the giant winged spirit butterfly to recover its health, then opened the system panel and entered the sanctuary interface. Reaching level 20 not only unlocked the 5th summoner slot, but also activated the ranking feature. Zheng Yu clicked into the rankings and found 5 leaderboards: level, total combat power, equipment, abyss, and newcomer. The top spots on the level, total combat power, and abyss boards were all held by Nan Muyun from Jiuzhou, while the equipment leaderboard was dominated by Rockefeller from the Eagle Nation with a level 70 semi-divine item. The system notification sounded. Ranking achievement alert. Your level is 20 with 0.7 experience, placing you at 3rd on the newcomer level leaderboard. Ranking achievement alert. Your weapon, the Ancient Illusion Staff LV-20 Radiant, has secured the top spot on the newcomer equipment leaderboard. Zheng Yu smiled slightly, unsurprised by the staff's performance. However, being 3rd in level was a bit surprising. It seemed Central Continent was indeed full of hidden talents. While browsing the leaderboards, Zheng Yu noticed only 3 people had made it: himself, someone named Rong Mingjian, and an anonymous user. After a moment of thought, Zheng Yu decisively chose to display his name. In this world, talent is the best protection. With the backing of his faction and Shangyu City, along with the protection of the sanctuary and Zhuzhou laws, he had no need to worry about becoming a target. On the contrary, showcasing his strength would attract more resources and opportunities. More importantly, Zheng Yu thought of Zhou Yun, the person who once considered him weak. How would Zhou Yun react now, faced with Zheng Yu's impending dominance on the leaderboards? A slight smile played on Zheng Yu's lips as he anticipated Zhou Yun's reaction to the news. Zheng Yu curiously looked up information on Rong Mingjian and soon learned about the Rong family's background. He discovered that Rong Li was a top-tier swordsman at level 68 who founded his own swordsman faction. Rong Mingjian, Rong Li's son, emerged as a prodigious talent 8 years ago and has since become a globally renowned top-tier professional, earning the title of Sword God. Zheng Yu nodded thoughtfully. Rong Mingjian possesses S-level talent and, like his father, chose the swordsman profession. This allowed him to directly inherit Rong Li's equipment from his younger days. Coupled with the faction's strong support and his own formidable skills, it was likely that, much like Zheng Yu, he fought his way through nightmare-level abysses with soy sauce in tow. After closing the sanctuary page, Zheng Yu noticed that the giant winged spirit butterfly was still recovering its health. Seizing the opportunity, he opened the Hextech Enhancement Rune interface. Upon reaching level 20, he gained 2 more enhancement runes. Rubbing his hands together with anticipation, Zheng Yu eagerly began drawing Hextech runes. Something useful, please, Zheng Yu muttered to himself. Suddenly, a brilliant light burst before his eyes. Prismatic level. Based on his previous experiences, Zheng Yu immediately realized that this draw would certainly include a prismatic level Hextech enhancement rune. The system notification sounded. Congratulations! You have drawn the 9th Rune Prismatic Rune War Treasure 3. Congratulations! You have drawn the 10th Rune Gold Rune Companionship. Zheng Yu carefully examined the effects of his newly acquired runes. War Treasure 3 ensures that summoned creatures will drop rare loot when they defeat elite or higher level enemies. Companionship provides a training dummy. The system detected that Zheng Yu already possessed a rune with the same name and automatically combined them into Companionship 2, providing 2 training dummies with 20,000 health points and doubling the rewards after the abyss ends. Oh, it can upgrade? Zheng Yu was surprised to find that Hextech runes could also be upgraded. He couldn't help but wonder if he could upgrade a demon contract by drawing another one, thereby exchanging less health for greater talent boosts. Although the possibilities seemed slim, it was still worth anticipating. Zheng Yu was quite satisfied with the results of this draw. War Treasure, as an economic rune, was exactly what he needed. Compared to the original chance-based drops, the guaranteed drops now offered a significant improvement that caught Zheng Yu's eye. He realized that his Hextech talents seemed to be continually optimizing and balancing. Taking advantage of the break, Zheng Yu deployed the training dummies. The dummies displayed 20 unclaimed talent points on their heads, rewards from his previous 2 Abyss explorations. Although the number wasn't large, the training dummies' taunting ability was the most crucial survival tool for Zheng Yu at this stage. About an hour later, Zheng Yu was ready to move out. The War Bull led the way. The Goblin General guarded Edmund, and the twin Demon Fire Drakes and giant winged Spirit Butterfly protected Zheng Yu. The Spirit Butterfly's Guardian skill provided Zheng Yu with continuous shielding and damage mitigation. With the protection of his equipment, the Butterfly's shield, and the training dummy's taunt, Zheng Yu felt an unprecedented sense of security. His gaze fixed ahead. The second checkpoint was now within reach. When Ren Qingyu said, "This is the last part of the existing strategy guide. It doesn't mention the elite monsters here." When the first wave of Zerd arrived, the guide's author decided to quit. Zheng Yu nodded in understanding, having read that same guide. The author of that guide attempted the abyss of the Dark Valley even before Zhang Zhan. Zhang Zhan only made it to the Beetle Lord before stopping. Unfortunately, that professional didn't survive the level 50 awakening battle and failed to awaken. Looking up, Zhengyu saw the hillside in the distance covered with countless large and small insect holes, creating a chilling scene. He instantly understood why previous adventurers had quit the abyss. At this point, the sheer number of insect holes was overwhelming. Edmund gasped, his voice tinged with fear. Do we really have to go through there? Maybe we should go back and find the vice captain. Halfway through his sentence, he noticed Jingyu's local look he was all too familiar with, like the one he had when spotting a beautiful woman at a bar. Ignoring Edmund's suggestion, Zhengyu pressed on. He had killed the captain to take control of the team. No one could alter his plan now. We must capture this area before they send out a signal. If the signal goes out, the Zerg commanders will order their troops to block the core teleportation gate, and we'll lose a ton of experience points. Without hesitation, Zhengyu commanded the twin flame drakes to launch 2 fireballs, activating the swarm. Hushwish-tushwo fireballs shot through the air, landing precisely in the dark insect holes. Boom! The fireballs exploded inside, sending tongues of flame out of the entrances. Immediately, the ground began to tremble. The rustling sound gave everyone goosebumps. Edmund and the others raised their weapons, knowing full well that firearms were nearly useless against these insects, but the act of holding them provided some psychological comfort. Boom! A 3-star giant beetle burst from the ground first. Though it was 3 times smaller than the beetle lord, it was still the size of a tank. Following it were 4 more giant beetles of the same size. Then came swarms of beetle-like and flying insects, all 3-star level, creating a terrifying spectacle. Tao Qian couldn't help but remark, if only we had a giant can of bug spray, that would be awesome. Zhengyu laughed and retorted, bug spray? That wouldn't be nearly as satisfying. Ever burned an ant nest? Beast Berserk, Huang Pizi Possession. Zhengyu's voice echoed across the battlefield as he unleashed 2 powerful skills in quick succession. First was the summoner's unique active skill, Beast Berserk, followed by the active skill from the Huang Pizi 4-piece set, Huang Pizi Possession. This skill summoned the spirit of Huang Pizi to possess either Zhengyu or his summoned creature, boosting attack power by 15 for 5 minutes. The dual buffs instantly empowered the twin demon fire Jiao. In a flash, the flames around the Jiao turned from crimson to a deep, intense purple, with temperatures soaring and forcing everyone nearby to retreat. Fire Jiao, burn these bugs to ashes, Zhengyu commanded. Without a verbal response, the fiery figure shot forward like an arrow. The twin demon Fire Jiao was always a creature of action, living by the motto, I need to burn something, or I'll feel restless all day. A crisp, clear butterfly chirp followed. The giant winged spirit butterfly's skill kicked in, further boosting the Fire Jiao's speed. In the blink of an eye, it was in the midst of the dense swarm of insects. Domain Expansion, Flame Halo, Inferno Serpent, Double Fire Attribute Damage 3 skills erupted simultaneously. It was like dropping a spark into a vat of oil, and the entire area was engulfed in flames. A sea of fire surged, erecting an insurmountable wall of flames. The dense formation of the insect horde, once their pride, now became their doom. The flames spread rapidly, turning the once imposing army into cockroaches struggling in a sea of fire. Must have felt like the Battle of Red Cliffs back then. Zhengyu couldn't help but marvel. Chai Yun, who had witnessed the Fire Jiao's power in the Temple Abyss, was still awestruck by the spectacle. This is incredible, she muttered. Tao Qian clicked his tongue in amazement. No wonder so many people are willing to risk everything for a mage. The satisfaction of burning down a whole horde with one big spell is unmatched. When Ren Qingyu, however, shook her head. A stage 2 mage couldn't pull this off, and this is just one of Zhengyu's summons. Tao Qian sighed. I know it's outrageous. No matter how many times I see it, it still feels unreal. Ren Qingyu pointed out, the most outrageous part is how these powerful skills can keep going without stopping. Just then, a dragon's roar mixed with a serpent's hiss interrupted their conversation. Hiss, the twin demon Fire Jiao's roar carried a note of victory as swarms of alien bugs were reduced to ashes. Defeated level 23-star alien bug, gained 825 XP. Defeated level 23-star alien bug, gained 811 XP. System notifications kept coming. The twin demon Fire Jiao, just as it was about to exhaust its energy, received a boost from the Arc of Justice. Energy 10. Energy 10. With a new burst of energy, the Fire Jiao resumed its fiery rampage without hesitation. Zhengyu knew this kind of exhilarating scenario was unique to the insect abyss. Other abysses either had instant-kill monsters like the Skin Spider or stealthy attackers like the Ghost Village Chief, making it impossible for the Fire Jiao to rampage so freely. Even against 3-star alien bugs, the twin demon Fire Jiao could kill a batch to replenish its energy before continuing its slaughter. Defeated level 23-star alien bug, gained 791 XP. Defeated level 23 star alien bug, gained 833 XP. Experience points flooded in like a tide. Although each bug gave only a small amount, the sheer number was overwhelming. You have killed 400 alien bugs. The insect overlord is furious and has used the insect mother's energy to evolve the alien bugs into 4-star alien bugs. As the system notification sounded, the alien bugs began to evolve. Facing the 4-star enemies, the Fire Jiao's attacks started to struggle. Worse, the 5-minute effect of Huang Pizi possession was about to end. Goblin Shaman, sacrifice, Zheng Yu ordered decisively. The Goblin Shaman raised its staff, chanting an obscure gray incantation. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt struck it. Concurrently, the Fire Jiao's flames grew even fiercer. However, this immense power came at the cost of the Goblin Shaman's life. Its skin withered and shriveled at a visible rate until it became a dried corpse. The Goblin Shaman sacrifice not only rejuvenated the Fire Jiao, but also made it even more formidable than before. Killing a 4-star alien bug level 20 gained 912 experience. Killing a 4-star alien bug level 20 gained 894 experience. As the battle continued, Zheng Yu felt his experience points steadily increasing. The twin demon fire dragons spewed flames like a gateway to hell, consuming the endless swarms of bugs. The ground was piling up with more and more bug corpses, their carbonized remains forming mountains, with black smoke filling the air, as if turning the entire space pitch black. The few bugs that managed to break through the firewall had no time to celebrate before being effortlessly wiped out by the Goblin Combat Squad, which had been waiting in ambush. Even the giant beetles couldn't escape their fate, being smashed to pieces by the ferocious war minotaur. The death toll of the bug swarm climbed at an alarming rate. When the kill count reached 500, Zheng Yu felt a surge of powerful energy flow into his body, signaling he had evolved to a 5-star level. Shortly after, when the kill count crossed the 600 mark, he felt another surge of power, successfully advancing to 6-star. However, the bug swarm seemed indifferent to their losses, continuing to throw themselves at the twin demon fire dragons like moths to a flame. Edmund couldn't help but exclaim, "Are these bugs suicidal?" He found it hard to understand how these once terrifying creatures were so easily overwhelmed by the fire serpents. Zheng Yu, understanding the bug strategy, explained they might be trying to exhaust the twin demon fire dragons with sheer numbers. To the bug swarm, life is the least valuable resource. But they miscalculated one thing, he smirked. The more of them there are, the more excited my twin demon fire dragons become. Bring it on, the more the better. The bug swarm's prized numerical advantage turned into a fatal weakness against the twin demon fire dragon's arcane power. With each kill, the fire dragon's energy grew stronger, and Zheng Yu's level rose in tandem. When the kill count reached 622, Zheng Yu felt an unprecedented surge of power throughout his body, breaking through to level 21. Level LV20 LV21. Experience needed for next level, 319,102 points. Health, 21,910, 25,210. Mana, 1,510, 1,590. Intelligence, 752, 782. Strength, 155, 160. Agility, 40-43. A satisfied smile spread across Zheng Yu's face. Upgrading is this easy, he thought to himself. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't re-enter Stage 2 Abyss after leaving, he would have considered farming Dark Abyss a few more times. Compared to the Cold Street Abyss that tested a professional strength and the Shrine Abyss that required keen insight, this Dark Abyss was practically a treasure trove of experience designed just for him. What thrilled Jing Yu the most was that this upgrade had boosted his health by a whopping 3,300 points. Excluding equipment bonuses, his base health had surpassed the 11,000 mark, reaching an impressive 11,210 points. The surge in health meant more talent points, bringing him one step closer to evolving the Goblin General to the 6th tier. Just as Zheng Yu was basking in his joy, a deafening thunderclap echoed through the sky. A massive brown-gray, flying alien bug hurtled toward the twin demon fire dragons like a missile. Perhaps due to the fire dragon's mass slaughter of its kin, its hatred had peaked. However, just as the alien bug was about to reach the fire dragons, a burly figure shot out like lightning. It was the war minotaur arriving just in time. With a swift charge, it rammed the flying alien bug with its hard horns, sending it flying. With a loud crash, the alien bug landed right on a giant beetle emerging from the ground. With a splat, the beetle was instantly shattered. Mu, the war minotaur, let out a thunderous roar, as if declaring its role as the guardian. An elite monster? A gleam of excitement flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. Perfect timing. Let's see what kind of astonishing loot this war treasure holds. The Hive Lord stood tall in the abyss of the Dark Valley, a level 20 elite creature. As an elite of the insect race, it boasted 240,000 health points and 4,000 attack power, along with 5 powerful skills: Stinger, Swarm Airstrike, Buzz, Savage Summon Queen, and an unnamed skill I. However, Zheng Yu wasn't impressed by this elite creature's strength. He thought to himself that its health was insufficient for the current stage. Whether it was the red sedan from the Shrine Abyss, or the freshly leveled up War Bull and Goblin General, they could all easily handle the Hive Lord. The battle erupted instantly. The War Bull charged first, letting out a deep moo as it launched its bull rush. Not to be outdone, the Goblin General followed closely, using its charge skill. The two burly figures barreled towards the Hive Lord from both sides. Seeing this, the Hive Lord immediately shot out a stinger. However, this attack was insignificant against the War Bull's unstoppable charge, barely causing any damage. Unable to dodge, the Hive Lord attempted to fly into the sky, but the Goblin General was already prepared. With the astounding jumping power of its giant wolf, the Goblin General easily caught up with the ascending Hive Lord. Raising its massive hammer high, it brought it down heavily, smashing the Hive Lord to the ground. This strike perfectly complemented the War Bull's charge, sending the Hive Lord bouncing between the two summoned beasts like a ball. The battle raged on. The twin flame serpent opened its massive jaws, frantically absorbing the surrounding flames, rapidly gathering energy within. It then spewed out 2 dragon breaths, pursuing the airborne Hive Lord. As the Hive Lord crashed into the wall behind it, the breaths exploded upon impact. With a thunderous boom, it instantly dealt 70,000 damage. The combined attack of the 3 summoned beasts left the Hive Lord critically wounded. In an instant, it entered a berserk state, and the sound of swarming bees filled the air. However, the swarm didn't last a second before being incinerated by the twin flame serpent's fiery aura. Suddenly, a massive figure of a queen bee appeared behind the Hive Lord. To everyone's surprise, this queen bee took on the form of a human female, with a curvaceous body and a pair of wings on her back, hovering as a shadow behind the Hive Lord. Just as Zheng Yu sensed a formidable threat and was about to warn his companions, a black rift appeared in the sky. The queen bee instantly materialized behind the twin flame serpent, slicing it in half with a single strike. Red flames burst forth, and the twin flame serpent let out a painful howl. A system notification followed. Your summoned beast, twin flame serpent, has died. Its soul has returned to the summoning space. Please wait for it to revive before summoning again. Revival time, midnight. Zheng Yu hadn't expected the first death of his summoned beast to occur in what he originally thought was a manageable abyss. He couldn't help but grumble. This is just a plot kill. In his view, even Zhang Zhan might struggle against the queen bee's power. This was undoubtedly a fatal skill. Once the Hive Lord entered its berserk state, it was certain to take down one professional. Fortunately, the twin flame serpent had drawn the aggro, causing the queen bee to target it as soon as she appeared. Wenren Qingyu, witnessing the scene, sighed, such a treacherous abyss. I can't imagine how an ordinary professional could pass this stage without you. Zheng Yu replied, as you said, ordinary professionals can't pass a nightmare level abyss. Otherwise, nightmare level would be commonplace. Wenren Qingyu had to admit Zheng Yu was right. The nightmare level abysses they had experienced with Zheng Yu had given them a false sense of security, as if such challenges were not that difficult. But the term professional's prohibited zone became all too real with the queen bee's appearance, making them acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Thankfully, the queen bee only attacked once before disappearing. Otherwise, this place would truly become a forbidden zone. Zheng Yu felt deeply regretful about the twin flame serpent's death, as it was a valuable asset for farming experience. Now, dealing with the insect swarm had become a tricky problem. The only silver lining was that the queen bee vanished after killing the twin flame serpent. Before she vanished, Zheng Yu clearly caught her final glance directed at him. In that split second, a system notification echoed in his mind. Killed Hornet Lord LV-20, gained 14,478 experience points. Congratulations! Acquired equipment. Platinum level Stinger Dagger LV-20. Obtained Loot Box 1. With the disappearance of the queen bee, the hornets, now leaderless, became easy prey. An arrow whizzed from a goblin archer's crossbow, striking it with precision. Immediately after, the massive war minotaur's hoof came crashing down, ending the poor creature's life. Zheng Yu's attention was drawn to the gleaming platinum dagger, as he pondered how best to utilize this weapon ideal for the shadow class. However, what excited him even more was the mysterious loot box. With mounting excitement, Zheng Yu opened the box. The system chimed again. You have opened a Stage 2 loot box, gaining 200 talent points and a random emblem. Holy crap! This is amazing! Zheng Yu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes shining with excitement. He hadn't expected the loot box to yield an emblem, a highly valuable resource. Bonds are crucial for enhancing summoned beasts. It was the bond with the dragon sage that made the war minotaur so formidable. Similarly, the VIP steward bond allowed the goblin general to summon more heavy cavalry. But to truly unleash the power of bonds, quantity is key. Relying solely on hexdeck runes wasn't enough to gather sufficient bonds. This unexpected bonus perfectly solved Zheng Yu's long-standing dilemma. He nodded in satisfaction, feeling fortunate for the abundant rewards from this battle. Eagerly, Zheng Yu chose to open the random emblem. The system notification appeared once more. You have obtained the fighter emblem. Fighter 2468. Your fighter summoned beasts gain additional maximum health and increase size. 2 fighters gain 15 maximum health and 15 size increase. 4 fighters gain 50 maximum health and 50 size increase. 6 fighters gain 100 maximum health and 100 size increase. 8 fighters gain 200 maximum health and 200 size increase. Zheng Yu carefully examined the newly acquired bond. Compared to the old version that only boosted health, this new fighter bond not only increased health, but also enhanced size, making it undeniably more powerful. He turned to the giant-winged spirit butterfly behind him, a smile playing at his lips. Looks like your transformation into Mothra isn't far off. Thank you for the great god certification from the esteemed Wu Yu's Moonsheng. Thank you. Good news arrived. The emblem of the war treasure appeared, signifying that the bonding issue had been resolved. However, bad news followed swiftly. The twin flame drakes, who had performed outstandingly in previous battles, were tragically killed. The queen bee struck like lightning, taking down the drakes almost instantly, leaving the giant winged butterfly in no time to deploy its shield. Even if the shield had been activated in time, it might not have withstood the queen bee's powerful assault. Faced with this sudden turn of events, Tao Qian sought advice from Zheng Yu. After a moment of contemplation, Zheng Yu decided to delay any further action and wait for a day. There was no rush to advance since the Dark Abyss dungeon allowed them to stay. Zheng Yu reasoned that since entering the 3rd stage of the Abyss required an appointment and waiting period, they might as well use this time to gain experience here. Ascending from level 21 to 22 required 300,000 experience points, and he hoped to achieve this by killing the Zerg. More importantly, they would receive a historical reward for being the first to clear the Abyss, no matter when they did it. Upon hearing Zheng Yu's decision, Tao Qian immediately asked if they needed to start a fire. Zheng Yu shook his head and suggested preparing some light food instead of a barbecue. Tao Qian then organized Wen Yu and the others to start working. While they might not excel in combat, they were experts in camping skills. They carefully selected a wind-sheltered, clean spot with a good view and began to divide tasks. Tao Qian handled the cooking utensils. Chai-Yin set up the tents, when Yu brewed tea, and Ku-Ying prepared the ingredients. Their professional setup left Edmund and the others in awe. During the wait, the Goblin combat team scouted the surrounding area and found that the Zerg, previously inhabiting the area, had fled following the fall of the Drone Lord. The entire drone territory was now devoid of Zerg, as if Zheng Yu had claimed their land. Interestingly, the Zerg of the Beetle Lord evolved with white spots after ascending stars, while the 6-star alien Zerg in this area were brown. This led Zheng Yu to realize that each Zerg Lord might have different evolution methods, although they all required consuming the energy of the Zerg Mother. After enjoying a sumptuous picnic, Zheng Yu lay in the private tent meticulously set up by Chai-Yun, pondering the many unsolved mysteries of the Dark Abyss. Compared to other abysses, the objective here seemed more straightforward. Simply fight to the deepest part of the abyss and defeat the Zerg ruler to clear it. Under the vigilant watch of the Goblin General and the War Bull, Zheng Yu rested peacefully. With the Zerg having retreated, they remained safe for 24 hours. It wasn't until the twin flame drakes were resurrected that Zheng Yu prepared to move forward again. Once summoned, the reborn twin flame drakes immediately approached Zheng Yu, their 2 heads lowered as if apologizing for their previous failure. Zheng Yu comforted them, saying, "It wasn't your fault. That queen bee was a death trap set by the Abyss. Thanks to your full force attack, drawing her aggression, she didn't target me. You protected me with your lives." These words not only alleviated the twin flame drake's guilt, but also reignited their fighting spirit. At that moment, Zheng Yu deeply appreciated the value of the textbook Mastering the Summoner Profession from Scratch. Summoned beasts indeed had emotions and personalities, requiring long-term companionship to truly understand. The twin flame drakes, for instance, appeared fierce and aloof on the surface but had a strong sense of responsibility, feeling guilty for unmet tasks. Notably, they were also extremely bloodthirsty, reveling in the thrill of the kill. That personality, combined with a perfect arc of logic, almost makes him a match for Hannibal, the infamous killer. War Bull's dual nature sets it apart among summoned beasts. On regular days, It is gentle and steadfast, like an unshakable mountain. Even the aloof twin fire serpent occasionally rests by its side in the summoning space. The youngest in mind, the giant winged butterfly, loves to use it as a living mattress, sleeping soundly on its broad back. However, once it steps onto the battlefield, War Bull transforms completely. The terrifying aura it emits is enough to make even a seasoned goblin general take notice. This murderous intent is almost tangible, targeting only enemies and showcasing a fearless dominance and a tyrannical presence on the battlefield. In Zheng Yu's lineup of summoned beasts, each has its unique traits. The Goblin General, regarded by Zheng Yu as the most intelligent, not only leads troops in battle, but also understands his master's intentions. Whether in the summoning space or on the battlefield, he plays the role of the elder brother. The massive giant winged butterfly, on the other hand, is the favorite of the group, adored by all for her charming personality. Just as Zheng Yu was calming the twin fire serpent, Tao Qian's shout suddenly rang out, "You go!" Zheng Yu looked up, and without needing an explanation from Tao Qian, the scene before him said it all. The entire sky had turned blood red at some point, with a crimson pillar stretching from the ground to the heavens in the distance. Swarms of flying alien insects were converging on the blood-red pillar like locusts, and among them, one elite monster stood out prominently. It seems the deputy captain in the southeast has sent out a distress signal, Wen Qingyu calmly analyzed. Zheng Yu nodded, a determined glint in his eyes. Let's move. Our time to gain experience is running out. The twin fire drakes have resurrected, which means Zheng Yu has another chance to gain experience. The distant phenomenon matches exactly with the description in the strategy guide for the hard-level Dark Abyss Valley. 10 hours after the leader sends a signal, a blood-red pillar will appear in the distance, and all the insect creatures in the valley will swarm towards it. Zheng Yu thought to himself, if he hadn't killed the leader earlier, they would have been forced to follow him to activate the signal device. The round trip would take more than 10 hours, leaving no time to wait for the twin fire drakes to resurrect in 24 hours. In this dangerous Dark Abyss Valley, the value of the twin fire drakes even surpasses that of the more powerful war bull. Boom! Flames erupted, and the twin fire drakes instantly turned a passing giant beetle into ashes. The system notification sounded. Killed a 6-star giant beetle LV-20, gained 1047 experience points. Zheng Yu frowned. Although the experience from the 6-star alien insect was slightly higher, it was still a drop in the bucket compared to the 350,000 experience points needed for the next level. Just then, a swarm of worker bees flew overhead. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up, and he shouted, "Knock them down for me." The war bull understood and let out an earth-shattering roar. Equipped with the death whistle, the war bull's skill effects and damage were all increased by 100. The roar's range doubled, the stun duration extended, and the damage doubled. The worker bees, already flying low, were disoriented by the sonic attack and fell to the ground. The twin fire drakes seized the opportunity, spewing scorching flames that charred the worker bees. Killed a 6-star worker bee alien LV-20, gained 941 experience points. Killed a 6-star worker bee alien LV-20, gained 919 experience points. Continuous system notification sounded, but Zheng Yu was still not satisfied. "It's not enough, still far from enough," he said anxiously. "Speed up, we can barely encounter a few on the way. We need to reach the central area, where it's swarming with insects." Without waiting to see if Edmund and the others behind him heard, Zheng Yu leapt onto the back of the giant winged butterfly. The butterfly understood and immediately released a resonant hum, increasing the movement speed of the war bull, goblin general, and twin fire drakes. The group sped off after the insect swarm, quickly disappearing into the distance. Edmund stood there, dumbfounded, watching Zheng Yu and his team vanish at incredible speed. He was even more shocked by the look in Zheng Yu's eyes when he saw the insect swarm, as if he had struck gold. "What are you standing there for? Keep up!" The female team member who had previously doubted Zheng Yu shouted at Edmund. "Can you take on those insects? Or do you want to stay here and cover our retreat?" Edmund snapped out of his daze, realizing that the teammates who had followed Zheng Yu had already taken off after him. He understood that only by staying with Zheng Yu would he feel safe, even if it meant heading into the densest part of the insect swarm. Zheng Yu represented hope. Leaving him meant certain death. Edmund sprinted with all his might, silently vowing, "I will do whatever it takes to stay close to him." Meanwhile, the other squad led by Vice Captain Maslow had just endured a fierce battle. They lay exhausted on the ground, drenched in sweat, surrounded by the corpses of dozens of insect creatures. "I wonder how Edmund and his group are doing." Someone suddenly mentioned Zheng Yu's team, who had headed towards the central area earlier. "How do you think?" "They're dead," someone replied pessimistically. "You've seen how strong these insects are, and the further in you go, the more there are. If it weren't for the vice captain activating the signal jammer instead of a distress signal, these insects would still be here, not leaving. They passed through here a whole day ahead of us. No matter how strong they are, They can't possibly handle these insects. However, at that moment, Vice Captain Maslow, who was standing on higher ground, suddenly turned pale, his mouth trembling uncontrollably. What's wrong? Noticing Maslow's unusual reaction, a few soldiers quickly joined him, following his gaze. The sight before them left everyone dumbstruck, their legs trembling. In the distance, a mountain of insect corpses lay in a horrifying heap, interspersed with the charred remains of several giant beetle lords. The scene resembled a disaster movie set, sending chills down their spines. Its body was as large as a villa, its hard shell blown to pieces with only half remaining, and a head still the size of half a car showcased the power this giant beetle lord once possessed. The soldiers stood before the enormous insect carcass, too shocked to speak. One of them whispered, "Did they really kill this thing?" Another soldier shook his head. "No way," he began, then suddenly remembered something. "Wait, why not? That soldier named Zheng Yu has fire abilities, doesn't he?" "This is terrifying," someone muttered. At that moment, Deputy Captain Maslow raised his binoculars and looked into the distance. "There's something even more terrifying," he said calmly, though a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Look over there, the drone's territory. There are even more insect bodies, all burned to death. Unbelievable." A soldier swallowed hard. Maybe we really made the wrong choice. Regret was evident in his eyes as he thought of Zheng Yu's astounding power. Maslow remained composed. "I admit, Zheng Yu's judgment was right in terms of direction. However," he paused, "to break through the swarm, we must use the signal device." He looked around to ensure everyone was listening, then continued. "Before we entered here, Captain Hank had already explained the signal device's functions to me. It has two capabilities: transmitting signals and simulating signals. Even before we came in, Captain Hank had already simulated the insect signals." Maslow's expression remained neutral. In other words, the higher-ups knew about the situation here before we even entered. At the very least, they were aware of the insect presence. "Our real mission is to activate this signal source. So, we must head southeast." His words plunged the soldiers into a long silence. The sense of being deceived and kept in the dark made them uncomfortable, but it was too late to complain now. Some considered hitting Maslow, but realized he had only learned the true mission from Captain Hank after descending into the dark valley. The one truly deserving of blame was the now-deceased Captain Hank. Someone suddenly remembered Zheng Yu, who had killed Hank. "So, Zheng Yu tried to stop us from heading southeast because he knew the real missions?" Maslow nodded slightly. "It's possible. But don't worry," he said firmly. "I know the way out. It's at the deepest part of the dark valley, where Zheng Yu and his team went. Even if Zheng Yu reaches the teleportation point, he can't leave. The signal's purpose is to make the insects kill each other. Once enough have died, the teleportation point will open." "Did Hank tell you that?" someone asked. Maslow shook his head. "It was information from the signal device." His gaze swept over each soldier's face. "In any case, Zheng Yu has already cleared all obstacles for us. We just need to reach the deepest part of the valley and wait." The soldiers exchanged glances. Though still harboring doubts, they had no choice but to accept this reality. They silently followed Maslow, heading toward the deepest part of the dark valley. "Congratulations! You've obtained a loot chest." Zheng Yu rode on the back of his great-winged butterfly, gazing down at the battlefield below. The war bull and goblin general were effortlessly toying with a level 20 elite monster, as if it were child's play. As the monster fell, 15,000 experience points were instantly credited to his account. Casually, Zheng Yu tossed the loot chest into his inventory, knowing it wasn't the best time to open it. The scene in the abyss was exhilarating. Among the swarming insects, at least 4 elite monsters stood out. This was what the true abyss should look like: endless resources and countless experience points waiting for them. Zheng Yu decisively ordered, "Double flame dragons, war bull, goblin general, go all out." With the command issued, the 3 summoned beasts seemed invigorated, competing to see who could kill the most monsters. The goblin general immediately summoned 42 level 21 heavy cavalry units. Armored goblin riders charged like a spearhead into the heart of the insect swarm. The war bull targeted elite monsters, each roar followed by a relentless assault. The double flame dragons thrived in this environment, the battlefield seemingly tailor-made for them. They spewed scorching flames from their mouths, incinerating swathes of insects in an instant. The 3 summoned beasts rampaged through the swarm like wolves in a sheep pen. Even the battle-hardened Tao Qian and his companions couldn't help but exclaim, "Unbelievable." They couldn't fathom how ordinary adventurers could handle such a scene. During the battle, system notifications kept popping up. Killed 6-star alien bug LV-20, gained 1,278 experience. Killed 6-star alien bug LV-20, gained 1,034 experience. Killed Acarisa beetle LV-20, gained 12,415 experience. Congratulations! You have obtained equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained a loot chest. Experience points flowed in like a tidal wave. The ordinary insectoids contributed steadily, while the elite monsters brought in rich loot. Zheng Yu noticed that although there were many elite monsters here, their strength was far inferior to the Hive Lord and Beetle Lord he had encountered before. Suddenly, a green flying insect charged toward Zheng Yu and the great winged butterfly. It slammed into Zheng Yu's shield with a crisp crack. Thanks to the shield, the training dummy's taunt effect wasn't triggered. The great winged butterfly was enraged by the sudden attack. Although she had already shielded her master, any creature daring to attack Zheng Yu would face the wrath of the summoned beasts. Unexpectedly, the first to strike was the goblin assassin. It flashed behind the elite monster named Jumper and detonated itself without hesitation. The corrosive blood instantly burned the Jumper's wings. Losing its flight ability, the Jumper began to fall, only to be struck midair by a hammer-wielding goblin general. On the ground, the double flame dragons and War Bull were already poised to attack. As the Jumper hit the ground, dragon breath, fireballs, and war stomps rained down, instantly killing it. Killed Jumper LV-20. Gained 14,223 experience. Congratulations! You have obtained equipment. Congratulations! You have obtained a loot chest. Another elite monster was down. Meanwhile, Zheng Yu noticed two elite monsters fighting each other not far away. One nearly dead, its head barely attached by a single blood vessel. Quick! Steal the kill! Zheng Yu shouted. Before he finished speaking, the goblin general's arrow had already flown through the air. Boosted by the precision archery skill, the fragile blood vessel was severed instantly. Swoosh! Killed Ripper LV-20, gained 4,113 experience. Congratulations! You have obtained a loot chest. Though the stolen kill yielded less experience, the loot chest made it worthwhile. Immediately after, the War Bull and Double Flame Dragons worked together to take down another elite monster called Plasma Bug. Killed Plasma Bug LV-20, gained 8,471 experience. Congratulations! You have obtained a loot chest. Awesome! Zheng Yu shouted excitedly. For loot chests in hand, this experience of encountering so many elite monsters in the abyss was beyond his wildest imagination. After killing what seemed to be the last elite monster, Zheng Yu felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Zheng Yu witnessed a bizarre scene. Ordinary insects around him were vanishing one by one into thin air. Just as he was in shock, a system notification sounded. You have killed all the elite insects in the Goo domain and gained the recognition of the Insect Mother. Congratulations! You have obtained the task item, Insect Goo Upgrade Badge. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up as he carefully examined the badge, crafted with the Insect Mother's divine power. The badge's information indicated that possessing it granted him the opportunity to advance to the next Goo domain. Suddenly, he recalled the peculiar look from the queen bee he had encountered earlier. With a flash of realization, Zheng Yu speculated that drone might have originally been the chosen victor of this Goo domain. Could it have been sent by the queen bee? He continued to analyze. Previous adventurers who entered the nightmare-level abyss never encountered the drone lord. Could it be that after I killed the leader, I prematurely faced what should have been the strongest drone lord? Is that why there are only 4 weak elite monsters left now? Zheng Yu had an epiphany. The so-called bottom of the valley and the teleportation portal are actually non-existent. This place is a space created by the Insect Mother called the Goo domain. We are the insects that stumbled into this place. When Ren Yu asked curiously, is this a critical item? Zheng Yu smiled and replied, more than critical, it's our way out. We should consider ourselves to have cleared the level. Cleared the level? One Ren Yu and Tao Qian asked in surprise. What about the boss? Zheng Yu shrugged and explained. It was killed prematurely. The so-called Valley Bottom is just a place where the insect god breeds insects. Previous adventurers couldn't find any information on the god here because this area, named Goo Domain, is the Insect Mother's own ability space. The way to clear it is simple. Resist the insect swarm and kill the elite insects here. The strongest insect in the Goo is the only one qualified to survive. He continued, whether it's because this is just a stage 2 abyss or we were lucky, the fact is we have now become the strongest and the only surviving insect in this space. Tao Qian pressed. So, it's over? It's over. Zheng Yu turned to look at Edmund. For us, it's over. But for them, it's entering the next, more advanced Goo domain. Whether that's a blessing or a curse for them. Who knows? Zheng Yu looked around at the completely vanished insect swarm and said with a hint of regret, we only managed to gather 600,000 experience points. What a pity. If I had known, I would have waited a bit longer before killing the elite monsters. One Ren Yu, hearing this, pursed his lips silently, not daring to speak. 600,000 experience points. And he still thought it was too little? With the appearance of the insect goo advancement badge, some mysteries were finally unraveled. Zheng Yu noticed that the bugs displayed different colors when they leveled up, which turned out to be because there were factions within the insect race. He observed closely and found that the beetle lord had white spots appearing on its body, while the drone lord turned brown. To his surprise, the insect mother was actually the deity of this region, and the entire goo domain was her creation. Who would have thought the insect race was so competitive? Zheng Yu couldn't help but remark. Tao Qian, standing next to him, immediately chimed in with a hint of sarcasm. Anywhere there's a hierarchy, there will be competition. With people like you around, it's inevitable. Zheng Yu asked in confusion. I don't think I'm that competitive, am I? Tao Qian mercilessly listed. Sure, you're not competitive. 4 consecutive nightmare level abysses, for records broken, hidden quests, perfect clearances. You tell me that's not competitive? Zheng Yu was momentarily speechless and could only remain silent. When Rinqing Yu added, we and the professionals in Shangyu City don't really mind because your achievements bring benefits and convenience to us. But the new SS-class professionals from other cities probably feel tremendous pressure because of you. Zheng Yu shrugged, trying to defend himself. I don't think it's that bad. I didn't intend to put pressure on them. I just wanted to get the rewards I deserve and level up to 40 as soon as possible. Hearing this, when Rinqing Yu and Tao Qian were left speechless, Kuing jokingly said, that's so typical of you. They all knew Zheng Yu's strength and had witnessed his terrifying rate of improvement. They could only respond with sarcasm to his so-called simple goals. If others heard this, they would be even more shocked. Competing for the rookie leaderboard is no easy feat, and reaching level 40 is not something easily achieved. As they followed Zheng Yu to the deepest part of the Dark Valley, the hidden teleportation portal finally revealed itself as the insect race gradually disappeared. At the portal, a blood-red stone floated in the air, emitting an eerie glow. Zheng Yu suddenly realized that the earlier blood-red beam of light was caused by this stone. So, the signal sent by Vice Captain Maslow wasn't a distress signal. It was most likely a signal to pre-activate the goo domain rewards, Zheng Yu speculated. Clearly, this blood-red stone was the final reward for the nightmare-level abyss in the Dark Valley, which explained why the insects swarmed to it. To be cautious, Zheng Yu had the Goblin General pick up the stone first. After confirming there was no danger, he took the stone and examined its attributes. Insect Mother Energy, Bloodstone. Special consumable. Source: a reward left by the Insect Mother in the goo domain. Only the victor who survives the battles in the goo domain can enjoy it. Contains the energy of the Insect Mother. Effect: consuming the Bloodstone immediately increases your health by 30,000. Your health growth attribute will also double when you level up later. Unique item. Cannot be sold. Cannot be traded. Holy crap! Zheng Yu exclaimed. The value of this item far exceeded his expectations. Not only did it instantly increase his health by 30,000, but it also doubled his health growth cap. Whether used by a warrior or a paladin, it could cultivate a powerful tank. For Zheng Yu, it meant he was one step closer to his goal of having a god-tier summoned beast. The most crucial part was that this was a unique item. This meant that even if someone else cleared the nightmare-level abyss in the Dark Valley in the future, they wouldn't be able to get another Bloodstone. Zheng Yu was reminded of the red bridal veil given by the red-clothed female ghost in the Ancestral Hall Abyss when he perfectly completed the quest. Although the veil didn't have explicit attributes, he guessed its value would be comparable to this Bloodstone. The rewards from the Abyss truly lived up to their reputation. Without any hesitation, Zheng Yu consumed the Bloodstone on the spot. He was worried that if he waited until he leveled up, he might miss the best opportunity to increase his health. You have consumed Insect Mother Energy, Bloodstone, gaining 30,000 health. To his delight, Zheng Yu found that the added health was even more than his original health. His total health skyrocketed to over 50,000, with a sacrificable health of 38,000. Looking at his thick health bar, Zheng Yu finally felt a long-lost sense of security. Although Old Eight's contract was powerful, it did make him feel vulnerable to being instantly killed. After consuming the Bloodstone, Zheng Yu turned to Edmund, ready to say goodbye. So, we'll part ways here. Edmund, quick-witted, immediately realized something and sincerely said, thank you, Zheng Yu. He could immediately tell that Zheng Yu and his team were no ordinary soldiers brought by Captain Hank. Despite the numerous questions swirling in his mind, he knew he had no right to ask. Even if he did, Zheng Yu wouldn't reveal a thing. Zheng Yu turned to Edmund and whispered, follow us into the portal. I suspect that higher-level goo domains might have different colors. Try to change the color to a lower-level goo domain if you can. However, I don't know the exact color of the lower-level ones, so you'll have to rely on your luck. This was the only advice Zheng Yu could offer Edmund. It wasn't until the end that Zheng Yu realized Edmund's ability to change colors had nothing to do with clearing the level. Will we meet again? Edmund asked reluctantly. his voice tinged with yearning. Tao Qian and the others felt the same way. It was the kind of reluctance one feels when parting from a powerful ally. Zheng Yu smiled and replied, "Who knows?" The image of the red-dressed ghost woman flashed in his mind. He had a vague feeling that there was a connection between the abysses, contrary to what the expert said about them being merely time-trapping spaces. With those words, Zheng Yu stepped into the portal first, followed closely by Tao Qian, Wenren Qingyu, and the others. Chai Yin glanced back at the dark abyss with a sense of longing, feeling the same as Edmund. The thrill of effortlessly clearing the nightmare-level abyss was an experience unlikely to be repeated. After Chai Yin entered the portal, Edmund took a deep breath. Zheng Yu had already informed him about the Gu domain, and Edmund knew that beyond the portal lay not home, but more insectoids. However, if they didn't go through, they would never have a chance to return home. Edmund finally made up his mind to step into the portal. Whatever lies ahead, I have to try. Staying here means certain death. Zheng Yu has opened the portal for us. This is our chance. Edmund turned to the other soldiers and said, "We're doomed anyway, so why not see what that damn insect mother looks like? If we can spit in its face before we die, it won't be in vain." Ha ha ha. In that moment, Edmund was no longer the timid soldier, but a brave warrior facing death heaton. Meanwhile, Maslow watched helplessly as the crimson pillar of light vanished into the sky. A sense of dread washed over him, and he shouted urgently, "No, no!" The team quickened their pace, hurrying to the depths of the valley. The sight that greeted them was shocking. The ground was littered with the corpses of countless insects, and 5 massive elite lords lay motionless. The pillar of light had long disappeared, and the once open portal was now a cold, solid stone wall. Maslow clenched his teeth, realizing they were too late. No, to be precise, this was their plinto, have Zheng Yu and Edmund lead the charge and divert the attention of the insect swarm. But he hadn't anticipated Zheng Yu would clear out all the insects so swiftly. "What do we do now?" A soldier beside him asked anxiously, his voice filled with unease. Maslow took a deep breath, trying to steady his emotions. He turned to the team and said as calmly as he could, "Don't worry. If the portal appeared once, it can appear again. We just need to send another signal." Before he could finish, the sky suddenly darkened. A drone lord descended from above, followed by a beetle lord, a plasma bug, a jumper, and a whole new group of elite insect lords. The air was filled once again with the eerie buzzing of the swarm. Cold sweat formed on Maslow's forehead, not just because of the immense pressure from the elite insect lords, but also from the questioning looks his 4 loyal soldiers were now giving him. The harsh reality was clear. Zheng Yu, the one capable of defeating these insects and reopening the portal, was gone. They might be trapped here forever. In this critical moment, a message echoed through the dark valley hall like a thunderclap, breaking the silence. Announcement: congratulations to the Summoner Squad for breaking the Dark Valley Nightmare Mode historical completion time. Completion time: 34 hours, 50 minutes, 14 seconds. Captain: Zheng Yu Summoner. Team members: Tao Qian Monk, Kuing Assassin, Wenren Qingyu Assassin, Chai Yun Ranger. This message was like a bombshell, instantly causing an uproar among the professionals. At around 3 a.m., the professionals in their tents sprang up like startled rabbits. They had been waiting for 34 hours for this moment. In Shangyu City, there was never any doubt about Zheng Yu's ability to clear the Dark Valley Nightmare mode. Even the 34-hour completion time was seen as a normal process. The entire professional community in Shangyu City had unwavering confidence in Zheng Yu, and even the staff at the Dark Valley Hall had prepared banners to congratulate him in advance. The mayor's office received the news immediately and issued a pre-prepared announcement, starting preparations for a celebration feast. The forums were flooded with posts as soon as the announcement was made, clearly written in advance. It could be said that no one in Shangyu City ever doubted Zheng Yu's success. This confidence stemmed from the prowess Zheng Yu had shown in flawlessly clearing the ancestral hall. Zhang Zhan, beaming with joy, had his driver take him to the Dark Valley Hall overnight. He decided to personally welcome Shangyu City's hero once again. Zheng Yu undoubtedly deserved the title of hero. The rewards from a gold card and a flawless clearance alone were proof enough. Moreover, Zheng Yu had provided new strategies for the Ancestral Hall's Nightmare Mode and was about to contribute to the Dark Valley's Nightmare Mode guide. Not welcoming him personally would be unthinkable. When Zhang Zhan arrived at the Dark Valley Hall, it was already packed with people. Fortunately, like the Ancestral Hall, there was a high-end lounge. Inside, Chai Fong had been waiting for some time. "Hey, you're here early. Zheng Yu hasn't come out yet?" Zhang Zhan asked cheerfully. Chai Fong shook his head. "Not yet. Usually, there's about an hour's delay between the announcement and the actual teleportation." By the way, he handed over a document. "This is the 3-stage Abyss directory from the faction. The ones marked in red are the ones opening within the next month. Give it to Zheng Yu and let him choose." Didn't expect the faction to be so efficient this time, Zhang Zhan said, taking the document and examining it closely. Chai Fong chuckled. Well, news of Zheng Yu's consecutive nightmare clearances has reached Zhongzhou. If they don't pay attention, I question their sanity. Zhang Zhan laughed heartily. Indeed, gold always shines. For consecutive nightmare clearances, straight to level 20. Honestly, I've heard about it before, but never seen it with my own eyes. You're right. If I don't take this seriously, they might as well all be dead, Zhang Zhan said curiously. What's the reaction from the Li family? Chai Fong shook his head, looking serious. Not sure. All I know is that Li Nan has temporarily returned to Zhongzhou. Whether he'll come back or not is still unknown. He paused, a sly glint in his eyes. But I heard Zhou Yin shut down the Jiangshui City Forum, so now everyone is flocking to ours. Zhang Zhan raised an eyebrow, knowing Chai Fong too well. Seeing the mischievous smile on his face, he knew Chai Fong was up to something. So, Chai Fong proudly announced, so I activated the paywall. Except for professionals from Shangyu City. Anyone from other cities has to pay to post, comment, or even view strategies. They're actually paying for this? Zhang Zhan asked incredulously. Chai Fong laughed, quite a few actually. With Jiangshui City's forum closed, they're all venting their frustrations here. They don't mind spending a bit of money. While we don't really need it. Annoying Zhou Yin makes it worth it. Zhang Zhan gave him a thumbs up. That's genius. As they were talking, a commotion erupted outside. Zhang Zhan put down his documents and stood up. Let's go. Clearly, only Zheng Yu's appearance could cause such a stir. In the Dark Valley Hall, professionals pulled out their phones, finding the best spots to take pictures with the returning Zheng Yu. Staff quickly unfurled banners and played Hero's Return. This welcoming ceremony was more formal than usual. Suddenly, a humming noise filled the air. Zheng Yu, Wen Renqingyu, Kuing, Tao Qian, and Chai Yin appeared in the hall. Zheng Yu! The crowd erupted in cheers. Zheng Yu was stunned by the scene. Am I reborn as a celebrity? Why are there so many fans? Are you guys really professionals? He was full of doubts, especially seeing the banners on the second floor, the exploding confetti, and the crowd frantically taking selfies. He even spotted Chai Fong among them. Seriously? Aren't you in your 40s? How are you still so superstitious? Fortunately, the reliable and respected Zhang Zhan stepped in to rescue him, leading him to the VIP lounge. Phew, Zheng Yu exhaled. This is unbelievable. Zhang Zhan glanced at the still crowded hall, with girls continuously chanting Zheng Yu's name. He smiled and said, this is even crazier than when I was popular. But then again, your achievements surpass mine. Without wasting any time, Zhang Zhan handed a document to Zheng Yu. This time there's nothing new to discuss. We covered everything last time. This document contains the third stage abyss reservations our Yin faction can offer you. Pick any abyss, and the faction will grant you exclusive access. That generous? Zheng Yu was surprised. He had heard from Wen Renqingyu that starting from the third stage abyss, access becomes limited. Some abysses only allow one entry before closing permanently. Securing a spot often requires a long wait, which is why many professionals take over a decade to reach level 40. The spots are hard to come by, and preparation time is lengthy. Zhang Zhan sighed. You're underestimating your own influence. Your name is now legendary within our Yin faction. Special treatment and priority opportunities are perks you've earned. After all, you even removed your anonymity from the leaderboard. Isn't this exactly what you wanted? After Zheng Yu disabled the anonymity settings on the newcomer leaderboard, the Yin faction was the first to notice the change. On the leaderboard, next to Zheng Ye's name, the words Yin faction were prominently displayed. Even more striking was his level. At level 21 with 60 experience, he had decisively surpassed the second-place anonymous professional, claiming the top spot on both leaderboards. As soon as the news spread, Deputy Leader Zhuge Wuhan immediately issued an order. You've got the green light. Zhang Zhan pointed to a document and introduced it to Zheng Yu. See this 4-star abyss? It was originally reserved for Lu Nanyan's daughter, but if you want to choose it, you have top priority. Lu Nanyan's daughter? Zheng Yu frowned, feeling that the name sounded strangely familiar. Zhang Zhan explained, somewhat irritably. Our leader is Lu Nanyan. Zheng Yu suddenly understood and slowly nodded. Oh, so, if I choose the Apostles' isolated abyss, it'll be taking the privilege meant for the leader's daughter? Zhang Zhan laughed and waved his hand. Don't try to test me. Don't worry, our leader isn't like Zhou Yun or Li Nan. She doesn't engage in those dirty tricks. His expression then turned serious. But I need to ask you something first. Do you know what a 4-star abyss is? Facing this question, Zheng Yu with some knowledge answered directly. A simple level abyss is 0 stars. A normal level abyss is 1 star. A hard level abyss is 2 stars, and a nightmare level abyss is 3 stars. At the third stage, there are special abysses with an extra difficulty level, making them 4-star abysses, which are harder than nightmare level. At the 4th stage, there are 5-star abysses. At the 5th stage, there are 6-star abysses. I don't know beyond that. Zhang Zhan nodded in approval. Yes, that's what the textbooks say. But today I'm going to tell you something beyond the textbooks, something you can only know at your level. He paused for a moment, then continued. You should know that a nightmare-level abyss represents the real reenactment of sealed history. Do you know what a 4-star abyss signifies? Zheng Yu shook his head, adopting a posture of serious listening. Zhang Zhan's expression grew solemn as he slowly explained. In a 4-star abyss, you will not only face the difficulty of the abyss itself, but also, he paused, looking directly into Zheng Ye's eyes, the dangers from other space professionals. Zheng Yu frowned. Other space professionals? Zhang Zhan nodded. The sanctuary has existed on Earth for 43 years, but its existence spans far longer. Some speculate thousands of years, others tens of thousands. For a sanctuary that has existed for tens of thousands of years, we are not the only professionals. There are many more in other spaces. In a 4-star abyss, we will confront them directly. After pondering for a moment, Zheng Yu made an analogy. So, can I understand that the reason the 3rd stage abyss limits entry times and has fixed opening times is to match professionals? While the 1st and 2nd stage abysses can be entered freely because below level 20 is still the novice village. The real battle between professionals starts at the 3rd stage. Exactly, Zhang Zhan agreed, adding. For high-level professionals, the 1st and 2nd stage abysses are like the novice village. But most professionals get stuck at this stage, and you can't just tell them they're still in the novice village, right? After Zhang Zhan finished speaking, he stared intently at Zheng Yu. I'm telling you this so you can make a cautious decision. It's not to discourage you from choosing the 4-star abyss, but to suggest considering whether to enter as a team. Having teammates can help you fend off other space professionals. Zheng Yu asked directly. What if I insist on going alone? Zhang Zhan laughed. That question was already asked by Chai Fong to Zhuge Wuan. Because he and I anticipated you would ask, we prepared in advance. So, what did the deputy leader say? Zheng Yu pressed. Zhang Zhan took a sip of tea and slowly revealed. If you want to challenge the limits of death, we will let you. Those were Zhuge Wuan's exact words. The limits of death, Zheng Yu frowned slightly. Is that a compliment or an insult? Zhang Zhan laughed. Of course, it's a compliment. Zhuge Wuan made the same choice back then and cleared the 3rd stage 4-star abyss alone. That's how he made his name. Zheng Yu then asked, what about the other space professionals? What's their level? What's their strength? Zhang Zhan replied concisely. The highest is level 30. Zhang Zhan said thoughtfully. Strength is unpredictable. It depends on luck. However, we speculate that a 4-star abyss is rare here, and probably just as uncommon over there. After all, the rewards for a 4-star abyss are incredibly high, attracting both us and them. You might encounter genius professionals from other realms. He paused, a glint flashing in his eyes. But there's a reward for killing professionals from other realms. Reward? Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. Is it substantial? Yes, quite substantial. Without hesitation, Zheng Yu declared, then there's no choice. It's him. Confidence gleamed in his eyes. Genius professionals from other realms? Are they stronger than Hextech runes? As long as their level doesn't exceed 30, I'm not afraid. Besides, he smirked, killing professionals also yields rewards. I used to think looting from our own was a bit too cruel unless they had murderous intent towards me. But now it's perfect. He spread his hands in a balancing gesture. The bad news is, the opponent is a top professional from another realm. The good news is, there are plenty of them. This solves both the guilt and the shortage of war treasures. Seeing that Zheng Yu had made up his mind, Zhang Zhan nodded. All right, I'll handle this for you. Actually, if you plan to enter the Apostle Abyss alone, it benefits them too. Them? Zheng Yu asked, puzzled. I mean Rong Mingjian and Lu Henhe, Zhang Zhan explained. Because if you enter alone, the abyss is unlikely to close due to the low number of participants. They will have a chance to form another team and enter again. You might even compete again. Compete again? Zheng Yu asked, confused. Zhang Zhan leaned in and lowered his voice. Rong Mingjian is ranked 2nd. Lu Henhe, who is actually Lu Nanyan's daughter, is the anonymous 3rd-ranked one. You've surpassed them in level, and now you all might enter the same abyss, which is a sort of silent rivalry. Isn't that interesting? He continued. Actually, Lu Nanyan originally planned for the 3 of you to enter the Apostles' Island, this 4-star abyss, together. After all, our alliance leader and Rong Li were teammates once, and they were very close. But if those 2 know you want to go in alone, they will probably try their hardest to surpass you. Zheng Yu was silent for a moment, recalling the discussions about competition from Tao Qian and the others. He thought this must be what they meant by competition, but it's not him competing. It's Rong Mingjian and Lu Henhe. He's not doing it on purpose. He just wants to enjoy the war treasure spoils, the 4-star abyss experience, and the full rewards from Apostles Island. Zheng Yu thought to himself. As an adult, Is it wrong to want it all? Please send gifts, boohoo. The abyss of Apostle Islands would commence in 4 days. Standing by the window of his villa, Zhengyu gazed at the distant mountains, silently counting down the days. Chai Fong was taking care of all the necessary paperwork. All Zhengyu needed to do was wait patiently. After leaving the dark abyss, Zhengyu returned to the villa. In the living room, Tao Qian and the others had prepared a simple celebration. They raised their glasses, chatting excitedly about the thrilling adventure they just had. Amidst the laughter, Zhengyu's mind had already drifted to the upcoming challenge. Once the celebration ended, Zhengyu went back to his room, closed the door, and took a deep breath. It was time to tally his gains. He sat down at his computer, fingers tapping lightly as he opened the system panel. 3 notifications popped up on the screen. 1. Cleared Stage 2 of the Dark Abyss on Nightmare difficulty. Reward: Dark Abyss Nightmare Chest, 100,000 professional experience. 2. Congratulations. First clear of Dark Abyss on Nightmare difficulty. Reward: Dark Abyss First Clear Package, 100,000 professional experience. 3. Congratulations on breaking the Dark Abyss Nightmare difficulty record. Clear time: 34 hours 50 minutes and 14 seconds. Reward: Dark Abyss Record-Breaking Package, 100,000 professional experience, Dark Abyss Nightmare Achievement. Zheng Yu's eyes lit up. 3 rewards: Completion Reward, First Clear Reward, and Record-Breaking Reward. Without hesitation, he claimed them all. The system notification sounded, and 300,000 experience points were credited to his account. Zheng Yu's level jumped from 21 to 22. He carefully reviewed the changes in his attributes. Health: 54,158, 62,758. Mana: 1,061,160. Intelligence: 803, 844. Strength: 166, 177. Agility: 43, 47. Nice! Zhengyu nodded in satisfaction, noting the 600-point increase in health. This was thanks to the Mother Worm Energy Bloodstone, which doubled the health growth value. Normally, leveling up from 21 to 22 would only increase the health cap by 4,300 points. Turning his attention to the inventory, Zhengyu found 3 chests, a record-breaking package, and 5 loot boxes. 2 of the chests were for clearing and first clearing the Dark Abyss, and 1 was from the Shrine Abyss, which he hadn't opened yet. Zhengyu knew that each player could only receive 1 record-breaking package per abyss. So, for the second Nightmare-level Shrine Abyss, he only received a completion chest. These 3 chests and the record-breaking package were sure to contain diamond-grade equipment. Zheng Yu's heart raced. If he was lucky, he might replace his gold-tier yellow weasel set. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Yu opened all 3 chests and the package in one go. The system notifications followed one after another. 1. You have opened the Shrine Abyss Nightmare Completion Chest. Congratulations! You received the accessory Necklace Ancestors Blessing Necklace LV20 Diamond Grade. You also received 25 Enhancement Stones, 25 Forging Stones, 50 Soul Bead Materials, and 10 Health Potions restoring 10,000 health each. 2. You have opened the Dark Abyss Nightmare Completion Chest. Congratulations! You received the Armor Top Hornet Robe LV20 Diamond Grade. You also received 25 Enhancement Stones, 25 Forging Stones, 50 Insect Core Materials, and 10 Health Potions restoring 10,000 health each. 3. You have opened the Dark Abyss Nightmare First Clear Chest. Congratulations! You received the Armor Gloves Mother Worm Energy Weaving Gloves LV20 Diamond Grade. You also received 25 Enhancement Stones, 25 Forging Stones, 50 Insect Core Materials, and 10 Health Potions restoring 10,000 health each. 4. You have opened the Dark Abyss Nightmare Record-Breaking Package. Your profession has been detected as Summoner. Opening Summoner Equipment. Congratulations! You received the Summoning Beast Equipment Plasma Source Stone LV20 Diamond Grade. You also received 25 Enhancement Stones, 25 Forging Stones, 50 Insect Core Materials, and 10 Health Potions restoring 10,000 health each. For pieces of diamond equipment, although they weren't a complete set, the individual attributes of the Hornet Robe and Mother Worm Energy Weaving Gloves were enough for Zheng Yu to give up the Yellow Weasel set bonus. He carefully examined the attributes of the Hornet Robe. Armor: Hornet Robe. Required level: 20. Class requirement: Mage, Summoner, Necromancer, or other intelligence-based classes. Grade: Diamond. Attributes: Intelligence 215, Health 5,000. Equipment effects: Passive effect: Increases base intelligence attribute by 10 when worn. Active effect: Transforms into bee wings, allowing for high-speed flight for 10 seconds. Zheng Yu's eyes sparkled. This equipment not only had excellent attributes, but also came with a flying ability, making it an extremely valuable treasure. The Hive Robe lay before Zheng Yu, untouched and unenhanced, not even a single rune embedded. His eyes were fixed on the equipment, calculating his next move. A 10 intelligence boost is tempting, but what I really can't resist is the 10-second high-speed flight. Zheng Yu muttered to himself, his fingers gently brushing over the smooth surface of the robe. This was enough to make him forego the attack bonus from the yellow fox possession without hesitation. Zheng Yu knew well that he wasn't lacking in offensive power. What he truly needed was survivability. His gaze shifted to the great winged spirit butterfly nearby. Although it was an excellent support summon with shield and healing abilities, it still fell short in terms of protection. However, the Misty Sect has prepared a powerful protective summon for me. Zheng Yu's lips curled into a slight smile, a glint of confidence in his eyes. As a summoner, he understood that the more protective abilities he had, the better. As long as he could stand his ground on the battlefield, there was always a chance for miracles. His fingers lightly traced the hive robe again, as if he could already feel the rush of wind from the 10-second high-speed flight. This will not only help me evade attacks quickly, but also allow for rapid disengagement in battle, he thought, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Next, his attention turned to the other three pieces of equipment. The Ancestor's Blessing necklace glowed faintly in his hand, and he could feel the one-time healing effect it contained. This is perfect to replace that level 5 ice crystal pendant, he nodded with satisfaction. The Brood Mother Energy Weave gloves emitted a subtle energy pulse, and Zheng Yu could sense their powerful absorption capability. A 20 increase in the next skill's damage, combined with such high base stats, makes it a perfect replacement for the yellow fox gloves, he murmured. Finally, his eyes landed on the diamond-grade summon equipment, the Plasma Source Stone. He examined the electric glow of the item, a familiar figure appearing in his mind. The 7,000 health boost and 1,500 attack increase are truly enticing, he said softly. Each ranged attack carries a plasma mark, and after 4 marks, a plasma explosion triggers, dealing cumulative damage equivalent to 4 normal attacks. Zheng Yu fell into a brief contemplation, considering which summon would best utilize this powerful item. His gaze shifted between the Goblin General, Great Winged Spirit Butterfly, Twin Flame Serpents, and War Bull, weighing the pros and cons of each choice. In the end, Zheng Yu made his decision. He handed the fish-killing knife to the War Bull, temporarily gave the Suona to the Great Winged Spirit Butterfly, and assigned the Plasma Source Stone to the Goblin General. This should maximize the ranged damage from the plasma effect, he mused. With the comprehensive equipment upgrade, Zheng Yu felt a surge of power within him. His health soared past 70,000, and his intelligence, boosted by both the Hive Robe and the Ancestor's Blessing Necklace, broke the 1,000 point barrier, reaching an astonishing 1,040. However, what really made Zheng Yu's heart race were the 5 loot chests before him. His eyes sparkled with anticipation as he whispered to himself, "This is the real highlight." The loot chests are the most crucial resource, the primary source of emblem bonds. Zheng Yu took a deep breath, his eyes fixed intently on the 5 chests before him. His fingers trembled slightly, but he decisively opened all the chests at once. As the chests opened one by one, system notifications continuously flashed before his eyes. You have opened a Stage 2 loot chest, gaining 200 talent points and a random emblem. You have opened a Stage 2 loot chest, gaining 500 talent points. You have opened a Stage 2 loot chest, gaining 200 talent points and an equipment forge. You have opened a Stage 2 loot chest, gaining 200 talent points and a random emblem. You have opened a Stage 2 loot chest, gaining 200 talent points and a geek wrench. Zheng Yu blinked, a bit surprised to find that not every chest contained an emblem. He shook his head slightly, realizing his earlier expectations were a bit too optimistic. Getting 2 emblems out of 5 chests was already a pretty good rate. Besides the 2 emblems, the equipment forge and a tool named Geek Wrench caught his attention. The system prompt immediately popped up. Geek Wrench, a high-end tool crafted by the inventor Heimerdinger, capable of adding an equipment slot to your summoned beast. Zheng Yu gasped, his eyes shining with delight. This was a rare item. Summoned beasts usually could only equip 1 piece of gear, which was a major limitation on their strength. He didn't expect the war treasure to once again push the limits of his summoned beast power. He couldn't help but exclaim, "War treasure, you're amazing." His tone was filled with genuine admiration. Next, Zheng Yu eagerly opened the 2 random emblems. The system prompt sounded again. You have obtained the Golden Scale Dragon Emblem. You have obtained the Golden Scale Dragon Emblem. Golden Scale Dragon 246810 provides exclusive Golden Scale Dragon random equipment, which grants the summoner a large number of talent points. 2 random Golden Scale Dragon equipment. 4 random Golden Scale Dragon equipment. 6 random Golden Scale Dragon equipment. 8 random Golden Scale Dragon equipment. 10 all 8 pieces of Golden Scale Dragon equipment, plus the Crown of Heroes, a divine Golden Scale Dragon equipment. Holy cow! What luck! Zheng Yu exclaimed, staring in disbelief at the 2 identical economic bond emblems. He quickly assigned the emblems to the giant winged butterfly and the double demonic fire dragon, as there was no limit to the number of emblems. The golden scale dragon bond was immediately activated, and the system prompt flashed again. Obtain the speculator's blade, golden scale dragon equipment. Obtain the goldsmith's staff, golden scale dragon equipment. Zheng Yu carefully examined the properties of the two newly acquired pieces of equipment. Summon beast equipment, speculator's blade. Equipment level, none. Equipment grade, golden scale dragon equipment. Equipment attributes, attack speed 20, attack power 5. Equipment effect, for every 1,000 talent points stored, gain 0.1 attack speed, maxing out at 200,000 talent points. Each attack has a 0.1 chance to drop 10 talent points, with the chance increasing with attack speed bonuses. Summon beast equipment, goldsmith staff. Equipment level, none. Equipment grade, golden scale dragon equipment. Equipment attributes, spell damage 20, attack power 5. Equipment effect, for every 1,000 talent points stored, gain 0.1 spell damage, maxing out at 200,000 talent points. Killing an enemy has a 0.1 chance to drop 20 talent points. Zheng Yu calculated the equipment effects. A 0.1 chance per 1,000 talent points meant 1 at 10,000 talent points and 20 at 200,000 talent points. This ratio didn't seem low. If he could store up to 200,000 talent points, he could continuously earn talent points in every battle. He took stock of his talent points. After opening the loot chest, he had about 1,300 points, plus the remaining points and 60 points from training dummies, totaling 1,680 points. Just enough to boost the two pieces of equipment to 0.1 chance. Although a 0.1 chance seemed negligible, it was better than nothing. Zheng Yu decided to keep 1,000 talent points to activate the effects of these two pieces of equipment, hoping that even a small chance could yield results. Next, Zheng Yu took out the Geek Wrench and unlocked a new equipment slot for the Goblin General. He equipped the Speculator's Blade, which increased attack speed, to the Goblin General to synergize with the Plasma Source Stone for faster plasma damage. The Goldsmith Staff went to the Double Demonic Fire Dragon, as it was the only spell damage dealer among his summoned beasts. With that, all the loot from the Dark Valley and Shrine Abyss was sorted. Zheng Yu dumped the remaining junk equipment and used materials and skill books into the sacred shop, keeping only the highly consumable and expensive forged stones and enhancement stones. Now, Zheng Yu was still short one summoned beast. He took out the level 20 summoning beast skill book given by Chai Fong, drew a contract circle, and began the summoning. Clank, 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 the sound of chains scraping the ground echoed from the mist within the contract circle, growing closer. A chilling aura enveloped Zheng Yu, making him shiver. From the mist emerged a pitch-black figure. This was the new summoned Beast Demon Beast. Its entire body was shrouded in black smoke, its face indistinct, with chains binding its wrists, ankles, and neck, like a condemned spirit emerging from hell. The demon beast's faceless head turned toward Zheng Yu, emitting a raspy breath from its chest. Though it had no words, as its summoner, Zheng Yu understood its intentions. Strictly speaking, the demon beast was not a protective summoned beast. It had strong attack attributes with top-tier mobility, spell abilities, and assassin skills. By profession, the demon beast would be classified as a rare spell assassin. Zheng Yu chose to contract with it because the demon beast was incredibly powerful and had an irresistible skill for summoner's master-servant symbiosis. The symbiotic relationship between master and beast, the mysterious pact between demon beasts and summoners, binds two life forms closely together. Standing before the summoning circle, Zheng Yu's eyes sparkled with determination as he recalled the key points from Zhang Anquan's textbook. The demon beast, an indispensable partner for any summoner, is not only a formidable ally in battle, but also a second life for the summoner. Zheng Yu stroked his chin, contemplating the advantages a demon beast brings. The stealth of assassins, the burst power of swordsmen, and the instant kills of magic assassins, threats that once made summoners tremble, all seemed trivial under the protection of a demon beast. Even when faced with a fatal blow, the demon beast would immediately sacrifice itself, allowing its master to be reborn while it entered a berserk hellish state. One hellish state per day, plus the resurrection cross. Isn't that like having two lives? Zheng Yu muttered to himself, a slight smile playing on his lips. He could almost see the shocked expressions of his opponents, how desperate they would be when their all-out attack couldn't even break the shield of the giant winged spirit butterfly. As the bloodstone was consumed, Zheng Yu felt a surge of power within him. Though not the top among third-stage professionals, he was far from weak. Coupled with the damage absorption of training dummies, the damage reduction of the Een Spirit Boots, and the healing skills of the Ancestral Blessing Necklace, his survival ability was top-notch. Zhang Anquan, who exactly are you? Zheng Yu mused, staring at the rare demon beast skill book in his hand, filled with curiosity. This unique figure in the realm of summoners seemed to possess knowledge beyond the reach of ordinary people. With a low growl, A towering demon beast emerged from the summoning circle. Its face, shrouded in black mist, exuded gloom and ferocity, yet it bowed respectfully to Zheng Yu. Let's enhance your talents first, Zheng Yu said as he began allocating talent points. He kept 1,000 points as a deposit for the golden scale dragon equipment and sacrificed 3,200 health points to gain 320 talent points. In the blink of an eye, the demon beast ascended from Tier 4 to Tier 5, transforming into a more powerful upper demon. Zheng Yu carefully examined the upper demon stats. Level 22, 32,800 health points, and 7,280 attack power. The newly acquired skills Demon Decapitation, Slaughter Intent, and Malicious Slash all showcased its terrifying combat prowess. After careful consideration, Zheng Yu decided to hold off on advancing the upper demon to Tier 6. Survival first, he muttered, especially with the 4-star difficulty abyss awaiting me. Thinking about the Sunto-be-acquired Radiant Phantom Staff, a glint of anticipation flashed in Zheng Yu's eyes. It's time to get my staff, he murmured, stepping towards the workshop. At the headquarters of the Smoke and Cloud sect, at the center of a solemn and majestic ancient building complex, the door to the Alliance leader Lu Nanyan's room was suddenly flung open. A young girl dressed in light martial attire strode in with eyes flashing with discontent and anxiety. So, my team-up plan with Zheng Yu is off? She asked directly. Lu Nanyan, who was working at his desk, looked up. He adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses, and a knowing smile appeared on his face. You already know? Lu Henny plopped down on the leather sofa in the office, crossing her arms over her chest. Just found out. Brother Wuhan told me. Said Zheng Yu chose to enter the 4-star Apostle Island alone, without teaming up with anyone. She frowned and continued. What about me then? I really don't want to team up with Rong Mingjian. He's a swordsman. I'm a warrior. I can't outcompete him, and I might not even keep my spot in the top 3 of the rookie ranking. Listening to his daughter's complaints, a hint of amusement flickered in Lu Nanyan's eyes. I thought you came to ask me for a slot. Lu Henny scrunched up her face, a trace of reluctance in her voice. Honestly, when I first heard the news, I did think about using some privilege since my dad is the Alliance leader. If he said a few words, it might work. But then I thought, why should I go out of my way to team up with him? Wouldn't that make me look desperate? Besides, if he has the confidence to challenge the 4-star Abyss alone, teaming up with him would make me seem unnecessary. But I still don't want to team up with Rong Mingjian. Lu Nanyan quietly watched his chattering daughter, a mix of helplessness and affection in his eyes. Actually, even if you don't team up with Rong Mingjian, you still won't make it into the top 3. Seeing Lu Henny about to retort, Lu Nanyan quickly explained, there are 2 S-level talents in the Northwest this year, 3 in the Eastern Wilderness, 1 in the Tibetan region, and in our Southern District, there's you and Rong Mingjian, and this seemingly level but stronger than SS summoner Zheng Yu. Plus, we're from the Central Plains. This year, the number of S-level talents is more than the past 5 years combined. Not to mention the S-level talents. That's why Zheng Yu's resources were so easily taken by the Li family, because there are so many that the government isn't paying much attention to S-level talents this year. Lu Henny frowned. I know all that, but I'm confident I can suppress those S-level talents. A flash of seriousness crossed Lu Nanyan's eyes. What if I told you there might be an SS-level talent in the Li faction? An SS-level talent? Lu Henny exclaimed, her eyes full of shock. She quickly calmed down and asked in confusion. With such a high talent level, shouldn't they be famous by now? Zheng Yu has become a hot topic in the rookie rankings, and that S-level monk with domain talent from the Northwest is also well known. But I haven't seen any discussions about an SS-level talent. Lu Nanyan explained, the news isn't fake. The Li family is just keeping him under wraps for now. Li Nan returned to the Central Plains for this reason. Why hide it? Lu Henny asked, puzzled. Lu Nanyan's expression grew serious. Do you think our opponents are only the Abyss and other space practitioners? No. There are also people around us. One Nanmuyan has already made other countries uncomfortable for many years. If there's another SS-level talent, they won't have any chance to turn the tables. For the current era, the Abyss is a resource. If both SS-level talents are in Jiuzhou, the high-level Abyss will be completely monopolized by Jiuzhou. After all, Nanmuyun is stuck in the 8th-level Abyss. It's hard to guarantee that other countries won't assassinate the Li family's SS-level talent in advance to prevent Nanmuyun from having another ally. Lu Henny asked in surprise. Would they really go that far? That's an SS-level talent, a chance to explore the 9th-level Abyss in the future. Lu Nanyan looked at his daughter seriously and said earnestly, never underestimate your opponent's greed and their limits. Although I dislike Li Qinggong, the Li family's preventive measures are understandable. Finally, Lu Nanyan added, because of the emergence of the Li family's SS-level talent, Rong Mingjian made the same choice as Zheng Yu, to enter another 4-star Abyss alone. Lu Henny pondered for a moment before finally shaking her head. She admitted, I'm not strong enough to handle a 4-star Abyss. Maybe after I level up some more, I'll have a chance. The 4-star abyss not only has the dangers within the dungeon, but also threats from other spatial practitioners. Without teammates watching your back, it's easy to lose your life. Hearing this, Lu Nanyin wasn't disappointed. Instead, she nodded appreciatively. The most important thing for a practitioner is to have a clear understanding of their own strength. Otherwise, it's easy to end up in a dangerous situation. After all, only by staying alive can you continue to level up. Once you're dead, everything turns to nothing. Lu Nanyin continued. I'll help you connect with other third phase new practitioners. Do your best in the ranking competition. Even if you don't make it, it's fine. The true battleground for practitioners is not in the internal ranking, but after awakening. Keep working hard. With that, she turned her attention back to her work, ignoring Lu Henhe. Lu Henhe felt a bit helpless. Compete in the ranking? She thought. How could she compete? A summoner with combat skills mysteriously surpassing their talent, and a swordsman, Rong Mingjian, who inherited his father's incredible burst power. These two already pushed her to third place. Now learning about an even stronger SS-level talent, she gave up on aiming for the top 3. Forget it, securing a spot in the top 10 will do, she consoled herself. Meanwhile, in the Rong family ancestral hall, Rong Mingjian stood respectfully at the front. His father, Rong Li, stood to his right, with dozens of Rong family members behind them. At Rong Li's signal, Rong Mingjian knelt and bowed according to the ancestral rites. After the ceremony, Rong Li said to Rong Mingjian, "This is your own choice. Besides asking for the ancestors' protection, there's nothing more I can do for you. I support your decision. No matter how far you go in the future, remember that your responsibility is not only to the Rong family, but to all of Juzhou. Do not squander the talent bestowed upon you by the heavens." Rong Li continued. Our Rong family has been loyal and righteous for generations, even before the emergence of the Sanctum. Although the appearance of the Sanctum has changed the world's landscape, I hope it doesn't alter your definition of a hero. The world is no longer the peaceful place it seems on the surface. It is in deep turmoil on the brink of collapse. It needs heroes. And heroes aren't just you and me, but all practitioners. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.